Well, well, well. What's up, guys? How are we doing today? I'm well rested. Rejoined the living. How's life going? Did I gym in DC? No, tonight is my first day back. Finally. Oh! Our first real mesocycle, as Hillshire would call it. How's talking smack about your debate prep? Oh, I don't care.
Bing, 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 bon, bing, 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 bon.
What do we have? Okay, what was this? Hold on. So I was curious, like, is there actually a record where, oh, NATO said they were going to expand? There's not. It's never happened. And then the most that I read individually about that was that there was this cache of documents and cables in 2017 that was declassified.
Oh, this is going to be easy. This is going to be easy.
With the Bush Senior State Department and the conversation.
Hey, Destiny, I'll go ahead and leak the debate for you now. If this is what you plan on saying, you're going to look stupid as fuck. So you do more research, dude. Do a little more research because you're going to look stupid as fuck. This is actually easy. Like, this is something so easy that even the Western media doesn't deny it.
Oh, fuck. I hope he has something more to argue than this point, because it's going to be a really disappointing conversation if we're on the pause screen still. So I like that, because I was curious. Pretend we're listening to the radio, okay? Is there actually a record where, oh, NATO said they were going to expand? There's not. It's never happened. And then the most that I read individually about that was that there was this cache of documents and cables in 2017 that was declassified.
Oh, this is going to be easy. This is going to be easy.
With the Bush Senior State Department and the conversation.
Hey, Destiny, I'll go ahead and leak the debate for you now. If this is what you plan on saying, you're going to look stupid as fuck. So you do more research, dude. Do a little more research because you're going to look stupid as fuck. This is actually easy. Like, this is something so easy that even the Western media doesn't deny it.
He's actually going to say what it is.
Baker was having with Gorbachev about how the reunification of the whatever. There's a whole bunch of shit released there. You can go and read about. There's a thing out earlier. It's boring as fuck. There's a lot of shit to read through there. Oh fuck! It was one of the things I was going to mention. I don't remember what it was now. Wait, is this? If he says this, he's going to lose immediately.
Immediately.
There was a gentleman's agreement? No, there was no gentleman's agreement. This is not true. This is not true. There was no gentleman's agreement. There was no verbal agreement. There was no. No, none of that is true. None of that is true. Like, say what you want about the Soviet. Research harder, Destiny. Research a little harder. I don't know why you're saying this, but they weren't.
Okay, this is going to be a brutal conversation. What's this?
3 breaking news report was sponsored by Applebee's. Oh, this one's fucking insane. I don't know if this is legit or not. Rip. Oof, they lit that fucking thing up. Look at the traces.
Everyone. Much love XQCL.
This one is literally Arma 3. It's fake. It's Arma. Oh, god damn it! I hate it! Sponsored by Applebee's. Oh, this one's fucking insane. I don't know if this is legit or not. Rip. Oof, they lit that fucking thing up. Look at the traces.
Look at the mods. This is from a game. This is from a game. This one's literally Arma 3.
This one is literally Arma 3. It's fake. It's Arma. Oh, god damn it! I hate it! Why? This is what I mean. This is what I fucking mean.
Chat.
This is what I mean.
Guys, isn't it what this was saying? Chat? This was right. This is pop politics dog shit.
Oh no.
They always,
oh no.
Constantly
I feel like this is enough to maul us on for like 2 days. He didn't actually watch this clip, did he?
Posting fake bullshit. One of the things that you gotta always look for, one of the things that you gotta always look out for is 3 breaking news report.
I also
Jesus,
call me an asshole. I don't believe any video. I don't believe any picture. I don't believe anything that's been I don't know if Russian soldiers are calling their parents or if it's fucking Ukrainian people in I have no idea. I just don't watch any of it. I don't give a fuck about any of it. Read the reports later. I just super don't give a fuck. Ooh-wee. I was going to be talking about the Trachtenberg article. I have no idea what the fuck that is. Link me, babe. Holy shit. Wait. Why does my lower part of my keyboard not work? Okay, fuck. God damn it. Relevant meme about misinfo. If I tweet this, I feel like people get mad at me just because it makes me want to tweet it. I'm not going to lie. Bum 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 bum. We've noticed. Oh yeah, I saw that Subreddit post. I think Destiny wants to be misrepresented as much as possible, and that's why he wore the MAGA hat with Lawrence Taylor. That's why he looks like a Nazi now. He's trying to make people misrepresent him. I read all your posts, guys. Don't worry. I only ban like 20% of the posters, so don't worry. So, Destiny, when are you going to stream on IP2? Is that Ice Poseidon 2? You mean with Ice Poseidon? I don't know. I'm guessing that's what that means. I'm not sure what is that? The original Ice Poseidon subreddit got banned, and then they made Ice Poseidon 2. So I think IP2 means that. But it might mean something different. Who knows? Haas says later on that the reason Russia broke the Budapest Memorandum was because the U.S. broke it first by sanctioning Belarus. I know, you know what? I'm interested in pursuing truth and honesty and all that. So I guess I'm not trying to hide anything. Fuck it. If he has a better response, then I might as well hear it. Because, hey, maybe the U.S. isn't the wrong. So in 2013, the United States and other countries sanctioned Belarus. And Vladimir Putin will claim, oh, well, look, you broke the Budapest Memorandum too. Belarus was party to that treaty just as much as Ukraine was, and you guys sanctioned them. The U.S. State Department response, which I agree with, though, I agree with this response, was that, yeah, we sanctioned them. We sanctioned them because there were human rights abuses that the rest of the world agreed happened. But we're not sanctioning them to try to regime change. We're not sending in armed military to try to, like, overthrow the government or anything. We sanction them just because they're human rights violations. Just because you're a party to that Budapest Memorandum doesn't mean that now you can engage in, like, infinite fucking crimes and shit inside your country and there's not going to be any repercussion. It just meant that there would be a good faith effort on everybody involved not to try to install a new regime or support a coup or topple or overthrow like the current one. I think that's an agreeable response to that. So, and yeah, I think that's an agreeable response because it's not like the West was pushing for like new leadership in Belarus or whatever. Do you see Soda Poppin's e-girl got a crazy fan also? I think the U.S. State Department actually has on their website a department, Belarus, sanctions, Budapest. I've never spelled this fucking word. It wasn't in 2021. It was in I want to say 2013. Whoops. Wait, I didn't have my keyboard working. Bum 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 bum. No, it's not. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to find anything. Oh, wait. This is just the Wikipedia article. I know there's a State Department.
Cool story, dummy. But have you considered USA bad?
I started saying that 1 second before Destiny's in my head. Wait, which one? Is Russia like the imposter among us? True.
Is what about Israel a valid counter-argument for Ukraine supporters?
Is what about it? No. Why? What aboutism? Get out of here. Okay, I guess I'll stop. Are you Hamster? Did I ban you from the server? Are you the cab slug poster?
Hello, Destiny. It is TC Brady. Have you heard about Hava? Have a nice day, DGGL.
Thank you, Steven.
You're welcome, dude.
Pepe wins. He does. Dinos are dead because of a rock. Cucks. If you follow the Dino, you are on a list. Just like Amos.
What? I don't understand why these places. I need to fix my OBS today. I need to do some housekeeping today. Hold on. Actually, let's just do this right now. Let's get rid of. Wait. Hold on. Fuck it. I'll do it in a second. Wait, what is this? Okay. Soda Pop and Reeds.
Detail. Unmute. Alright. Unmuted. Here we go.
Okay.
Vey, I hope you read this, because I'm fucking mad. Your streams the last few weeks have been god-awful. Every stream is invaded by the most attention-starved, gossip-hungry, shitty dregs of Soda.
Why? She's so much louder than Soda. I can't hear him at all.
Fan base. Begging for a little bit more detail on your relationship. He's constantly advertising it on his stream. You gave him the streamer role in the Discord so everyone can see you together on the sidebar and know exactly what you're doing when you go on mobile. You keep doing this cutesy beat around the bush thing, bringing up that soda can guy. But it's not cute. It's fucking annoying. I'm not a Soda fan. He's a boring loser. A shit-tier streamer who got successful during a time when Twitch was a barren wasteland, and now coasts along using the friends he made along the way as content. I couldn't give a shit about him. I also couldn't give a shit about who you're fucking. I don't really want to hear it, whether it's Soda or someone else. But the two of you advertise it so blatantly and constantly that I can't help but be reminded of it every time I tune in. I don't want to hear it. I don't care. I, not some LSF retard. I don't want to gossip about Streamer X and Streamer Y. You're professional online clowns, not the hot high school couple. I hoped it would calm down, but today you proved that it isn't going to. You both have proven yourselves completely incapable of keeping your relationship private and off stream. But today, in top of that, you now have the gall to claim that streamers who do manage to keep it private should be more honest because you're upset that you're getting shit? How did you come up with such a boneheaded opinion? They are able to manage their public and private lives effectively and don't have problems with their fan base. But you think they need to change their behavior? They're the ones doing it wrong because people are still happy with their content. After ruining your streams with
6
this
months of sun.
insane teenage
Parasocial
will they,
relationship
won't they
going strong.
bullshit, how the fuck have you come up with this? If Silver has a boyfriend, I don't care because her streams are still comfy. If Nyan has a boyfriend, I don't care because her streams are better by the day. If Mouse has a boyfriend, even if it's Connor, I don't care because I can still sit and watch a Mouse stream without Connor coming up every 5 seconds, and her moderators at least make an effort to oust the weirdos. Nobody is mad at you for having a boyfriend. Get over yourself. People are... Stop laughing. People are mad because they don't care you have a boyfriend. They're mad because the content
for the
they
memes,
subscribe
Pimp.
to is gone and replaced by this bullshit they don't care about. They're mad because you and your community have been unrecognizable the last few weeks, and it's all because your man-child crush started paying attention to you, and he's somehow even less capable of being a responsible adult than you. I'm embarrassed to say
Oh my god, you're getting just as much shit as I am.
I'm embarrassed to say I now, but I was worried about you. I thought Soda was taking advantage of you, pushing his audience to gossip more to farm interest and get attention because you were hot shit for
Okay,
it.
this is I have to. It's actually irritating the fuck out of me. Sorry, I can't. I can't listen to this anyway, even when I'm working on stuff. Jesus.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Miano hyping one to catch the ghost of Kiev.
Remember this poor guy.
You're a fucking statistician.
Dear Streamerman Destiny, I am so sorry I was not your mother.
Yeah. The ethical thing to do would be break up with
I was your mother. You would have been
your
so
current
loved,
girlfriend.
held in the arms of joyous life. Never would the stories plight.
Bum 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 bum. Lumi room memes. What are they? I don't know. Somebody linked a video. I thought we were gonna watch it. But now I'm getting sidetracked on other shit. Mouthy infidel might be calling in. Oh, I've read this document before. I don't. What is the This is a February 2nd meeting in. Dun 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 dun. What is the year for this conversation? Is this an 89 or 90? It would have had to have been in one of those 2 years, right? What is your mood forecast? I'm in a pretty good mood right now. At Ebwood.
Well.
All right, what's up?
I don't know. I just woke up 10 minutes ago, kind of shaking the cobwebs out. We were, I guess, having a dispute about Ukraine and Mearsheimer.
Yeah, I don't think any of Mearsheimer, anything he's written on this, everything is so stupid. I just he's really dumb. Apparently, in some IR communities, he's really well regarded, but I think a lot of people push back on a lot of his analysis of the general security situation in Europe from the 90s and onward.
Just because he's Jewish doesn't mean you can't listen to what he says, right, Devs? Right.
Good one.
No, I mean, okay, so I'm open to Mearsheimer just being completely wrong. I read his paper a few days ago. I read some responses. I guess I didn't seek out probably enough. But what do you think he's getting wrong in some major sense?
The idea that Russia is responding to NATO expansion rather than just Russia is trying to, I think, rebuild the former empire or bring as much under its influence as possible. I think that's my principal disagreement with him. And the examples and comparisons that he uses in that paper. So for instance, he says well, how would we feel if Canada or Mexico were to join a Chinese military alliance? I think that the comparison is not apt at all because the United States is not constantly trying to invade, take over, and assimilate into the United States countries like Canada or Mexico, whereas Russia has a history. So the Soviet Union and Russia have a history of trying to do exactly that to countries that are neighboring them. And Cuba was part of the, there was an economic group, I don't remember what it's called. The Soviet Union and other countries were part of this huge economic group that Cuba joined in, I think 71, with the Soviet Union. They were part of that. We were fine with that. The only problem that we had, and Russia, by the way, sent military and economic assistance to Cuba, and Cuba's isn't it Cuba 50 miles off the shore of Key West of Florida? We were okay with that until the Soviet Union wanted to ship nuclear fucking warheads and ballistic missiles and shit to Cuba. That was the only time we had an issue with it. So...
Yeah, so I think that with respect to the role of NATO expansion in Russia's attack on Ukraine, I think that there's two things that seem to be playing a role, at least that seem to plausibly be playing a role. One of them being the response to NATO expansion, and the other one just being the fact that Ukraine seems to be a highly resource-rich country with that would be a highly annoying economic competitor to Russia, whose economy is basically one-dimensionally built around oil. And I think both of those things are probably playing a role. I just don't know why we would I guess, at the outset, rule out the idea that Russia would be afraid of Ukraine joining NATO, because it seems
I think Russia is afraid of Ukraine joining NATO, but I think the framing is highly dishonest. Russia is afraid of Ukraine joining NATO because if NATO decides to become more Western friendly and is a thriving, happy, and healthy democracy right there, I think that's a threat to the autocratic rule of Putin, and it's a threat to his ability to influence regimes that are surrounding his country. That's why the NATO expansion is a threat. But what gets parroted in the West all the time are these absolute bogus claims that Putin makes that he doesn't want NATO there because he doesn't want to get invaded from there. He doesn't want NATO aggression on his borders. That's bullshit. The Baltics up in the north North have been part of NATO for years, and we didn't put any troops there until he invaded Crimea in 2014. So he's okay having even former Soviet states being part of NATO on his actual borders, but he didn't have any influence in those states when they joined. So I just don't buy this idea that he's suddenly threatened. Oh my God, NATO expansion. He's already got NATO countries on his border when we've already got nuclear arms in Turkey. I just think he's super ass mad that Ukraine is looking more and more to the West, and they're starting to favor those deals more than what Russia can offer it, and he doesn't want to lose his ability to invade, destroy, and fuck over whatever government he doesn't see as like a Putin loyalist regime.
Yeah, I think that I think that there's probably like, I think that you're probably partly right. Because
which part am I not right on? Tell me.
Well, I don't know if okay. So I think that I think that the part that I disagree about is the idea that. So I agree that it's probably not exclusively he's afraid of getting invaded, right? I think that there's probably a cluster of reasons why he wouldn't want.
Okay, can we just completely kick that out? No, a NATO country is not going to invade the Soviet Union. So it's not that he's not feeling that at all. We can axe that completely. Okay, so go.
I think the more reasonable worry wouldn't be that we're just gonna unprovoked invade Russia through Ukraine. I think the worry would be more so like if in the future a war broke out. Ukraine is like having troops in Ukraine, NATO troops in Ukraine would be a big strategic disadvantage.
Wait, a war between who? Between Russia wanting to invade Ukraine, or what?
No, but like a war involving NATO and Russia.
But that's not going to happen. It can't happen. That's like a doomsday scenario. Like Russia and NATO can't go to war with each other.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that NATO and Russia will go to war. But I think the point that Mearsheimer makes in his paper is that Ukraine is basically. I'm basically like I don't know how to assess the merits of this argument because I don't really know much about geography or history. But Mearsheimer makes the argument that Ukraine is just essentially a large piece of flat land bordering Russia that's been crossed repeatedly throughout history to strike at Russia.
I agree. That history does exist. I think the Soviet Union in the past 20 years has been invaded like 7 times through the Ukrainian lands. I agree with that. But if anything, and this was part of the arguments given in the 90s to Gorbachev about like, well, Germany could unify. Germany could be part of NATO, or they could be independent on their own. But a German that's part of NATO is never going to be a security threat to the Soviet Union or the Warsaw Pact because nuclear arms aren't going to cross each other. But an independent Germany, maybe, who knows? That's a different story there, right? So a Ukraine that's part of NATO is not a Ukraine that is invading the Soviet Union. They can't, or I should say Russia, right? Because as long as Ukraine is part of NATO, NATO cannot cross swords with Russia. So I don't agree with that analysis either. That because of the history of Ukraine, the history of Ukrainian invasions into the Soviet lands don't involve nuclear weapons. We're in a totally different state of security right now in all of Eastern Europe and in all of the world post-nuclear weapons being in existence.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to I guess like figure out to what extent. I mean, I think probably if NATO and Russia went to war, the nukes would start flying pretty quickly, especially given the fact that Russia is like the only country with the only like major nuclear power with no ban against like nuclear first strikes. But I don't know whether or not there's some speculation on Putin's part that maybe he wouldn't want to jump to nukes immediately and would still favor a ground war in which Ukraine is an ally of his. I don't know.
I just don't see that. There's no historical context for that, and I just can't imagine in the future. Like, actually, I'll correct myself. There is some historical context for that. Recent history, Biden himself laid out very specific guidelines before anything happened in terms of the recent Ukrainian invasion. That NATO troops, U.S. troops. There was no fly zone. None of that was going to happen. So I think that we have precedents that like NATO does not seek to like fight Russia directly. I don't think we can plan on that or expect that to happen in the future. And furthermore, I don't think it's fair to restrict the autonomy of sovereign states around the world and their ability to join Western alliances just because of a hypothetical security threat from autocratic lunatic like Putin. I don't think that's fair to say to Ukraine, like, maybe you guys could join me in it, but unfortunately, like, we're just not going to let you because the absolute fucking lunatic to your east might be a little bit uncomfortable because of that. I don't think that's a valid or legitimate reason to exclude them from the alliance.
But isn't that why we excluded them from the alliance?
Historically, because we're a little bit afraid. But we put them and Georgia on a path. They had the they were on the membership ascension plan or the membership acceptance plan. They were on a path towards it. But yeah, I mean, we are worried about antagonizing Russia, of course. But still, I mean, like, I don't think that should be a good argument for just excluding sovereign states out of alliances because maybe Russia wants to, fucking destroy you in the future. So it's not fair that we keep Russia from being allowed to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it probably is unfair. But I mean, I think that the worry of like causing a nuclear war is a pretty legitimate one.
Yeah, but don't you think there's a legitimate worry of sovereign states getting perpetually fucked with by Russia and regime changes installed? Don't you think they have legitimate worries as well? Like,
I think they do. But I think that I generally take the view that the reduction of like existential risk takes priority
because I'm putting
over like the interests of individual countries and their autonomy.
That's that's a really big like philosophical like burden that you're placing on the entire like you're basically telling every citizen of particular countries like you guys might get fucked, but like it's necessary for the security of the world. Isn't that a little bit insane?
Well, I wouldn't go to Ukraine and tell them that.
Okay.
Yeah. But so I think that that you're right, that there's probably a variety. But then don't you think that because I think that Putin might be worried about Ukraine joining or becoming increasingly westernized for some of the reasons that you described, like he doesn't want a highly resource rich, highly industry rich potential economic partner becoming increasingly like removed from his sphere of influence. So that's one potential reason. Maybe he's worried about us using Ukraine as some sort of like launching off point to, conduct some like operations to destabilize public support for Putin or something.
No,
in the Russian...
I reject that part completely. I won't even entertain that we're launching special forces or operations. This is what Putin does, but I don't think the United States or NATO is going to do this into Russia. Absolutely not.
You don't think so?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Maybe not. I'm not sure.
This would be like NATO-related forces or U.S.-related forces like conducting like special operations in Russia would be insane. Like I'm sure there's like some like ultra Call of Duty Black Ops fucking spying shit going on or whatever. I'm sure that's happening, but like full on like armies and shit being positioned in areas and like troop excursions and stuff into Russian borders or contested territory, I don't think so. No.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if NATO would be likely to, like with Ukraine, be able to conduct anything that would. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be like whole armies swooping in, but I'm not sure if Putin thinks there's some possibility of like some sort of highly specialized, like Black Ops style operations happening using Ukraine as like launching off point into Russia or something. And then also, I think you might just be worried about his reputation on the world stage, right? Like, it's humiliating if his former, historical allies continually keep getting, swept up and westernized. And
that's
knocked
true,
out.
but can't we? What does that say about Russia? Because Ukraine and Russia, as like the most powerful Soviet state, like the state that inherited like I think like 2/3 of their fucking nuclear arms when the Soviet Union fell apart. What does it say if that country, a country that you've also have a history of trying to brutally fucking Russify, that has a lot of ethnic Russians living in the east, if that country is looking more to the west than to the east, what does it say about you as a Russian country? Like, I mean, like, I feel like at some point you have to stop pitying or treating Putin, you know, like a sick dog. Like, oh, we're so sorry that, like, it seems like nobody wants to be your friend and everybody is fucking petrified of you. And, like, I don't know. That just seems crazy to me. Like, I think it's worth talking to, like, Polish people, Hungarians, Romanians, like, oh, how do you guys feel about NATO? Like, would you be happy if you were on your own and you were, you know, bordering Russia? You were like, how would you guys feel about it? Like, I think everybody would look like they look at Western people like crazy. Like, yeah, we're happy in NATO. Yeah, fuck no, I don't want fucking Russia to be next to me and me be a non-aligned country. Like, I think that says more about Russia than it does about NATO expansionism. That countries seem very eager to look more to the West and the East for the future of their people.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, fuck Putin. I don't like. I hate Putin much more than I dislike, say, like the U.S. government or NATO. But so the point isn't that I want to like pity Putin or say like, you know, I'm not trying to place like some moral blame on the West and say that like we're more morally condemnable for
sure,
committing.
And you might not be, but that's when people talk about NATO expansionism. That's what it sounds like. They make NATO sound like highly antagonistic towards Russian security interests, which I don't think is fair, given that Russia seems to be so aggressively positioned at its borders in so many different conflicts.
Yeah. What do you think about, because I don't think it necessarily has to be this dichotomy between either we let Ukraine into NATO and we keep antagonizing Russia, though their claims of, you know, being antagonized by these actions are illegitimate. It doesn't necessarily have to be like that, or we like just let Ukraine get fucked by Russia. So like, what do you think about like Mearsheimer's set of proposals, for example, where we basically just attempt to ensure that Ukraine has the status of like Austria during like the Cold War, where
nothing short of, the thing is that I think that NATO expansion and NATO and the ascension to NATO, that's like a binary condition. I don't know if there is a set of guarantees that we can give them short of them being in NATO, right? Because at this point, the whole world is on Ukraine's side. Like, there would be tremendous popular support. If we got rid of all nuclear weapons, U.S. boots would be on the ground, probably, right? We have a history of for stuff like this. If we thought that like Russia was going in and doing unfair and fucked up shit, blah, blah, we would be on the ground. But nuclear weapons change everything. So I don't know what type of proposal or set of policies or whatever guarantees the safety of Ukraine, short them being in NATO. I haven't seen any that. There's literally, I mean, like, we have the diplomatic treaty, the Budapest Memorandum, that basically says we got Ukraine to give up their entire nuclear arsenal, to disable all the bombers, to ship everything out. They got rid of all of their shit in agreement for not being invaded or fucked with by other countries. Oops. So that meant nothing.
So I think Mearsheimer's position is that basically one of Putin's main motivations, and it seems like we don't necessarily disagree like very harshly on this, because it seems like we both seem to agree that there were certain components, and it's, you know, morally illegitimate for Putin to lash out in virtue of this, but there are certain things that have happened, like Ukraine, which is a highly valuable economic partner, might be strategic in other senses, might say something about Putin's status on the global stage and his reputation as a world leader. And as a result of those things, Ukraine over time, and more Russian neighbors in general over time, becoming more westernized, more integrated into NATO and the EU. And another factor he brings up is like America's support of like anti-Russia groups within Ukraine. And that's basically Putin's main motivation for attacking. And if that's the case, then if the United States and its allies were to like publicly rule out NATO's expansion into Georgia and Ukraine, and then we sort of fashioned some sort of economic rescue plan for Ukraine that's like funded jointly by like the EU, Russia, and the United States, and we limited our social engineering, as Mearsheimer called it, efforts inside of Ukraine, and basically made a deal that we would just allow Ukraine to remain neutral, then it would just seem like Putin wouldn't have much of an incentive to like invade Ukraine.
If we did all of that and agreed to all of that, do you think Putin would give Crimea back to Ukraine?
I'm not sure.
The answer is absolutely not.
Yeah.
Right. He would never give that piece of land back. Because all of the justifications that he used prior to invading Crimea, that they all see themselves as Russian anyway. The bullshit referendum they held after they invaded the country and reported 95% voter turnout, like, oh, they want to join, like all that shit, like they're never giving it back. There's access to the Black Sea, like they would never do that. So I don't see a way forward. It just seems so weird to be bullied by a thug so hard that it's like, okay, well, we have to say they can't do this because if we do, it's going to make Mr. Putin really upset and he's going to start funding civil wars to the east and taking over pieces of land to the south, and then now we're doing a full invasion, so we need to back up. Like, that just seems like insane to me. But
so I think at the end of the day, Putin is basically, I mean, Russia, and I think Mearsheimer made this point in his paper, I mean, Russia is basically a declining power. They have an aging population.
No, I reject anybody that, fuck, I might be an asshole for this. There's another guy on YouTube, or that's well known for giving takes like this. I don't remember his name. Z, I think his last name is Z. Anytime somebody brings out some analysis like, oh, well, the population is aging and, it's an autarky, like, I don't think this is going to last. Like, bullshit. Like, dude, the future is, who knows what's going to happen. Oh, the Zihan guy does this. I would never have such a one-dimensional analysis of the future that, like, well, since they have an aging, like, who knows how situations will change around the world, right? Nobody would have known 3 years ago about the coronavirus, and arguably this is reshaping a lot of different parts of the world and the world economy. So the idea that you can just completely guess, like, well, because Russia has an aging population, I can go ahead and make all of these statements about the future political scenarios across all of Eastern Europe. I just think that's silly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the aging population is like a decisive consideration. I mean, maybe more important would just be the fact that, absent the rest of the world deciding to, and I think Noah Smith wrote an article about this, where he was proposing his sort of version of an off-ramp for Russia. But absent like the rest of the world agreeing to create some sort of Marshall Plan for Russia and invest heavily in their economy, I mean, Russia's economy is basically just a massive gas station, right?
Yeah, sure, I understand.
The world is, going to be moving away from that. And so... I don't know. I mean, I don't feel that like compelled, like we need to contain Putin, like he's like on the rise. And
but it seems like but the problem is when he starts moving into other countries, and even him moving into those other countries seems contrary to his own security interests. The thing that I just generally push back on is this idea of like NATO expansionism is the reason. That's just the big thing that I've heard so many times. I don't know if he was the prime minister or the president, Yatsenyuk, I think, from the Ukrainian. I want to say he was the prime minister, but I don't think it was. But Ukraine had no intention of joining NATO until the Crimean invasion happened. Like, they were looking at EU trade deals. They were looking at like Western economic integration. But I'm pretty sure he explicitly said that joining NATO was off the table, and that opinion didn't change until Crimea was invaded. And now you've got Finland and Sweden are seriously considering joining NATO. So, I mean, it seems like if NATO expansion was a security concern, Russia's doing everything to the opposite of alleviating those concerns. Like, I hear that so much. That was the big thing that I pushed back on. That Mearsheimer dipshit is like one of the biggest, most cited proponents of trash fucking interpretation of Russian actions, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I think Mearsheimer makes the point that, so with respect to the invasion of Crimea, I think Mearsheimer makes the argument that basically it didn't seem to be the case that Russia had any real intention, or at least there was no indication of an intention on the part of Russia to invade Ukraine until after February of 2014, when basically the Ukrainian people overthrew their corrupt pro-Russian president and replaced him with a more pro-Western one.
Yeah, but I said, even that guy said there was no intention of joining NATO. That was public statements he made, was that they weren't looking to join NATO. But just the idea that you now have a new president that's not a loyalist to your country, essentially, I don't think that's a valid reason to now start invading and annexing parts of another country and then funding separatist groups to cause civil war in the East. Like,
yeah.
You can be pro-West without necessarily being like anti-Putin. I don't know. It all seems like so clear-cut, like horrible from the Russian side, but I feel like people are so eager to make excuses for him for...
No, I agree. It's clear-cut horrible from the Russian side, no matter how... I mean, like, even my story that, you know, that I'm telling about the situation is just like, Russia is basically like an autocratic, brutal, imperialist, oligarchical dictatorship that's invading a smaller, resource-rich democratic country because, you know, it's the way that country democratically decided to determine their own future was not in alignment with Russia's strategic interests.
Yeah, but so the problem is that, like, I understand that we can tell the story in different ways, but what you just said, I think, is pretty accurate. I don't think that's, like, the highly biased other side version of the story. I think that's actually what's happening. I think that's just, like, de facto. Like, without much bias, I think that Putin is highly threatened by a successful democratic regime that's on his borders because it threatens his own rule. And I think he wants to be able to exercise more influence over that country, either indirectly through some sort of stooge or puppet in office, or directly through actually taking over the territory. I think that's actually what's happening.
Yeah, no, I agree with the assessment that I gave a minute ago that he's basically invading a smaller democratic country for strategic interests. But I think that's compatible. Like, I think part of the reason it's in his strategic interests is because he sees this highly valuable, strategically important neighbor country becoming increasingly westernized. And I don't think that makes it morally legitimate. But I think that maybe informs what we should do about it, right? Because at the end of the day, like, it matters to me, like, what the Ukrainian people want. But I think, like, at the end of the day, if we were able to ensure some sort of prosperous and neutral Ukraine that's not going to get invaded by Russia, but that, you know, isn't going to join NATO and is going to, you know, have some economic rescue plan funded by Europe and
okay,
the
hold
US.
on, wait. I can't just walk back to these points that are indefensible. That's never going to happen, right? You yourself admitted there is no future for Ukraine not being NATO aligned where they get Crimea back, where Russia pulls all of its troops from the east, right? How could Putin, who's told his people for years now that there's a genocide in Donbass, 15,000 innocent civilians murdered by the neo-Nazi Azov battalion of the fascist Ukrainian Empire, how can Putin then say, okay, well, we're going to pull everything from the east because Ukraine decided to be independent? Like, do you really think that's going to happen? That he's going to stop funding separatism there? That Crimea is, like, none of this is going to happen. That's not realistic.
Do you think that the Ukrainian people wouldn't accept a deal that doesn't include them getting Crimea back?
I mean, Crimea is what put Ukraine, like, in the civil war status in the East, and it's what's put them on a path towards now desperately wanting to join NATO. I at this point, like, Ukraine might be so, like, raped and pillaged and fucked that they would be cucked into accepting an agreement where they just lose Crimea and they're like, fuck it, which I think is really sad. But I don't know if they would accept that and say that, like, oh, well, we assure you that in the future, you know, Russia's not going to invade you, because Russia's already violated agreements about that. So why would they ever accept a deal where they don't even get their shit back? And now they've got to accept in the future that they can't have any NATO security assurances either.
Mm-hmm. So I think that the past agreements that Russia broke, I mean, to be fair, those were just agreements between, like the nuclear arms thing, where Ukraine agreed to give up their nuclear arms. As far as I understand, I don't know that much about it, but weren't those just agreements, like, between Ukraine and Russia exclusively? Because I feel like it would feel like...
Absolutely not. So that agreement, the Budapest Memorandum, was between the United States, the United Kingdom, Russia, those three countries, and then Germany and France, I think, later signed on. And then the three impacted countries were, it was Belarus, Ukraine, and one other country that I always fucking forget. But it was three other countries that had nuclear weapons. And what they basically said was, we're going to give up all of our nuclear arms. Oh, in Kazakhstan. We're going to give up all of our nuclear arms so that we can join the nuclear non-proliferation status. But but if we give up our nuclear weapons, you guys have to promise not to fucking invade us. Because the only thing that keeps you guys from invading us is the fact that we have nukes. So we'll give up our nukes and we'll become non-nuclear countries, but you guys all have to promise not to fuck with us. So that's why all the major nuclear powers signed on. It's like, okay, fine, we agree. And then they gave up their nuclear arms, and wow. So what does that say to like non-aligned countries in the future? Like what is the message you're sending them? Like, better get nukes, because if not, NATO's not going to help you and Russia's going to butt fuck you. Like that just seems to be like the only option.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree that this sort of precedent of not coming to Ukraine's aid probably will incentivize more nuclear proliferation from smaller states. I mean, we've already kind of seen states that have been more neutral and more pacifistic considering revamping their militaries and joining military alliances. I agree with that. I think that, yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I guess at the end of the day, like, if Mearsheimer is correct in his analysis, then it just seems like Russia's main, like, if Mearsheimer is correct that Russia's main incentive to invade Ukraine comes from the fact that he's worried about this strategically important neighbor country becoming increasingly westernized, then, like, if we were to, which we have never done before, in past agreements, like the agreement you were mentioning, if we were to explicitly state, like, okay, we're all going to agree on this, so long as Ukraine remains neutral and prosperous and doesn't get invaded, we're going to rule out them joining NATO, and we're going to stop our funding of anti-Russian groups within Ukraine, or like political parties within Ukraine. I think that our agreeing to stop doing those things that Russia's worried about would probably provide enough incentive for Russia not to, like, straight up invade Ukraine, right?
No, I don't think so. No, why wouldn't they? What?
Because they don't want, well, because I mean, if I guess if we grant, like, Mearsheimer's point, then it just seems obvious that.
But I wouldn't grant Mearsheimer's point, because I think his analysis of Cold War, post-Cold War Europe is fucking trash. And I think his analysis of NATO, like, I don't think NATO expansionism, that was the whole central point of our argument. I don't think NATO expansionism is causing Russian aggression. I think that Russian aggression is what's leading to more NATO expansionism. It's what's put Ukraine on such a dire path towards NATO membership, although that's never going to happen now. It's why the Baltics joined NATO. It's why other countries in Eastern Europe joined NATO. I think it's the other way around. I don't think that it's just fair to say, like, Russia has security concerns, therefore they're trying to shore up their borders. I think that Russia is an autocratic empire that's seeking to expand its influence in whatever way it can, and that's what they're going to do, regardless of whether NATO is there or not.
Yeah. So, okay, I guess, so one point that I would ask about is, well, so firstly, I mean, it seems like, so with respect to the role of, like, to account, like, if we're imagining a counterfactual world where NATO didn't start to increasingly move towards Russia's backyard, or whatever we want to say, and neighboring countries that are on Russia's border didn't keep getting increasingly westernized. So in that counterfactual world, right, would it be likely that Russia ends up, like, straight up invading Ukraine?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, 1,000,000%. I never engage in historical counterfactuals, but if that were to happen, absolutely. With Vladimir Putin as the leader, maybe not with Yeltsin. Fuck, I always forget the fucking names. The guy after Gorbachev, is it Yeltsin, I'm sorry. Maybe not with him, maybe not with Gorbachev, but with Putin, yes, absolutely. I think that he would immediately set his eyes on all of the neighboring ex-Soviet Union states, and I think he would begin to move in. Absolutely.
Well, so I don't know what your beef is.
Wait, or say that. What, sorry, say that again.
Oh, I don't know what your beef is with possible worlds, but I mean, I guess, like, so is your idea that you think Russia would, like, annex Ukraine?
Not Russia specifically, Putin, him. I think that Putin views the destruction of the Soviet Union, the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and the Warsaw Pact as, like, the worst event in his entire life. And I think that he desperately seeks to rebuild that influence and the empire of Russia in the past. And if those countries bordering him weren't part of NATO, I think that Russia would be highly active in trying to actively influence those regimes towards change through subversive measures like sending military supplies or supporting separatist groups or quote-unquote recognizing independent states within areas and then sending in peacekeeping operations, or overtly through just war and invasion. I think he would absolutely be doing that, for sure.
I don't know. I don't think that Russia could annex Ukraine.
Wait, why not?
I don't think that their economy is in a good place to be able to create like a sustained occupation. Or
they don't need a sustained occupation. They have 4x the fucking military size, 5x the military size. Like, they're renowned for, they have a fuck ton of artillery. They've got a huge air force. Like, they can take Ukraine. Do you think that they're not going to take Ukraine right now? Do you think Ukraine will resist?
Oh, no, I absolutely think they're going to take Ukraine.
Wait, so why wouldn't they be able to in a counterfactual world?
Well, because I think that, what they're trying to do right now is, I think, just beat Ukraine into submission so that Ukraine makes some major concessions. But I don't think
but those concessions are going to be on board with... This is how the Baltics were taken by the Soviet Union in the 40s, I think, was basically they rolled in, they invaded, they deposed the entire prior parliament, they installed a new government, and then the new government was like, hey, we unanimously vote to join the Soviet Union. This is going to be awesome. Like, who's to say that something similar wouldn't happen in Ukraine then? That, oh yeah, well, they just want to go in, bully the government, and then install a new leadership, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. Hey, that new leadership really wants to be a lot closer. Yeah, no shit, they want to be closer to Russia. It's a new leadership installed by Putin.
Yeah,
like, the Soviet Union has a history of this.
Yeah. I mean, if that's what you mean by annex, then yeah, I mean, I don't think that that's implausible. I guess I thought you meant something more like you know, like we're bringing back the USSR. Ukraine is now part of our territory, like explicitly.
Yeah, I think that's what Putin would want to do. Maybe right now it's only a name, but in the future, if he could incorporate these republics into a large union, I think he would absolutely want to do that. Yes, for sure.
Maybe that seems like very, well, it seems like that would be difficult.
Why? How? Well, it's difficult now because of NATO. That's what makes it difficult.
Well, NATO is not in. NATO's not in Ukraine. I mean, we're providing them arms, but it seems like we could do that regardless, right?
But providing arms isn't always enough. And also, we can't provide assistance as NATO. The United States can do stuff, but as NATO, we can't do any kind of direction. That's why we had to beg Germany to stop shipping them fucking helmets and actually send them real shit. But also, there's still, like, there's even disagreements in countries about what to send. Like, I think Poland, I think, just blocked the transfer of a bunch of jets or something because people, it's like there can be some effort, but there's not like a coordinated NATO effort to save Ukraine right now. It's not the same.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, if the point is just, you know, they're only doing okay because of NATO, NATO's expansion in that direction. I mean, it seems like the individual countries within NATO could send Ukraine arms and probably would, like, regardless of.
Sure, but but arms sent to your country is not the same as like troops and actual manpower and the training necessary to utilize that manpower, right? Like, there's probably a lot of, this is a guess on my part, but I'm probably right. There's probably a lot of highly advanced U.S. tech that can be employed in the form of armor, artillery, airstrike, cruise missiles, like other types of tech that Ukraine just can't use. Like, we would send it to them and they wouldn't even know how to apply the technology. So, I mean, like, having, like, actual NATO presence there and not just, like, shipping weapons and money and shit is probably a big deal.
Yeah, but I thought the point was that in this world, relative to the counterfactual world, the only reason Ukraine is doing so well that it would seem implausible for Russia to be able to, like, completely annex them and sustain that and, like, bring them under Russian territory is because in this world, Ukraine, in virtue of NATO's expansion, were able to.
Why do you think they wouldn't be able to control? Why do you think they wouldn't be able to control them?
Wouldn't be able to control Russia, not be able to control Ukraine.
Yeah.
I think they might be able to control Ukraine in the sense of bullying them into having governments that don't act out of line with Russian strategic interests.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably...
But that's all Russia needs, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I also think resisting Russia on the ground is a really scary. I don't think because people are like, oh well, the Ukrainians will resist and blah blah blah. I don't know if that is necessarily the case. Like in the because there was the conflict with in the second is it Chechenian or Chechnyan civil war where like Russia will just roll in troops and just like indiscriminately blow the fuck up out of like people or places and then like move out tons of people as well. Like I think that resisting Russia is a pretty scary thing. It's not the same as like when people resist like the United States and everybody around the world is writing articles about it and people in the US are like, oh, this is bad and blah 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 blah. When Putin went south into Georgia, I think there were like 5,000 missing Georgians from like forced disappearances. Like he had no problem just shipping off hundreds of thousands of ethnic Georgians to just like leave the lands of the place that he went in and took over and just indiscriminately like blowing shit up and supporting groups that have been accused of tons of not civil rights abuses, but human rights abuses. Like I think that if he had Ukraine, I think he could probably hold on to it or at least install a government there that could hold on to it. I don't think that's inconceivable.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. So I agree with your analysis of the current situation. I mean, I listened to a talk by this guy named Michael Kaufman, who I guess is like a leading expert on the Russian military. Mm-hmm. And his analysis was essentially that, like the invasion hasn't gone that well so far, but like Russia's strategies in the war so far like haven't even followed their typical doctrine. Like they've been holding back immensely.
Yeah,
like
I've listened to the probably similar or the same talks by him. Essentially, they tried to like blitz rush like Kiev, and they were hoping they could get a quick win, but they couldn't. So now they're more slowly rolling out there. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so like I think like, you know, if anything, what's going to happen? Like, and I think it's dangerous for people, and a lot of people on the left to be sort of like perpetuating this, you know, this like mythology, like, oh yeah, Ukraine's gonna do it. Like, I don't think we should be like indulging that delusion that Ukraine is gonna like win the war, right? Because I think that just like I saw like a recent poll, something like 90% of Ukrainians think that they're actually gonna win the war, and like I think it's dangerous to have expectations that are that unrealistic. If anything. Sure. If the war drags on, it's just going to become more bloody, and then Russia's going to win.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Do you think I'm unhinged then? Because you said I was unhinged on Twitter. I feel like I'm not unhinged. I've been only reading about this shit for like the past fucking week. So, am I unhinged or are we not unhinged anymore?
I think the comments about Mearsheimer are unhinged.
Which comments?
You called him like a Nazi.
I did not call him a Nazi. I said that he supported the work of a guy that is essentially like a Holocaust revisionist. But I thought it was really weird. It was kind of a throwaway comment because I think I even said after that, not to I guess personally character sensitive, but I thought it was really weird that he supported that writer Azmov or it's like AZTMOV or whatever the guy's name. I just thought it was incredibly strange. I think I linked that. I might have linked that to you today when I responded on Twitter. If you think that's wrong or whatever, or if you think that guy's not like a Holocaust revisionist / Nazi stuff, you feel free to correct me on that. But I thought all of my comments were correct. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think that.
So if you let me know if I'm wrong. It was Gilad Arzman, I believe it was. And if you like statements made by this guy is, I think that 65 years after the liberation of Auschwitz, we must be entitled to start asking the necessary questions. We should ask for some conclusive historical evidence and arguments rather than follow a religious narrative that is sustained by political pressure and laws. We should strip the Holocaust of its Judeo-centric exceptional status and treat it as a historical chapter that belongs to a certain time and place. 65, like I can read, there are so many quotes by this guy. If you think I'm incorrect on any of this, feel free to call me out, but I don't think any of my comments were unhinged. Do you think I said anything else that was unhinged?
Well, I think that. So I think, well, firstly, well, I guess, like, I agree those comments were weird, like, for sure, like, super weird. But I don't know, I mean, I don't think, were those comments even in the book that Mearsheimer, like, wrote a review of?
I don't know if they were in that particular book, but I know that it's probably worthwhile to be highly critical of works of people that have engaged in that sort of apologia because you don't know where it might sneak into other types of their work. For instance, the David Irving guy that had his huge libel suit over the Holocaust revisionism stuff, prior to that libel suit, was seen as a relatively, if not disliked scholar, a pretty relatively good historical scholar when it came to World War II stuff. A lot of people started citing his work as saying, wow, I think the Dresden bombings were a lot worse than we thought they were. And, you know, this is a guy that was willing to dig through the archives and do the research and find the sources that nobody was talking about. And it wasn't until his big libel lawsuit where it was revealed that, okay, this guy engages in so much historical revisionism around the Holocaust that people started being more critical of his other stuff as well. Something that historians do that is so deeply concerning to me, and I hate this, because normal layman people do this, is, this sounds so stupid to say this, and I hate that I'm saying this, but people don't always check the footnotes on larger like historical work. So if you like cite a source, not everybody will actually open the source and read all of it to see if it verifies or validates or conforms with what you're saying. And David Irving got away with that for a long time because he'd write these huge works that have like 1,000 sources. But when you actually go and you read through like the footnotes and you go to the original material that he's sourcing, you're like, this doesn't really support what they're gonna be saying. And he got by not doing that for a long time. So I'm just saying that like if you have a guy that has all of these weird statements on record or whatever, then I'll be a little bit, maybe the book that he did write is good, maybe it's not, but that still doesn't change my original claim that Mearsheimer is essentially giving positive reviews and props to a dude that is like a fucking a Holocaust revisionist.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, so the comments from the guy, I mean, does he like explicitly say we should like not accept the traditional Holocaust narrative, or is he just like weird about like saying like there's a dogma around it or something?
I would have to go back and look. I just know that everything that he had written sounds to me like Nazi propaganda. Now, he might not believe that. Maybe he's just like a guy that's really keen for the truth or whatever. But I mean, like a lot of these quotes sound like the Holocaust became the new Western religion. Unfortunately, is the most sinister religion known to man. It is a license to kill, to flatten, to nuke, to wipe, to rape, to loot, and to ethnically cleanse. It made vengeance and revenge into a Western value. Comments about how like Jewish people were, you know, persecuting Hitler and the Germans and everything, and that Jewish people like traffic body parts, right? Fagin is the ultimate plunderer, child exploiter, and usurer. Shylock is the bloodthirsty merchant. With I don't know if it's Fagin or Fagin, how to pronounce it, but Fagin and Shylock in mind, Israeli barbarism and organ trafficking seems to be just other events in an endless, hellish continuum. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe these are just one-off comments. Maybe his book is actually really good, but I don't think anything I said was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems like, I don't know. I mean, it seems like yeah, Mearsheimer, I guess, wrote a positive review of this guy's book. But I mean, I read Mearsheimer's review. He didn't say anything like, this guy's Holocaust commentary was pretty good.
Okay, hold on. Now I'm going to push harder. Fuck you.
Okay.
I guarantee you that you've probably been on the fucking crowd of people that gets fucking pissed off at me when I hang out with Lauren Southern. Would you ever apply this level of charity to anybody on like the alt-right or any of these other like far-right people? Would you ever be like, well, you know, when Lauren said this thing about the guy, she didn't say, I love that guy because he's a Nazi. She didn't actually say that, so she's probably true. Or like, when Nick Fuentes talks about this, he's only talking about these. He's not actually explicit. Like, would you ever use that? Because we're on levels of charitability previously thought impossible by modern social analysis, okay? We are engaging in a lot of charitability here, right? Like, the statement you just uttered, like, well, he didn't say that he liked the Nazi parts. That seems a little bit...
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have been known to be charitable. I mean, I talked to Lauren Southern. We had a conversation. It was a nice conversation. I think she's a nice person.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it just seems like, you know, he wrote the review of the book. I'm not even sure if the guy talked about the Holocaust in the book he was reviewing. But I mean, just given his status, given the status of Mearsheimer more generally as a highly respected academic in foreign policy, it seems weird to like, you know, throw in he wrote a review of a guy who in other places made a few like really weird comments about, you know, the Holocaust being a dogma or something.
Sure. And I mean, he is respected, but I mean, like, international realism is fought against as well. Like, it's not like everybody says that everything he says is perfect too. I don't know if I linked you a thread or an article, but there are other really well-respected academics that will fight against things that he said as well. And I think I need to do more reading here. This is all stuff I haven't read yet, but I think that the predictions made by other schools of thought in the 90s and onwards in the general European state of security have been more accurately described by people that weren't international realists, that weren't doing this crazy IR binge. And I think that their general explanation of the events, the predictions made in the 90s by those schools of thought were more accurate than the predictions made by the IR school of thought in terms of how things would play out. But
yeah, that's certainly plausible. I haven't looked much into it. I know, like, probably most of the people I know who are into foreign policy tell me that they're realists. So maybe I'm just biased in like the Mearsheimer direction.
Maybe. But I think hasn't it been like a pretty common call by the IR crowd that like I think it's called multipolarity of Europe would cause like horrible fucking wars to break out over the next like 30 years. There'd be constant conflict between the East and West, that all this conflict would break out and break out. Wasn't that generally the broad predictions made by these people? And haven't like the past 30 years of Europe been incredibly fucking peaceful? Like hasn't it been like pretty chill for the most part? That actually having a lot of healthy, strong democratic regimes flourishing in this liberal world does seem to be pretty good for the overall state of security in Europe. I just hate that now that like in 2014 and now in 2022, now that some invasion people are like, oh look, we were right all along. We told you Europe was gonna fucking fall apart. It's like, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Like, it seems like realists by and large are extremely skeptical of like multipolarity as a concept. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's probably plausible. But to be fair to me, okay, I read that thread. I started to read that thread that you posted. And it does start by singing pretty high praises for Mearsheimer, okay, which I think goes to show he's, like, generally speaking. Like, most of his harshest critics, like, in academia would not accuse him of, like, not being able to substantiate anything.
Sure, I agree as much. He is a respected scholar, and that guy does start off saying that. But I think it's because he's so respected, you have to be careful, because if you just start shitting on him, people are like, oh no, he's super respected. But I mean, the guy goes on to say that he completely and totally disagrees with his analysis of Ukraine, and I think with the state of Europe onwards. But
yeah.
I mean, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's all fair. Do you think that so I guess like in conclusion, so you think that Russia would have invaded Ukraine just like regardless of like even absent like Western like even if the West had made an effort to be like let's try to strike some deal to make sure that Ukraine maintains neutral and like we'll rule out them joining NATO in exchange, and we'll all like cooperate to help Ukraine's economy flourish. Like you think like under those,
yes.
If the West that attempt, you think Russia still would
I think that if Ukraine opted for a flourishing democracy that was rejecting like Putin loyalism, yes, I think they would.
Okay. Even if they had like friendly economic relations with Putin?
Well, it depends on what friendly economic relations mean.
Yeah, I guess. Like I guess the sorts of deals, like.
Because the problem with Yanukovych wasn't that he wanted deals with the East, it's that he was rejecting deals with the West. That was what people were so upset about. So if they had like trade deals with Russia or all that, I'm sure they'd probably be okay. But the fact that they were looking more towards the West for integration as well,
Yeah. Do you think like if well, I don't know enough about the substance of those deals to assess whether or not there was like a possibility that they could just have deals with the West and with Russia in the sense that they were crafting them.
Well,
yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not. I guess I'm like somewhat like I'm not super confident either way in the counterfactual that we attempt to do something like that. I'm not confident in whether or not Russia would attack. But, I mean, I think that's enough for me to suggest that feels like the West should have at least tried that strategy to, like, lower the chance of future invasion and future war.
Do you think that, like, so now I'm going to hit you with the classic, because it's not a foreign policy discussion if we don't have a comparison to Hitler, okay? Mm-hmm. Do you not think that you're advocating for appeasement here?
I think that... So, I guess the answer to that is just going to depend on to what extent I buy like Mearsheimer's analysis, because if Mearsheimer's right that one of the main reasons for, because I guess like the problem with Hitler was that Hitler was just going to keep invading like no matter what, because his sole ambition was to just like
Wait. Hold on. Now let's be really careful that we don't use our 2020 hindsight caps. Okay? It's easy for you now to say that Hitler would keep invading no matter what. But imagine you and I, as old men, 30 years from now, are having this conversation, and now Putin has worked his way into every non-aligned state around. Wouldn't I just say to you, well, obviously, giving them Crimea and Eastern Ukraine was silly because we knew he was just going to keep invading and invading and invading, right? This is the problem with appeasement, no?
Yeah, but I think, so, I guess that hinges on like whether or not, if we created such deals, and ensured neutrality, if Russia would want to invade them, I guess depends on whether Putin, like Hitler, has as his like central concern reuniting like the old empire and
okay. So when Putin is on a record saying multiple times that the worst event of the last century, worse than the Holocaust, was the dissolution of the Soviet Union, why would you not think that that might be an effort of his? What? I don't understand why you wouldn't think that might be a desire of his.
We'll see. Now we've both cited people who endorse weird positions about the Holocaust.
Okay. I love you.
No.
I'm not unhinged.
No, I mean, I think, so I think that, like, Putin definitely has said a lot of that shit, and he has said, like, we want to bring back the Soviet Empire. And I think that might be a desire of his. But I would also be careful, like, because, I mean, to what extent would, taking this path lead us to being like, well, of course George Bush invaded Iraq for freedom. He said it in the speech, right? Like, I think to some extent a lot of this rhetoric is just trying to appeal to, like hardliners in the Russian population to gain political support for the wars. But generally, when I'm trying to assess like what I think his intentions are, I generally default to like, okay, well, what does it like make strategic sense for his intentions to be? And
but even comparing the Bush thing, as embarrassing as it is, I think you could argue that there was a naive desire there for the United States to install a peace. Because to be fair, I don't know if Rage Pub was going to soy out, or I don't remember what his position was. Saddam Hussein shouldn't have been there, okay? That guy was a fucking lunatic. And after the first Gulf War, that dude should have been kicked the fuck out. But for U.S. interest security reasons, we kept him there. I don't think it's crazy to say that the United States saw ourselves as being able to go into Iraq and install a flourishing democratic regime. We were naive about it and stupid about it. But I don't think that's the same as... I don't think that's the same thing that Putin's doing. And also, at least in the United States and in Western countries, people were highly critical of that, right? You can say, in the US, you can be a journalist and say, yeah, I think fuck Bush, fuck the country, fuck the US. We're just, raping and pillaging the lands of Iraq. That's bullshit. And you're not going to wake up tomorrow with fucking plutonium poisoning, okay? Or disappeared into some fucking jail in Siberia, because you decided to speak out against the government. And other allies of ours were speaking out as well, right? France was upset with everything. They didn't want us to go to war at all. That's why we fucking hated them after it. It was hard to galvanize support among a lot of our allies for the extended stay in Iraq, at least. I don't like the comparison of U.S. foreign policy to Russia foreign policy. I agree that we've made mistakes, but this equivocating everything to being the same, that's not really equivocating. The equalizing of everything is being like the same, and the U.S. is just as bad as Russia, and blah 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 blah. I don't think that's not accurate. I don't believe that's accurate. Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to say that the U.S. is as bad as Russia. I think that Russia is much worse than the U.S. But I think that so I mean, my point is just that, like, in the same vein that, like, so maybe there was some naive desire on the part of some American politicians to like install democracy in the Middle East. But I think that by and large, I don't think those were like the main incentives. I think the main incentives, I don't have like a strong position on whether it was like, whether we just want to go the Noam Chomsky route and say it's all oil. I don't know if that's plausible. Or whether we want to say there was some other like military strategic interests that we had in invading Iraq. But I think that generally speaking, when an invasion happens, and then, the country who did the invasion says like, oh, well, we were doing it for this, idealistic sort of ideological reason, I generally make the assumption that the
Well, sure,
idealistic
we look at the actions afterwards, right?
Yeah.
But I think that the actions of Putin are pretty pointing to one direction. I don't think there's any confusion there, right? But I don't know how formal the agreement is, but like Belarus and Russia have already made like some, I don't know if it's a formalized state union thing or whatever. I think that Putin would very much like to see a new Ukraine brought into it. I don't know if they'll get to that point or not, but
yeah, I think I think that like I mean I think that so what do you think about like the claim, because I think Mearsheimer made this claim that like with respect to analyzing Putin's actions to try and figure out what his intentions are from that, it doesn't seem like there was that much evidence, although maybe he just like he had this intention and he was waiting for a politically opportune moment that gave him some sort of an excuse to carry through on those intentions. But I think Mearsheimer makes the point that we really don't have much evidence of Putin having any intention to invade Ukraine before like 2014, which was like the culmination of Western efforts to.
Sure, but I mean, that's because Ukraine was like a highly corrupt state that had posed no threat to him whatsoever. The leadership that came into there prior to 2014 was incredibly loyal to Russian interests. I mean, yeah, why, like, as long as the state is like highly fucked, super corrupt, and has a leader that is, somebody that's willing to basically bend over for whatever Russian interests, like Putin is okay with that leader. What is the point you're making?
It's called compromise, Destiny. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm uncompromising on this position.
The point is, so the point is just like if Mearsheimer's argument is that the West could have taken alternative paths, right? Like if Mearsheimer's point is that absent the West increasingly westernizing through like the EU and through NATO and through, efforts to support like financially anti-Russian groups within Ukraine, absent the West doing all that, Russia arguably wouldn't have felt compelled to invade Ukraine. And if we would have taken some alternative path of action that ruled out Ukraine and Georgia's NATO membership and ensured neutrality and so on and created some sort of economic rescue plan, then we would have been able to strike a deal that Russia would be happy with, to the extent that they wouldn't then go in and invade Ukraine because they wouldn't feel that Ukraine is threatened to become westernized in that way. And so I guess that's just that's the point is and it seems like that narrative is sort of supported by the idea that it seems like Putin's taking of Crimea was a reaction to the not like it's not like explicitly supported like militarily or anything, but it nonetheless like rhetorically and arguably financially supported overthrow of the corrupt pro-Russian president in Ukraine.
Okay. Well, hey, listen, is there anything else you want, buddy?
Yeah, we don't have to go into a debate about this, but is it true? I've heard rumors that you're a duelist.
A little bit, maybe.
Okay.
Here, maybe you can solve this and get me off it real quick. Okay, ready?
Okay.
So here's my issue, okay? Do you think that conscious is a real thing? Consciousness, I should say.
It depends on what you mean by consciousness. Holy shit. I'm somewhat committed to the idea, or I'm somewhat attracted to the idea that basically qualia isn't a real thing.
Okay, hold on. Do you think that you're having a conscious experience?
Yeah.
Do you think that other people are having conscious experiences?
Yes.
Okay, here's the issue that I have. If we believe these things are things that exist or things that are real, but we can't analyze them, doesn't that make those things necessarily immaterial? Or how do we...
Not if you think that consciousness doesn't consist of anything more than objectively describable physical processes.
But does it? If
I
I
don't
were to
think so.
put down an increasingly complex series of circuitry in front of you and then have it communicate with you, would you ever at any point be able to observe a conscious experience?
No, but so do you know who
Nope.
Do you know who Daniel Dennett is?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and he's, I guess, the more popular defender, although he's not like really a defender of the view. He's just kind of someone who holds it. The main defender is a guy named Keith Frankish, and they hold a view about called illusionism about consciousness. And the idea basically is that like the idea of like this sort of private mental show of first-person qualitative experience that we take consciousness to be, right? You know, like this idea of there are these qualitative properties, and those qualitative properties determine what it's like to experience a certain thing. And so there's like this what it's likeness that goes beyond the physically, objectively describable physical processes. And the argument from people like Keith Frankish and Daniel Dennett is that basically that qualia, the inherently first-person thing with all of the sort of problematic properties that are supposed to be associated with it, that dualists constantly bring up, those properties are basically illusory. They're like a sort of a user illusion that the brain creates in order to more successfully monitor certain processes.
Wow, okay, how does that answer or address or deal with my question at all?
Well, because it seems like you take it that that qualia is a datum, right? And the illusionist view is that qualia isn't a datum that needs to be explained.
Why not?
It's our introspective reports that we have qualia.
Yeah, but that introspective report seems to be something unique or special from the rest of the world, no?
Well, the illusionist would just explain the introspective report by just telling a story about how our brains are this like overlapping series of processes and communication devices.
Yeah, but but then returning to my other question then with this in mind, if I were to create an increasingly complex series of circuits, at some point would you say, oh, well, this overlap of things is creating like consciousness has emerged from this thing?
Yes.
How would you even know?
Well, I guess we would just form some sort of neuroscientific theory about what sorts of neurological phenomenon are associated with what we call consciousness.
Yeah, but I think we don't even have a good understanding. We're not even close to having a decent understanding of that, right? We still have weird shit about like split brain consciousness. I still don't think, or the fact that like brain structures are so much more malleable than we thought in the past. That if you injure parts of the brain, other parts of the brain will step into, take over roles and shit. I don't think we have a clear working understanding of what that even means yet. And not to say, I guess maybe in the future we could, but.
So I agree that. I agree that we don't have a good neurological theory of what consciousness consists of, like, totally. But that's kind of the point, right? And I think Sean Carroll makes this point as well, which is like, and I feel weird, like I'm citing all like the new atheist guys. I'm not really a new atheist, but like Sean Carroll makes this point where it's like, look, consciousness is one of the areas that we basically know least about, right? Like the subject of consciousness is incredibly shrouded in mystery. We don't really have good theories of it yet, biologically. But given that, right? But on the other hand, our theories of physics, at least with respect to us and our everyday experiences and our everyday environments, we understand the dynamics that go into that to an extremely precise degree, right? Like we have very well confirmed theories of like quantum field theory and particle physics that have never been contradicted by like any of our experiments, right? And it would seem like in order to posit this, realm of qualia that's beyond the physical, that has some causal relationship with the physical world. That doesn't really fit with our best physical theories. And so the question is, sure, we don't have a good account of consciousness biologically yet, but when we have the best account, do we think it will break with all known laws of physics, or do we think that it will conform to those laws? And I think it's more safe to say that it'll probably conform to those laws.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Okay.
I guess so. I'll bet you $20.
Okay, I'll bet you $20.
Okay.
Okay. Have fun. Be careful. I love you. Oh, wait. I'm not unhinged, right?
Okay. You're not unhinged.
And NATO expansion probably isn't the primary drive to Russian neo-imperialism. Yeah?
I'm not sure. I think it's a drive. I think it's probably not the primary. I think like economic.
Not the primary. As long as it's not the primary. Okay. I'll settle for that one. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Love you, buddy. Be careful. I am not unhinged. Hold on 1 second. I have commercials. 1 sec. I only do these now. I don't like making these noises anymore, but Hamster Hawk loves them. And by special request, I'm still slurping. Your diet is unhinged? My diet is almost flawless now, okay? We've got oats, milk, and protein powder in the morning. Oh, minor gym talk. I discovered this morning. I don't know why or how, but you cannot put unmixed protein powder in milk. Maybe you can't even put protein powder in milk at all in the microwave, because when you turn it on, it congeals into like some weird thing. Something happens that I can't quite explain, but the protein will come out as a thing. Like a thing that is not good. So don't do that, okay? Proteins denature with the temperature. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but shit gets fucked. So always add it in afterwards. The things happens to milk and Gatorade water. I thought you were spectacle of oats? You mean skeptical? No, we'll see how long they keep me full. My 495 calorie breakfast. Is your deload over? Yes! Tonight,
Thank you, Steven.
Finally hit the gym hard again. For our first 6 to 8 week mesocycle, as Dr. Mike would call it. Should be fun. If everything goes well, in like 2 months we should be...
Thanks for keeping me sane every day, Dest.
Yeah, squatting 225. That's the goal. That's the dream. Mel?
You're a genius,
Wait, fuck.
dude.
I was gonna give her a hug and I think she just left. Fuck! Hold on, I'll be back in a second.
I, Dan Call of Duty Heartdan, fully endorse and encourage the immediate drone striking of Pugan.
Dan Harkton, everybody, the great Dan Harkton. Stephen, I am confused to this day on what to do. Before you have sex, are you supposed to have a boner before the girl sees it? Or are you supposed to be soft, and then you take your pants off, and then you become hard? Please, Stephen.
Wow. When's Elden Ring? Give the people what they really want. Yes, sir. Boop. Fuck it, nuke Russia.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I'm a subscriber, bat chest, bat chest. Thanks for 75 months, buddy. The southern part of Ukraine also has huge oil fields in the sea that, and the defensive position that western Ukraine provides for the underbelly of Russia are two huge factors for invasion. Steven, could we get some danks memes with some Dread Hunger gameplay? It's a crazy game better than Among Us. Check it out. Pepe wins, this guy is a weasel. XQCL. Yo, Dest. Good stuff. Keep grinding.
I try to grind. Grind hard on your mama. On your mama. I'm
gonna bat.
On your mama.
I'm testing.
I'm grinding. Yo, is there actual footage of a cop beating that one woman that died of the amphetamine overdose on the ground? Can somebody tell me? Those fucking people at the Capitol, fuck, they drove me crazy. How's your Melvor going? It's going great.
NATO bad, NATO bad, NATO bad, NATO bad, NATO bad, NATO bad, NATO bad.
It's been a while. Hell.
Have you heard of Königsberg? After World War II, the Soviets deported 100,000 Russians and settled 400,000, or 100,000 Germans and settled 400,000 Russians. Now it's that little piece of Russia between Poland and Lithuania. It's almost as if it's it is a pattern of behavior. The name of this is called Russification, and they've done it with a lot of different countries over long periods of time, where they will ship out a ton of the natives there, or kick them out, or kill them, or famine kill them, and then they'll move in a ton of ethnic Russian people. It's a thing that they've done for. They have a pattern of doing this. Not Russia, but the Soviet Union. Hold on, I'm checking my Melvor. Bump, 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 bump. Fuck, I always get the pitches wrong. It's really hard to sing minor scales. Do, do, do. Do. Oh, that's why solfege is helpful. Do, re. Oh, shit, I'm actually toned up as fuck right now. Don't, just ignore everything I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. Do, re, mi. Or you can say do, re.
Do you smile when
do,
you make
re, me, I think. Me. Oh my god, I'm like 700 cents up. Okay, just hold on. I'm doing Melvor. I'm not paying attention to any of you guys. Oh, you can have days that are, it's kind of funny, but sometimes you have bad lifting days. Here, I'll put you on this. You just have a bad day in the gym for whatever reason. It doesn't make sense, but for some reason, like one day, it's just garbage. You don't know why. Sometimes, even if you're like a really musical person, there are days where you just have no fucking ear whatsoever. Like someone will be like, sing like a perfect fifth, and you'll be like, and you're like, I don't even know if I'm singing a note that's higher or lower. You just have days where you're like, your ear is totally fucking dead. And I'm like, I don't know if I know anything about music right now. Sometimes that happens. And then other days you're like fucking on. You're like, holy shit, I have perfect fucking pitch today. I don't know why. Fix your hair. Did that fix it? How's the phone holding up? Pretty good.
Unblock me on Twitter. I need to make fun of these stupid fucking Russian apologists in your mentions. At Udoser.
Damn. Sounds like you tweeted a dumb picture at me and got the block. What's the Lumi thing? Oh, hold on. Adono asked a very important dating/sex question as you went AFK. Can you please look into it? What was the question? Just repeat it. I don't remember what it was. Destiny, you stopped practicing, that's all? No, even in the middle of like being like a practicing, I say practicing musician, but even in the middle of college, there will be days where we'll be tuning, okay? And I'll look at like the fucking tenor and I'll be like, bro, you're like 12 cents sharp. I absolutely, you need to move your mouthpiece out a little bit. I can feel it. Okay, I know I can hear these. But then there'll be other days where you'll be like doing dictation on a theory exam or whatever, and the teacher will play like a note, and you'll be like, "Is that? I'm trying to tell if that's like a major third, or
Is
like
it
a,
safe to assume
or like a
that the weak
perfect
arrangement
fourth?"
syndrome over-
And it'll be like, "No, bro, he's playing an octave. Are you musically retarded?" And I'm like, I don't know. I can't tell right now.
It's a stupid
Is it to assume that the league arrangements? Maybe every time everybody asks for it, though, there's a closer and closer chance of it coming back. Can't say everyone that. That's because you're a perfect picture.
Alright, it's a stupid fucking meme.
I linked this 10 times. Cool. Yeah, link me all of your huge articles 1,000,000 times. Oh, it's not even that huge. Happens to artists as well. Have we checked anybody? Caleb Maupin. No, that dude is insane.
Check! Check! Speak to your nephew, bro! Check! You gotta go speak to your nephew! He's been saying some whack shit about this. He was making blood and soil arguments the other day. He's lost the plot. Check! Check! Call your nephew now! You need to get him on TYT again to fix his image. His image is in the toilet. Check.
Okay, man. Ooh. Thieving gloves. And that purse is really good too, right? Hold on. There it is. Fine coin purse. Move the chat. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, like this? Watch from 3 minutes to 9 minutes.
Why?
Oh, another skip dono. Thanks for the free money, loser. Are you a Google Pixel user forever now? I'll probably buy the new iPhone when it comes out and just keep having 2 phones. Because it makes me twice as cool as you.
Just one. Bonus meme.
Oh, I'm up to thieving. I'm level 94 thieving. I'm thieving the knight now. This is some good money. We're finally making some good money thieving. I approve. I need 100 million gold to unlock my next skill. Which I think is probably going to be astrology. Jesus. On the Red Rose guy, the response to your shit and agree with 100 time. Thanks for no block right now. Cool. Play E-Ring. So I have, I have, fuck, what was I just saying? I just read like 7 things. I forgot what we were talking about. I'm gonna be totally honest. I completely forgot everything. Oh, Elden Ring. I'm waiting for my Switch to get here. I ordered a Switch, a controller, and then the HDMI splits. My controller actually might already be here. Oh no, my controller gets here March 3rd to March 7th. Once I have the controller, we can play Elden Ring. And then my Switch gets here March 11th to March 14th. I don't remember when Triangle Strategy comes out, but... Destiny, it's a B flat, not a G at the Among Us. Yeah, I know. It is. Oh. It is. Thank you. You're using a PS5 controller, right? Yes. Destiny, it's not on the Switch, Jesus Christ, it's a PS5 exclusive. Wait, what? Triangle Strategy? No. Who said that? Wait. Destiny, it's not on the Switch, Jesus Christ, it's a PS5 exclusive. Frozen Broccoli, what the fuck are you talking about? I was talking about Elden Ring. Oh. Wait, Elden Ring's not on Steam? Wait, it is on Steam. Wait, what are you talking about? Bro, what are you talking about? You're actually so stupid. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Oh, also, for Russians crying about Nazis in fucking Ukraine, do not ever let lefties forget, okay, that the Soviet Union and Nazi fucking Germany, all right, were allies, okay? They formed an alliance, okay? Don't ever let them forget that. Don't ever let them forget that. Fucking losers. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, hold on. Boom. What is this over here? Boom.
Good afternoon, Destiny. No spam today. Just a high-quality cringe video. It keeps getting worse as it goes.
Okay, I have so many things we need to watch. We haven't even got to the Lumi thing yet.
Hey, buddy. Do you know mercenary work is really common around here, and you can do mercenary work for coin, dude?
What are you doing, man?
You can do mercenary work for coin in this area to make some extra coin.
Are you filming right now?
Wait, does that kind of look like the Surfs TV, Lance?
Is this for a video or something? It's for some.
No,
some
you can
lame
do
video? You're just embarrassing yourself at this point, okay? Yeah, this guy just came up to me. He's just like asking me random questions. This guy,
put your phone away.
You
You can do mercenary work around here for coin.
like okay, I can do mercenary work. But like, what the fuck is the big deal? Okay, sure.
No, it's not a skit.
Just for YouTube. Dude, yo, call the police. Okay? I'm calling the cops.
Yeah, try me.
Call the cops. This guy's embarrassing. This guy's embarrassing.
I'm embarrassing myself.
I'm embarrassing myself. This guy's a fucking mess.
You know how you can tell the difference between real videos like this and cringe videos like this? The ones that are really cringe. This isn't cringe. It's cringe because you thought it was real. The really real thing that happens, okay? The really real thing that happens is when you walk up to someone and you're like, hey, I'm calling a funny video game thing at you. Is the person will look at you and they'll go like, okay. And then they'll look back at their phone. That's what actually happens. Okay, I don't have any games to play in the background while I listen to this Lumiru shit. Fuck. The Rust wipe is tomorrow. Hey, BP wipe tomorrow, guys. I'm gonna be playing full time. Get on the server. Did you finish Dyson Sphere? I finished it enough. I don't feel like turning it on again. Oh, Vampire Survivors. I don't know what I feel like. Doesn't that game take like 6 hours to beat? What the fuck? Coolmathgames.com? BX Twitter's Bullet. BX Bullet's Twitter banner is the most batshit soy girl boss. Dude, I think I called Lauren girl boss like 15 times. I think it is the most annoying fucking combination of words that I've ever heard in my entire life. If you know any girl, just call them girl boss over and over again, and eventually they'll throw themselves out a window. Did people ever use this term unironically, or? That's so girl boss. Oh my god, she does have a girl boss picture. Yes, teen white girls. Bro, BX Bullet's fucking unhinged. Did you guys see the memes? Cherry, so she was apparently getting super ass mad at Cherry, like covering her drama or whatever on stream. And so she I think Cherry's like, I just like laughing at your videos. And BX Bullet is like, huh, I'm laughing at you every time I see how pathetic you are. You're crying about me. Meanwhile, I'm wiping tears of laughter with the boxers of guys that you wish you could fuck every night. I'm like, what? Why are you bragging about fucking Zerka on Twitter? Are you fucking serious? What is wrong with you? I don't know, dude. That was some... Jesus Christ. What, like... Play Darkwood. Darkwood was one of the best games of all time. Such a good-ass fucking game. Fuck, that was so good. Did you see that she's upset that people think she fucked Zerka? She fucked Zerka 100%. He's literally sleeping over there. Why would they not fuck? Are you serious? 100%. I'm sorry. I would put money on it. Play today's Wordle. Link me. How do I play it? I bet I can master that game. No, you guys are just spoiling in chat. Fuck you guys. Play Rogue Tower. Your two favorite white girls did a collab together.
Hey, Spuddies, Potato McWhiskey here, and mortar. And if I wanted to, with shields with high efficacy, which is kind of what you want.
Bro, this looks awesome.
Yeah, well, I just assumed it's because you're white.
Nice. Okay, I'm sorry, hold on. 3 minutes to 9 minutes.
Of the noise and find the valuable information, and there are way too many quality other media that do that, so we don't do that. So, but because of the high profile we've received through our investigations, they were always data driven. We've also become a sort of a go-to place for some whistleblowers or some double agents pretending to be whistleblowers. So we receive a lot of data from Russian
Hey Destiny, I want your advice,
sources,
please.
including from
I'm
Russian
in love with two
syllabus,
girls and only have one dick.
Have one girl DM me. I'll provide the other
That
dick.
is used for the FSB/GRE or whoever belongs to the militarized elite in Russia. So it's almost a year ago we received some credible sounding information that things will change in Russia this year, 2022. That it will be like nothing we've seen before, that Russia will become a dictatorship, there will be North Korea 2.0, that journalists will be jailed and free media, or the remaining islands of free media will be shut down. And that the...
You're a fucking statistician.
Wait, no! Okay, wait, what's like the best word to start with? There's gotta be like, what word has the most letters? Docs. I bet there's probably a mathematically correct. Oh my god.
Thank you, Steven.
Okay, so stick would be a
No
bad
idea
word.
if this has already been watched, but Chad Digachad.
Strip has all new letters, I think, right? And then it puts the S in a different spot. Let's try this. Okay, what about... TH... What about these? Puts the S in another spot, T in another spot, H and E. Those would be an O, but I already know there's no O. What the fuck, bro? Oh, wait, hold on. It has none of these letters, right? Oh, I see. Hold on. Okay, let's think here. We've already used E. Can't be E. The S has to be here or here. And T has to be in one of these three. S and a T. Oh my god, bro. This is a hard one. We got the hardest word. Generally not good to double up letters like in these. Okay, well, I don't know every word. Okay, I don't know every single word. Okay, I don't know every word. So what do you want me to do? Jesus Christ. Layup? Is that a word?
Tomorrow's stream title grinding to platform Wordle today. For sure.
True.
Glad to have you back, buddy.
True.
Bonus meme. DGG for life.
my god. I don't know any 5-letter words. I know so many 4-letter words. I don't know any 5-letter words. Okay, what are the vowels? What are we? Okay, A and U. Is I in? I is out. So it's got to be a word with A or U. Okay. Is that a word? Stout? Not like that. Aspie. No.
Have you tried these?
Asphob. I have Q. Quasi? I don't even know if counts as a word. I would get the A and the U in there though. I might just guess this word, even though I know the S can't go there. There's no T in it. No, there's not even a T in it, and the S isn't gonna be in the right spot. Fuck! I'm fucked, guys. I'm fucked! I'm fucked! Does it have to be a real word? Or can I just guess anything? Not on the word list? Fuck.
This is a real nasty one.
Is Faust a word? Like that counts? No. Dun 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 dun. Oh my god. Oh my god. What?
Destiny, don't unban any DGers that are in YouTube chat, please.
What? Nasty? Wait. Oh, I'm a god. I'm a fucking god. I'm a god. It's easy. This game is fucking easy. It was the easiest game I've ever played in my entire life. It just came to me. It came to me. Okay? Oh. Fuck. God, I'm so smart.
YouTube chat is down, Nasty.
God, I'm so smart. Jesus. So many people try to spoil, then ban them.
The country will become an army, or it will be
How do I speed this up? Oh.
run like an army. This is exactly verbatim the descriptions we got. That was valuable insight. Of course, we couldn't validate that. But it was context. It was something that allowed us to watch out for what data would prove or disprove in the future. More recently, it was December when another whistleblower, again a Silverwick source, told us that war with Ukraine is on the agenda. Told us that Putin had decided and had boasted to his small circle of loyalists that he was going to start a war in Ukraine and that he was going to actually...
Okay, I don't care. I'll just read this other thing. This. When was this published? In 2011? Okay. I'll read this. I'll read this. This is just that. We have the Lumi thing. And then we'll watch all of this. And read this. Sorry, fuck. It's gonna be a boring day today, boys. Fuck, I might go over that later. Bum, 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 da-da-dum. You found your background game yet? Yeah, Rogue Tower. Ha spent a better part of the stream trying to debunk your state. Is the US stream is violently used person, declassified dark shadow was NATO. Yeah, I'm familiar with what he's talking about. I don't think he's done anywhere near as much reading on this as he pretends to have. I've done a lot at this point. But there's still more to read. We keep doing it. Okay, Rogue Tower.
Robot's checking in. If you ever want to make a girl do something, just tell her that not doing it causes infertility. Real life cheat code.
True. Absolutely true and based. Your shopping cart. Rogue Tower. That's what that game was that we watched, right? I agree to this purchase. Did you see this base Factorio post? Why do my things, the alerts keep getting skipped? My shit is fucked, bro. I don't know why it's so fucked. We support Ukraine. Damn. Aren't the Factorio devs Polish? Oh no, Czech Republic. Gotcha. Aw, cute. Obama. Obama. Don't make me say that. When you make me say that, it makes me want to play League. You can just upload all the alerts to TTS GG and play it as part of the TTS message. Do you guys handle money yet? The Scott Adams guy is crazy. He's not worth... Well, he's funny to listen to if you want to, like, laugh at shit, but that guy has no good analysis on anything.
Hold up.
The
Do you
dude is
remember
seriously
in
mentally
2019,
ill.
There was a headline, Russia successfully tests its unplugged internet, where Russia has successfully tested a countrywide alternative to the global internet, according to the government. Might it show prior intention? Okay, Rogue Tower. They want to do 2 more hours of Warhammer. Fuck. I'll do it, dude. Oh, Coach Red Pill Ukraine. I have to watch that. Remind me to watch that stream. I caught some of it live. We should watch that on stream. He's crying now because apparently Ukraine mainstream media, I guess, started playing it, and now he's like fucking the most hated man in fucking Ukraine. Coach Red Pill is dead? Wait, actually? It's, hold on. So for you guys like lay rusing, it's not impossible that if he's not on camera right now, he might be, dude. Well, the little bit of his stream that I caught, he was basically cheering the Russian invasion on, saying shit like, I'm so glad Russia's coming here, they're gonna destroy these guys. They represent like the true bullshit of like the past and blah, blah, blah. He was unironically saying shit like this, and apparently he lives in Ukraine. This fucking moron lives in Ukraine. And apparently what I'd read was that it got picked up by a whole bunch of Ukrainian media. And then he made another video. I think he had to flee cities. And he made a video saying, like, this is bullshit. I'm getting, like, attacked and shit. Like, people are taking what I said out of context. Oh, shit. Hold on. What is this? Live stream gets canceled. No update. Suddenly posts on Telegram about going away for a while. More posts about finger operations bankrupting you. So he's dead, right? This is just some cleanup work to explain why he suddenly isn't on anymore. Rip and pepperonis. People in chat are saying it got seen by a Chechnyan warlord. What? Really? His latest post on Telegram. Wait, holy shit. I got out, I'm okay. I've never in my life been as relieved as I am at this very moment. Next time, banderistas. Thank God I took up smoking again. He shared his video on, is this it? View in Telegram, media tube. Okay, this, I don't know how to, I don't know what this is. I don't know what that website is. Okay. I don't know how to do anything on this. I believe you. Okay. It's a messaging app. Oh yeah, true it is. Telegram. Oh, Telegram and Signal are the two that I hear used by paranoid people.
United. So I don't know. I've got nothing else to say. I've got no opinions on this. I'm not a geopolitical expert. Everything I've predicted so far has been wrong. I never thought there'd be an invasion. I was like, nah, Putin's not that insane. That's not going to happen. But yeah, I know nothing. So I'm not going to say what I think's going to happen or anything like that because I've got no idea. Like, it seems all rationality in this situation has gone out the window. And so, yeah, all I can do is show you what the situation is. And you can make your own mind up. But at the moment, at least, here in the center of Kiev.
He's scrolling. He's looking for messages. He's on the hunt, guys. He's on the streamer hunt. When the streamer gets that bloodlust in their eyes, you know they're scrolling chat looking for some motherfucker to step out of line.
On the Maidan, everything is quiet and peaceful. If something happens later and I hear it or I see it, of course I'll do an update and I'll show you guys. If the tanks come rolling in, I'll be the first one there to try and show you, as long as it's safe and as long as I'm not getting in the way of people who are actually fighting for their country or their city.
Dude, that's insane. He is a madman, dude. An absolute madman. Oh, I won't get in the way of the brigades. You know, I won't get in the way of, you know, people fighting against the invading Russian forces. You know, I'll just be filming. I mean, this is like, honestly, I'm not even, he's like the, I won't make this joke. Never mind. People are going to get mad at me because there's a lot of people that fucking don't like him. The point is that despite his, you know, despite his like interesting attitude overall, you can tell that like he has a very interesting perspective. He has a very interesting perspective on like the places that he goes to. You know what I mean? The beautiful thing about Anthony Bourdain is that she shows like a.
Can somebody tell me to pronounce this shit? I hate the one thing I don't like about reading, because I read a lot more than I watch videos when it comes to research, because fuck videos. But I don't know how to pronounce anything. Is it Chechen or Chechen? It's Chechen. Or if you say like, it's Chechen, right? Or is it Chechen? Okay. Okay, is it Chechnya or Chechnya? Or is it Chechnya? It's Chechnya. Chechnya. Okay. Chechnya is it a region or state in Russia? What do they call it in? A region, autonomous, it's okay, it's a region thing. An oblast, a republic technically. Okay. All right. Chechen warlord Ramzan Kadyrov just shared Coach Red Pill's video. Ooh. Just curious, how far
love you, buddy. Less than 3.
You with having the right pronunciation? For example, if someone is named Muhammad, are you going to say it like they do, or Muhammad? I don't know. It depends on how pretentious I'm feeling. The only things that I think everybody should do, I think like the difference between like long eyes and short eyes or whatever. It's like I think most people can say like Iran is an easy thing to do. You don't have to be like Iran or whatever the fuck.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Like I think like saying like Iran or Iraq is good. Probably not like Iran or Iraq. That seems to be like a little silly. But I don't think you have to go like hardcore trying to like be ultra authentic with Syria or like crazy whatever. I don't know how they pronounce their shit. How do you pronounce Bolivia? Bolivia. Is it Bolivia? 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 Bolivia is probably the Spanish pronunciation. Or like, I really want some drugs. Does anybody have some cocaina? If you want to read it, I don't know. Okay. I don't want him to die. He says funny shit sometimes. Why are we calling him a warlord? Such a loaded term doesn't really accurately describe him. He's the president of Chechnya, not some Chechen warlord. Chechen warlord. Chechnya. Jesus. Chechnya. No, Chechnya. Wait. Why would we assume that this guy would be upset with Coach Red Pill? Can somebody catch me up on this? Kadyrov is insane. He probably loved it. Yeah, wait, so that's not the thing? Yeah, wait, so what's the assumption that, why would we assume that this means that he's probably dead? Or do you think that some Ukrainians killed him and that's not like, that's just like an unrelated thing? Okay. Google that guy. He's a bad dude invading Ukraine. Isn't Chechnya pretty far from Ukraine? Am I crazy? Chechnya is east of Georgia, right? Google Maps, Georgia. It's gonna take me to the United States. Okay, fuck you. So if Ukraine is here, Georgia's down here, I think Chechnya is like here? Ray, maybe? It's all written in a different language. Hold on. Grozny. Oh, I've read this a lot. The Grozny. Fuck. Is Grozny the another name for Chechnya, or is that just the name of the city? Is this the capital of... That's the city. That's from DayZ. Okay. Do they have people from here like going all the way over? Why would I don't even know what a warlord means. I don't know anything about that. Oh, I'll add that all to my reading list. Why do you find it so hard to find pronunciations? Can't you just Google it? Because I don't know how to read that shit, okay? People will be like, "Oh, how do you pronounce Steven?" And like the phonetic guide will like look like shit like fucking this or whatever. And it's like I don't fucking know what the fuck. I don't know what this means, okay? I don't know what the fuck any of these symbols mean, all right? I remember I think I remember this symbol for like a long letter. So I think like this is pronounced like E. But I don't know. I don't know. Fuck that shit, right? Everything should just be like Korean or Spanish, where it's just if you know how to read the language, you know how to pronounce everything. Okay, fuck English. Okay, to some lighter material. Just listen to Chechnya News or X News. Yeah, but the problem is different nationalities will pronounce things differently as well. So then everything gets like really confused. Like everybody used to make fun of me for pronouncing, you guys all call it pho, and I've only ever heard it referred to as phao, the soup that Vietnamese people eat. But that's because I only ever heard Vietnamese people say it in my restaurant. And apparently white people all call it pho. But so like when I looked that up, but there's also like British pronunciations for things too, where British people pronounce some words or locations differently than American people as well. So it's like really fucking weird. All right. Oh, I've also heard Kiev instead of Kiev. And I think Kiev might be a more accurate pronunciation, I think. But I'm not sure. I don't know. It's all weird shit, okay? Chief Kiev, yeah. Kiev is Ukrainian. Kiev is Russian. Watch different video, no Lumi video. She says she has a one-night stand with a chat, with a Giga Chad. Or they say that. Should I not watch this? Here, I guess we'll take a vote. Okay, sub-weighted vote. Good luck. Give us a new vote in 15 minutes. Okay, we'll re-vote halfway through. We'll see. Or not halfway through. We'll re-vote in a little while and see if you guys still like it. What would the non-sub-weighted poll? Can we at least watch the Alabrel video first? What is the Alabrel? Oh, no. Shut up. No, we're not doing that. Al, I've never heard it pronounced phao, but okay, Destiny. That's how Vietnamese people say it, okay? I heard it a lot. And we've looked it up before on stream, and I've been vindicated every time, okay? If you don't believe me, go do your own thing, all right? All I know is that white American people call it pho, all right?
I feel like I've outpaced him.
Also... Yeah, do your own research, okay? Destiny, is this real? No, probably not. Holy shit. No, this is a CGI person, 100%. Look at the fucking hair. Wait, can you not tell that the hair is fake? Are you serious? Destiny, the Northern Lion lived in Korea and says it like you said. Who? Why? What would I care about how Koreans pronounce it? Why would I give a fuck about that? Koreans and Vietnamese people don't even sound remotely similar. Can you impersonate the differences? I don't know if I'm allowed to. Ask Koibu, I think he lived in Vietnam. No, you don't have, it's no, they're not, they don't even sound. Okay, this is for demonstration only, as somebody that super respects my both civilizations, okay? Korean people are, no, I'm not gonna do this. I can't do it, I can't do it. Play the fucking video. True. Yeah, stop stalling.
I asked him at some point, like, what pronouns this person uses.
You know what, actually? Chud Logic is so brave. Okay? And I'm gonna do it how Chud Logic does it. I don't give a fuck. Chud Logic is my racist hero. Okay? When Korean people talk, they're like, this is like a Korean person talking, okay? A Vietnamese person talking is like, I can't do it. I changed my mind. I can't do it. All I know is that when I was at the casino, you hear a Vietnamese person, you're like, that motherfucker's Vietnamese. You know it. I can't do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Never mind. I can do the Korean one. I'm not going to do the Vietnamese one. I'm just going to tell you that when you know what Vietnamese people sound like, when you hear them, you're like, whoa, that dude's Vietnamese. 100%. And if you think Vietnamese people and Korean people sound similar, they're absolutely worlds apart. Okay? It's not even remotely close. I think I could mix up, like, even having heard a lot of like Japanese and Korean, I maybe could mix up these people, but Vietnamese people have a very distinct sound, okay? Play the video. Shut the fuck up. Stop. I'm not doing any more voices for you. Ask Chud Logic to do it, okay? Ask him. He's the accent guy, okay? You are so cocked for not doing it? Good, I am. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Let me... turn this down. I need something to play. I can't just watch videos while playing something, okay? I'm sorry. This game sucks. Listen, I'm just... Oh my god, what is this? I just wanted something to shoot at while I'm playing the game. Reset game? Tower Masters Guide. Jesus Christ! Old school RuneScape? No, I'm playing Melvor. I don't need to play RuneScape. Dumbass. Bitch. Bitch. Loser. That's what they would say in Chud Logic's chat. Okay, stop. Get me away from the edgy memes. Okay, I've watched way too many Chud Logic clips the past week. Okay, he's corrupting my mind. Here we go.
I asked him at some point, like, what pronouns this person uses, because I don't want to be a part of misgendering this person because he is. And so I was like, so does this person use she, they pronouns? And he like brushed it off. And so, but in this moment... Okay, I'm going to give you... I'm going to give you a piece of advice. I might be totally wrong here, and I bet different communities do this differently. But I'm going to guess, based on my personal interactions with trans people, I'm just going to guess. You should probably just use the pronouns that seem to be the closest to a person's gender expression. And then if they correct you, let them correct you and move on. But I feel like it would be an incredibly alienating experience. Like if I walked up to somebody like, I think Stryker is trans in chat. I've seen pictures of Stryker. Looks like a femme-presenting person to me. If I were to walk up to somebody like that in real life, I'd be like, oh, hey, what's up? Oh, what pronouns do you use? I see that you're a trans. Like, bro, just... use the pronouns that it looks like they're presenting as, and then like if they correct you, then change the pronouns going forward and then move on. But that like ultra call out shit seems like hella cringe. I've referenced this story a million times, but it reminds me of the ContraPoint story where anytime she's in a group of like ultra woke liberals, they're all like, let's all go around and say our pronouns. Like, I know you're just doing this because I'm here. It's like fucking weird, you know?
Or if you want to be on the ultra safe side, like Demon Mama, just use its for everybody. I'm sorry.
He says, you know, she's not a gender Nazi. And I go, funny thing there. What does gender Nazi mean, by the way? COVID's been doing a number on me. And last night, I was in a celebratory mood, okay? And like, I'll be honest, having a little celebratory sex is 10 out of 10. But I feel like, okay, but then again, like, having a little bit of, like, I'm feeling sad sex is 10 out of 10. Having a little bit, we could go on and on, right? But I was like, oh, man, we've had 2 awesome stream days. I felt amazing with the conversations we've had. And I'm like, I'm thirsty and I need to burn this. Like, I need to burn this for my creativity, for the post-nut clarity, for all of this. Like, I gotta find me an energy outlet.
Hey, Destiny. I was wondering why you weren't playing League. I thought you were going until D4.
Listen, I'm still gonna play. I'm just not obsessed right now, okay? I'll still play League. I'm just not like, place a mine next to this resource
Anyways,
in order to gather from it.
Do you know what Obama is? Anybody know what Obama is?
Obama.
No, not Obama. I think he's locked up in Kenya. I'm talking about Obama. It's a nice little meme that farms lowers. I say it all around like Casa. Bonus meme, make the Lawrence Southern Obama Dono sound, please.
I think that might go too far. I don't know. Well, I'll think about it, okay? Does your range increase, by the way, when you put things on high grounds? Base damage, range is 5.5, range, it does increase a little. Okay, cute. Okay, sorry. Just please stop. Don't do this, okay?
I'm gonna pop on Tinder.
Stop donating! I'm trying to listen to a video!
How can they be so down bad, but they're asexual? Don't fuck them, chat, they're asexual.
Genius, dude.
Wait, did they say they are asexual? Did they, oh God, did they Bob 7 everybody? I'm sorry. No, actually, I'm not sorry. Fuck this person. All right. Are we all calm down? Chill. Jesus. Have you noticed how women can make 10-minute story threads? Lumi is not a woman, okay? They are a they, them. Whatever the fuck that means, okay? Chill.
And I'm swiping, but this is right after my stream, right? So I'm going around, and I end up getting a match after I do my swiping, and I've got a few matches, and one in particular kind of stands out for me. And honestly, the reason he stands out, chat, I'd say don't judge me, but maybe judge me fucking hard, okay? Maybe judge me. In his...
Oh, no.
I love you, Destiny.
They're gonna say that, like, it just so happened that I wanted to go for, like, an alpha Chad that was, like, super ripped and blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, no. We're incel creating. Oh, God.
Where's the lead? Please, for openness sake, get to diamond.
Profile, he says dominant, right? And
okay,
so I'm like, okay, all right. Like, I'm not specifically sub. I'm definitely a switch, but I'm like, okay, this is something I'm comfortable with, and I figure I should go with something I'm comfortable with. But it's not just the dominant part, right? I see the dominant part. My thirsty brain's like, oh, a dom, like just acknowledging he's a dom. But like my thirsty brain skips over the next 2 words. Any guesses? Any guesses, chat?
Uh-oh.
Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't admit this.
Everyone seems to hate the lead
Anti-vax,
content,
dominant
but it has been my
anti-vax,
favorite
no.
content in a while. More lead PLS. During your Strabo, I climbed to Plat 4.
Wait, why are these upgrades so slight? Oh, these things gain experience, don't they? I bet they do, and that's why the upgrades cost less.
Conservative, nope. Nussy, no. Thank goodness, no. Alpha male, dominant alpha male. Yup. Oh shit. Oh my lord. And I'm like, okay, it's fine. He had a nice beard. Listen, oh my god. Listen, he had a nice beard. Oh, shit. Oh my god, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to talk about this. I'm blushing so hard. So I was like, okay. Oh, you got beard fish? No. Lumi simped for an alpha male. I'm not. Well, Fuck off.
We create incels
no,
here.
no.
That's what we do, guys.
So I'm like, okay, all right. But like after that, hear me out. He had a nice beard, and his description continued. I consider myself someone with a sense of adventure that enjoys continuously learning things. Oh my god, I eat that shit up. I'm like, sense of adventure, yes.
What? These are the most like basic bitch descriptions you could put in your Tinder profile. Sorry, okay.
Take me out on an adventure. Let's learn things together. Oh my god, yes. Like 10 out of 10. I'm eating up.
It works.
Okay, maybe
it
it's
does
just
work.
Beard. Maybe it's just a beard. I was like, okay, all right. And then right as another thing happens, right as we start talking, right? Because I've got a few matches and I'm not sure which way I'm going, but
Pepe W.
True.
He mentions, he goes, oh, you're non-binary. I know someone that's non-binary. And I'm like, hey, nice. He's like, I have a friend that's non-binary. I'm like, hey, nice. You know, this is gonna be piece of cake. He did mention he's like a little old head or something. I don't know exactly what he said, but he's like something about him being a little old mindset, old fashioned, something like that. It wasn't old fashioned, but something similar. Anyway, so we're talking, and I zero in on him a little bit, and I'm like, okay, you gotta stop laying in your bed. Ayumi wants to go out. You gotta eat dinner, like. So we're like talking a little bit, and I'm like, okay, cool.
Hold on, Dono's coming through. Okay, this house is protected by 1 tower. Its next gift will be 9 gold. Okay, cute.
Cool. And we start flirting. And it's escalating. And I mean, it's escalating. I am a thirsty motherfucker. I am escalating the fuck out of this shit. That's me. Like, it's escalating and it's me. And, but you know, one's in chat if you've seen the memes where it's like about sexting and it's like the guy and he's like really into it, and then you have the woman and she's like doing laundry or something while sexting. Or two's in chat if you've not seen this. This is something I've seen around, and I've got to be honest. Kind of true. I've got a lot of shit to do, okay? Not that I'm not thoroughly enjoying this conversation, right? But also, don't get on me for responding a little bit of slow. I'm fucking taking my dog out, my dude. I don't have time to sit around. My schedule is like go, 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 go. You know? So I'm like, all right. But it's escalating. I'm like, ooh. Oh,
not good, guys.
Like, we're vibing, and it's really cool. And like, he's asking me my preferences, and I'm sharing my preferences, and then he's sharing his, and we're like kind of intertwining them. And I'm like, ooh, this is nice. All right, okay.
Okay, we're vibing.
And then I'm like, okay, well, I need to schedule this out. So I'm like, hey, by the way, would you like to catch up one of these nights? Like, I literally have to sit down and look at my calendar. Like, my week is booked the fuck out. But I'm like trying to schedule in a little sex as a treat. And so I'm looking on my calendar and I'm like, this evening, this afternoon, like, do any of these work for you? But, you know, we were sexy, and it kind of gets lost in the rest of the conversation. And I'm like, okay, well, I need to wrap this up. I'll do this a little bit. I'm going to pop in the bath because I'm going to cleanse. And then I'm going to settle in, and I'm going to read a little bit to prepare for you all. Because what do I do in my free time when I'm not on stream? I'm fucking reading some feminist theory shit or whatever for you. And then do some yoga. right? I'm like, a little bit of time to myself. So this is my plan, and I'll let him go when I go to study for the evening. But I pop in the bath, and I had taken a little bit of time. I had taken a little bit of time to like get everything around and get my bath going. And then I go to message him back, and he is like, he sends me a post-shower selfie. And I'm like, oh, because it's like here up, clearly like it's a little steamy. His hair is wet. Again, the beard. Oh, God. And I'm like, ooh, all right. And so I'm like, all right, well, I just got in the bathtub. I should send him something a little cute. And so, you know, you try to get cuddled up in the bathtub and you're like, no. So I'm like this, and then I'm like, my titties. And I have mixed feelings on this. Are any of you familiar with the Free the Nipple movement?
Wait, I am so confused. What is Lumi? What is happening? I'm so lost right now. I thought that Lumi was non-binary, and I thought that they raised money to do a breast reduction surgery because they didn't want to appear feminine or as a woman, so they wanted to be non-binary. It seems strange then that you would be like sexually excited by showing off your tits when I thought that that was like a... I'm legitimately asking, I'm not trying to make fun of it. I'm just scared. Did they have a change of heart, or do they not feel like they're non-binary anymore, or do they like, did they... Bro, I'm fucked. The tower is falling, okay?
Scam.
Wait, hold on. No, yeah, we're fucked. We lose. Oh, wait. No, shot. We lose. Absolutely. I'm so confused about about what is happening here. But okay, all right, let's go.
By chance, maybe. No, one's in chat if you're familiar with, you feel very familiar with the Free the Nipple. Two's in chat if you're a little familiar. Three's in chat if that's new to you. All right. So, what's a nipple? All right, I was really into the Free the Nipple movement. And if you're not familiar, I got you. Free the Nipple, the concept is breasts don't have to be sexualized. And a lot of people are like, oh, but like, I find breasts sexy. Yes, I hear you. Listen, I find men's hands sexy. Like, okay, let me clarify that. I find people's hands sexy. I think of men's first, but then I'm like, ugh, have you seen women's hands? I won't thirst openly for you. You're gonna get enough of that, but hands. But I don't go around being like, okay, listen, your hands give me a little bit of a boner, so I'm gonna need you to put gloves on, right? And people will push back on this, and they'll say, well, you know, breasts are a more inherently sexual thing, and I'm not sure that I agree with that. I think perhaps you could make that argument with genitals to some degree. I'm looser on that, but to me, your body isn't inherently sexual, right? I don't go around freaking out like my breasts can feed a child. Dudes' breasts can't, dudes' titties, dudes' nipples, they can't do that. So to me, and I'm gonna tell you, if you are a dude, or if you know a dude, like dudes, not all dudes, because people vary in their sexuality.
Jesus
but
Christ.
they also enjoy their nipples to be played with, touched, etc. Right? Like that's a good and nice thing. Not for everyone, right? Everyone has their own preferences, but I've noticed that some.
Melina broke her selfie stick. I have to go take care of my shit. I'll be right back. Hold on one second. Okay.
Kill me and my suffering. I lied about the L spam. Yeah. Hell. 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 Yeah. Hell. 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 I got something to cleanse your ears from whatever we were just watching. Hurry, quick, get a chat out. Hello? 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 Yeah. Hello? 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 Hello, 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 hello. I want to touch an M with soft underage nipples. Yes, I'm a pedophile. Kenny, I know Lauren gave you the Yordle cosplay photos when you visited her. You can't hide them forever, Tiny. I live in your walls. I see all. Please. Destiny, just give us the photos, please, bro.
I'm down bad.
MMM. Whoa. 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 MMM. Whoa.
I am in your walls. Hey. Oh. Yeah. Hello? Hello. 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 Yeah. Hello. Hello. Hello.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Bummer. Hey. 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 No. Hello. 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 Hey.
A-L, 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 A-L.
Meanwhile, I'm here in my giant house crying and wiping my tears with the undies of the kids you wish you could fuck.
Well, fuck me, I guess.
Don't fuck him, he's asexual.
I'm gonna keep it a bickety buck. No. $1.50. I'm gonna keep it in my pocket. BQ's broke. It's your boy broke train. You're for real though, Dest. Gagga God rats me on the back, puss.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Roman 11. 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 Roman 11.
Okay, are you guys good? Are we done?
Roman 11. Roman 11.
Got all your dumbass donos out of the way?
Obama, Obama, Obama.
Why does it seem like everyone in chat hates Lumi to do something to Destiny? I think they just being friends with Mike and laughing at me getting banned. I think triggered some people. It triggered me. I don't really hate Lumi. I just.
Some people are like, actually dudes can lactate too, but is it to the degree that you would expect a dude to be feeding a child? Like, is it to that level?
Where is the person from Minnesota? Every
Out of
time she says
curiosity?
dudes, I feel like I'm in the movie Fargo. Also D4 when Destiny. We need league until D4.
Oh, I need that one guy. Who is my jungler guy? I might play a few games tonight with him if he's awake. What was his name? It was N something. it's I'm not trying. This is true. Everything I said is true. That's not what I meant when I said that. But yeah, it's Nicholas. It's okay.
Oh, he like just messaged me as I mentioned it. Wait, oh my god, that was mindfucky. Okay, sorry. Okay.
My father was actually feeding. Yeah, some dudes have milks. To that degree? I hope so. What? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm being very... Okay. I'm talking specifically cis dudes. I'm talking very gender binary bullshit.
Is it a little bit funny when people that are like this deep into all of the shit like still fuck up the like Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Wait, I should have gotten 8 gold for each thing, right? Oh no, because it's level 2. I understand it right now. Dude, the corners, the diagonals don't pay, right?
So specifically cis dudes, they can? You need hormones. Okay. Well, my point here is with your cis dudes, from my understanding, without trying...
Okay, wait, why not let's just Google it. Can men breastfeed children produce enough milk? Google, what does it say? All the above details aside, the likelihood of a man being able to stimulate milk to feed a baby is highly unlikely. Even if they were able to stimulate their nipples to produce enough milk, their mammary glands are not equipped for the job. Female breast tissue matures at puberty, allowing for future breastfeeding. There you go.
Trying to. The amount of prolactin. Oh, that's interesting. All right. Well, my point being, the majority of children are fed typically by people with femme-perceived breasts. And yet we...
Careful on that one. It has nothing to do with femme-perceived breasts and everything to do with the mammary glands and the equipment that exists back there. The reason why I say this is because a common question that some younger women will ask is, if my boobs are small or if my boobs are big, is that going to make it easier or harder to feed my child? And my understanding is there's no correlation to that. You can be a woman with the most itty-bitty titties possible, and you can still perfectly adequately feed a child. Or you could be a woman with really large breasts, and because you're stressed or for whatever reason is going on post-pregnancy, you might not be able to feed your child for a variety of reasons. Just as like a heads up for any women out there that are listening who are like, oh, my tits are small, I don't have enough. You totally can breastfeed a child with small boobs. 100% it works.
Even with that effort of... or even with that idea and understanding that there's an additional purpose, people come down way harder on those femme-perceived breasts, right? And that's really frustrating because I'm like, okay, both of these can be used for sexual pleasure, but it's specifically that gaze of, I prefer these breasts. I find these breasts to be particularly sexual, and so I'm gonna go after these nipples. And that's frustrating to me. I think that's absurd. Men had to go through the argument is that any part of the body is inherently sexual, exclusionary to ace people, I think, because ace probably don't see their body that way, and if one is to argue it is about others' views of them, there's a very weird view of sex. Surely how one feels about their body shouldn't be affected by others. Exactly.
I can't wait to see
I
how
just
Twitch
think it's
responds to a
absurd.
feminine presenter transgender be topless on stream.
This is an absurd double standard. Now, I got involved in the Free the Nipple movement, in my own little way. I guess I should say I started doing a little bit of my own Free the Nipple activism when I was trying to kind of play with the idea. And so Instagram is very strict on their policies, but I had posted pictures that were meant to be specifically portrayed in a non-sexual manner, not showing my nipples, but getting very... They were, like, my breasts were very much so less covered, right? This is way early.
I just like the explanations for it's like, this isn't even like a jog on the euphemistic treadmill. This is like a full-on sprint on the euphemistic treadmill. Jesus Christ.
You're on my Instagram. So, y'all know how I have these stereotypes about people with foot fetishes?
Why are we on an aside, out of an aside, out of an aside, out of an aside? Can we just get to the fucking story? Holy shit.
I occasionally talk about this. You're getting the backstory on it. So I'll talk about how people with foot fetishes that I've known are super fucking sweet. Weirdly
Please
though,
2x
the
this
first
shit sheet is getting
person
somewhat
I
like
ran
you trying to
into with
get
a foot
D4
fetish
Pepe.
kind of sucked. I had someone that was on Instagram that was like, hey, I wanna post your free the nipple pictures on my page. What I didn't know is his page had previously been a foot fetish page. So I got waves of foot fetish people, and I didn't have like feet pics up on my Instagram, but I just had pictures that happened to have my feet in them. And so I got swamped with waves of just dudes that wanted feet pics. And I got, no. Honestly, it was fine because I got paid. And like, if you want to pay me for my feet, fuck it. Like, that was funny to me at the time.
Do you think she has sex worker in her Twitter profile now? I'm just kidding.
Right? This is like years ago. And so I got to get to know some fucking foot fetish dudes. Fun times.
Someone in my chat says that she goes by all pronouns now, so I'm gonna use she, her. Okay. Actually, maybe I should check if that's true. Somebody linked me their Twitter profile and I can see, actually. It says all except she? No way! Wait, what? Oh, hold on, I'm blocked. I have to... My pronouns are any/all except she, her, and he, him. What? Why? This has to be like the most like overwoked person. Okay, all right. We'll go back to they, them, or it's, I guess. Whatever. Okay.
And they were all super sweet, except for that first guy. Because I realized that he was doing this in a sexual manner. He was taking and twisting the free the nipple movement. And that was a learning moment for me.
The more comfortable living society becomes, the more stupid our problems become.
That's exactly what your mom said, bro. True.
I feel like I've outpaced
him intellectually.
You've radicalized me
As
to
a
the right.
feminist,
All hell,
in
Lauren.
my
Our glorious
understanding
queen.
of how people can take your message and twist it and be predatory and specifically a sexual manner, and how cis men will do that.
Wait, why only cis men? You're telling me there are no fucking perverted trans people? Can I introduce you to my old fucking Discord? Why would you single out cis men there? I don't understand at all. Dude, fuck you, losers. Losers. Hey, it's the loser squad. Heavy shafts. Hell yeah. That's what I want. Oh, plus to your range.
So that'll come up a little bit later. But anyway, I'm taking these pictures in the bath. We're back here.
Jesus.
Taking these pictures in the bath. And are any of you familiar with the difficulties of taking a selfie? Have you mastered the art of taking a selfie? Because I don't think anyone has. Like, you can get your poses down a little bit, but you gotta have the right angle. You gotta have the right lighting. Yeah, it's a whole mess. And so I'm trying to assess. I'm like, I definitely can't be given the picture that's like this. It's just not good. And then I've got these pictures up here, but my breasts. And I'm thinking, I'm sussing it out. I'm like, my breasts aren't that sexual to me, but this is a sexual context, and he's gonna read it as a sexual thing, and everything's sexualized in this context. So I can't do that in a non-sexual manner. We're clearly flirting. Also, he has no idea any of my opinions or any of that. I'd have to talk it through with him and understand his thoughts on that. Like, this is the problem with me trying to get off chat. This is the problem every fucking time. Like, I've got to be out here like, oh shit, like, this is non-sexual, but it's gonna get, like, fuck. And so I'm like settling on this picture with me covering my breasts. I thought about cropping it, but the crop was weird, so I'm like, okay, fine. And then he does that thing where he's like, oh, you're being shy. And I'm like, I'm not being shy. And the other thing is I have scars from my breast reduction as well, right? And I also don't want to have that conversation right now. I don't know. I recognize that I might...
Hey, pro tip. Men don't know anything about women's bodies. You can literally make up any fucking reason you want why you have a scar, and a man will be like, okay. You could be a woman with like a fucking scar across your neck, and the guy will be like, what's going on with that? It's like, oh, it's just my period is soon. And a guy will be like, oh, okay, I guess that's the thing, okay? You can literally make up any fucking story that you want. If you have scars on your breast or whatever, you could also say like, oh, well, my family has a really big history of breast cancer. So sometimes they'll do like proactive mastectomies or whatever, or I don't know if it's a full mast or whatever. And so I get some breast tissue removed. Like just say that and then boom, you're done. Now you've got an excuse for your scars. They're not gonna ask you questions about that. No guy's gonna be like, really prove it. Show me your dead mother's like breast cancer ridden tits, right? Just make up an excuse, you're good.
I changed my mind. I might not feel up for this. So I'm like, and then he's like, oh, you know, you're being a little shy. And I'm like, no, I'm not being shy.
Don't let Steven get away with this. He's trying to pull a Putin and make us suffer through this so we accept League.
True.
That's for when we're on person. And I'm like trying to winky face my way out of this conversation, right? Like, listen, shut the fuck up. Stop going down this route. You get one cute picture. Shut up.
I feel like I've
no, stop. And then I'm like, okay. So I flip. Oh, he goes, so what are you doing tonight? And I'm like, oh, you know, I think I might read and study a little bit and do some yoga after my bath. And he's like, oh, yeah? Well... And I'm like, yeah, so do you want to catch up one of those nights? Does one of those nights work for you? And he goes, well, why not tonight? And I'm like, skipping studying to get laid. Maybe.
Reports coming
Could
out
I
of
betray
Ukraine
my
of a
stream?
soldier single-handedly creating over 40 incels in the past month. Locals have dubbed her the average white woman of Kiev.
Shut the fuck up. You're so stupid. Stop. Stop with the dumb donos.
Like that. Chat, can I betray you like that? I'm not sure. Should I study or should I go out? I'm sorry, I fucking betrayed you. I did. I fucking did. I was like, all right. Yes. I'm like, I'm going. Well, there was a little bit of conversation after that where I was really cringed. I was like, well, no, we'd be cutting it close. And he's like, what do you mean cutting it close? And I'm like,
okay. Second poll. Should we continue? Damn, you guys want to axe the story here before we know what's even going to happen. Is that really what's going to happen, guys? Is this the end of Lumi's sordid tale? Ooh, it's pretty close. Ooh. Oh, my. Oh, my God. 51%. Stop the count.
my very strict bedtime. And he's like, your very strict bedtime. I'm like, I don't think you understand. I wake up early in the morning to do yoga, to be good, to do yoga, to take my dog out because I have to do yoga. And if I don't do yoga and then take my dog out very early, then I don't have enough time to prepare for my stream. And I have to do yoga so I'm in a good mood for my stream. You don't understand. And I'm like, okay, Lumi, you sound like a fucking weirdo right now. Stop. Go out. Be a normal human being. And I'm like, all right. I'll be normal for once. I'll go touch grass or ass, whichever works. So I go, okay, yeah. And he goes, well, I'll pick you up. Tell me where to pick you up. And I'm like, I thought I'd drive out to you. Right? And I'm just like getting out of the bath. I'm like, okay, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I'm just getting out of the bath. And I'm like, and so I give him like a business that's close to me, right? I'm downtown and like, I don't want him to know exactly where I live because I don't really know this guy that well. And I'm like, well, I could drive to you because he's like 30 minutes away, right? And he's like, well, I can't really host. And I'm like, well, I'm not gonna host. I don't know this guy. This is
Get a hotel room.
My apartment is like my safe space. I am very mindful of whom I invite in now. I haven't had my own place like this, so it's kind of a big deal. And I'm like, I'm not doing that, you know. And he's like, okay, well, you know, and we had talked a little bit about weed, and he's like, well, we can go pull over somewhere, smoke a little weed. If you want to get a place, like if you want to grab a hotel, we can grab a hotel. I'll get it. And I was like, oh, you know, like that's a little weird, but okay, yeah.
How is that weird? Where are you gonna hook up at? What?
That's a lot. Like, I assume that's not normal, but I'm like, maybe he just really needs to get laid too. So I'm like, okay, all right, cool, sure, whatever.
Wait, am I the weird one there? I'll do that. If I'm meeting a person, if they're not comfortable going to their house and I don't want to go to my house, I'll just be like, oh yeah, we can grab a hotel, we can grab a room. You can get like $80, you know, like get a room or whatever, and go fuck whatever, and then leave. Is that super? That's so normal. It's normal for rich people. How much these people make? I don't think that's rich people. I think that's any like middle class-ish person could probably afford an $80, $100 fucking night for a hotel just to fucking then.
And I'm like, yeah, so he's married. No, oh no, I hope not. Yeah. And so I'm like, okay, all right, sure. Just let me know, and I give him to the business, and I go, just give me an estimated time. And he's like, okay, yeah, I'll let you know. And then right after that says 10 minutes.
Ah, yes.
10 minutes. Chat, I am naked. I'm literally naked right now. I'm like, 10 minutes? Holy shit! Yo, kill me! I'm like, fuck! And like, okay, now keep in mind, I have no clothes picked out. I was not planning on this. Today, tonight, after stream, I am gonna run immediately to take a Yumi 2 appointment. After that, I'm gonna quickly go get groceries, and then I'm gonna do my laundry because today is laundry day. So I am short on clothes, and I'm like, I don't go out and be sexy for people. I show up for my chat, okay? That's all I do. And I'm like, what do? I want to be like, I
would give some conventional advice for women here, but I'm either the odd one out or men's opinions are split like 50-50. I don't give a fuck generally what a girl wears. Like, my goal at the end of the night is to get you fucking naked anyway. I don't care about like you. Now, there are gonna be some things that are cute. I personally like dresses or like mini skirts. I think are like really cute, but I would never, if I'm already talking to you, I'm already going out to you and we click enough that I'm gonna fuck you, like, I don't think I've ever in my life made a decision, and I'd be shocked if there are guys that made decisions like, I was gonna fuck her, but oh my god, that top. You know, like, is that... Maybe some guys are like that. Maybe they're super big on certain outfits or whatever, but I don't know.
I feel sexy. I wanna, and so I'm like, fuck, 10 minutes. You can't overthink this. And I'm like, okay. I'm rummaging and I throw some things on and I'm like, fuck.
You wear jogging pants everywhere. Have you noticed this? Yeah, but you know what, Candor? I might have jogging pants everywhere, but guess what? In 1 month, I will fuck your mom more times than you will fuck any girl in your entire life. Fucking your mom. I'm 2 hours away from being in any mother's pussy at any given point in time, motherfucker.
So I've got like, you know, I'm in the skirt, I'm in the shirt, and I'm like, and I'm throwing on shoes that don't even fucking match because I have like 2 pairs of shoes. And I'm like, fuck it, we're going.
Bro, this guy is not dying. Hello?
And I'm out there, and I'm waiting. And I'm standing there, and a very, very nice car pulls up. And I'm like, that better not be him. It's him. I'm like, oh shit. It's like a nice, I don't know how to describe it to you, but I'm just like, I'm not a car person. My dad's a car person. My car, like, it gets me place A to B. I love it for that. I care about it for that. But I'm like a train person, you know? And he pulls up in this.
I'm a train person? Wait, what does that mean? Wait, did I mishear that? Do they drive a train? I'm curious if this guy actually had a nice car or if he just had like a fucking like Honda Civic with a huge spoiler. I'm so curious what nice car meant here. But no, that's okay. Who cares?
This nice ass car, and I'm like, what am I getting into? I don't even want to touch it. Like, what if I scratch your car? I don't want to be around this fancy fucking thing. Could you have brought your non-fancy car? Like,
Any universe in chat. Pepe wins.
do you have a non-fancy car to bring? So I'm like, by nice you mean expensive, or you like it? It gave me, I don't know, right? I don't know cars, but it looked expensive. But I don't know cars. Like, I can tell you I have a Pontiac, right? Like, I know a car versus a truck. But I'm just like, what the fuck is this? And I open it, and it's clean. It's, like, spotless. And I'm like, damn, dude, I respect. And I get, you know, I sit in, and he's like, he's really laid back. He's chill. And I'm like, all right, okay. And so we're driving off, and he's like, you know.
Wait, hold on. I'm so confused. Originally, they agreed to meet near a business. So did they drive out to meet him, and then he is driving them together now? Is that what's happening? I think I missed the connection in the story. I got confused. Is that what happened? Yes. Okay. Also, why am I not getting mortars? Or do these just get unlocked? Or Tesla coils? I can't build these in game. I don't know, whatever.
Oh, where do you want to go? And I'm like, fuck. Because I don't really want to admit I don't know the area. I don't want to admit that I'm new to the area. Like, that just seems like a vulnerability point.
Like, they know they're new to the area. They don't know the trap spot. Like, wait, what are these? What does this even mean? Wait, also, where's my XP listed so I know how much I have to spend? Oh, XP 10, I see. Jesus, all right.
I'm like, oh, and he's like, it's okay. We'll go back to where I'm comfortable and I can figure something out. And I'm like,
why not just pull out your phone and look up a fucking, like a restaurant or something? What are we talking about here? Also, wait, why can't I only build ballistas? Should I have options to build the other thing too, or?
I'm like, okay, all right. So he pulls over a little bit.
You get it as a car.
And this thing has one of those, maybe this is just a normal new car thing. This shit blows my mind. But he's flipping through his phone and it's on his fucking car screen. And I'm like, what the fuck? Now, okay, this is probably just me being really impressed because I've always had used cars. And so a new car is like holy poggers to me, you know? So we drive and he's like, you got a lighter? I'm like, nah. He picks up, we pick up a lighter and we go to the outside of like a hotel. And he's like, here, you know, let's sit out here. Let's chat a little bit. And he pulls out, he's like, you want to smoke a joint? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to smoke a joint. And then I'm looking at it. I'm like, oh, is this where, because he's got this really nice, I've been looking for something that's a little nicer that I can carry my joints in. And he hands me a pretty nice joint case. And I'm like, oh, is this where you get your weed? And he's like, oh, not normally, but my buddy runs a shop. And, you know, that's just like, that's one of his products. And I'm like, oh, wow. And he goes, but I would have brought you some of my weed that I grew, but I wasn't really impressed with this batch. And I am like, excuse me, sir. You know, I'm like, you grow? Because I've wanted to grow, right? I'm like, ooh. And so he pulls out his phone and he's showing me all of these pictures of the weed he grows. And I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. I was excited. Oh, homegrown is trash. Really, Will smokes. When was this date? It was last night. It was last night. This was literally last night. Oh my god, he's a weed. He was a this. Okay, so he's like, I pull it out, you know, I offer it to him, and he's
so
like,
sorry,
no,
I'm
you
sorry.
go ahead. And so I light it, and he's like, I'm good. Like, you can smoke a little bit, but, and I think he was saying he was maybe already high, was the impression I got. And I was like, oh, all right. And I'm like, that's a little sus because I prefer someone to smoke with me or drink with me, right? Little weird vibe.
Kind of weird that he's driving around while high, but you know, it is what it is. Who cares? People drive high all the time. Whatever.
Vibes there, but I'm like, all right, all right, all right. So I light it up and I start smoking it. And he's like, by the way, like, I don't know how high your
Can we
tolerance
watch
is
High
or
School
anything,
Musical next?
but you might
Seems to be
just
about
wanna
the
do,
same
like,
maturity as whatever this is.
3 hits. And I'm like, oh, no, I normally smoke like half a joint. And he's like, I understand, but is it medical grade? And I'm like, I don't know.
Wait, what is... Hold on, wait. I could be the person that doesn't know anything about weed. I'll be honest, okay? But what does medical grade mean? I don't think I've ever heard that term in my entire life. But I might be a weed normie. I've heard people talking like, what percentage THC is it? Or maybe they'll talk about different like brands. But medical grade? I don't know what the fuck that means. Okay, yeah, just checking. It means quadruple A. I've heard that a lot. Okay. The only thing that I learned about weed percentages, and you take everything I say with a grain of salt because I don't know fuck all about weed, okay, is that the percentage of THC is a lot different between vapes and between like actual like keef or actual like weed or whatever. Because I think when you get vapes, the vapes will say shit like 99% THC or some whatever random shit. And when I was given that super weed at the Tyson Ranch weed, when they gave me that shit to smoke, yeah, so vapes are 87 to 90%, but that doesn't mean the same thing as actual like flower being that much. Because when I was given weed that was rolled in a joint, and that weed was 30, I think it was 34%, that shit was like, that was the shit where I took 2 baby hits. I'm talking virgin lungs, and I was like,
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
and then like a little bit. I didn't even cough. My lungs are like, I have a child's lungs for smoking. And I got so high, I was greening out like crazy. I was done, dude. I was done. So I was seeing after images. When people were walking, it was like fucking Scooby-Doo. And I was like, what the fuck? I didn't even want to get high. But that weed is marketed as 34%. But apparently for actual weed, like that's really, really high. But vapes are always listed like 90% THC or whatever. So, yeah, I don't know. But just, there's your random thing for the day. Yeah. Your low tolerance plays a big part of it. I smoked an okay amount of weed. I get high pretty easily, but this is super weed, okay? This shit is super weed. I don't know if they sell it.
Medical grade means it was grown by weed yuppers.
I don't know if they sell this anywhere, but if you ever have the chance to smoke it, it's this shit. Wait, just...
I feel like I've outpaced
the toad.
Intellectually.
This is what it was. This is what it is. This shit. Oh my god, dude. I went to another dimension. Tyson weed is sold all over the place, and other brands compete and or make better. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. This was like 4 or 5 years ago. I think I smoked this. No, probably not. It was probably like 2 or 3 years ago. But okay. I bought some after you told that story a few years ago, and that shit had my dog walking into walls. Wait, like you made your dog like hotbox with you, or like you like hallucinated him walking into walls? That sentence is very confusing to me. I don't understand. Can you clear a bowl? I don't even know what the fuck that means, so probably not. If you give me like a joint of like real weed, not some garbage shit that you and your friends roll, that's some trash weed. If you give me some real weed for like a store or some shit that's like potent shit, I can take probably like 3 or maybe 4 hits and I will be super high for like an hour or 2. I have like very, very, very low weed tolerance because I don't smoke that much. It's super, super rare. Bong, I can't smoke bongs. That shit is disgusting. I mean, I can, but it's so uncomfortable. Like I'll be coughing and dying or whatever. It's just not.
I'm not sure. So I'm like, okay, I'll just take 3 hits. So I take like 3 hits.
It's the cleanest way. Maybe my friend did bong shit. The girl that I knew up in California that lived in some city, I don't know what I should say. This is how she did it. Maybe she does it weird, but I couldn't do it, okay? So she has a bong that's full of water, and then there's weed goes here, and then you would light it, and then the whole thing would fill with like smoke or whatever. And then what she would do is she'd put her mouth here, and then she'd let go, and the whole fucking thing was gone. And in one thing. I tried to do that one time, and I died. It was horrible. It was like it was the worst attempt at smoking weed in my entire fucking life. Maybe her bong was dirty or fucked, or maybe it's weird. I don't know. I feel like smoking like joints or whatever is just way easier than smoking a bong. But I don't know. Maybe I'm a loser. I'm not sure.
And I'm like, all right. And he was showing me his weed, and we're chatting it up a little bit, and he's telling me about his buddy, and I'm like, okay, you know, cool. And this is where I think it kind of starts falling apart. So, first off, I made a mistake. We can just count up our mistakes. Mistake number 1, I matched and flirted with and decided to go on a one-night stand with a self-described dominant alpha male. No offense. But mistake number 2, I got stoned. Like, why would you do this? Why would you do this on your first time out? This is probably not a great idea. You don't know this person. But I take
especially when they're not smoking too. Oof.
3 hits, I put it away, and I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, so, okay, he starts talking about automotive. He works in automotive, right? And I'm getting kind of weird vibes. I get a little kind of, I guess, intimidated by... Sometimes I get a little intimidated by people with a lot of money because of how that's been used against me. And
I don't believe that, but go ahead, sorry.
And how degrading and how judgmental people with money sometimes can be, right? And I've experienced throughout, like, especially the last 6 years, wild swings between living with people who have a fuck ton of money and do these little microaggressions against people who don't have money, which is really weird for me because I didn't grow up in like an extremely poor family, right? But I also, there were definitely struggles. And then I was unhoused for a long time. And like, once you pull me away from my family, I just, class privilege. I have privilege in that I got to attend college, but I was homeless throughout the majority of it, you know? So, and
Wait, how? How are you attending college and homeless? What is happening here? What is the story? Whatever.
Struggled to have stable housing. So it's a little bit of it's been a shock back and forth, and I just observe it. And it's something I'm very mindful of. And as he's talking about it, he's talking about how everyone...
No, stop. Not gonna go into this, okay? Destiny, there is a lot of people that live in cars. I refuse to believe that there is a sizable portion of children going to college living out of their cars. Shut the fuck up, okay? You're reading way too many anti-work threads. Fuck off, all right?
Everyone around here...
I'm sure it happens, but I'm sure it's like pretty rare or exceedingly rare.
It's a weird combination. He's like, everyone around here is stuck up and uptight and self-focused, but at the same time...
Didn't you for a while? Yeah, because I got divorced and I lost my apartment. But like, that was just because I was between places. I wasn't homeless for the entire time I was going to college. And I was like barely homeless. Like, I slept in my car, but I was showering, I had places I could go, I was getting food. It's not like I was like on the fucking streets, right?
He was saying that everyone is so complacent. And so it was super easy for him to climb up. And it felt like a kind of rags to riches kind of story. about how he like worked his way up. And, you know, I'm a little like, all right, cool. Like, I'm glad because there is a lot of effort that's put into that. But I was also just like, I think it was mainly the way he described other people. Like, they should just be able to do the same thing he did. But I'm like, well, how many, like, of these upper positions are there? So I didn't really pry on it because I was like, okay, listen, like, Lumi, I see you, and I see you being sus. Don't start digging in on this right now because you are trying to get laid, like, and you're gonna fuck this up for yourself, Lumi. You're gonna do it. I know you. I know how you are. And so I'm like, okay, all right. All right. Cool. So I'm like, okay, let's chill. And then he started to talk about his friend, his non-binary friend, which, okay, I'm down for that conversation. You know, I'm non-binary. I'm like, all right, all right, all right. Will Smokes are, what? You're not being serious, right? We can talk about that after this, but I'm not gonna, we can talk about this after that if you're serious.
Wait, what?
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I figured that was the case. Might have been helpful to put like quotes around it. We get people who come in and unironically believe that. Like my grandpa believes people choose to be homeless. Like he unironically, yeah. So, you know, that exists out there. And that's something I worry about. I don't feel comfortable. I have to, like, to me, I have to have a conversation with you about that because that is so unrealistic and unacceptable. But anyway, we switch over to this non-binary topic. And I'm like, all right, cool. A topic I feel comfortable in. Like, but here's the thing.
Destiny, someone in chat, they would totally ruin a day by digging in on politics. Destiny, someone in chat, they would totally ruin... Are you missing a verb? Oh, feel it. What are these sentences? Destiny, someone in chat, they would totally ruin a day by digging in on politics. What is this sentence? I would ruin dates arguing about shit. Fuck yeah, it depends on the topic. I probably have lost dates arguing about shit. The one military girl that I joked about the fucking tag shit on. I probably would. Fuck it. All right.
I am not prepared to have deep conversations where we might disagree when I'm stoned. Don't let me get on stream when I'm stoned and talk politics. Like, if I get high, we better just talk about plans. And I'm removing every political discussion because I'm stoned and I'm vibing, okay? Don't make me do this. Don't. Did
politics ruin your date with Lauren? No, since we were talking in private, we agreed on everything.
It's the worst. But I'm like, okay. And he's talking about how this non-binary person is. He seems to have a lot of respect for her. And he's like, you know, she is a part of this group. And this queer group, I don't know. We don't know. She might be she, they. But I noticed that he used consistently feminine pronouns and descriptors for this person.
Okay.
And that might be fine. I don't know. Non-binary is very diverse, right? But he's talking and I'm really high at this moment. I am like, this weed is fucking fire. Why is he talking? Like, I'm like, oh, because he's not high. Like, I'm just like, you know, that mouth could be doing other things, but we're having this conversation and I'm not sure if I'm down for that because I'm still processing the last conversation we had and I might have like, I'm just like, I'm not sure. And then as I'm just trying to follow, I hear gender Nazi and I'm like, what? And then I'm like, wait. Rolling that back in my head and I'm like, oh, the queer group is run by a gender Nazi. And then I'm like, wait, what? It's run by and I'm like, okay, all right, okay, all right, okay. And I'm like, and when I'm high, I'm very, like, not even when I'm high. just when I'm with people, I like to take things a moment at a time and really wait for my time to talk and really like, but I'm like, I'm sorry, excuse me? And so I'm just like, okay, focus, listen to what the man is saying. We have to switch gears. Pay attention. You are stoned. Listen, Lumi. And then
This guy is the actual Giga Chad. Picks up progressives, gets them fucking inebriated on some drug, then wins debates against them.
Then he starts talking about his friend again, and he's like, and they're not, or she, excuse me, I'm worried. I asked him at some point, like, what pronouns this person uses, because I don't want to be a part of misgendering this person.
Why? This is so fucking much. This is so extra. It's so extra.
Because he is. And so I was like, so does this person use she, they pronouns? And he like brushed it off. And so, but in this moment, he says, she's not a gender Nazi. And I go, funny thing there. What does gender Nazi mean, by the way? My understanding of his weird attempt at explaining gender Nazi was someone who is pretty intense about correcting you on their pronouns.
Wow.
Okay. So, yeah, so a trans person. You're in pronoun jail. Yeah, and I'm just like, oh, yeah, Josie, you have a lovely day. Thanks for swinging by. It's good to see you. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then he proceeds, he just, from my understanding, this is his only experience of a non-binary person. And when I try to talk to him, it seems like he's comfortable, like this non-binary person is an AFAB person that's not getting anything done to their body and is a lesbian. That's his description. So to me, I think his understanding of this person is they are a they, them because they're lesbian, or they are excuse me, I'm fucking this all up. They are a non-binary person that's just lesbian, I guess. Now, keep in mind, I only have his side and I'm trying to understand what the fuck this person is saying, and we clearly speak a quite different language, right? So I'm sitting here trying to translate what he's saying while also like having extreme stress.
How can you be lesbian non-binary? Woof! You need to go to the Genderpedia and look up what male lesbians are. There's so many fun terms out there that exist today now.
That's also my own projected stress, knowing how people treat these issues and how they've treated me with my non-binariness, right? And so it's like deeply, yes, he knows I'm non-binary. This is one of the things that made me, and I'm high as fuck. Thank you. And so I'm just like,
oh, the Oogie boss. Okay.
What is happening right now? I'm like, this is bad. I'm not getting laid tonight. Like, this is when it hits me. I'm not getting laid tonight. There's no way. I can't do this. I'm a gender Nazi. Like, no. And I'm like, okay, all right. All right. Okay. All right. How does, no, he knows I'm non-binary. He knows I'm non-binary. And I'm like, okay. All right. So I've thought a lot about my ethics around who I'll fuck and who I won't. This has been something I've been really considering because kind of similar to the free the nipple thing, right? With the free the nipple thing, where I've landed at is I have to build a space free of predatory people, you know, at least to the degree that I feel safe enough to talk to them and confront them on their over-sexualization of my breasts when they're not sexualized, right? So I want to be able to live a life where in my own house or around like the people I'm comfortable with, I can go topless, right? If I want to go, where does this even apply? Working out, this applies, but I could never do that in a gym. Like, where is that possible? Going swimming, perhaps at like a personal place with friends, right? Like a bikini, sometimes I'm rocking a bikini, right? I flow between masculinity, femininity, and an androgyny that often doesn't get recognized, because to be androgynous, it's basically all masculine fashion because masculinity is so fucking restricted. And anytime you add in a dash of femininity, like suddenly you're fucking femboy, or if you're not AMAB or some like people perceiving you as AMAB, you're just seen as like normal, unless you're really putting on the masculinity, because femininity is a lot more expansive. So it just kind of gets like, oh, okay, you know. And that's the exclusivity of masculinity and the pecking order of masculinity. And so when you extend that to, not only do I want to be able to do things like that, to me, sex is...
Why is he not? Thank you. Yes.
So much. It's so much. For me personally, right? I understand there are
ace
people, and I was ace for a while, actually. And
oh, so she's not ace. They're not asexual
sexuality anymore. And even like this extends to physical connection. I like being able to be physically affectionate with my friends, sexual with my friends if we are both feeling it, right? Like, but I have to really consider how they're perceiving it. And so to me, this almost has to be exclusive to people who share that same idea with me. Otherwise, they get it all twisted, they get it all fucked up, it becomes a miscommunication, and it's not building the like free love society environment that I want. I want this to be an area where that's possible, right? So I have to like consider, who do I do this with? Who am I casual with? And one of the things I've realized is when I run into people who are conservative, especially, no, just people who are conservative or who are still stuck on conservative ideas. Well, the conservative ideas around sex kind of fucking suck. Like, no offense, but it feels like it tends to be the typical narrative, right? Sex is degrading for women. If you're sleeping around a ton, you're a slut. Meanwhile, we celebrate men for sleeping around a lot. Like, but we're gonna shame men for fucking men. So, like, what is the dynamic there? Like, what is the dynamic there? It's, okay, so you want men to fuck, and you want women to not to fuck, and you want men to fuck a lot. So there needs to be women that you can fuck that are degraded and impure. And it just seems like a really predatory, disgusting mindset that I don't want to leach into the culture I'm trying to build.
Okay.
Like, so to some degree...
All right, we're going to do one more recount. We're not even halfway done. I have to figure out what happens. Do they actually go through with it? I need to figure it out. I don't know if I can let you guys stop it. Let's see what the sub vote says. Do we carry on? Oh man, it's, I don't know, they're starting to win the crowd over with their story. All right, we're going forward.
If you want to talk about why...
Wait, I need to preheat my oven. It's trifecta meal time. 1 second.
Something to hear the story, Giga Chad.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We got some runners.
Women won't date conservatives. It's protection. It's self-protection. Because that ideology is unfortunately incredibly tied.
Are the meals actually good or no? They're okay. Honest to God, I'm gonna give you guys a cheat code for all foods. Just buy like a bottle of fucking hot sauce, and it just makes everything better, okay? Vegetables, literally any fucking meat, fucking any carb, rice or noodles. Buy some fucking, this is like cayenne hot sauce. Buy some buffalo hot sauce. Buy some, I think Frank's Red's hot sauce. Buy some shit like that. Put on everything. It's an unironic cheat code. Hillary Clinton was right when she said she carries around hot sauce with her, okay? Our queen. She is my queen. God, I'm down bad for H-Dog. Fuck.
So much of the sexual damage that women and femme people experience. And I'm like, bro, this man just called someone a gender Nazi. And it's because they stand up for their pronouns. I can't fuck him. How do I get out of this situation? And this is one of my biggest struggles. This is one of my biggest struggles.
Once again, for any ladies out there, okay, super easy. Oh no, like, I think my period just started. Gotta go. So just use it as, no guy will ever challenge you on that, okay? Just say, oh no, I just started bleeding. I'm so sorry. And then like, you gotta leave, boom. Can you just give me some head? Well, when I get my period, I get like really sick to my stomach too. Sorry, I'll throw up. Fuck it, dude. Gotta leave. Sorry, bye.
I am very bad at this. Setting boundaries. It's something I'm learning. And then I'm also stoned. And I'm like, oh, I had a friend who knew where I was. I'm very safe if I'm going out with anyone for the first time because
just a crazy SJ
just
dub
in case,
monster.
you know.
Just to be fair, she's not very safe, okay? I don't know if her friend knew where they were because they literally just went driving around with this guy in his car. So I don't know about that, but whatever. But it is what it is. Not everybody functions perfectly, okay? Listen, I ate meth, all right? Shit happens in life sometimes.
That wants
Huli,
to
thank you for giving out that tier 1 sub to Stygen. Stygens. I appreciate it. And so I'm like, oh shit. At least we didn't get a hotel room, right? Like, oh.
Yeah, hold on. I am making assumptions. Maybe they did like the Google Maps share location or the Apple share location on a phone. It's possible.
Oh, fuck. And so I'm stoned and I'm like, okay. Now, one of the things I've noticed, and I've had a few situations like this. I had another situation where I was hanging out with a guy.
Wait, real quick. Is this shield and not armor, the blue shit? Is that what that is? Oh my god, I think it is.
That was like really into weed culture, and he taught me how to
I smoked a joint she didn't see rolled. It's their pronouns are they. Try to use they if you can. Wait, oh, I thought that was the weed that they brought with them. Damn, wait, did she really, or did they really take a joint from the stranger? That's a huge red flag too. Don't ever do that. Don't ever smoke drugs or accept drinks from strangers. Oh shit, that's really, really, really bad. Don't ever do that either, okay? But hey, listen, nobody's perfect and we all make mistakes, okay? But, and the stranger didn't want to smoke it. Hey, you want to smoke this? It's some good weed. It's like, oh yeah. Yeah, do you want to puff? No, I want to remember what happens tonight. Like, fuck. Sorry, okay.
Like make, how to basically make canna butter, but vegan, right? So the first time I learned how to do that, I also was with this guy that I thought was okay. And I just had this, it was the weirdest experience. This man, he was friends with my ex-boyfriend. And it was so uncomfortable. So I went to watch a movie with one of my other ex-boyfriend's friends. And it was weird. We watched a movie that was a horror movie with a terrifying, you probably know the movie. It's got a terrifying rape scene via a tree. And it's like a classic horror.
Oh, the Evil Undead or the Evil Dead, I think. Both of these movies suck, by the way. The original and the remake. These were garbage fucking horror movies. But apparently people credit this as being like a really, I don't know. I never liked this.
Film, right? It's horrifying. And I'm here alone at his place with him. We watch this terrifying movie. My phone is dead. I suddenly feel really uncomfortable. And then when I want to leave, he gets up behind me, puts his arm around me from behind me, and is like talking to me. And I'm like, this is it.
Wait, is this the same story or is this a different about the watching the movie? Hold on. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I think this is about a different story now. Wait.
Right? It's horrifying. And I'm here alone at his place with him. We watch this terrifying movie. My
Different
phone
guy.
is dead. I suddenly feel really uncomfortable. And then when I want to leave, he gets up behind me, puts his arm around me from behind me, and is like talking to me. And I'm like, this is it. I'm gonna fucking die. He's huge compared to me. And he tells me the story of how he's always been attracted to me, but I was dating Joe, and I used to live with them. This was so weird. So I'm like, fuck. And so I go over with this other guy, and he shows me how to make canna butter. So this is where conservatives are like, men can't just be friends with women. Not true. Just some guys do some weird things. So I'm here, and I'm really stoned out of my mind. And this is where I started learning how to set boundaries. Stoned out of my mind. We're watching this god-awful movie. We just made canna butter. And he reaches down and he starts touching my breast. And I'm like, oh no. Oh, listen. I cuddle, but I was not. And I did not expect it. I was not emotionally prepared for this. And I was awful at setting boundaries. And the only reason I could set a boundary is because my partner, I had a partner at the time, and he knew this. And I was, and he did that same conversation as, when you were dating him, I was really into you, but I just stayed way back. And I'm like, this is a nightmare. But I learned, okay, when someone makes a move, I need to immediately be on guard and learn how to set my boundary. Well, why is that so intense? Why do I have to be on guard to just say, hey, let's not do this? Because I've had so many people freak out on me. Because men, and like I've handled rejection poorly, but not typically by like saying something mean to you immediately or immediately reacting poorly, you know? So it's an intense and difficult thing. And so I'm like, okay, shit, now I gotta set a boundary. I really get—
By the way, women, everybody react. Oh my God, I can triple expand. Everybody reacts poorly to rejection, okay? Women, if you reject a woman, she will act poorly as well. Well, maybe not every time, but like it happens, okay? That is not exclusive to men. But women just aren't strong enough to do something about it. Giga Chad, rapists, okay? Men are scary because they can get you, okay? But if you reject a woman, she can get upset as well.
Gave the impression I wanted to come out here and fuck you, because I did, but then you did other things with your mouth, and it was just a lot. Like, it was just a lot. I'm too high for this. I need to go home and process.
Oh, true. That is one of the hardest conversations. Destiny, yep. I didn't want to fuck a girl raw, and she got so fucking upset at me. I have had girls get really, really, really mad about that. Who, not really mad, but they're like, what, you don't trust me, or whatever? Absolutely.
And so I'm trying to, like, I'm having this struggle in my head.
Mortars.
And then he proceeds to tell me this story about a trans woman he met.
Oh my God, this is... So much is happening. Oh, hold on. Hello? Good spam call. Pog
Yep.
phone.
Yeah. I love trans women too. I hate how people are about trans women. And so I notice even I get pretty intense when people start talking about trans women. Like, I just want to go through...
Question, have you ever been explicitly asked for consent by a woman? I thought about that with the rape Twitter discourse shit and realized I literally couldn't think of a time that I've been asked outside of the DOMs. Generally no. Usually women will kind of just go for it. If I've been like pretty verbal about consent because it's somebody that I haven't talked a lot about hooking with before we start fucking, then maybe they'll ask stuff. Oh, actually, fuck it. Since she leaked it first, Merrick. One of the things that frustrates the fuck out of me about debating or arguing about the sex stuff publicly with Merrick is when I think Melina would probably do this too. Merrick is somebody that's really good at like doing everything properly in terms of like verbally making sure everybody's okay, because me, her, and Melina messed around once, and she was like perfect at that. Probably one of the best people that we've ever associated with that like does everything correctly. But generally speaking, that's one of the reasons why when she would type shit on Twitter, I get so fucking mad. It's like, you know better than this, you motherfucker. But generally speaking, I think women don't ask, they just go for it, because generally men are always like receptive to like more and more advancement on whatever sexual encounter is happening.
Screeching about how like, fuck it, I like trans women way more than I like TERFs. I would rather be around a trans woman than a TERF any day, all day.
I'm okay. Are they talking about what the guy is saying, or is this what they're saying? I'm so lost right now in the narrative.
Like, I don't know how to describe it, but the way that people are make me, like, I've been this way a little bit. It's probably a little bit, I'm sorry, it's a little bit of like benevolent misogyny. Call me out on it, but I feel very protective towards women. And it's not just trans women. It's like...
I never, I don't think I ever read you this email, but I got an email a long time ago from a, I wonder if it was the same schizo email or if it was somebody else. But some guy emailed me and he was like, the trans athlete conversation just proves that nobody actually gives a fuck about men, I think. And it had to do with the fact that this is, I think when I got this email, I started speaking more about trans men when it came to athletic stuff. And their whole argument was basically like, if you look at like what's going on, blah, 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 blah. If you look at like when they talk about trans athletes, nobody talks about trans athletes. The only people that are ever talked about are trans women athletes. Nobody gives a fuck about trans men athletes because they don't compete anywhere. They can't do anything because they know they can't compete. You can't take a guy that went through puberty as a cis woman and then came out of puberty and then became a trans man and like tries to start taking hormones. Like that person isn't going to be competitive. That person's going to be fucked. But I thought that was a really interesting perspective in the emails. Like just another case of like people wanting to coddle or infantilize women. I thought it was interesting. I got this email like years ago, but.
All women. I have internalized misogyny. I want to protect women. Like in Magic, I'd always have my woman crush that I'd protect, and then I'd kill her last because I like her, you know? Like, and I've always felt very defensive and very like protective in that sense. And I'm like, oh, okay. So apparently, and it was a little hard to follow because he'd be a little, sometimes he does that thing where I notice I vague out. Sometimes I call it vaguing out when I'm dancing around a topic, right? You're beating around the bush. I call it vaguing out, but it felt kind of vague, some of it. But what I got was he went on a few dates with this trans woman.
Okay, if this guy is going out on dates with trans women, he's already way more fucking progressive than like 90% of the population.
I'm like, okay, so you went out a few times, right? But then it seems to switch over to him being like, oh, well, we became friends, right? Like we're friends at this point. And he really drives this point home when he's like, you know, we're sitting in his car, his very nice car. Oh, and I didn't even tell you. By the way, in between all of this, when I was processing shit, something really fucking cool. He has, okay, so he has this nice ass car, right? It's a nice car. He showed me a picture of his truck.
What?
And his truck.
Why does this work? What? Look at this pictures of like all the shit that I have. How is this effective? I am becoming it. Oh, I already am an incel. It's making me more of an incel, but... Jesus.
Does this thing that, how do I describe it? It like... And becomes a 10. I don't know how else to explain it. It becomes a tent. And I was like, how long does that take? And he's like 3 minutes. And I'm like, what? That's so cool. Yeah, it's cool. I was like, what? Yeah. And he's like, yeah, he apparently, he took a 5-day trip through the Appalachian Mountains. A 5-day trip through the Appalachian Mountains. He's like 90% of it was off-road. It takes 3 minutes or something to set up. Yeah, I know, Spyro. I was a little sweating bullets like that too. And I was like, that's pretty fucking cool. And then he's like, well, you know, you could come out anytime. Like, you can come with me. And I was like, I think I'll take a rain check on that one for now. I think I'll take a rain check on that one for right now. This ain't going so hot, but I really like your truck. I'm like, but it was cool. I really appreciated that he did seem to, we had similar values and like wanting to get out, wanting to disconnect, etc., etc. But I was also just like, you know, everything else was mixed in. And I was like, I don't know about this one. I don't know about that. But then we go on and he starts talking about this trans woman, and I'm starting to get the impression that maybe it was just more than a few dates. Maybe they became like legit friends, because he, you know, he's a big vehicle person. I can tell his vehicles are important to him.
Sorry, I'm stopping it. It's a little funny.
I thought through how to explain this a little bit. Do any of you know a car person that's like a freak about their car? He came off that way. My dad is a car person. He is a car dude. And I could tell it kind of broke his heart, and it kind of breaks his heart when I come home and the vehicle I have, like I told you, my car I value because it gets me from point A to point B, and it has seat warmers, and that makes me so happy. And I want to get the radio upgraded because I fucking love nice music, right? But like the car itself, I just want my butt to be warm, my ears to be happy, and to drive me places. That's all I care about, you know? That's it. But I could tell when I show up at home that his heart is broken when my car's not clean. Like, because I don't.
Wait, where are we at? Wait, so did they go back now to their apartment? To her apartment? Wait, how did they, what is happening right now? Is that what happened? Her dad, I think. Or is she, are they talking about their dad? Okay, okay, sorry.
Always wash it or whatever, right? My car gets dirty and I'm not obsessive about it or anything. And so the last time I showed up, I made sure right before I went to dad's to get my car washed. And I showed up. This motherfucker says, wow, you must have got your car washed right before you showed up, huh? Fuck, Dad, I'm trying. I'm not a car person. Fuck. But like, I've seen car dudes. He did. He called me the fuck out. I was like, shit. I keep the inside of my car fairly clean. I know. I promised myself that the next time I go to dad. Okay, let me clarify. I promised myself that a part of my spring cleaning will be, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna sweep my car out, I'm gonna clean the whole interior, I'm gonna wash my car, and then I'm gonna try to somewhat maintain it so I can call him out for calling me out and be like, I washed my car once this year, you know? Like, fuck off me, Dad. Once before this other time, you know? Like 2 times. Okay? Chill. But I don't really relate to that super much. So I kind of, what I have thought about a little bit though, you know, horse girls? Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? Horse girls? Maybe? No. So, horse girls are sus. I had a friend that was a horse girl. And I'm not saying like she was one of my high school crushes or anything, like suppressed lesbian crushes.
Yeah, this is like Christopher Nolan levels of storytelling.
With horses on it though. And she really liked it. It was really sweet. And you know, before I was vegan, I imagined that like to get close to a horse girl. I know how I am with Ayumi, right? Like, if you come in and you manage to get along with Ayumi, that is the cutest, most wholesome shit. Like, you can connect with someone who has an animal companion.
Oh, that absolutely works. If you can get along well with girls' animals, they'll love you a lot for it. That is actually super true.
Care deeply about really well through connecting, through being able to do that similar thing, sharing that, right? She's sleeping, she's napping, she's actually making cute noises in her sleep. And so I always just, before I went vegan, I just imagined, you know, well, if probably like the peak moment with a horse girl is you riding her horse. Okay? Hear me out. I've just got it in my head. Then she sees you riding with her horse and she's just like, wow, no one else gets to ride my horse and gets my horse like this. Like, that's gotta be some romantic shit. And so I'm just picturing him sitting in his seat, sitting in the passenger seat, looking at this woman like,
Get to the point, did you fuck or not?
wow.
Okay, are we talking about Lumi's dad in the car seat, talking about Lumi's animal, or are we now talking about the Tinder guy in his car still looking at the picture on Lumi's phone of the animal? This is the guy in the truck tent. Okay, this is the guy. Okay, this is the Tinder guy.
She's out here and she really knows how to drive my car. Like, I swear, this is how he's gotta be. This is all I can picture in my stone head, is like this equivalence. And I'm like, oh, what a sweetie. Like, how cute. And I'm like, oh shit. Because I can't even describe to you when, like, this is when I knew it was deep to him. He like gave me a look and he
Okay.
was like, she drove my car. And I'm like, yeah? And he's like, no, she drove this car.
Oh, okay. This is the guy talking about his trans ex, and she was comparing that to a guy riding a horse girl's horse. I think that's what is being talked about now. That's what. Okay, I'm back. We're back in.
She drove my car. And I was like, yeah, wow. I hear you. Like, wow.
This is the end, boys.
Yeah. Okay. Whoa. I don't know if it was stick. Good question. I didn't get that impression. I think I would have noticed because I've been with people who drive stick. I don't think it was stick. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay. So it's deep between them, you know? Like, that's
what does that comment mean? I think I would notice because I've been with people who drive stick. It either is or it isn't. What does that comment mean?
I'm getting this vibe of like, there is something there. And I'm like, all right, yeah. And then he's like, and then she told me she was having an operation. I was like, all right, cool. Yeah. Nice. Like, trans people do that. And he's like, so trans women. I know I've got a few trans women in chat, likely. I don't know much about this. And I'm trying to translate him, trying to translate her. So you know this might be all sorts of fucked up. So feel free to correct whatever the shit because I don't know well enough, right? But he was saying that her vagina was it was like only like 3 inches deep or something. I don't know my inches, I'm sorry. Like 3 inches deep or something. And
wait, how does him saying how deep her vagina is have anything to do with her knowing her inches? I'm so confused.
She needed to go in and get it deepened or something.
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah, that's a thing. Okay. I knew there was something around that. I've heard someone talk to me about the procedure, right? But I don't know.
She's holding her hand. Yeah, but then you just say like, oh, about this bit, whatever. But okay.
And outs of it, and I was like, okay, yeah.
Whoa, hello.
Yeah, okay. And he's like, yeah, she just told me that. And I was like, okay, yeah, cool. Like, to me, I'm like, that makes sense. Like, you're close. She drove your car. And so she tells you, like, about this surgery that's probably, like, a big deal to her. Like, from my understanding, that's a really exciting thing. Being able to get that surgery is fucking poggers as shit. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, well, and then she explains, like, you know what that means, right? And I'm like, what do you mean?
I have a huge dick?
Like, I was like,
no way. Sorry.
a guy before.
Sorry.
And I'm like, yeah, that's like what a trans woman is? Like, yeah? Like, no, but okay, sure? Like, what? Yeah, apparently he didn't know. Like, he didn't know she was trans. And so I'm just like, okay, yeah, like, that happens. So I guess this is how he's finding out she's trans. And so he's shocked, and I'm like, okay, all right. Yeah, that's, you know, trans women are born AMAB, and then, yeah, they have surgery, and yeah, yes, yes. I don't know what to say about this, and so I don't know how to react. And also, keep in mind, I'm stoned out of my fucking mind, so I'm like, oh, yes. And he's like, well, and he does this very interesting thing that I think, you know, after a few of our men conversations, we might understand a little bit. He does this interesting thing where he wasn't betrayed. But he's like, well, you know, someone could feel betrayed. And I'm like,
do you ever feel like an NPC?
Someone? Like, and he's not owning this emotion, right? He's not betrayed. And in my head, like, if he would have just been like, oh, I felt betrayed, that would have been so easy for me, even in my high state, to have a conversation on. Like, own your own fucking emotions. Don't turn it into someone's hypothetical betrayal that could exist that you want to debate me on. It gives it a total different... So I'm like, okay, so he doesn't feel betrayed, or I think he's probably just like offsetting the emotion, or maybe he doesn't want to make it too intense for me or something. I don't know, but it was weird. And I was like, so I'm like, how do I talk to him about his emotions without coming off as an asshole? Because if he would have just been like, you know, I felt kind of betrayed, I could have been like, well, you know, why? Why did you feel betrayed?
Why can't you say, why couldn't one feel betrayed? Why can't you just say that? Just keep speaking about it in the third person now.
You're like, well, someone theoretically could have been betrayed. I'm like, and I just say, I don't understand. Like, which, you know, like, I feel like this guy is shooting himself in the foot. I could have very easily just, like, had a really chill and emotionally sensitive conversation, walking him through, you know, him processing his own shit. And I know trans women and honestly, people in general, this is like, it's a painful conversation. I do not expect everyone to go through this conversation, but I tell you what, like, I am so used to walking people through their unprocessed emotions about gender and shit. Like, that's what I do. It's what I do. So I'm like, if you would jump, I would catch you and set you down and chat with you about gender. But you were tossing me someone else's theoretical betrayal, and I'm saying, what the shit do I do with this, my dude?
This person is so extra and needs to go outside more and talk with non-terminally online people.
What do I do with this? Nah, I'm not my date's therapist. That's fair, but Lumi's like, oh, I'm certainly not getting fucked, and this is no longer a date, so I might as well be your fucking therapist, because I don't know how the shit I'm getting out of this without, like, so I'm like, fuck it, therapy mode, let's go. But I didn't know where to go with it. And so I went into a weird intellectual space where it's like, well, I don't really understand that emotion. And I said the worst thing ever.
Uh-oh.
Are you ready for a real cringe Lumi moment?
The worst thing ever.
God, have I embarrassed myself enough today? Chat, are you over it? Are you done? Do you need spared? I'm so sorry. I say, I don't know. I just don't understand monosexuals.
What does that even mean?
He's not even gonna know what a monosexual is.
I don't know.
Why? Lumi, why are you like this? You can't fucking... I touched grass. I tried to touch ass. I'm not at that level. I'm out here talking to people who are calling trans people gender Nazis and telling them I don't understand monosexuals. Yes, it means being gay or straight. Now, does that mean I don't support monosexuals? And this is funny because
Whoa! And stay right there. Don't go anywhere. We have 40 minutes left of this exciting story. I'm gonna pop some food in the oven. 1 second.
And I was like, yeah, okay, and then, well, yeah, apparently, and I was like, okay, alright, and then the thing happened, yes it was, and you know, well, then we fucked. The end.
Albana, 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 Albana. Albana, 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 Albana.
You, Obama. We endure these 40 minutes. We are strong. Why? Because we are GigaChad. L, 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 yeah, L, L, yeah, L, L, yeah, L,
Hey, e, oh, I, oh, hey, e, oh, hey, oh, hey, e, oh, hey, oh, hey, e, oh, hey, e, oh, hey, e, oh, hey, oh, hey, e, oh, I, oh, hey, e, oh, hey, oh, hey, e, oh, hey, oh, hey, e, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, hey, Hey! Oh! Hi!
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually. I feel like I've
Get to the part about the non-Bennessy already. We're gonna... Oh, yeah.
Good one. Good one, guys. Keep it up.
I blurted out. I go. Air straight. Now, does that mean I don't support monosexuals? And this is funny because I blurted out. I go, well, I don't really get it. And then I'm like, I just don't understand monosexuals. And then it clicks in my mind. Lumi, you can't just say that shit to
Any change for the rust wipe? Nope. Map size and everything should be good. The only difference is we're BP wiping next time. Yeah.
someone. Like, you can't just say that. And I'm like, okay, all right. And I'm like, so I try to backpedal. I'm like, which I don't need to understand people to respect them.
Chat,
so that doesn't even
I am
matter.
down bad and need your help.
And then I'm in
If we can get 20 warriors to download Raid Shadow Legends in the next 20 minutes, Destiny will skip to the part of the video where we finally find out who the fuck asked.
It's all weird. I'm like, God, I fucked this up. Like, I think he fucked this up, but I also fucked this up, and now this is really weird. Yeah, so attracted to only one gender. I don't get that. And I do feel that way. I'll be clear. Like, I fundamentally do not understand. And that's totally okay. That doesn't mean I'm like, wow, monosexuals are bad people. That means, like, I just don't have that emotion. To me, I am like, it is very fundamental to me that I am just attracted to people and their personalities, right? But, like, I've experienced, you know, like, humans are diverse, right? Penises are diverse. Vaginas are diverse. Just like their bodies are diverse. And at the end of the day, it's not what, like, I'm not stoned. No, I'm not stoned. I have sobered up since then. I did not smoke a little bit of weed since this date. I was like, no more weed for the next 2 weeks, Lumi. That was a trip. So again, it's just like, and it was like a weird, I'm like, I don't know how to help your theoretical person. But
I don't.
Then I was like, how do I have this conversation with him? Because what's weird is I turned and I go, well, were you like gonna have sex? And he's like, no. And I'm like, well, so why do you care? Because to me, if I'm gonna have sex with someone, I'm not monosexual, and I don't get monosexuals, and that's totally okay. 100% still respect, right? But when you're gonna have sex with someone, then you start having conversations. At least me. If I'm gonna have sex with you, we're gonna have a few conversations. Like, how do you keep yourself safe from STIs? When's the last time you got tested for STIs? Do you have anything? Like, this is the time. Like, if someone has... I had a long-time partner with erectile dysfunction, and that significantly impacted the ways in which we had sex. But that person was unironically one of the best sexual partners I've had. I didn't give a shit. But at the same time, you might want to have a conversation before you go into sex, or we're going to be miscommunicating, right? You might want to just have a chat. But if I'm not going to be touching your penis, I don't really need to know. You know? Like, I don't, like...
No, wait. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh at that. What is... Hold on. I need to reset. What is this tweet? This is somebody is running for the Senate a Democrat is running for the Senate. You guys win. I'll just kill myself. Wait, what is happening to this person? Abby Broyles. The things I'm accused of saying are not who I am, nor do they depict the situation entirely accurately. They're not a reflection of my belief. What happened? U.S. House candidate apologizes for behavior at sleepover. What? Parents said Abby Broyles of Oklahoma drank and swore at children at a friend's home. She said she had mixed wine with medication and had no memory of the night. Who cares? Well, wait, hold on. What did she say? About 8 girls between the ages of 12 and 13 attended the February 11th sleepover where they watched the movie Titanic. She blacked out after drinking wine and taking sleep medication. What did she say? I need to know what I need to know what was said. This is really important. Okay. Reported that Miss Boyles had sworn at one girl while also mentioning that she was Hispanic and had referred to another girl's acne, among other abusive remarks. They said that she had vomited into one of the girl's shoes, in addition to the laundry hamper. What? Holy shit. Okay, well. She was down bad.
This is the chemical version of her deck dev.
And so I'm like, well, why, if you're not going to have sex with this woman, do you care about any of that at all? I don't understand. Why do you feel betrayed? And this is a conversation I didn't really get to have. I did ask him, like, were you going to have sex? And then I expressed a lot of confusion when he was like, well, you know, someone could feel betrayed. I'm like, I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't get it. And that's where we ended up. Like, I was just like, I don't get it. And then he was like, you know, the typical, like, talking point. Well, live and let live. And I'm like, I get that. And I like that message. But at the same time, I'm like, it put me in a weird spot, right? And so I do this bad thing because I feel uncomfortable and I feel on the spotlight, right?
Right.
Now I feel like I've got to start disclosing shit.
Because Lumi still wants to fuck the guy? What do they have to start disclosing? Well, okay.
I feel like I'm under scrutiny as a non-binary person. And I'm like, well, you know, just in case you're wondering, because I don't want to be, like, betraying in some way. I'm like, well, you know, I'm AFAB.
I don't know what
haven't
AFAB
had
means, but
anything done except for a breast reduction. So I have scars, but I thought about microdosing on testosterone, and I decided that's not really for me.
assigned
And-
female at
I feel
birth.
like I've
Okay.
outpaced
And it
him
felt so
intellectually.
disgusting. It felt awful, honestly. Like,
Just a crazy SJ dub monster that
Thank
wants to
you.
indoctrinate your children.
thank you. Thank you, Bosnian, for gifting out that sub to Ruby Sandwich. Ruby Sandwich, I hope you enjoy it. And it was weird because we're just friends, right? And then it kind of gets a... This is kind of tough. So I'll acknowledge this is a little tough for me. But we're talking about it. And I'm like, yeah, you know, I explain all of that. And then he goes, wow, you had a breast reduction? Some trans people, me included, are a little bit sensitive because when you go through those changes, people have their opinions and they think they have some control over their body, over your body, or that they want to dump their emotions on you. And one of the things I've run into is a lot of cis guys get upset about breast reductions. And so when I got my breast reduction, it was this super exciting thing. It was a lot of emotions, right? I had nightmares of waking up without body parts because I'd never gone under surgery before, and I was terrified. But then I was scared to say that because my community fundraised me to be able to get that. And I was scared I was making a mistake because you hear all the time about trans people mutilating their bodies, right? Irreversible damage. I was scared out of my fucking mind, but I couldn't talk to anyone. I was also extremely dysphoric, like crying, like literally just crying for way more often than I normally cry, just over stress and dysphoria, struggling to get dressed. Like, it was bad. And then after my surgery, which I had been terrified for and feeling so isolated about, I was so excited. I was so happy, and I still am. Like, it has been a huge, monumental change. And now I look back at the pictures.
If this is such a fragile fucking area, why the fuck would you ever say this to a stranger? Why not just not say anything then? I have no idea. Why not just not say anything?
Me previously, and I'm like, I don't know how I survived with that level of dysphoria, like, frankly. But everyone's always got their opinions, right? And so we've had comments here and there, and I've seen them on my social media posts, and then especially IRL, people saying how sad it is. How sad my breast reduction is.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, I gotta get my foot out of the oven.
I feel like I've outpaced
Hello,
him
President Trump.
intellectually.
What do you think of Putin?
He's a bad humber, but I like his dollar.
No. I mean, what do you think of me? Putin, these nuts in your mouth. No. You got wrecked.
Shut up. Silly man, Obama.
You're a genius, dude!
Welcome to Dog Warts.
Well, yeah, the dog is so hot.
Can you guys? I'm getting. It's taking like 2 seconds. Chill. Stop. Strophium. You have problems.
And so, and why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Because they wanted to look at breasts. Because they find my titties attractive. And it's the most self-centered, entitled, fucked up shit.
Strophium Tita Chad.
It's disgusting. But guys are superior. I disagree. I'm a titty person myself. But I only like titties when the person themselves feels comfortable in their skin, right?
You're a genius!
And so, you know, that's something I'll acknowledge. I'm a little sensitive on. And I was feeling really vulnerable. And so I mentioned, like, these are the things. And then he was like, oh, wow, you got a breast reduction. And I got a little defensive because that's a place I'm kind of sensitive, as mentioned. And I say, yeah, I know some people think that's sad, but... And he goes, oh, no, no. No, 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 no. I've heard smaller breasts are more sensitive sexually. And then proceeds to talk about what he can do with his lips and tongue.
So the guy's trying his best. He's trying. He's trying, dude. Fuck.
Oh my god, it was such a monumental failure, chat. What is happening? And this is the perfect shit. And now you know, I'm still stoned, so I'm just like, this motherfucker. I'm just sitting there like, what is happening right now? And I'm like, okay. And he proceeds and he goes, yeah, you know, and he's bragging at this point. He's like, I had a woman that would just let me
DGG
go at her
more than
breast
half
for
of
a
you
really
wanted to
long
watch
time,
whatever
and
this
she would
is.
order.
DGG polls are by the people, of the people, and for the people, but the DGG are flowered.
Orgasm just from that. And I'm like, oh, wow. And he's like, yeah, I know. Some men, kissing some men is like kissing a fish. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, I've heard some other men are really bad. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that, but men, like, I've heard men suck. And I'm like, is he thinking he's talking to the feminist in me right now? What's happening right now? And I'm like, yeah, you know, sometimes people are like, yeah, that, and he's like, some men can't even find the clit, and I'm like, ah!
Okay, why are you acting so awkward? You literally came out in this dude's car, started smoking his fucking drugs that he didn't even want to touch. All because you thought he was hot on Tinder and you wanted to fuck him. And now you're acting like it's so cringe that he's having like a sexual conversation. Wait, what? I don't understand. What the fuck?
I'm not ready for this emotionally. I'm having so much whiplash right now. I'm like, and so he's like, I'm like, I don't know what to do at this point. So I'm like, you know, I'm not here to shit talk men with you. I say this to so many men. Like, men will just start shit talking men to me. I get this all the time. I can never shit talk men because then I'm a sexist. But men shit talk men to me all the time. They love it because they are the good man. And I'm just like, oh no. And so I said my line. Yep, I'm like, fucking man defender time. And I just say, I am not here to shit talk men with you. And he gives me this look. And I'm sure this is a practice look. At least it reminds me of someone who I know has talked about this specific practice look and even told me how to do it. It's like a sly smile with the looking out of the corner of your eye. And he's like, but you could. Like, Lumi, man defender, but you could shit talk other men with me. And I'm like, this is not sexy. I'm like, no. And then he just sits there and he stares at me looking out of the corner of his eye. And I'm like, and I'm sitting here in my skirt. I'm a little gonna lie. I can, like, I'm all ready for tonight. I was all ready for tonight. And I'm just like, this is the most, I was having so much cognitive dissonance with the way I'm dressed, the way he's looking at me, and everything that just fucking happened. And he's giving me the look. And I'm just like, what? I'm like, oh no, this went poorly. Like, and he's like, well, and I'm like, I'm not gonna, I'm not shit talking men. Like, no. And then, and I feel so bad because had we not had all these conversations, maybe it would have gone okay, but I would have regretted. He then, I won't give you details, but he gets into a very, and this was brilliant. I'll hand it to him if he would have recognized how poorly the political discussions went. But honestly, like, I was very reserved, right? I wasn't trying to like politically debate someone. So like, how can you even tell? You know, I'm very good at putting on a polite face. I am. Like, that's my skill. That's a skill I've developed practicing femininity for a long time. So I can't even blame him for it. But he then proceeds to get into a very, very spicy and a little bit visual description of pieces he pulled from our very personal and erotic messages back and forth, describing and kind of showing how he would do a certain sexual thing to me and describing how that would play out. And it was like, it was good. I won't lie. Like, it was pretty fucking good. But at the same time, I'm like, well, he's like showing where he'd put his hands and not on me, but like.
Wait, so are they like, they're like sexting like in the car at each other? What the fuck is happening right now? I'm so confused.
Like, you know, and well, yes, on me, but not on me, you know. And I'm like horrified at this moment, and I'm like, oh no, I didn't talk. Whoa, oh shit. And like, I don't know how to handle this moment because I'm still trying to process all the conversations that happened. I'm stoned, and I'm like, bro, the whole time in the back of my head, I've been wondering how I can get out of this, and now you are going for it. And like, good on you for going for it, but I don't know what to do. I'm like, this is uncomfortable. And so what do you do when you're uncomfortable? Reflexively leaps out of the car. I just sit there and giggle. I've got to have this like wild sounding giggle. Like, I am smiling so hard, I think my face is gonna crack. And I'm just like looking at him out of the, like, I can't even make direct eye contact with him. So I'm like looking at him and I'm looking away and I'm looking at him and I'm giggling and I'm looking away because I'm so uncomfortable. And I'm like, oh no. 30 to 1, no. I was dying. I was like, no. And I felt so bad because it was like, we saw what kind of bird? We saw a bird dancing for another bird the other day, and I was like, this is the human version of that. And he's doing a good dance. He is, but I can't do it. I can't do it. Fuck. Fuck. And then he stops. Chat, are you ready for my failed humor? It's really bad. He stops and he gives me that same look. He's got this look nailed. He gives me that sly smile, you know, on top of that really gorgeous beard. Looks at me out of that corner of his eye and he just sits there like, yeah. yeah. And I'm like, and he's like, well, and I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, and he's like, you're on the spot. And I say, I'm just, no. Before we go to there, I go, oh God, I fucking hate myself. So y'all know how I'm really bad at media references? I project that onto everyone else, right? So, you know, I've started learning media references with my chat. I'm very proud of this.
This guy is down
saw-
bad. I would have
we
kicked her
saw-
out of the car 6 hours ago.
Oh, the Matrix. In the black cat, that's the deja vu cat. That's like a glitch in the Matrix. I'm really
On a real
stoned
one.
at this
What
moment,
is
and
wrong
all
with
I
you
can
listening
think
to this
is
whole thing?
What?
deja vu. And so I'm like, whoa, deja vu. Have you seen the Matrix? This is possibly the worst moment to poorly have a media reference joke. I feel so bad for this man. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, I feel like I just saw the black cat. I fucking hate myself sometimes. I'm like, no. Why am I like this? And I don't think this man knew what to do with me. So he just kind of like sits there and like doesn't know what to do, and then continues. Bless his heart, he continues smiling and looking out the corner of his eye. I probably would have gave up if I were him. I would have been like, I'm gone. I'm out of here. I'm fucking done with this shit. This is a lost cause. Like, he put so much effort in. It went really bad. I felt so bad. But he keeps giving me the look, and he's like, and he maintains his posture, and I'm like, oh shit, like this is some real alpha male shit, by the way. And I don't know what to say. And he's like, well, you're on the spot. And I'm like, and so I like move back in my seat. I look real comfy, and I go, I'm just vibing. Like I try to, I'm just vibing. I had no idea what to do. It was so awkward. And the worst part is, he didn't take that. He literally, he goes, that's a cop-out. I'm sorry, I don't know how else to cop out. So yeah, that's a cop. Yes, he said that. And I didn't know what to do, so I laughed. And I go, yeah, that's what I do when I'm copping out, but I've never had anyone call me out on it. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, it's a cop out. And then he's like, well, you're on the spot. And I'm like, so what's your favorite season?
What?
That's my go-to. Yep. He put me on the spot.
Favorite season of what?
He put me on the spot. What was I supposed to do? I was stoned. Season 4 usually.
Of Game of Thrones, or?
Oh my god. Oh,
season of the year.
Oh my god. And he's like, fall, I guess. Fall, I guess. I'm like, yeah. And I go back into my safety area, right? What did I tell you, chat, at the early of the stream? You pick a small talk topic, then you pull it into something a little deeper. I'm like, yeah. You like fall? What do you like about fall? And he's like, you know. Same answer as everyone, of course. I like the leaves. I like the colors. And I'm like, man, this man's boner is dying right now. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I respect that. I feel that. Do you do anything special in the fall? And he's like, same old, same old. And I'm like, oh, you don't like, you know, go outside and enjoy the leaves or something, you know? This winter, I got to hear the snow melting for the first time. I've been reconnecting with nature. He's like, yeah? I'm like, yeah. Yeah. He's like, yeah, I like the autumn. I'm like, I gotcha.
Hold on, we've almost made it, guys, to the end.
You should
15 more minutes.
come out sometime in my truck. It's beautiful. That's what I like about that. And there you go. There's how you get over it. And we just started flowing into talking about his truck and camping and how he wants to take me out camping. I don't think that's gonna happen, by the way. But it simmered down and I was like, all right. And so we and it's still a little awkward, and he you know, he handles it really well. I'm really impressed, actually. I've had situations go far worse than this. Like, I disagree with some of the things he did. If someone's copping out, do me a favor. Let them cop out. They're uncomfortable, okay? That's one thing I think people can get from this. Just let people cop out. They're clearly uncomfortable. If someone's uncomfortable, stop pursuing. But overall,
I think
you
such
know,
a great video
he
and
turned
story
he
like
said,
this should be topped off with a few games of League to put the icing on the cake.
Maybe.
well, I suppose I gotta get you home. And I said, yeah, I would like that. And he's like, same, do you want me to drop you off at the same place? And I said, yeah, I'd appreciate that. But don't worry, I was not done with my terrible humor that I've developed because of my chat. Vegans? Do I have any vegans in here? You betray me. Yes. You betray me. But it was ending well, Lumi. I know. Yep, I'm blaming the vegans. I'm vegan strong. So you know, I'm a companion animal person, and he had talked about his pets a little bit, and he's like, I'm like, so your pets, right? Still trying to play around. I don't want to like get too deep in the makeup.
Why
did Dan talk about his streams?
Why is Lumi still trying to chat this guy up? Just fucking leave.
Plans to go camping,
Steven,
like no,
we're
they
getting
do. So I'm
uncomfortable.
like, so your pets,
Yes,
you get along with them?
Woo.
Very normal question to ask someone, by the way. And he's like, yeah, I like, well, no. I can't stand them. I'd like to eat them. And he's clearly joking. And I find that funny, but I'm a fucking vegan. So I turn around and I go, fucking omnivores. And he does not laugh. And I would like to die. I did.
Ensure the development will not be broken by a pathetic 2-hour video. By Ella, stay strong, brothers. Show no weakness. Oh, Angela.
Too many vegans in my chat. I'm like, oh my god, he probably thinks I'm taking a jab at him. I'm literally kidding. And at this point, I'm like, I want to cry. This has been so bad. Never again. I should have stayed home and read and did yoga. I am never doing this again. As a vegan, I proudly take blame for this. I was like, this is bad. This is very bad.
How would you handle this interaction if you were the dude? I will say this a million times. You have to be somewhat empathetic towards the other person. If they feel uncomfortable, then like chill and don't push. That's all you can do. If somebody starts to feel a little bit uncomfortable and you start pushing, you're either trying to rape them or you're hoping to just like break down their defense enough that eventually they kind of like, oh, just don't do it. Just if somebody seems uncomfortable, they're like, yeah, just chill.
Oh, fuck. But it's okay. He handled it like a champ. He didn't stress. Very strong man. Alpha male behavior, by the way. Just chills. Just chills. And so he drives me home. And,
not home, but to the car.
and we
right?
just chat casually. He did, like, I could tell something that I noticed, and it felt like he was doing consistently throughout the night, is like telling stories to set boundaries. And we all do that, right? You could even argue to some degree, I'm doing that here. It's a way of engaging with people where you can look at the things that go wrong and you can say, hey, maybe
Telling
don't
Twitter
make a
users to
joke
touch
about
grass is unethical. Who knows how many situations like this you've caused with your irresponsible language.
someone being an a fucking omnivore when you're touching grass, okay? Like,
Librel was correct for speaking for this person's sexuality, poggers.
that's embarrassing, right? We set these little boundaries, these little cultural boundaries, but as we're on our way back, he's like, oh yeah, I dated someone that was living around this area. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, yeah. And I felt like he was, I don't know if he was setting these boundaries or if this was just an experience he had, but he was like, yeah, she like, it could have just been an awful experience, to be honest, right? But I think I was a little bit like, I felt overwhelmed from everything that had happened, that I was like, oh, are you trying to set a boundary? And I already had that like not freak out, but like the stress response to feeling like he was setting that in regards to like my body as a trans person. But he was like, you know,
This never-ending
I dated
story about
someone
nothing's
around
exhilarating.
here.
I can only imagine how enjoyable and fun it would be to sit in a cool car and talk with them for a few hours.
I dated a girl around here. No, I'm talking about someone else.
This man's back must have been in so much pain from the Herculean lifting he was doing throughout this entire interaction. You two chat rise up.
I mean, I might have misgendered myself. It happens occasionally. But he's like, I dated a girl around here, and she...
Okay. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
She apparently ghosted him for like 5 days. I don't know. I didn't pick... He was like, well, first she was super intense, and she was like, we're gonna be in this relationship, and it's gonna be all good and dandy, and it was way too intense. I'm like, yeah, that's uncomfortable. Like, I wouldn't do that. That's like weird. Whoa. And then he was like, and then she ghosted me for 5 days and then just popped up again. and I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, now I'm analyzing my own behavior, and I'm like, well, I might just ghost for like 3 days because I have a ridiculously packed schedule. And like, I'll just be honest. Like, my sister will message me after a week of her messaging me, and she'll like call me or message me and be like, are you alive? Because like, I'll just go off. Like, I deal with my stream and I've got other things happening in my life. My phone stresses me out. And so I'm like, oh shit, now I've got this, I feel like I've got this expectation that I can't disappear, and so much happened tonight, and I'm stoned as shit, and I don't know if I'm gonna get back to him. But like, I know all of the horrible political things. He was sweet. No, I would not fuck him. I would not feel comfortable with that, like personally. I just wouldn't, right? But like, he seemed cool, and he was like really chill.
Wait, what? I'm so lost. I don't know what the fuck is happening right
now. And like, I have really mixed feelings, right? Like, there's a lot that's really deeply uncomfortable, frankly, but I respect how he handled some of it, and then I have pretty strong critiques in others of it. So I'm like, okay, yeah, like, it was just a weird conversation. And then I went to get out of his car, and I had been wearing, you know, I've got my coat on, but under that I've got a long sleeve shirt and a skirt that, you know, it's one of my shorter skirts that I wear, and then my thigh highs that go just above the skirt, but they kind of slip down a little bit.
Jeez.
And I get out of the car, and he says something. I like your socks. And I didn't hear him, so I turned and kind of look, and he goes, I mean your tights. And oh, and I tried to give him his weed back. He gave me the weed. He gave me the joint, and there was so much. It was like he's trying to be sweet still, and I'm just like, holy shit, what did I do? This was a fucking disaster.
I mean, imagine you're trying to impress what you perceive as a girl on a date or whatever. You're not gonna be like, hey, hold on. Can I have the rest of that joint back? There's a lot of unsmoked mud in there. Give me that shit. Like, obviously you're gonna give them the rest of the, like, what the fuck? You said this guy's got a nice car. It's not like joints are like $500. Like, what the fuck?
Sure. I tried to give him back the weed. I actively tried to give him back the weed. Because I was like, I don't think I'm gonna see this man again. I cannot take his weed. And so I tried to offer him back the weed, and he was like, no, that's all you. And I'm like, based, because honestly, I took 3 hits off that joint, and I was fucked up. Like, I was fucked up. So I'm like, okay, that's cool. That'll be nice. That'll for sure be nice. And yeah, so, and then he messaged me.
Uh-oh.
And
she's gonna read it.
10 out of 10 got free weed. Good date. And he messaged me, and it was really sweet.
It's gonna be like, had a great time last night. Hopefully we can do something again in the future.
He was just like, you know, so awesome to meet up with you. Thanks for coming out on such short notice. You're a great person. I'm like, it was a surprise. Thank you for taking me out. You seem really interesting and kind. Interesting can be a very, very sincere thing, or it can be a, you're interesting and I don't know what else to say that's, you're interesting. Because it was interesting. It was an interesting night. Like, and I hate whatever his phone is doing. He'll love a message or
oh, does he have like an iPhone and she has an Android, and it just sends you a text message saying they loved your message?
He'll react to a message and it'll send me the whole message.
Oh yeah.
With just loved, and then the whole message, and it'll be like in 50 parts. It's the worst shit. He's like, so you gonna hang out with me again? Bro, I am stumbling up the stairs, giggling, screeching, messaging my friend that I'm home safe and saying this was a lot, like, and I'm like, now I've got to answer this, and he already kind of like laid down that I can't ghost him for 5 days, and I've got like, I am the kind of person that needs a lot of space and needs to process things. You'll see this. You'll see it. Reply in 5 days. No, fuck that. I'm not an asshole. I'm not trying to be an asshole. So I came up with, you know, maybe, I'm not sure we are looking for the same things exactly, but I need to just think that through. And I will.
Incel
I won't ghost you.
created.
I do need to get busy, and I need some space to think sometimes. It
Ooh.
was a really engaging conversation, and you're an interesting person, smiley face. He said, oh no, please do not think I'm overbearing, demonstrative, and controlling, because that is totally not me.
Oh, hold on. That message that Lumi sent, I don't know if they're doing this or not. That sounds like a breakup. That's like a, it was fun, but you know, blah, blah, blah. Anytime a person takes that much effort and writes that much shit, but doesn't like give you another date to meet them, you're done. It's time to walk away. Don't argue at that point, because it's lost. Move on to the next target.
And then he apologized for like, sorry, I lost connection. You're really interesting, intelligent, and complex personality,
fire
and
on
I
your
enjoy
HP.
that. And
It
I'm
doesn't
like,
do anything when I click
how
it.
did
I
you
don't know what it
get
does.
that out of me? Like, is it demonstrative? Is that the term? Because I didn't know what. No, I don't think this guy is evil. I think that he has unprocessed emotions, and he's really. There was a sounds like a typo of domineering. It could have been.
Destiny. Oh man, hold on. What did this guy say? I remember waking up after a date and I received a message with more than 2 sentences and immediately knew. Dude, obviously I do well for myself, but I have the same feeling. If I'm talking to a girl, the worst feeling is chatting with a girl, message responding pretty quick, you think you have fun, blah, 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 and then you send a message like, okay, cool, like we should hang out again, like, are you interested? And then you see like the bubbles, and then it goes away for a second, and then the bubbles come back, and you're like, oh, fuck, it's over. You're almost ready to just block it, like, fuck, I'm blocking this bitch. I know what she's about to say. Fuck you. You almost want to type a message like, fuck you, bitch, I don't want to see you anyway. Get the fuck out of here, delete your message, and then block him and lose. And then the bubbles disappear, and then so then you close the message, and it's like, oh, God. And then you get the notification on your phone, and you see the, like, I had a really fun time, but, and then dot, 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 you're like, ah, fuck, I don't even want it. And then you'll read it, like, in 2 days, because you know that shit is fucked anyway. You're donezo with it. It happens, dude.
Not evil. Yeah, I don't think he's evil. I do think so.
Next time type don't bother. True. Just be like, your silence says everything.
The bigot instead. Like,
Wait, hold on. Don't coming through.
My schedule's packed too. I gotta go to work, hit the gym, and watch an elite food listening to some person talk about how their schedule is packed with yoga, baths, taking nudes, streaming, and letting their dog outside. Incel created.
True.
Absolutely. He has... I'll say, like, I do think, and don't... You gotta understand what people mean when they say transphobic, right? And...
Wait, are they saying that the guy was transphobic?
Transphobic. And I don't think he means to hurt anyone's feelings, but my concern, he exactly is, and so I wouldn't
This person
go
has so
and
much
tell him,
self-esteem
like,
issues
you're
that they project
transphobic,
onto this poor dude.
right?
Holy fuck. Never date anyone outside the internet.
I would just have more conversations and unpack those emotions with him. But I wouldn't expect everyone to do that. And certainly not anyone on a date. I mean, but you know me. You know how I am. I'll fucking do it because I just fucking did. Like, I just did. He is a, yeah, there's definitely a lot we could critique on what unfolded.
One more!
Fuck you. I think that, what do you think I could have done better? Not gotten high, for example. I'm working on learning how to set my boundaries, how to speak up a little bit more. I got massively overwhelmed.
So my advice would always be don't drink or don't do anything the first time with a person. I don't know if this is a self-report. Maybe I just have a hideous personality. But something that I noticed for women is women always want, like, at least wine. I don't know why, if they're just nervous or if they think that, like, it helps them get out of their mind or whatever. But even if it's like, we're going back to your hotel and you're gonna fucking blast the shit out of my fucking pussy, but can we please just pick up a bottle of fucking wine first? I'm like, why? I don't understand. I've never understood it. I don't know why. Why? But it's like, that seems like a default. Like, if you're ever gonna hook up with a girl, you're gonna do that. Just grab a bottle of wine, because they'll always want it. They always want a bottle of wine.
Nah, getting high is fun. I agree, but I think it was a mistake regardless of how the night went. And the reason that I feel that way for myself personally, is...
Which one is Shield? Is that the blue shit?
If I had trusted the person, right, if it were a friend, that's fine. Even if we haven't, like, I like to not get high the first time we're gonna do things, right? I'm kind of back and forth unless I have, like, a direct conversation about.
Also, don't ever, please, God, okay? Don't ever accept drugs from a stranger. Don't do it. It's such a bad idea. You're putting yourself in such a potentially horrible situation, and just, Jesus Christ, don't ever do that. I shouldn't even have to say that. Actually, full stop there. But now it's just like an asterisk adding that doesn't need to be added, okay? Especially not if they're not willing to even smoke what they're giving you. Holy shit. Don't do that. Don't ever do that, guys.
About that, but I don't think that was him being predatory or anything because of, I think it was a misstep perhaps because of some of the things I said in our conversations about my preferences, because I do like getting high and having sex. And so I think to him, he was setting up the whole scene and it was really thoughtful. Like he did an incredibly well job at it. He really did. But I don't know him. It was my first time.
Because I'm putting 100%.
You know, it was my first time having this kind of conversation. It was bad. I think getting high was a mistake on my part. For sure. Getting high is definitely a second date stuff. Yeah, absolutely. So that's something. No, he didn't. No, why would? No, he did not threaten me at all. He was super sweet. So yeah, and then I said thank you, don't apologize, because then I have to. And then a little laughing, and I'm like, so I'm sorry. I'm off to bed. Catch up soon. Thank you for your kindness, the patience, and the incredible weed. And then he loved the message, and we haven't, like, I haven't got a message back, which would make sense. Oh my gosh, what a night. So, am I in trouble, chat, for making that my night instead of studying for you? Am I allowed to get out sometimes? Was it worth it for the story?
Jesus Christ. That was just so much. Confession 6. When I get bored, I take Destiny for the lulz. Nice. 2-minute version of the story.
I can't stand doing laundry. That's why I have 40 pairs of underwear.
You do not.
Absolutely. Because instead of doing a wash, I just keep buying underwear. My goal is to have over 360 pair. That way, I only have to do wash once a year.
So, thanks for dinner. It was great.
We should do this again.
Would you like to come upstairs for some coffee?
Oh, no, thanks. I can't drink coffee late at night. It keeps me up.
Oh, no.
So, okay.
Okay.
Good night.
Yeah, take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy.
Hi.
You're still thinking about this?
She invites me up at 12 o'clock at night for coffee. And I don't go up. No, thank you. I don't want coffee. It kicks me up. Too late for me to drink coffee. I said this to her. People this stupid shouldn't be allowed to live. I can't imagine what she must think of me.
She thinks you're a guy that doesn't like coffee.
She invited me up. Coffee's not coffee. Coffee is sex.
Maybe coffee was coffee.
Coffee's coffee in the morning. It's not coffee at 12 o'clock at night.
Well, some people drink coffee that late.
Yeah, people who work at NORAD or on 24-hour missing watch. Everything was going along so great. She was laughing. I was funny. I kept saying to myself, keep it up. Don't blow it. You're doing great.
It's all in your head. All she knows is she had a good time. I think you should call her.
I can't call her now. It's too soon. I'm planning a Wednesday call.
Why? I love it when guys call me the next day.
Of course you do, but you're imagining a guy you like, not a guy who goes, oh, no, I don't drink coffee late at night. If I call her now, she's going to think I'm too needy. Women don't want to see need. They want to take charge, God.
Okay. Well, how we doing, guys? Is it League of Legends time? Watch Hardcore says for son in this video. Times not unrelated, but funny.
You know, he's actually evil. Yeah, he is. Guys, conservatives are evil.
Yes, they are. They absolutely are, okay? I've said this before and I'll say it again, all right?
Was this before he realized that Hassan was never going to be his friend? Because this is a month old. I don't remember when that happened.
A good number of conservatives, not all, but a good number of them, legitimately just like it when minorities suffer. They like it when black people...
Hey, hold on. Just so you guys know, this is not true. The vast majority of people on the planet don't want anybody to suffer. They just think that their answers are better than the other person. This is just absolutely delusional, okay? Just in case anybody didn't know.
People get killed by the police. They like it when trans people get hounded and discriminated against. They like it when gay people have to stay in the closet. They enjoy it. Like, they shouldn't be surprising if you look at history, you know? If you look back at all of human history and also most other countries on the world, you will notice that bigots tend to enjoy the suffering of the minorities they dislike. Is that a pattern that we recognize in all of humanity? We like everywhere? Like...
Last night on our platform on Twitch, a platform that many amazing creators helped me to create.
Oh God.
Wow. I glossed over a few amazing creators in a PC giveaway.
Oh my God.
And I absolutely...
1G. No way.
What is this
Crazy.
mic quality? Bro, you guys build computers.
Absolutely should not have done that. And I did it in a stupid way. Really stupid way. I'm extremely sorry about that. Kia, Strawberry, Protege, and any others who are hurt by this. I would not intend that for you, ever. So sorry. That's not how anyone should be treated. We have a platform capable of building people up. And we're going to use that platform going forward to do an even better job of building people up, never tearing them down. It will not happen again.
Fuck this game.
So going forward, any ambassador is eligible to win the PCs. Any ambassador at all. Right back to the rules that we had in place before. And we're going to do everything that we can to do an even better job of helping creators to create and helping the community that we built to be a more inclusive and valuable place to be. I don't really do videos like this a lot, and I don't really know what to say. But I'm extremely sorry, and I wouldn't want to have been treated that way. Stupid. Super stupid. And I won't do it again. I'm an influencer, but I'm also an executive. And those boundaries can get blurred. I know what to do. I appreciate all the feedback from all of you. We spent some time looking at all of it, ingesting, thinking. We will do better. Thank you for your patience, and we hope to create amazing things together real soon.
When you unlock stuff over here, these are cards, right? That you can... Cards can be drawn randomly each game. Yeah, okay. I don't do any mana shit at all. I don't know if I care that much. Fuck. Fuck it. What was that apology about? So, I don't even think what they did was that bad. But, Jesus. But basically what they did was, they went to do draws to give away products to their affiliates, the people that work with them. And they drew one girl, and apparently her affiliate link had 0 clicks on it. And he was like, okay, hold on. Her link has 0 clicks on it. We're not giving shit away to her. Which is it's a dumb thing to say. You shouldn't have said that, okay? But, I mean, come on. But yeah, it was a dumb thing to say. Does anybody have a link to what they said? Events for Artesian Future Technology. Change of status from franchise, tax board, suspended, forfeited to FTB forfeited. I mean, we don't really know if this is bad or not because we don't know what the fuck they did, right?
Click in, and you will do it. Click in.
All followers combined, still under 5K, even across multiple socials. I was trying to be generous.
What?
That's a tough one.
Why is he being so...
Because there's bound to be repeats if you include multiple socials.
I know. That's also true. Let's go into the analytics dashboard. Spicy.
And you will do it. Click in.
All followers combined, still under 5K, even across...
They literally sponsored every random on Twitch. Yeah, maybe. What? Somebody sent me a message. A random person on Instagram sent me a message. They said, "Is it all Bobby on the beat?" What the fuck does that mean? He doesn't know. Do Coach Red Pill now? DSP alert. Whoa! DSP alert. We have an Elden Ring update. Hello?
I guess they bought a DAS keyboard 100 years ago because of your recommendation.
Thanks, bud.
I still love it. Still works. Would you still recommend today? I know there was some weird sponsorship drama 98 years ago.
I haven't used them in a long time. Also, I kind of fell out of love with like the Cherry MX keys, but they're probably still good keyboards.
Another month, another sub given to a sub diamond streamer.
This is so dumb. Dodge, can't dodge because it's laggy. Look, he rolled after. He rolled insanely late. I'm dodging and it's still it rolls so late, it comes out after. What? No, fuck this fucking piece of shit. Fuck this fucking piece of shit. He was facing the other direction. He goes like this to throw it, and it goes backwards out of his ass and hits me. I'm done for tonight. No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done for tonight. I'm not putting up with that shit. He literally was facing the soldier the other direction, goes like this, and the fucking wind comes out of his ass backwards and hits me. Fuck you. You know what? I had to say it. They didn't polish this fight at all. That boss fight is not polished. At all. That boss fight is not polished in any way, shape, or form. How the fuck are you going to tell me that that's they practiced that fight and they actually perfected it? The wind came out of his ass. He goes, huh, and the wind goes backwards and hits me. So I just want to recap, because you can watch the video back. He has a dragon head out and he's going like this with fire. I'm here, past the arm, striking his body, and the fire hits me and I fall down and die. Then, in his first form, he's charging the wind, facing my guy that's straight ahead of him, goes like this, and the wind goes backwards and hits me. I'm done for tonight.
Be done.
No,
dude.
seriously, I'm done. That's bullshit. I hate to say it, that's not polished at all. That's a terrible boss fight. It looks cool, and it's terrible. They fucked it up. All the hitboxes are wrong. Like, are you out of your mind? I'm legitimately pissed because the boss looks cool, and the boss is shit. The boss is legit shit because the hitboxes are all wrong. That's completely fucking stupid, right? What are you talking about? Like, this is supposed to be 2022. This is supposed to be the epitome game that they've made. This is supposed to be the best game. And the hitboxes go backwards. The attacks go backwards. Have you ever seen anyone throw a projectile like this and the projectile goes backwards?
True.
Serious, what the fuck?
What were they thinking with this game?
What were they thinking? And again, did they even practice with this boss? Did they test it? The first time a tester ran into that, I would have said, we gotta fix it. The first time, okay, he's completely past the dragon head. He still got hit by the flame. Let's fix that. Oh, he goes like this and the projectile goes backwards. Let's fix it. They didn't care. Angry Templar did a super chat, says, well, the attempts were good. That's what counts. You'll prevail.
Okay, it's just gonna be him saying the same thing for another 3 minutes. We have articles and shit to read. What?
Run.
Okay, thanks. Great clip. Great clip, dude. Increases maximum bleed per second. Does this mean they all have bleed right now or no? Destiny told to watch my video. It's an Instagram video, so it means that I don't even know if I can change the volume RTB. Okay, this better be a funny video that you posted.
Друзья, отчитываемся, потратили все деньги, только что заработали терминалы в росте. Вот мы скупились, поразвозились, сейчас еще закинем в метро, и мы кончились, поэтому если сбор денег снова...
Okay, wow. That was extreme. Thank you. BX Bullet twit longer about Mr. Girl. Hold on. Hello, how's it going?
Hello, buddy. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's up?
Outstanding. No, I just wanted to come by here and see how you're doing and see if we had an answer to the question that I had for you.
What was the question again?
The question is CTV a part of DGG and is Destiny a part of the Wolfpack?
Okay, I'm part of my own pack. All right. Number one.
Oh.
Number two, is CTV part of DG? I don't know. Do they have accounts here? See if
Well,
they
I
can.
don't know.
Let's see how they do on the Rust server next wipe. Okay.
Well, is it? Well, maybe I'm confused. So is DGG what you call your community?
Yeah, I
That's what
guess.
I've
Yeah.
heard. Yeah. So that's just kind of the question here, man. Trying to build bridges. You know.
Oh, well, I can't
Now-
take on your community. What if your community does some crazy shit? I'm not ready for that level of responsibility.
Dude, I'm not asking you to take shit on. I'm asking to know, right, if whenever I come into your space, right, if I'm welcome, and then that way you know that whenever you come into my space, you're welcome, right? That's kind of the whole,
Oh,
deal.
if you ever want to come in and chill, yeah, that's always cool, of course.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't know what that means when you ask if I don't know if you want your whole community. I don't know what you'd ask me. But yeah, sure, yeah, you're cool. We're chill.
Yeah, so CTV's part of DGG and Destiny's part of the Wolfpack then.
Well, not part of the Wolfpack, but.
Well, the Wolfpack's my community. Are you not a part of my community?
Well, I don't
We're
know.
not
I don't
trying
know
to
what your
build
community
bridges.
stands for. I don't know what your community does. Okay.
Okay, would you like to know?
Sure, tell me.
My community has just been people that have been gathering around me as a veteran that has PTSD and has been going through treatment for it. And they just support me doing the content that I do. A lot of it has been participating in debate panels, but a lot of it too has just been helping out people with their everyday problems. That's why you hear me talking sometimes about DC to AC converters, right? Make sure you get one for your vehicle. That way, if you end up in a situation with a hurricane or something like that, you still got a way to be able to generate electrical power, like more common everyday shit. That's kind of, nobody really cares about that shit, which is why the community is rather small, and I'm okay with that. But
Okay.
that's just
I can be part of the Wolfpack, okay? Until you fuck up or do something bad, okay?
Okay, good. So I'm glad to hear it.
Okay.
And I did want to say thanks for Friday night. I had a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah. Anyway, that was it, man.
Okay. I love you. Be careful, babe.
Yeah, man. You too. Bye.
Bye. Hello? Okay,
didn't care about that one anyway. Don't read the BX bullet shit, it sucks. She just quoted the entire rap song. Fuck Max Carson, stay banned. Lyrics to I'm a pedophile. Listen. Why will people quote I'm a pedophile, but they won't quote I kill pedophiles? If you're gonna quote one song, you gotta quote them both, right? Isn't that only fair? Let's be real, nothing is more blackpilling than Nicolol abusing her boyfriend and then being called brave by like every big streamer after she made excuses for it. Drive-in funeral, that story is not accurate. It's not that she abused her boyfriend, it's that she abused her boyfriend so much she got arrested for it. And then got called brave, okay? A little bit of a difference. What the fuck? Oh my god. Motherfucking portal. If you put on ballistas next to houses, do they still shoot? Is that okay? Full video of her going bananas. Of who going bananas? Who? I don't even know who this is about.
I'm done.
Oh, Nico lol?
Stop talking about it.
Wait, when did this get released? Wait, why is this from 2021? Is that the published date or is that when this happened? Is this published date and then when it happened? This is when it happened.
Bite me now.
Hell yeah!
This is Blair Witch Project filming. Jesus.
There you go. The cops are here. Cops are here. She's beating the shit out of me. Yep, cops are here.
Wait, is this Nico lol or is this Clint and the other girl? Whoever posted this, you're a dumb fuck. I think this is Clint and the I don't remember her name. This is a different girl. Yeah, this is wrong. Okay, how do I get bleeding towers? I don't think any of my towers bleed, and I've got all this bleed shit. Unlock it? Where? It's an upgrade? Oh, well, guess what? I'm not getting it, so. Thanks, now I'm fucked. You have to upgrade your damage to health, then you get the card showing up. Wait, I have to upgrade the damage to health, then I get that card showing up? How do you know that? You need to do the plus HP damage. Oh, never mind, I understand what you're saying. Destiny, are they acting?
What? This is so gross. You have fucking Chernobyl underneath your desk. I just don't understand.
Don't touch under my desk, okay?
Why
I'm not going in your panty drawer, looking at your dildos, wonder why it smells like cum.
There's fucking disgusting.
Stop touching my desk.
You're lucky that something can make me cum. I can't believe
What the fuck is wrong with you? Get a paper towel.
There's so much fucking disgusting shit underneath your
I have
fucking
paper
desk.
towel over there. Get the paper towel.
We have paper towel. You have fucking paper
Yeah.
tissue.
Yeah, now you're wasting tissue.
Yeah,
because
good.
you fucking don't give a
Can't fucking
fuck.
sit
Because
here
you're
and fucking
Norwegian. You
fap,
don't
you
give a
fucking
fuck.
bitch.
I don't fap there. I fap in the shower. That's because of my dry skin. Why are you throwing
Are you
lotion?
fucking kidding me? You're throwing this fucking game.
Dude, you're so shitty.
You're throwing this
Three.
fucking game.
Display three. Display three.
See,
Display
look, you're
three.
cheating documents.
Yeah, how
dude.
about you cheat
Look,
too,
you're
so we can
cheating
get the goddamn
documents.
thing right?
Maybe if I cheated someone to make me come.
Display three.
What? This
Good one. Based or cringe?
You told us to shut down non-essential businesses. You told us
to go home and quarantine. You told us we have to keep social distance and stay inside. But you told us you would help. So where is the fucking help? These checks are what they are. I mean, let's be serious. I'm not going to turn away $1,200 because...
Wait, is this... Did we watch this a lot? Yeah, this is literally 2 years... Okay, I remember watching The Guy. I feel like we watched this a long time ago. Okay, no one cares. Oh, shit. Is it all ogre? Oh, Coach Red Pill.
Stand up. Сейчас работа.
Wait. Wait, link me the Coach Red Pill video. We'll watch it. You need to start banning for shitty links again? Chill. We're all lovers here on DGG. Please set your ballista target priority. Why do you set it to most health? Why would that matter? Don't I just want to shoot the people in the front? Or am I wasting shots?
Stop bugging! Stop bugging! Stop! Die! Oh my god, I want to punch everything, I want to break 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 everything, I want to...
Jesus!
Does anybody see me? I'll wait around and see if anybody comments.
Okay, be respectful because this guy might actually be dead, okay?
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Speaking of dead, this run is dead as fuck. I never drew the ballista card. What the fuck am I supposed to do? How to make a fake. Colleagues, beware. The main battle is not here in Ukraine. It's who lies and the fakes the mainstream media. Why are you guys doing this? God damn it.
You do not have to wear those masks. I mean, please take them off. Honestly, it's not doing anything, and we got to stop with this COVID theater. So if you want to wear it, fine, but this is ridiculous.
All right. Well, it's good to be at USF.
Jesus. This is the main Coach Red Pill video that went viral. It's probably a part of the video that we're about to watch, though, right?
So today...
Or not? Or do you think so? This was streamed on the 27th. This was uploaded on the 26th. Oh, okay. Maybe it's not. They're two different videos. Okay. Let's watch this then first. Hold on, I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay.
Today is Saturday, February 26th, and it's the third day of the invasion of Ukraine. So today is Saturday, February 26th, and it's the third day of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Now, people in the United States do not seem to understand what is going on insofar as Russia's invasion is concerned, because they keep saying that Russia is failing, which is the weirdest comment. Russia is failing because Russia hasn't taken out the infrastructure of Ukraine, hasn't hit the electrical grid, hasn't destroyed the cell phone towers or the water supply or something like that. It's just remarkable. They keep insisting that the Russians seem to advance and then retreat whenever they meet any resistance. And
Destiny, that expert the Mexico interviewed said NATO promised not to expand. Cool story, bro.
It's just a failure of imagination on the part of so many American commentators that they do not seem to understand what Russia is really doing with this invasion. Because you see, the American mode of war is to go to a country and destroy everything. Destroy the electrical grid, cell towers, the water supply system, everything. Just destroy the whole thing and then roll in. That's not fighting a war. That's just mopping up the total annihilation of a country. And the United States has done this repeatedly in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Libya, in Syria, or they semi-tried to do it in Syria. I mean, it's really kind of like...
I think that generally... I guess I would have to go and look more specifically, but I don't think we've carpet bombed places for a long time. I think that we're relatively surgical when it comes to where we strike, because anytime the US kills civilians, there's like a million fucking watchdog groups that are like screeching at us about it. I don't think we just go in and carpet bomb the fuck out of anything. Otherwise, Iraq and everything would have been way more easy, right? We would have just bombed the fuck out of it instead of trying to do any of the urban warfare shit.
Like a despicable way of making war, right? But what are the Russians doing? Well, see, the Russians, they don't want to destroy Ukraine. No, they don't want to destroy it at all. What they want to do is they want to capture it intact, see? And they don't want to hurt the civilians. Why would they? From their point of view, if they harm civilians, they just create enemies. And so they want to capture Ukraine.
So from all the, I'm getting most of this from the Kaplan guy. Fuck, what was his name? So I might be overrepresenting like one source or something. I admit that. My understanding is that Russia underestimated Michael Kaufman. Russia underestimated how difficult the invasion would be, and the hopes was that they could kind of like rush down the capital, expel Zelensky, and then like get it over with very quickly. But that seems to have not been the case. The resistance they encountered was more strict than that. Russia has not been incredibly strategic with their first few days of the invasion. They didn't want to get thwarted like they had. They just didn't expect it to happen the way that it did. But now the idea is they're going to take a step back, refocus and reassess the situation, and then come in a bit more in a controlled manner, basically.
Change the political leadership of Ukraine and install a political leadership that is sympathetic to Russia's security needs and is going to be a long-term ally. But they don't want to alienate the Ukrainian population. Because if they alienate the Ukrainian population, well, the Ukrainian population will eventually overthrow this puppet regime. And the Russians want to install a puppet regime. Let's not pretend otherwise. But they want to install a puppet regime whereby the Ukrainian citizens are more or less indifferent to it. They don't want to install a puppet regime after having made the lives of Ukrainians so miserable.
This is kind of true. My understanding is this is kind of true. You don't really want to go in and antagonize the fuck out of the Ukrainian population. The idea is that any sort of regime that gets installed or leader that gets quote-unquote elected is going to be loyalist to Russia, but they're not going to be like mass genociding Ukrainian citizens, because obviously you're setting yourself up for future disaster if you try to take that route. My understanding is that that's reasonably true.
So that's why they don't want to destroy Ukraine or harm the Ukrainian populace. They want to capture Ukraine intact change the political leadership and then let it go. Of course, because they don't want to manage Ukraine. They don't want it to be a burden on them. They don't want that long term. And so what are they doing? They are rapidly invading the whole country, and everybody concedes that they're moving very, very quickly. But they're not hitting any civilian infrastructure. They're only hitting military targets. And they are relentless in hitting the military targets, but always with a certain degree of caution. And I'll explain why in just a moment. But they're hitting military targets. They are avoiding civilian populations and civilian infrastructure. And when they go to a city or a destination, when they encounter any resistance from the Ukrainian army, any serious resistance, they stop and pull back. Because what are they doing? They are encircling. That's their whole strategy. And it's very simple. And if you look at a map, you'd realize it. What the Russians are doing is that whenever they go to a major city, like Kiev, like Kharkov, and soon enough they're going to be in Dnipro, when they get to those cities, they go up to those cities and they meet some resistance and then they pull back. And they allow their forces to start to surround it. That's the
we're on some hardcore Russian copium propaganda here, okay?
strategy they're employing in Kiev. That's the strategy that they're employing in Kharkov. They are encircling these cities, and once they've completely encircled them, what will they do? They'll wait. That's what they'll do.
Absolutely not. No shot is Russia trying to, like, do some extended, like, siege of any fucking cities. No, that is delusional. I don't think Russia wants this war to last a millisecond longer than it has to. Because, like, very quick strikes can get you huge surges in popularity. Going in, doing shit, getting out or whatever is, like, very, very good. But, like, having these, like, huge protracted conflicts where the rest of the world is shitting on you, where Ukrainians are upset, like, I don't think that plays well. I don't think that just plays well for the Russian propaganda machine. I don't think it looks good like that. They're not trying to, like, siege all these cities and have this, especially with how insane all of the financial sanctions and everything coming down are.
See, if you surround a city, all you have to do is just wait around. Eventually it'll fall, of course.
But is that not what happened in Georgia? So I could be wrong. What was I doing in 2008? I feel like nobody talked about or gave a fuck about Georgia. I don't think that the West was anywhere near, even though I think that was the first European conflict in the 21st century. I think it was Russia into Georgia. But I don't really think anybody in the West cared that much. I think that Ukraine is just seen as so much more important to Eastern European. One, because of proximity. Two, because of shared culture. Three, because there are a NATO-aligned ex-Warsaw Pact countries, like directly to the north of it. I think that the Ukrainian conflict is just something that people are so much more familiar with. And Georgia, the reporting wasn't as much. People didn't talk about it as much. Nobody cared as much. Russia wasn't as much a threat. I just don't think that we cared about it all that much. Yeah, Russia was supporting separatists in Georgia since, I think, 2003. There had been, like, this gray zone warfare happening for the better part of, I think, maybe more than half a decade before they finally rolled in, declared two regions independent, and then sent in their people to clear the Georgians out. I don't think people cared about it that much. While Georgia is generally speaking pretty European culturally, they're actually in Central Asia. Yeah, but it's I think it's considered European, because I'd read that quote before. Georgia is next to, I think it's Azerbaijan, northeast of Turkey, south of Russia, but I think it's considered a European conflict. That's what I've read it as. I don't know why. They are not in Asia. Well, it depends on where Asia is, I guess. Usually they're considered European. Yeah, everything that I've read considers Georgia a European country. I don't know why. I don't know how they draw the maps or why they, every time I Google this, it always takes me to Georgia, the state. Also, I don't know if this is considered Central Asia, right? Wouldn't Central Asia be like here? I don't know who's considered Central Asia or whatever, or over here at least. But this was considered a European conflict. I think it's because of culture or something. Yeah, maybe. But okay.
Hang on a second. Let me just Let's see. All messages are visible. First, hey, Big D, how's it going? I'm wondering how many people I'm going to get on this live stream. I've got 31. And why am I doing this live stream? Oh, hang on a second. I wonder if... should I put these on or not? Can you guys hear me properly? Hit me with a...
Shit, I fucked up. Hold on a second.
And so the Russians are systematically surrounding all of the major cities. And whenever they come across a smaller town or a village, they just advance and cover it and capture it and move on and continue with their advance. Whenever they meet any kind of serious resistance, they stop, pull back, and then encircle. One of the things that they want to capture intact, and people don't seem to realize this, but it's very obvious if you think about it, they are trying to capture the Ukrainian army. That's not why there hasn't been any major battles with, hundreds or thousands of casualties. It's been light skirmishes. For all intents and purposes, the Russian army is tiptoeing into Ukraine. Insofar as air power is concerned, the Russians in the first 3 hours wiped the Ukrainian skies of everything. The Russians own the Ukrainian skies. Any plane flying is Russian. But insofar
I
as
don't know if that's true yet. My understanding is that Russia hasn't deployed significant air forces yet. I don't know if anybody has a link to something that has more information on that, but I don't think that Russia does own the skies right now. I don't think they've deployed anything significantly in the air yet. Absolutely not true. They shut down 2 MiGs today. Yeah, I don't know where he got that from, but also the ghost of Kiev is flying around up there, so there's no way that
their army is concerned. This isn't World War II. This isn't a World War II where the Russian armies were kissing cousins of the Mongol hordes. You know what I'm saying? No, this is the modern Russian army that has the goal of capturing intact Ukraine and the Ukrainian army. Because the Russians realize that once they have captured Ukraine and changed the political leadership, they will need an army to protect and look after the Ukrainian state and the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian land. They don't want to destroy the Ukrainian army. They could do that if they wanted to. They would have done that already. They own the skies over Ukraine. Their goal is to capture Ukraine, capture the Ukrainian army with as little casualties as possible to the Ukrainian army. And that's why whenever they come up against serious Ukrainian resistance, they keep consistently...
Why is he repeating himself like 20 times?
And in the West, this is interpreted as the Russians are weak, which is so weird. It's like the Russians are so weak, they're not advancing as fast. I mean, well, that is a separate issue that I'm going to get to in just a moment. But the Russians are so weak because they're not obliterating the Ukrainian army. Because that's what the Americans do. They obliterate anything that crosses their path.
This is
Friend
just...
or foe, they don't really care.
I don't know if he knows what American military capabilities are, but I mean, like, we could level countries if that was the goal, without nuclear arms. This is just not how America conducts warfare. It's just absolutely not the case. Like...
But the Russians do care. That's why they're not obliterating the Ukrainian army when they could. A friend of mine, Alex Christoforou, and the Duran, great show, he pointed out something that I'd never considered, which is very obvious. He pointed out the fact that, you see, the current Ukrainian leadership in the military, the generals in Ukraine, they went to military academies with the generals of the Russian armies. They're drinking buddies since when they were back in like 18-year-old, 19-year-old league.
This video is him unironically praising the people that are destroying. Oh, no. Hold on. We haven't even gotten there yet. I haven't actually seen this video before. The live stream I saw, I felt like he said some wild shit, but we'll see.
They know each other. They don't want to kill each other. Of course not. I mean,
You've got some buddy when you were drinking out when you were 18, right? You want to kill him? No, you could be on opposing sides of whatever contest, but you don't want to hurt him. Of course not. You'll be pissed off at him maybe, but you don't want to kill him. The Russian army doesn't want to destroy the Ukrainian army.
Thank you,
They
Steven.
could have done it already in these 3 days of combat. Once the Russians owned the skies over Ukraine, they could have done whatever they wanted with the Ukrainian.
Hey, Steven, ready for some lead? I've got a new strat with Soraka. Come play lead with me, Steven. Love, Mr. Button Cupid.
Hold on one second. Jesus. Hold on. Wait a second. Okay. What is this? Russia, slow to win Ukraine's airspace, limiting war gains. In war, winning quick control of airspace is crucial. Russia's failure to do so in Ukraine, despite its vast military strength, has been a surprise, and it may help explain how Ukraine has so far prevented a rout. One of the big reasons why you know that Russia will take over once they begin to roll out their planes, and this is another reason why I know Ukraine's not winning the air war, is because Zelensky keeps begging for a no-fly zone. A no-fly zone is when an outside country looks into the borders of another country and says, okay, we're going to make, the rules now are no airplanes, and if we see any airplanes, we're going to fucking destroy them, is a no-fly zone. And Zelensky has been pushing and pushing and pushing Biden to do a no-fly zone. But a no-fly zone is essentially deployment of troops into military conflict, and NATO will never do that. We'll never do a no-fly zone. But there's a reason why Zelensky is begging for a no-fly zone, and that's because once Russian Air Force starts to like roll out hardcore, the shit is going to be a lot more tough for the Ukrainians. But so far, they haven't. I don't think Russia has deployed a lot of its air forces yet. The standoff in the sky is among the Russian battle's shortcomings, including logistical breakdowns that have thrown Moscow off stride in its invasion. Typically, an invading force would seek at the outset to destroy or at least paralyze the target country's air and missile defenses because dominance of the skies allows ground forces to operate more effectively and with fewer losses. U.S. military officials had assumed that Russia would use its electronic warfare and cyber capabilities to blind and paralyze Ukraine's air defenses and military communications. A possible explanation for Russia's failure to do so is that Vladimir Putin built his war strategy on an assumption that Ukrainian defenses would easily fold, allowing Russian forces to quickly capture Kiev, the capital, and crush Ukrainian forces in the east and south without having to achieve air superiority. If that was the plan, it failed, although at this stage the conflict's overall trajectory still seems to favor the larger, better-equipped invading force. The invasion is less than a week old, and Russia still hasn't committed to the battle to the full force it had assembled on the border. A senior U.S. official said Monday that about 1/4 of the force hasn't crossed into Ukraine. The official who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss internal military assessment said Ukraine has retained a majority of its surface-to-air missile systems used to shoot down aircraft and a majority of its helicopters and airplanes. One reason they have yet to be destroyed, the official said, may be because Ukraine's air defenses were not centrally located and may have been moved around the country. It appears that Russian commanders have become frustrated by the pace of their battlefield gains and failure to win full air dominance, the official said. In response, they may consider more aggressive, larger-scale attacks against Kiev and to reduce the significant remaining Ukrainian air defenses. When he announced his decision to attack on February 24th, Putin gave no timetable for completing what he called not a war, but a special military operation. By U.S. estimates, he had assembled more than 150,000 troops on Ukraine's borders. We think that they're a few days behind where they expected to be at this stage. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby said Monday, 5 days into a war that is the largest in Europe since World War II.
It's clear, yes, the Russians have had their own challenges, and they have met resistance we don't believe they fully expected. Philip Breedlove, a retired Air Force general who commanded NATO forces in Europe from 2013 to 2016, said Russia did unleash substantial missile attacks on Ukrainian air defense sites and airfields in the first few days, and yet the Ukrainians have found creative ways to preserve their air and missile defenses. I am pleasantly surprised that the air defense capabilities of Ukraine, even though diminished, has carried on as long as it has, Breedlove said. He added that Russia may yet bring more fighters and bombers into the conflict, even as Ukraine acquires Stinger missiles and other air defense weaponry from Western nations. In Breedlove's view, the weaponry provided to Ukraine by the United States and many other countries in recent weeks, including Javelin anti-tank missiles, which I think came from Germany, they were finally convinced to do more than just helmets, has given Kiev an important boost. He recalled that when Western countries in 2014 began providing radars used to detect and pinpoint the origin of artillery and mortar attacks, some questioned whether the Ukrainians could make good use of them. It was not long after they had them and started working with them that they were teaching us new tactics, techniques, procedures on how to deploy them, said Breedlove, who was NATO chief at the time. Oh, the Javs are all American. Okay, never mind. There were some missile systems. It might have been SAM missiles or something. I don't remember that that Germany was providing, but I know they stepped up into including like more big boy stuff then. Okay. There you go. Oh, Germany sent Stinger missiles. Is that a Hind? Stinger missiles. I don't know if this is true or not, and I caution reading this on stream. I usually like to vet stuff off stream first before. I don't know how true this is. Russia's secret documents. War in Ukraine was to last 15 days. This was published in the future. Or this is, I guess this is probably a European site. I don't know what .ua is. I don't know how true any of this is, or this could all be bullshit. I have no idea. Ukrainian special forces will no longer capture Russian artillerymen. The command of Ukraine Special Operations Forces has warned that it will kill captured Russian artillerymen in response to their brutal shelling of civilians and cities. Damn. Destiny, that wasn't confirmed. Yeah, I don't ever believe shit. Like, I need like way more sources reporting on it before I believe stuff like that. Okay, sorry, back to this guy.
Army. They could have annihilated it, just blown it to smithereens and blown away the entire population of Ukraine if they wanted to. They could cause a major, major humanitarian crisis if they wanted to, and they obviously don't. How do I know this? Because they haven't done it. They have had the opportunity for 3 days to do it, and they haven't done it. I'm doing this stupid video from a hotel room in downtown Kiev, and I'm going to upload it to the internet. Do you think I'd be able to do it if the Russians were really serious about conquering Ukraine? They want to capture it. Understand that. And understand that you in the West, you are being goaded into thinking that Putin and the Russians are like evil antichrist. You don't understand why the Russians are in.
How do we know Coach Redfield is in Ukraine?
And your political.
He's always in the same room in his videos.
Leadership. Boris Johnson, Joe Biden, all these people, they don't want you to understand. Of course not. They want you to just demonize, just to take the easy way out. They want you to imagine that this is a Marvel comic book movie and that, you know, there are white hats and black hats. Good guys, bad guys. Yeah, we gotta kill the bad guys because we're the good guys. Yeah. It's so naive. The Russians don't want to harm Ukraine. They would have destroyed Ukraine if they wanted to. But they don't. They want to capture it in one piece. Now, you can say that Russia's motivations are this, that, the other. It doesn't matter. You have to look at the practical reality that is taking place now.
What do you think about all the videos surfacing YouTube about captured Russians saying we were told we were just doing military exercises, not invading? I don't believe any video I see online ever until more context comes out. Whether we're talking about police killing people or people fighting whatever or anything, I don't believe any fucking video. You should not either. Dude, you just shouldn't watch it. You just shouldn't, honest to God, you just shouldn't watch it. Just don't. Like, just don't. You just shouldn't watch it. Like, you have no fucking idea how much of that shit is fake or how much of that shit is real or what is, like, fucking, I could post videos of Russian or Ukrainian people talking and just give you the wrong translations. You'd have no, you don't even speak the languages, right? You can usually tell. What? Okay, maybe you can.
What really bothers me, and perhaps this isn't a wise thing for me to say while I'm still in Ukraine under the Zelensky regime. What really bothers me is that the Zelensky regime has no trouble causing a humanitarian crisis. In fact, they welcome a humanitarian crisis. They would love to see dead Ukrainians. And I know this for a fact. And do you know how I know this for a fact? Because the Zelensky government has been handing out AK-47s willy-nilly to the civilian population.
So the quote is that everybody is soying out on Twitter, which is a good quote actually, I'll soy out over it, is that if Russia stops fighting, there will be no more war. If Ukraine stops fighting, there will be no more Ukraine. Like, yeah, of course they're going balls to the wall. Like, it's, like, it would be like me going up to rape somebody and then they pull out a knife and I'm like, wow, you want one of us to die, don't you? And they're like, yeah, that's how this is gonna go, buddy. Yeah, no shit. Ukraine wants a humanitarian crisis or something. They want as much as possible because they're doing everything to defend the existence of their fucking country. No fucking shit, Sherlock. That's not insightful. That's not deep. That's not intelligent to point that out.
As I understand it, they've already handed out 10,000 AK-47s and munitions to match. Now, you see, if you've never had any kind of military experience, you, with a weapon like that, you can become extremely dangerous to all the people around you and to yourself. It takes training to operate a firearm. You have to know what you're doing. It's not a casual thing, okay? It's not like in the movies. It's very, very dangerous.
Bro, if you fucking 2 days on a range and somebody can be like semi-competent with a rifle. I don't know how much money they've got for like sights and shit. I don't know what standard military issue is for stuff, but like you'll be okay. Okay, shooting rifles is easy. Becoming competent with a handgun might be really difficult, but like sitting out a fucking window and like I don't think it's the most difficult fucking thing in the world. Okay.
And you can harm yourself before you harm anybody else, and the harm you can cause to others is, you know, it's incalculable and you can't take it back. Now, the Zelensky regime is handing out these weapons, teaching people how to use Molotov cocktails, how to make Molotov cocktails and use them themselves. They want to foment the people to fight the war against the Russians. And the thing is, see, the Russians have professional soldiers. Now, these professional soldiers, you know, they carry a weapon, they know what to do with the weapon. If they see somebody armed, be it a man in a uniform or just a civilian with an AK-47, well, they're going to shoot him, okay? And so that civilian will be dead, and that will present a great photo op, now won't it? So that Zelensky can...
This is such a weird twisting of the narrative. Like, every civilian is trying to defend their country. Oh, you just want them to die so you get photo ops so you can bring in more people, huh? Like, okay, dude. You should review the Rush Professor interview with my Mr. Girl later. Oh, if he uploaded the channel, I'll watch it, sure. Give me the link to it, we can watch it.
Wrangle some European country or the Americans or whomever to come in and get involved in this war and potentially escalate the situation to levels that are unimaginable. The Zelensky regime is doing something frankly evil, because it is evil to put civilians, to encourage civilians to do something that incredibly dangerous and irresponsible. The Zelensky regime has also put heavy weaponry in civilian population centers. Now, these heavy weapons, howitzers and whatnot, they're dangerous. And so the Russian army has every right and obligation to destroy such heavy weapons. But of course, when trying to destroy such weapons, it's inevitable that you're not going to quite hit the weapons when you try to aim for them. You're going to hit around the weapons. And therefore, if these weapons are in the middle of apartment complexes, you're going to have Russians shelling apartment complexes, killing innocent civilians. The Zelensky regime is putting these weapons in the middle of populated areas precisely because they want to have this happen. And I'll tell you something else that the Zelensky regime is doing. They are forcibly conscripting men between the ages of 18 and 60. They are not allowing...
Did they actually forcibly conscript? Or did they just say that those people weren't allowed to leave the country? Because those are two different things. I haven't heard of the conscription thing. They asked them to stay. Yeah, okay, you just can't leave the country.
Them to leave the country, and if they try to leave the country, they are arrested and forcibly conscripted. That is, forcibly put into the Ukrainian army. Now, what has happened because of this? Well, just about every man between the ages of 18 and 60 is running away from the cities. That's why there are so many refugees. It's not that they're seriously thinking that the Russians are going to shell and destroy their apartments or their homes or whatnot. They're afraid of getting arrested and forcibly conscripted.
I feel
the
like
women
I've outpaced him intellectually.
And
what?
Young children and old men are having to hide these men who are between the ages of 18 and 60. And by the way, this isn't something that I heard. People that I know personally, people that I do business with, I know them. I've gone drinking with them, eating with them, doing deals with them. They've had to leave Kiev for fear of being forcibly pressed into the Ukrainian army. Middle-aged men, farts like me, who are out of shape, we're real good at some business deal, but crappy at carrying a backpack and a weapon, with no experience whatsoever in such activity. And the Ukrainian government, the Zelensky regime, is doing this. And why do you think they're doing it? Well, first of all, you don't forcibly conscript men into your army if you think that you're winning. Now, do you? Of course not. Number one. And number two, by having this forcible conscription, you scare all the men and you create, all on your own, a whole class of refugees, of people fleeing the cities. They're not afraid of the Russians. They're afraid of the Ukrainian regime that is trying to press them into service. That's what's going on. And so you see all the video images of people fleeing the city, and you in the West, you in the United States and Western Europe think, oh, they're afraid of the Russians. No, they're afraid of the Zelensky regime. But I have to say that the
Jesus Christ, what is this? Hard disagree when it comes to desensitizing kids to sexual abuse. I've seen it personally and professionally many times. Maybe if you ever had to talk to a grieving parent whose kid was abducted by a pedo from online, you'd understand my perspective better. Or maybe if you've ever had to see a child porn video of an infant baby getting raped by a man and then dying from internal injuries, you wouldn't find it funny either. If you had any awareness at all of how pervasive and prolific this stuff is online, it's at crisis level. Are these popular? I feel like I went through a phase where I watched every fucked up video on the internet. This was like 8 or 9 years ago. But I had never heard of that video. Is that like a really is that a thing that people... Jesus. Or is she talking about the Serbian film? It is very, very hard to find actual child porn. These days it is, but I don't think it was a long time ago. Because I remember when I was like 13 looking up porn, I would search for like teenager porn because I wanted to see porn of kids like me. And you could definitely find shit on Kazaa. And I, at the time, I didn't think anything about it. Like, oh, cool, they're kids like me or whatever. Like, yikes. But you definitely, a long time ago, I don't know if you still can. Now, I'm not in the habit of searching for child porn, so... It's true, when I was on 4chan, when it was still early and that shit was everywhere. Yeah, or the early 4chan days, probably too. Because like girls would post shit of themselves or people would post shit. But I think 4chan cracked down pretty hard on child porn shit because they don't want their shit to get fucked, their servers and everything, right? Mr. Girl thought the same. Okay, you sure someone didn't just send you a scene from a Serbian film? Do you think that happened? Because doesn't the... I've only read the synopses. I got bored of gore porn after all the Saw movies and Hostel and fucking Audition, and there's like, they're just boring. They're not even scary. They're just like, how much blood and gore can you show? But I read the synopsis for a Serbian film, and I think in one of those, like, doesn't like the baby and the family get raped after the guy kills himself at the end of the... It just seemed like so edgy. So fucking edgy. You should read the plots to some of these movies. Like, there's a movie called Martyr, I think. It was a French film, and the whole point of the movie is if we torture a girl enough, maybe she can see into heaven. And that's just... And the whole movie is like torturing her, like skinning her alive, and it's like, okay, like, whatever. I don't know, just cringe gore porn films. Audition is still a really good movie. Gore is only at the end. No, it's not. It's not. Oh my god. People watch garbage tier fucking films and they try so hard. Well, no, Audition was really about the inner struggle of the woman and how she was robbed of her innocence when she was a child by her abusive men in her life and blah. No, fuck off. It was gore porn. The whole fucking movie is gore porn. You just wanted to watch her stick the fucking needles in the dude's eyes and saw his fucking ankle off. Like, get the fuck out of here, okay? This was a garbage, whatever film. I mean, like, it's okay if you're into that stuff, but, like, these films were out there welcome.
Issue of handing out weapons to civilians who don't know how to handle them. And that is the thing I find most despicable. Because they are willing to have these poor civilians who know nothing of weaponry become martyrs. Because the Russian soldiers who see some civilian with a gun, well, what do you think he's going to do? He's going to shoot him. And that innocent civilian who doesn't even know how to hold the damn weapon is going to die needlessly for nothing, for absolutely nothing. And I find that despicable. I find that truly evil. Also, the Zelensky regime can get a nice photo op. That's what's going on. And if you want to say that the message I'm saying is pro-Russian or pro-Putin or I'm a Putin stooge or useful idiot or whatever, fine. I don't care. I mean, I don't really care.
Have you seen the Gaddafi video? I don't think there is a Gaddafi video. I've seen the one of his body in the back of the truck and everything. I know because I searched for a long time ago because I'm fucked in the head. Supposedly there is a Gaddafi video of him getting raped in the ass with like a rifle or whatever. But I don't know if that video actually exists. Or have you guys seen? Have you seen? Because I went trying to find that video. I don't know if it exists. I've never seen. He got fucked by a metal pole. Yeah, I'm not sure. So I heard that the video exists. It's not public because I thought I read somewhere that Putin watched that video, and he was so ashamed at what happened with Gaddafi in Libya that it was a huge push for him to make sure that anybody that was a friend of his never had that fate happen again. It's one of the reasons why he was so big into Syria. On top of all of the strategic rationale and everything as well. I don't know how. I heard that he was obsessed with it. Is that true? I only read that off of one. This is like a book thing I read. I read so much shit when I was doing Middle Eastern stuff. I don't know if you can find that on Wikipedia. I had to actually do research for this, but I don't know how true that particular quote was. I don't remember even when it came out. It was a long time ago. But the video of him getting dragged in the streets, I might have seen that off the back of a truck through the street. It's been a long time since I watched this stuff. But yeah. What's the most yikes thing you've seen searching weird gore shit? I don't really want to talk about it on stream because it's a little traumatizing to even hear about, I think. Yeah, sorry. Let's just keep going. The Mexican cartel videos are really fucked up. The ISIS videos that got really popular are really fucked up. Drop your craziest video. I mean, the craziest one is probably the one, I think most people are familiar with it. I guess mute for a second if it's bothering you. But there's I think there's two sociopathic kids that are torturing, I think, a homeless guy in a forest with a screwdriver and shit in his eyes and stuff. It's it's really, really, really fucked up. Hammers and shit too. It's a really old one. Anything involving dismemberment is pretty weird. There's a lot of that shit. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of weird shit on the internet.
Okay, let's just go back to this, okay? Let's do this.
I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I'm telling you the truth. I'm here. I'm here in Kiev, in the downtown, waiting for the Russians to invade the damn place, huh? So I know what I'm talking about. None of this stuff is appearing in the mainstream media now, is it, huh? Because I'm not following the American or European mainstream media because I know it's just a pack of lies. But probably what I'm saying in this video, you haven't heard it. Well, now you're hearing it. And think a little bit, huh? I mean, in this channel, what have I always told you, stupid motherfuckers, huh? Think for yourself. Think. Look at the information that you have available and ask yourself why something is happening the way it's happening. It's not arbitrary. It's not by chance. People have thought through what they are doing. The Russians have certainly thought through what they're doing.
Blunt force videos are the worst to the face. One of the craziest things about your head, okay, sorry, last kind of gory thing. One of the weirdest things about your head is there's actually a lot of empty space that's not really important to your survival. When you think of like, where is your brain and your head, you kind of think like it's this whole thing, but the brain is like only really back here. So you see a lot of really weird videos with people's entire like lower face blown off, but they're still like, okay. They're just like obviously bleeding a lot and shit, but like you can carve out like this whole part of the face and you'll be okay. One of the worst videos I've seen, yeah, there's the bear attack video is bad. If that guy actually got attacked by a bear, I don't know. One of the worst ones is a kid went to jump and dive into the water face first, but he misses and he hits the concrete. And you can see when he goes to the hospital later that his face is split into like 4 quadrants and they would like put it together and you can see him breathing and he's still alive, but like when they let go, it just like opens up like the predator mouth. Oof, that's a pretty yikesy one. Sorry, okay, back to this. No more of this, all right?
The best that we can hope for is that the Zelensky regime fails in its attempt to wrangle in the Europeans and the Americans into this war. And the Zelensky regime collapses or flees or whatever, and Russia is able to take Ukraine in one piece without harming too many people. And that's the best that we can hope for. Or if not, the whole country will be destroyed. Millions of people will be displaced, hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions killed. And this is the exact same thing that happened in Iraq. Let's hope that we don't have a second Iraq.
In the coming days, Putin will have to take a big call. After Ukraine, what?
Oh, this, I discovered these people recently because I've come across some of their videos for some of the history stuff. Is this a bad news source? Because I feel like some of the stuff I've watched from them seems to coincide with my research pretty well, and they seem to be pretty informed. I don't know anything about this beyond just the bit I've read and watched relating to everything going on. Jesus Christ, they upload a fuck ton of videos. WION? Does anybody know anything? Is this like a reputable news source, or did I fuck up watching anything? Bro, these people upload so much. Wait, what the fuck? $232 million views in the last 30 days. Oh my god. Bro, there's like 50 videos uploaded today. I'm sorry, wait, no, there's like 100 videos uploaded today. It's just a TV channel in India? Oh. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find it. They have an interesting video covering a lot of the history of the Ukraine, Russia stuff. They upload so much. This is insane. I'm not going to be able to even find what I watched. I don't think I am. Nope. Okay. Go to your YouTube history. I turned all that shit off because I was tired of watching one thing and then having everything getting recommended to me and fucked, so. Hi. Oh wait, is it this?
Jesus, man, man, this actually.
Nope, it's not.
this video is trash. Why Russia is invading Ukraine.
This video is...
Did I already click this? Is this the XQC one? Yeah. Is this...
Will Russia go to...
Oh, this video. This is interesting. This has a lot of interesting history. I don't know if it's worth watching or not on stream, but... Well, I'll just throw it up here. We're not getting through hardly any of these today. Okay, live stream.
+1 if you guys can hear me properly, and hit me with a 0 if you can't.
We won't watch this whole thing, but... What is this?
Bro, people were calling me stupid. I was getting flamed. Bro, none of y'all knew that, bro. I did not know that.
Well, listen, I did know that, yes, because I mean...
Okay, look, listen.
They drove them over the border.
No, now I knew that, but look, listen. When Pangea happened years ago,
yeah,
the world was peace. It was all in one, and Pangea happened, and now and now we're exactly. Now we're separated into different continents. And now how the world works is everything's split. You know, we have mountains and we have, you know, hills and all these things like borders and stuff, right? So I think that, you know, what I was
verbs and vowels.
No, but you know, I think that, you know, it's just, I don't know, understand what's gonna happen. Look, man, I just think Putin, he needs to fucking he needs to make up with Biden. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
They need to make out.
Oh no, hold on, but they're not attacking the US, they're attacking Ukraine.
Oh, well no, I know that.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess all you guys can should invade your palace. All right, not just now. A while ago, a few hours ago, I did an Ask Me Anything for my Patreon.
Have you seen Infrared say that the Ukrainians had bioweapons target Russian genetics? Yes, there was only one other person that had shown me that, and it was it was my mom. Jesus Christ.
Destiny. I think that video of the baby exists, and it's called The Destruction of X. I've only seen a still image that I think was from the video that was mostly blurred out, but I think the victim was a Southeast Asian infant/toddler.
Wait, what? Hold on. I'm sorry, I didn't. The video of the baby existence called The Destruction of X. I've only seen a still image in that. I haven't seen any baby murder videos. That sounds really fucked up, but...
Patreon subscribers. By the way, for those of you who don't know, I'm in Kiev, Ukraine. I'm staying at the Premier Palace Hotel, right in the middle of Kiev, right in the middle of the Russian invasion, man. Woo! It's pretty damn funny. Oh, by the way, you know, just to confirm, to show you, I'm live streaming, and so I'm in my bedroom, but let me, how do I change this? Oh, there we go. We change there. Oh, wait a second. Let me find, oh, I have it in my pocket. Right, I was like looking for this, actually. Let me just show you that I'm actually in the Premier Palace Hotel in Kiev. Okay, now I'm going to show you the atrium. I'm not going to mention what floor I am, but I'm high up, and see if you can see an atrium down below. I'm zooming in. It's very distinctive, and it's got these elevators that go up to the ceiling that during the daytime, it's really lovely. And so you can see that down there, okay? Now, why am I pointing this out? So that you guys can check to see that I'm telling the truth. Because I'm so furious at this Jordan Schachtel guy who alleges that I'm lying about being in Ukraine and that I'm a troll who's, you know, making stuff up.
it just bothers me to no end. You know, it just really, really pisses me off. And yeah, because I was gonna go on a Spaces to talk about my experiences in Kiev, in Ukraine, in the middle of the fucking war. And this asshole, as I get in,
Is this guy still alive? It's 50-50 right now. We don't know.
says, oh no, he's not real. He's a troll, he's a liar, and he kicked me out, and he slandered me in front of 500 people. And that just really, really fucking pissed me off, man. I mean, look, if you get slandered like that in front of 500 people, of course you're gonna get pissed off. And the thing that bothers me is that I know why. Because a while back, a couple of months ago, I was on a Spaces with some woman, I forget her name.
Why is it that before when I killed this thing, I got 3 treasure chests? Where did that come from? Why did that happen? Poison does well against shield. Oh, whoops.
Blackman or something like that, and talking about Ukraine. And she was an NGO, you know, New World Order, kind of like Global Homo, kind of that kind of Zogbot kind of thing, right? And I'm like, no, very negative on that crap. And, you know, she basically called me a Putin stooge. I'm like, you know, when you disagree with the narrative, you're a stooge of Putin. And yeah, she kicked me out of this thing. And this guy, Jordan Schachtel, was on that Spaces. And he knew from the things I was talking about that I was really in Kharkov. He knew. But later, like yesterday, a couple of days ago, yesterday, whenever it was, I've lost track of time because time has just like flown in together because I'm stuck in this goddamn hotel during this invasion, right? But anyway, the point is that this guy, Jordan Schachtel,
is this the actual list of Kiev?
He knows that I'm in Ukraine. He knows it for a fact. And he just wants to disqualify me because he doesn't like what I have to say, you know? That's how these people operate, you know? And they have a narrative. And I'll bet you anything that if you guys pressure him enough, he'll have me on. And you know how he's going to be? He's going to be silky smooth. Like, oh, I didn't know. I'm so sorry. Yeah. And he'll be like a big suck up. Because these people, they're arrogant, you know? They're incredibly arrogant when they think that they have the upper hand. But the second that they think that, you know, their position might be slipping, they become incredibly subservient. I mean, just total suck-ups. They're not people of one line. And you have to always be careful of people who are not of one line. See, you meet a man and he treats, you know, a president or a waiter the same way, that's a man of one line. And you want to be around him. A man of one line is valuable, and you want to be a man of one line.
Okay.
But people like Jordan Schachtel, they're snaky. They're arrogant when they think that they're superior. They're arrogant and condescending and bullying and bastards. And then like all like conciliatory and deferential and docile when they think that you've got the upper hand. To all of them, I mean, to men like that, individuals like that, because they're not men, you just have to whip them. You've got to kick them hard. Jesus. Kick them in the teeth. And the thing is, see, when you do that and you show them strength, they get more docile. Yeah, that's a fact. You know, Jordan Schachtel. One day I'm gonna come across you. It's gonna be very, very unpleasant for you because I don't mind causing a scene.
What are you even threatening? I like how he says like he won't go as far as be like I'm gonna beat the shit out of you because he knows he physically can't. But he was like I'm gonna cause a scene. Like what are you gonna shout at him? Are you gonna ratio him in real life? Soy? Like bro, you literally in your last video just said like don't draft me army. I'm too fucking fat and out of shape to go to work. Come on.
I don't give a fuck. Okay. Anyway, I'm addicted to the Twitter Spaces because I see all these blue check marks. And they're talking about Ukraine like they actually know what the fuck they're talking about. And what they're talking about is just so much bullshit. They just talk so much bullshit.
they refuse to acknowledge why Putin is doing what he's doing. They seem to act like, for no reason whatsoever, Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. Like it was like, oh, out of the clear blue sky. And all the American people and the European people, like fucking NPCs, like fucking robots, they don't question this notion that Vladimir Putin is evil. It's just evil. You know, he just woke up one day and because he's evil, he decided, oh, you know, I'm going to invade Ukraine. Yeah, because I'm evil. What bullshit, man. I mean, come on. I mean, think here. You wake up in the morning and you're hungry. You're hungry because, you know, you slept a good 8 hours, you know, and you wake up and your belly's rumbling. And so what do? You get up and go to the kitchen and you're like, oh shit, I forgot to buy food. I don't have anything in the refrigerator. So fuck it. You throw some clothes on, you go out, you go to the shop nearby, buy some food, walk back home, and sit down and eat your food, right? Why did you go to the supermarket or the store or whatever? Well, because you were hungry. You were motivated. You had a reason to go to the store. You had a reason to not take a shower and just like throw on some clothes and just go. The reason was you were hungry. You were motivated, right? And it's a trivial incident, right? That you decided, shit, man, I'm fucking hungry. I'm not gonna shower. I'm not gonna shave, you know. I'm not gonna put on any deodorant or anything. I mean, the BO will just have to do. I'm just gonna throw on a t-shirt and jeans and a long overcoat and just rush out there to the shop, buy some food, come back and eat.
Where are we going with this analogy?
Starving, man. Right? You're motivated. Imagine going to war. Imagine.
This is why I like rape analogies, okay? They're quick and to the point. Yo, it's just like if that person tried to rape them. They didn't want to get raped. Oh, gotcha. I know what you mean. Boom. Not this like... It's kind of like when you want to go to the store and you're not really sure what the weather's like that morning. So you pick up your phone and you go to check your phone. And checking your phone is kind of like if you want to go to the store and you wake up in the morning and you're a little bit tired, but you know you have to even if you don't want to. Which is kind of like when your phone vibrates and then you check your phone. You don't really know if you want to see who's calling, but... It's kind of like when you have a bill to pay and you got to go to work. You don't really want to go to work, and it's like doing these things you don't want to. Kind of like when your phone goes off, you need it, and you're gonna check your phone. It's like, what the fuck am I listening to? Get the fucking point. Like, I don't even know if what you're talking about needs an analogy or a metaphor. Just talk about what you're talking about.
You're not just the leader, but you have like a whole class of people, ministers and generals and undersecretaries and assistant ministers and all kinds of a whole bureaucratic apparatus. And you decide to go to war. But not only that, this entire bureaucratic apparatus of very smart people. I mean, these are capable people, okay? They're not fools. They're smart, educated. I mean, they got IQs up the wazoo. I mean, you take the average of these fuckers, they're probably 135 to 150 average. I mean, these guys are smart, okay? All of them are. When you get to that level in any country, the people who are going to be leading it, they're going to be, if anything, they're going to have IQ points. So all of these people with very high IQ points, incredible education, incredible experience, you know, very capable individuals, they're all on board with the evil leader who wants to invade some poor innocent little country. And for no reason whatsoever, they decide to invade it. Does that make any sense to you? Does that make any sense whatsoever to you that all of these bureaucrats, these ministers, men with a lot of brain power, they all just decide to follow a leader off a cliff for no reason whatsoever?
This guy's
Does that
rambling is
make
almost
any
part with the
sense
card
at
eight
all?
story from earlier.
Yeah.
They
Or
would be
could it
perfect
be, and
together.
I'm just spitballing here,
Just spitballing.
could it be that the Putin and his whole merry gang, they decided to invade Ukraine because they had a really, really fucking good reason, huh? Or a series of reasons. I mean, could it be that, huh? I mean, riddle me this, Batman. Do you think possibly, maybe, just fingers crossed, maybe they had a reason for this invasion?
I want him to do the
Maybe,
EJ.
just maybe,
EJ,
I'm just
tag again.
spitballing
Oh,
here,
loading down bad.
but maybe they were provoked and that it wasn't just like, hey, dude, man, I'm really bored this week, you know,
My hot young Russian mistress is away, you know, in
Bien, not gonna lie. I hope this guy won a Darwin Award. In a video game, of course.
Is there any way you can set the default targeting on your things? You don't have to set every single one, or?
How did this tie out all to the hungry? Go to the supermarket analogy.
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
Milan shopping, you know, I got nothing better to do, so let's go fucking invade Ukraine. Yeah, let's go. Dude, man, this'll be fun, man. We'll ride like a Tiger truck and just like shoot shit with the 50 cal. It ain't gonna get laid this week, so they might as well invade a country. You think honestly that was the reason?
Whitey boy for show.
Or could it be? It could be. Spitballing here. That, see, the idea of Ukraine joining NATO and NATO putting a bunch of nuclear weapons right on Russia's doorstep was something that the Russians were just not willing to do. Or more correctly, not willing to let happen. Huh? You think that might have been it? You think that maybe they were thinking to themselves, these crazy fucking Ukrainians are being egged on by NATO and the European Union, and their president, Zelensky, is even talking about acquiring nuclear weapons for Ukraine. Nuclear weapons for Ukraine, which would be aimed at Russia.
Wait, has Zelensky talked about acquiring weapons for nuclear weapons for Ukraine? Or was this after they fucking got invaded? If anybody has a link to that, I'd be curious. I haven't heard that before. Did you unironically say that the United States had no problem with Cuba before nuclear missiles? I'm watching them out the Antelope right now. Did you just forget the Bay of Pigs invasion? Do you remember why they called it the Bay of Pigs invasion, my dude? Fuck out of here.
And the flight time from Ukraine territory to Moscow is about 3 to 5 minutes. Do you think that maybe...
Why? Actually, I just made that up. I don't know why it's called the Bay of Pigs. I thought they called it the Bay of Pigs. My mom told me this, so it might be biased. I thought they called it the Bay of Pigs got fucking slaughtered. Because essentially the... was it the CIA or was it the Pentagon? I don't remember who the communication was. But it was basically, the idea was, we're going to send a whole bunch of military assistance to you guys. You're going to rise up and you're going to fucking... you're going to destroy... Fidel Castro. We're gonna back you up. It's gonna be fucking sick. And it's kind of like with your friend when you're in class. You're like, how about at the same time both of us scream the F word, and it's gonna be hilarious. And then, oh, maybe it literally is the name for the bay or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's not what was the name, but basically what happened at the end is when the Cuban people, when the groups of people that they had like rose up to fight Castro, the United States didn't show up at all. They just like pieced the fuck out. They didn't piece out. They never even showed up. And then the people got slaughtered. This is one of the reasons why. Cubans feel the way they do about administration of the United States, but that means the U.S. had a problem with Cuba. No, I mean they did, but I mean like it wasn't the same. We weren't like invading Cuba, right? We weren't like so mad about it. Like it wasn't until the Soviet Union was moving weapons in that we were like, you had the whole Cuban Missile Crisis happen, right? Obviously, we had problems with Cuba to the south, and we weren't like super big fans of it. But you can't pretend that like, oh well, if any country, if Mexico or Canada were to join any type of military alliance, we would stop it immediately. Well, no, Cuba was part of the Soviets' trading economic pact or whatever, and they got military and economic assistance for a long time. We didn't technically invade them or do anything.
Maybe, just spitballing here, maybe they decided that they didn't want fucking nuclear weapons parked in their fucking front yard? Do you think maybe that was the reason? You know, back in 1962, well, I wasn't alive in 1962. I was born in 1968, but I heard many, many stories, and I read many books, as a matter of fact, about a series of events that happened in 1962. They were called, they happened in the Caribbean. It involved this young president named... Henry. No, Kennedy, that was it.
What's he talking about, guys?
Jack or John, something like that. Kennedy and a country called the Soviet Union, and there were like some island... Oh, right, it was the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis was because the fucking Soviet Union... put a bunch of
something that this guy doesn't know about, despite reading so many books. Just because you are a NATO country, okay,
just because you are a NATO country does not mean that you have nuclear weapons there pointed at Russia. That's not true, right? So, for instance, I'm trying to think. I don't know if we have any NATO troops. I don't know if we had any NATO troops stationed in any of the Eastern NATO countries. I think that changed after 2014. After the invasion of Crimea, I believe we started to put NATO troops in.
Imagine CRP bites
in some of the
Ukraine
Eastern NATO
before
countries.
You get to cash in on him being wrong about predicting her suicide.
But just because you have a NATO country doesn't necessarily mean that, like, oh my God, there's nukes right there at the border. Like, not to mention, I don't know if nukes being at the border matter anymore. We have guys in the Baltic states, I think. Yeah, but that didn't happen until 2014 onwards, because generally we don't want to militarize the fuck out of countries because that would be highly antagonistic. Welcome to NATO. Here's your complimentary nuclear ICBM. True.
Intermediate range intercontinental ballistic missiles in fucking Cuba, America's front doorstep, and the United States freaked the fuck out. They freaked out so bad that they were willing to go to nuclear war right then and there over these fucking nukes. Yeah. And they put a blockade around Cuba. It was a whole fucking thing, man. And the United States, I mean, let me phrase it, the world, nearly came to a nuclear war over those nukes. Because the nukes in Cuba violated a key tenet of the doctrine of mutually assured destruction. Now, mutually assured destruction, I'm going to have to set the phone down so I can explain it to you. It's very simple.
Oh my God. Set it down. Okay, here's the explanation, okay? If you nuke me, I'll nuke you. So if anybody nukes anybody, all of us die. That's me. I don't know how. Is he going to find a way to make this take like 20 minutes to explain?
See, and I hope my audio is all right. Let me adjust the camera there so I look handsome as possible, or at least less ugly than usual. Now, mutually assured destruction is this. See, you've got nuclear weapons, I got nuclear weapons.
Are we still going to the store?
Okay,
I'm hungry.
so what happens is, see, mutually assured destruction means if I shoot my nuclear weapons, it's going to take some time. It's going to take, an hour or so for the missiles to get. I mean, they have to go all the way around the world, right? I shoot my nuclear missiles and my radars are going to pick it up. And so I shoot my nuclear missiles. And what happens is that I shoot them in retaliation. Our missiles cross and we kill each other. Mutually assured destruction. And in game theory,
every time Coach says him,
basically means
it reminds me of Linkara trying to do a Heath Ledger Joker impression.
Cool.
Rational actors will never fire first. Because if somebody fires first, if this guy fires first, he shoots his missiles, the other shoots.
Okay, I haven't read specifically theory on nuclear theory, but I've read peripheral stuff, so somebody can tell me if I'm wrong. But my understanding is that this type of so you have something called like a second strike capability, and nobody wants their second strike capability to be threatened. Second strike means that if you shoot something at me, I want to have time to be able to react and shoot something at you. My understanding is that with the existence of the nuclear triad, we don't really think in terms of second strike capability anymore. If every single US or Russian city was knocked off the map immediately, there would still be enough nuclear subs that could come out of the water at any place of the world and deliver a second strike to whatever opposing country you wanted to. Now, my understanding is that second strike worry isn't like a real worry anymore. That's still a thing, that like even if somebody can nuke you really quickly, you'll always be able to return because of continuance of governance, because of nuclear arms all over the world, some hidden. Like, that's not a thing. That's my understanding. I could be wrong on that, but
shoots them in return and they kill each other. If it's the other way around, if this guy shoots first, he shoots his missiles, this one shoots, and they kill each other. End of story, right? But see, if you have the missiles really close to the other guy, you can shoot him and destroy his own missiles before he has a chance to respond. See? That's why nuclear powers don't like it when you put nuclear missiles right close to them.
So like this just is outdated. Like there is a chain of command and a continuous governance. You can't just nuke everybody's missiles. Also, my understanding, again, I haven't researched. It's been a long time. Some of my information is outdated here, so I might be wrong. Why is part of my headphone missing? Nuclear missile silos are like, if this is a nuclear missile silo and you bomb like here and here and here, this will still be functional. Like if you want to destroy like a nuclear missile silo, you have to hit this shit like dead on, and you have to know where it's at. It's like, there's a lot of work that goes into disabling like the entirety of a country's nuclear arsenal, and there are like thousands of these things hidden in so many different ways. Like you're never going to be able to, and keep in mind, it only takes what, like 20 or 30 nuclear missiles to just destroy an entire fucking country's like major city. Like it's, yeah, like this is, yeah, the information that he's speaking about is like very outdated. Like this might have been true like in the 40s, or in the 60s even, because my understanding is, I think part of the Cuban Missile Crisis, part of the issue, the reason why Russia wanted to move missiles to Cuba was because I think the Russian delivery systems were a little bit shit, and Russia was legitimately worried that it wouldn't have second strike capabilities to hit the United States, because the Russian missile delivery systems weren't caught up to, I guess, the ICBMs of the United States or other countries. So that's why they wanted to get ordnance into Cuba, so they'd be able to deliver missiles to the United States if necessary.
Because, see, it eliminates the whole purpose of mutually assured destruction, or it eliminates the whole balance of mutually assured destruction. And that's why when the Soviets put nuclear missiles in Cuba, it freaked out the United States, because it meant that the Soviet Union had a first strike capability. They could shoot first, turn the United States to glass, and the United States would not have the time to respond. Therefore, it incentivized the Soviet Union to shoot first. You see? And this is basic in the theory of mutually assured destruction. Of course, it's theory because so far we've avoided the practice of it. You see what I'm saying? Anyway.
Why are you linking Destiny? Read top line of nuclear triad. Triad references land, air, and sea nuclear capability. Why are you linking me this or saying this?
The Ukraine, pushing to join NATO basically meant that NATO was going to put missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, perhaps, intermediate range ballistic missiles. They could even be intermediate range missiles that were non-nuclear, that just had a regular payload, but it would make Russia incredibly vulnerable. And in fact, it would incentivize NATO to shoot.
The Triad is one of those systems that ensures we can get a second strike. What do you think I'm describing when I'm talking about nuclear submarines, right? Nuclear submarines are a part of the Triad. But the big point, the big deal about nuclear submarines is that you don't know where they are, right? They could not submerge, they could emerge, surface. They could surface anywhere in the ocean and start launching nuclear missiles at you, and you wouldn't have time to intercept or find them or whatever, and then they'd be gone.
First. Yeah. Because, see, when you shoot first in such a situation...
There is never an incentive to shoot first, because subs will always blow you up.
At any kind of crisis point, there'd be enormous temptation for the power that had the nukes closer to the enemy to shoot first. See? And this was known back in 1962. Hell, it was known in 1948 when George Kennan came up with the whole theory of mutually assured destruction. Okay? And in 62, it was proven. And all of a sudden, the Americans freaked out because they realized that if those intermediate range missiles on Cuba became operational, because they never really were operational, they came close, but they weren't operational. But had they become operational, it would have incentivized the Soviet Union to shoot them first. And that would have been the end of the United States. The United States would not have had the time to respond. Okay?
Is this guy trolling me? That's impossible. You can't shoot missiles out of the water. The silos get wet and defective. That's a big nuclear myth. I think this guy is trolling me.
And so, Ukraine joining NATO is basically the exact same thing as the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, the thing is, see, the Russians decided that they weren't going to wait around for the missiles to actually be deployed to Ukraine. They figured, fuck it. We can't trust these fuckers. We can't trust the United States. We can't trust Europe. Their word means nothing. They keep telling us things and then lying to us or trying to blackmail us or giving us these bullshit sanctions. We can't trust these fuckers for any kind of diplomatic solution. And the Russians tried. They tried for 2 fucking decades. Actually, closer to 3 fucking decades. They kept insisting that they didn't want NATO expanding eastward. And the West promised them that they wouldn't expand eastward, but they did. They promised that NATO would never expand beyond the borders of Germany. And in fact, at first, There was even enormous debate as to whether NATO would station weapons in East Germany. In the reunified Germany?
There was no debate about this. This was part of the concessions that the USSR wanted. Nobody wanted missiles in East Germany, the United States or Russia, because it was just, or the Soviet Union, I guess, technically, because it would have been a huge shit show.
You know, there was debate as to whether they would put them in East Germany. But then what happened was that, you know, as the years evolved, you know, NATO just became more arrogant. The United States became more arrogant.
I think to this day, I don't believe there are any weaponry there. I don't think there's any NATO installations or military bases like that in Eastern Germany. I believe that's true to this day.
And they kept moving the frontier of NATO eastward. And they kept saying that it's a defensive alliance. Okay, that's perfectly fine, but what are you defending against? We're just defending.
Well, against situations like Ukraine or Georgia. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you living there right now?
Okay, against what? Well, there are no enemies. Well, there's one big country that's not a member of NATO, so I guess, you know, we're not trying to do anything, but why is Russia so upset with us expanding? So I guess we have to get even closer to Russia and become more powerful to deter Russia from attacking us, so we defend against Russia, so Russia is the aggressor. Basically, that was the logic of it. Mm-hmm. And Russia realized all of a sudden that NATO is not a defensive pact. No, they realized this when the whole Kosovo thing happened. When Bill Clinton got caught getting his dick sucked by Monica Lewinsky, and he needed a geopolitical distraction, they got involved in the whole destruction of Yugoslavia. And they bombed Belgrade for 75 days straight.
I don't know enough about Kosovo yet. I'm probably going to do a lot of reading on that tonight. I think the few big conflicts I want to read about tonight when I'm done with stream, it's going to be... I know a bit about Libya and a bit about Bosnia. I don't know as much about Yugoslavia or Kosovo. Those are two conflicts I need to read. A lot of one.
Great. Mm-hmm. And caused a huge humanitarian crisis. And, you know, the Russians never forgot that. And then NATO... What did NATO do? Went in 2003 to Iraq to find the so-called weapons of mass destruction. Were there any weapons of mass destruction? No! No! No, it was bullshit, and we all know it was bullshit. I mean, everybody in the Middle East knew it was bullshit before the Americans went in. Everybody knew in the Middle East that Saddam Hussein was bullshitting about weapons of mass destruction because he was trying to deter the Iranians from attacking him. And so he concocted this notion that he might have nukes, he might have biologicals, he might have chemicals, just to keep the Iranians at bay. And the United States used this bullshit story, which they knew was bullshit.
Destiny, can you do that reading on stream so we can learn about Kosovo?
They knew
and
that
NATO?
Saddam Hussein was bluffing about having weapons of mass destruction. They knew it from the get-go, before they went there. But they used that as the excuse. They used Saddam Hussein's bluff as the excuse to justify the invasion. And they destroyed Iraq. Hundreds of thousands of people killed, perhaps 1 million. And certainly millions of Iraqis displaced, and the country itself destroyed. I mean, just ruined irreparably. The country is a wreck. And
I don't know what he means when he says that. Like bomb to shit, or because my understanding is that's not at all what happened. But
will never be what it once was. I mean, it wasn't that much to begin with, but now it's just a shit.
What do you mean it wasn't that much to begin with? What does he even mean by that?
Shithole. I mean, a real shithole, just rubble and nothing. It's just done.
What? What is he talking about?
And it's a tragedy for the Iraqi people. Okay, I'm not saying this to belittle the Iraqi people. I'm just saying it to highlight the suffering that the Americans inflicted. They destroyed the whole fucking country for a lie. And the Russians noticed this. And so the Russians in the early 2000s, they started realizing, you know, these Americans, they're fucking nuts. And they started arming themselves to the teeth. That's what they started doing. And the first thing they started doing was scraping off all of these foreign financiers and all this foreign oligarchs from Russia and getting their shit in order insofar as their defense is concerned. And it took them a few years, over a decade, as a matter of fact. But the Russian armed forces today
Arguably, and this performance in Ukraine might actually be proof positive, arguably, the Russian military is the best in the world right now, superior to the Americans. Certainly.
Absolutely not.
More capable. Man for man, more capable than the Americans.
Oh, he probably thinks it's because of like trans military, they, them, fucking military people or some shit.
And I'll explain it in just a moment in this live
Thank
stream.
you.
But you got to understand what's going on here. See? The Russians didn't decide out of fucking nowhere that they're going to invade Ukraine. NATO was the aggressor in Serbia, in Bosnia. NATO was the aggressor in Iraq. NATO was the aggressor in Libya that destroyed Libya, which was whatever you might have thought of Gaddafi. I mean, he was a funder of terrorism, and he was a crazy bastard.
My understanding for Libya was that it's almost inarguable. Somebody tell me I'm wrong. My understanding of Libya was inarguable that Gaddafi was employing chemical weapons against what he considered to be like people that were rebellious or whatever. That's 100%. I don't think anybody even denies that, do they? So was Assad? Yes.
Yeah, remember his 40 virgin bodyguard thing? What the fuck was that? I don't know, fucking nuts, man. That's what happens when you got too much money and too much free time. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, Gaddafi, nutty as he was, at least he had a functioning country.
What the fuck are you talking about? I just want to go to Disneyland.
They destroyed it. NATO destroyed it. What was Hillary Clinton's famous line? We came, we saw, he died. Jesus Christ, what bloodthirsty bitch that cunt is, huh? I mean, really. Anyway. They destroyed Yugoslavia. They just destroyed Iraq. They destroyed Libya. And the Russians, by this time, they were wise to the game. Okay? And in 2014, there was the famous color revolution in Ukraine. The color revolution was a coup d'etat. It was a coup d'etat, and don't give me bullshit that it wasn't. You know, Yanukovych was the president at that time, and he was very buddies with the Russians, right? And he was a corrupt fat fuck. No question. Okay? But he was the democratically elected president of Ukraine, and he was carrying out the policies that the people of Ukraine wanted, you know? I mean, that's a fact. And what happened? Why did they decide?
I don't know if that's as true. Because if that's true, why did the Ukrainian people seem to so adamantly elect anti-Russian parliament people and anti-Russian leaders after Yanukovych was ousted? It was a coup. I don't think anybody denies it was a coup d'etat, right? It was obviously a coup, but...
Tried to pull a color revolution and get rid of him, of depose him, of, you know, have a coup d'etat to get rid of him? Well, because, see, he was all set to sign the letter of agreement with the EU, but then a lot of ethnic Russians and Eastern Ukrainians were opposed to it for various reasons, and the Russians were opposed to it, and Yanukovych started dithering on the issue, and the Europeans got pissed. I'm simplifying grossly the story, but for purposes of this conversation, it's good enough. The Europeans got pissed, the Americans got pissed, because they wanted to get closer to Russia, they wanted to expand NATO, and this was one of the first steps in that direction. And, well, they got rid of Yanukovych, and a coup d'etat, yeah? Yanukovych did himself no service, no favors, because he was a dithering kind of guy, you know? I mean, he was kind of like, he was an old fat fuck who didn't have a lot of balls, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he could get it up with some Viagra, but not on his own, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, the guy, well, he got deposed. And he flew off. He actually flew off to Russia, and he's still there, as far as I know.
Holy shit! That's
and
awesome. Okay.
Poroshenko came in. What happened after that? Well, it was a color revolution, and it was engineered by a woman named Victoria Nuland. Remember that name, Victoria Nuland. She's the Wicked Witch of the West, okay? And she's an evil cunt. Okay, I mean, really, she's like a Hillary Clinton type woman, you know, loud, brassy, arrogant, you know.
Oh, my man, it will be fucked. You're right. I shouldn't build too many of these.
And you know, one of those women who enjoys a certain level of power and thinks that she earned it. She's just a real piece of shit.
You read about her, you find out more about her, and you realize how despicable she really is. But anyway, I'll get to that. I'll get to her in a minute. She was part of the crew that engineered the coup d'etat in 2014. And the coup caught the Russians totally flat-footed. Wait, how many people do I have watching? 3,300. Holy shit. Wait, you're going to have to see my fat fucking face real close up because I can't see this. I got 1,000 thumbs up. I got 3,300 people watching. Dude, you poor bastards. Don't you have anything better to do on a Sunday? Come on, you cocksuckers. Go out there. It's a sunny day. You don't have to listen to me ranting and raving. But anyway, since you're all a bunch of losers like me, here we go. Anyway, the point. Right, the color revolution of 2014. See, the Russians at that time, they were...
Okay, this is an hour and a half longer. Do we want to watch the rest of this? I might just move on from this. Okay, we're overwhelmingly no here. Hassan and Vosh made it in this.
Lawrence Tribe says Tucker Carlson is guilty of treason, but for what? For saying Biden enjoys talking about Russia because it's a massive distraction from all his domestic failures.
Russia is a very comfortable topic for Joe Biden. He enjoys talking about it much more than talking about, say, inflation or crime or fentanyl deaths, or about how half the population of Haiti appears to be showing up in Florida in leaky boats.
With the COVID pandemic winding down and turning into a damp squib, legacy media networks like CNN, which just recorded its worst ratings performance for 8 years, are hysterically itching for something new with which to terrify millions of Americans yet again. Despite the fact that one of Ukrainian President Zelensky's closest allies slammed CNN and other media outlets, saying their relentlessly inaccurate predictions about Invasion Day are obviously, quote, fake news and are actually doing serious harm to Ukraine economically. We have a regime that's blamed Russia for everything, from the Freedom Convoy protests to anti-vax sentiment to Biden's cognitive decline. So forgive me for refusing to jump back on the Russian hysteria bandwagon just yet.
Why was I linked this? What? Wait, did they show Hassan and Vosh? I don't know why you linked this. I don't remember. Okay. Oh. Paul's literally a white nationalist now, by the way. He's friends with Nick Fuentes. Oh, is that actually true? I don't think I need these set up over here, right? I should be able to destroy all the shields, hopefully, with these two. Did you look at those Capitol Riot guys' website that you met in DC? No, not yet. Noah Smith and Robert X. Lee. Oh, Noah Smith X. Robert Lee interview.
All right, I'm Noah Smith, and this is Rob Lee, one of my favorite sort of reporters on Twitter who, gathers all stuff about war. Rob, what's your background real quick?
So I was a Marine infantry officer. I did 3 deployments, including my last one was to Georgia. So I trained the Georgian military. That's what kind of got me interested in Russia and the kind of general region. I did a master's at Columbia. I was on a fellowship in Russia. I worked at a kind of defense think tank, independent defense think tank in Moscow, the Center for Analysis of Strategies.
Who asked, Domi?
And then since then, I've been doing a PhD at King's College London, focused on kind of Russian defense policy, and I'm now a senior fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, also doing Russian defense issues.
Right. So really, you've got expertise on like the academic side and the practical side and the local, sort of Russian side. So anyway. I basically found your Twitter reporting on this war to be really the most informative, really excellent, very voluminous, difficult to keep up. It's great stuff. Where are you staying right now?
I'm based in New York City.
Got it. So, all right. Well, anyway, let's get into the actual discussion here. How would you describe the strategic situation of this war, where we find ourselves now?
So,
Infrared and Richard Spencer are debating today? Wait, when?
I wrote about this before the war kicked off. I thought it was probably going to happen. And
I'm
basically,
late to this. Why is this
Russia's
guy in
been
Ukraine defending
signaling
Russia?
this last year, 2021.
He's just a crazy guy.
And
It would
Putin
take a long
and
time to
also
catch you
senior
up.
Russian officials as well. Is that basically they were unhappy with status quo, and they were willing to do something about it.
Wait. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. And then we'll get into the Noah Smith video. Wait, did a noise just play on my computer? Am I crazy? Did you hear that? Two hours from now is their debate. Oof. 9 o'clock, Jesus.
Right, including using military force. And so they did a big buildup in the spring, in March and April. Obviously, it culminated with the Putin-Biden summit. But it was clear that Russia was trying to kind of draw some red lines. And much of that involved Ukraine, right? Involved NATO involvement with Ukraine, some other things they mentioned too. They weren't that specific, so they had some kind of they gave a bunch of different kind of things they were mad about.
Oh, sorry, real quick. So that last video was played by the a lot of Ukrainians caught onto it and apparently got shared around and shit, and like pretty big figures were watching it. And Coach Red Pill said that he had to flee Ukraine because he was fucked. Now, some people who are maybe memeing, but some people have said that perhaps he was killed, and people are just posting this from his Telegram account to like meme. Like, oh, I got out, I'm okay. I've never in my life been as relieved as I am at this very moment. Next time, Banderistas, thank God I took up smoking again. That he posted this and now you're never going to hear from him again because he's dead. I don't know if that's true or not. But, Destiny, click, what is this?
You and your boyfriend, right? Does he enjoy the same things that you enjoy doing, like just in your free time?
Yeah, he's actually a streamer. We haven't like really like went out. It's not secret, but we haven't like went public yet. He's moving in with me.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
Damn.
Is it fair?
Mia, did she get divorced? I thought she was married to the guy that filled her content and everything.
The dude, let's get rich down to it. The dude literally, it's not fair. It's not fair.
Oh, they broke up like a year ago.
Such
I
bullshit.
didn't know. Damn. Well, rip.
Didn't provide demands, right? There weren't ultimatums, but they made it very clear that they're unhappy about certain things. So that something happens. A week later, you have the HMS Defender incident, where the British HMS Defender frigate made a innocent passage through Crimean territorial waters. Absolutely, very much angered Russian officials. They lied about dropping bombs in the path of the frigate, which didn't happen. They made some other kind of statements. And basically, over the summer, things got worse from Russia's view. And so, I think they tried to kind of draw a red line beforehand.
Please,
about
just die.
NATO involvement in Ukraine and the Black Sea elsewhere. I think from their view,
he's not going to die.
The opposite happened, right? So NATO arms exports decrease. A variety of other things that kind of occurred over the summer that really didn't make them happy. And then in the fall, in October, you had this TB2 strike from Ukraine on a target in the Donbass. The buildup kind of, we started getting information of the buildup a little bit after that, but clearly preparation began before that. And so one of the things that, looking back in hindsight, we could tell is that Russia developed this new contract reserve system in August. Yes. So the first time it was announced mid-August, it's called BARS, BARS. Most reservists in Russia,
they've got bars,
right? Serve a year, and then they're like perpetual, reservists, from then on for a long time. But they're really not much value, right? They don't get much initial training, and basically these are guys where it's like, okay, World War III happens, right? Someone invades our country, we have to get guys involved. They're not supposed to be used, right? And they're not like the reserve system in the U.S. We have guys who sign a contract, get paid 1 week in a month, 2 weeks a year. They don't have that system. So the BARS system was more like that, right? It was more like our reserve system. And the thing is, it came out, it was very weird when I heard it the first time, because it wasn't really announced, with much information. It was just saying, we're setting up this program, we're trying to raise large numbers of reservists pretty quickly. We're starting in the southern middle district near Ukraine, and then, go to the western middle district, also near Ukraine. Anyway, it wasn't completely clear to me what was going on initially, but it's pretty clear, U.S. intelligence community obviously saw things were going on, and they were concerned enough about this. Obviously, Bill Burns, CIA director, went to Moscow in November 3rd, I think, because clearly the CIA was seeing things that were concerning them. I think this is one of them. And in hindsight, when you look back at it, they rushed the implementation of the system. They didn't take time, and it's pretty obvious that they did this with a purpose in mind. So in terms of the length of time they were planning this invasion, at least since August or before, right, where they're serious thinking we might use military force. And in my view, when the rest of the buildup happened, we started hearing this stuff in November, December. In my view, is basically Putin had likely accepted the risk that if he didn't get concessions or the buildup, he'd have to use military force, so the last resort, right? And I think he accepted that early on, and that's why I was always concerned, because once this buildup began, Zelensky became more emboldened. He didn't back down. NATO started providing more arms to Ukraine, right, which is exactly what Russia didn't want. So all these things happened, and if Russia had backed down, they would have basically said, these are not the lessons we want NATO or Ukraine to draw from this, right? We want you to be coerced. You're not coerced, so the options aren't great. And so when you talk about the Russian cost-benefit analysis...
Okay. CRP has posted more messages on Telegram, another one, I guess. So it might be that maybe he did. He actually got out. He's not a casualty of war, guys. He made it.
My concern was, A, they thought the cost of inaction was greater than the cost of acting. And two, once they did the buildup, right, and once, they didn't get concessions, I think from their view, if they backed down, there would be costs. There'd be credibility costs. Russian coercive threats would be kind of less credible in the future. And basically, I think that there was an element of the cost-benefit analysis of escalating. They thought there were also costs of not acting. So obviously, this is what kicked off this week. It's hard to tell because I'm not
so basically that's a great background. I just to summarize where we are, Russia wanted to bully Ukraine and scare Ukraine into doing things they wanted with a military buildup. When Ukraine didn't do those things, Russia felt they had to attack in some way, or else they'd be exposed as weak and irresolute.
Yeah, so the key issue here is there's a lot of talk about NATO, right?
Will you stream reading up on Kosovo? I'm from Serbia. I don't think I am brave enough or strong enough, or I don't have the mental to do that type of research on stream. It's impossible. Because every time I read literally anything, it can be like the first thing I've ever read about a thing. Like 80 million fucking retards and shit. Like, that's the best. Like everybody starts spamming. No, and it's just like I don't have the mental fortitude to make it there. I'm just not a strong enough person. I'm sorry. I literally can't do it.
right? So Russia made these big demands to NATO in December, saying, you know, we need you to pull back to the borders of 1997, what you know, NATO members then, and all these other things. I think, you know, a lot of those are concerns that Russia has, and they do care about NATO-related issues. But this is really about Ukraine, right? It was very much about Ukraine. It was about Ukraine's political orientation. It was about waning Russian influence in Ukraine. And the big change happened in 2021 when Zelensky came into office. He was signaling he was willing to negotiate. He was gonna maybe implement Minsk or some other kind of like, you know, political settlement to Donbass. So Russian officials were pretty happy initially. They made some kind of conciliatory gestures, at least in their view of what they did. They appointed a less hawkish guy to be the point person in Ukraine, things of that nature. Basically, they had Normandy format meeting in 2019 with France and Germany. They both kind of made some agreements there. Russia felt as though Ukraine hasn't implemented those. And then they set up an advisory council in 2020. But the language in that advisory council, I think, it implied that Ukraine was going to deal with the separatist republics as kind of political entities, which was a big, you know, no for domestic politics. And so basically, once that got announced, it immediately got kind of shut down because Ukrainian domestic politics pushed back against it. So when we arrived in 2021, I think basically Russia came to the view that Zelensky's not going to implement Minsk agreements. There's no reasonable expectation that a democratically elected leader in Ukraine will ever implement them, or any kind of, you know, resolution to the Donbass situation that is satisfactory to Russia. And so then it became, you know, and there's Zelensky some other things too. He went after one of Putin's very, very close friends, Viktor Medvedchuk, Ukrainian oligarch. That happened in February, so it happened right before the build-up in March, right? Probably timing-wise relevant. I think he was put under house arrest in May. I believe he still is. So all those things are significant. There's some policies. There's a language about law about languages that was passed, and some other things about nationalities. All these things Russia got very upset about. But one of the things he did in February, when he shut down these 3 TV channels that were associated with Medvedchuk, these are all Russian language channels, right? They're all an element of influence in Ukraine. Once those things get shut down, right? I think from Russia's view, they start saying, okay, our influence over time is going to go wane, and electorally, because Russia removed Crimea, most of Donbass, the most kind of pro-Russia voting areas, Ukraine's, you know, political orientation changed, right? Russia did that themselves. Right. It's like if you remove Texas or California from America, it becomes a more liberal, conservative country, right?
Right.
So all of those things, right? A lot of this was Russia was trying to solve the things they didn't solve in 2014 and 2015, right? And basically that, you know, the fighting in Donbass back then failed. It didn't achieve what Russia wanted. The Minsk agreements weren't implemented. They didn't achieve a long-term solution. So one of my concerns during the buildup was basically that they're signaling we had demands here. If we don't get them, we're going to respond. And because 2015 failed to achieve their goals, my view is, okay, well, if they're going to achieve military forces on, it's not just going to be guys going to Donbass. It's going to be much more ambitious political goals, and you know, potentially including occupation or some kind of really significant amount of military force. So that's been, you know, pretty clear for a while. And
that's how we knew that there was going to be a war. That's why we thought this is it.
And that's what I mean. So some of us thought. So I mean,
those who got it right.
Yeah. So first off, the intelligence community got this right. Right. They were right all along, and we're hearing snippets about why. Right. Clearly, there was some signals intelligence. You know, there's a BBC report the other day saying Kadyrov and some of his Chechen, you know, most senior officials, they knew about this well in advance, but the more junior guys didn't. I think in Russia it's probably the same thing, right? I think it's probably a small group that knew this is the plan for a while, but a lot of people didn't know. But clearly there are things that let the U.S. intelligence community say, you know, we have high confidence this is going to happen, and that's rare. And in the build-up this spring, they didn't do that. They had the opposite. They said, you know, it's probably not going to happen. And I think was the case. So, you know, from my view, I thought it was more likely just because I thought Russia's behavior changed. I thought because they'd done a build-up in the spring that if they're doing another build-up in the fall, right, it kind of tells you, okay, if they don't get their objective this time, everything will be looked as a bluff in the future, right? You choose these 2 coercive buildups. If they both don't lead to anything, you don't lead to concessions or force, then basically people are going to say, okay, you know what, we don't need to worry about this. They're just going to bluff again. So right. You know, that was a lot of my view where I basically said, okay, I think they're really signaling military force possibility. And you look at the military side, right? The things they were moving is not stuff that you move for a training exercise. Right, so as the percentage of the Russian ground combat powers moved was really significant. The type of weapons, right? So like district or army level assets from other districts removed. You know, you're seeing like ballistic missile defense systems, high level electronic warfare systems, all these kind of things.
Oh,
where it's
this
like,
does
okay,
armor damage. Fuck.
abnormal stuff.
Really?
And it's being moved, and it's really concerning stuff. So
All
those kind of
pharmacies
things
are out of
kind
eating
point in this
tablets.
direction.
Do you think we will need them?
And
I
yeah,
live in
but
Europe
again,
and I'm
one
worried.
thing to emphasize is
I don't know. Ask your mom. Got him.
this war it marks a significant departure from use of force by Putin. Right, this is completely different in 2008, 2014, 2015. Each of those cases, there was a time-sensitive external catalyst that basically forced Russia to respond. Right, in 2008, it was Georgian forces went to try to retake South Ossetia. 2014 was the Maidan. 2015, Assad regime about to fall. Right, they had to respond to achieve certain goals. That was their.
They were reactive.
Exactly, they were reactive. This time, right?
I feel like
okay, there are things that are not going.
How do you do
away,
the least
but
progress?
They weren't
Fuck.
like, it wasn't time sensitive. It wasn't something like, okay, this happened, we have to respond now. It was they had a long time to prepare for this, and that's another reason why the military performance is not looking very impressive. And what's even more embarrassing about this is that this is a war of choice. They had time to prepare for this, and the fact they're doing so poorly really it is really a bad indication of Russia's political leadership and senior leadership. They allowed this to kind of happen when they had so much time to prepare for this and so much time to get ready. And they obviously know Ukraine really well, and yet here they are making some very rudimentary mistakes that are that they shouldn't be making.
Let's talk about the details of how they're doing badly. So, can you sum up the military situation of what's going on right now? How much territory have they taken? People talk about them quote unquote taking cities, but I'm not sure what that even means at this point. Have they accomplished any objectives? Like, what's going on militarily right now?
So it's pretty clear from what we've seen. Their initial objective was basically, it was a very optimistic scenario. It was basically, let's get to Kyiv as fast as we can. Let's get to Zelensky as fast as we can. Get him to surrender, and get him to surrender Ukrainian military.
Yeah,
that was the optimistic.
The
kind of
DGG
option.
analyst
and
has called
a lot
this.
of the early stuff we saw. It indicates that's what they're trying to do, right? And it was very risky to do this, right? They went in their very light forces, and so we saw that air assault operation outside Kyiv, or at least helicopters from Belarus. They tried to take that airfield. Obviously, the purpose of taking the airfield is you can then bring in a bunch more equipment on transport aircraft. You can rapidly bring those forces to Kyiv and try to get to Zelensky. I think they're trying to achieve a fait accompli basically by being so fast that everyone would be surprised. A little like Crimea in 2014, right? Moving so quickly, establish facts on ground, and that's it.
Georgia too, right? I mean, they just ran right to the capital.
Well, they didn't go to the capital. They stopped short of it. But,
they stopped short.
But most in Georgia though, it was Georgian forces went to South Ossetia. And so, there's a bit of a misnomer here. A lot of people think that Russia planned this time of this. Russia's doing a lot of coercive things, right? And obviously, that is not their country. They really were surprised with this. And so, literally, the main operational director, the general staff, the guys that plan and run wars, they were literally changing buildings when this happened, right? So they're moving the maps, right? They didn't have a guy in charge, and so it was literally a really bad time for war, actually. So Georgia was different, but in Crimea, right, it was about moving fast, speed, be polite, right? And then basically, if you move so quickly, you don't get the other side time to react, to respond. Well, in 2014, right, Ukraine had just changed governments, right? It was still chaotic in Kyiv. It was the best time to do this. Obviously, right now is the opposite. And this isn't Crimea. This is, a lot of places where Russia doesn't have as much support in Ukraine. And so it was, it looked like it was a very optimistic view. So anyway, the initial side failed, right? The initial, let's hope for the most optimistic scenario, get to Kyiv, get to Zelensky, make Zelensky failed, right? Zelensky is not backing down. Ukrainians are backing down, right? So that's clear. So what we're seeing now, right, at the same time, you're seeing the heavier stuff come in, right? So you have multiple axes of advance of ground forces coming from Belarus, coming from the northeastern border of Ukraine and Russia, in Belgorod, Kharkiv, and then also from Crimea.
And heavier stuff means tanks, rocket artillery. What are we talking about here?
All that stuff, yeah. Tanks, motorized rifle, which is mechanized infantry. And when you're talking these units, they bring all their combined arms, right? So they're bringing air defense systems, they're bringing electronic warfare, they're bringing artillery, all the kind of things you suspect, right? So all that kind of stuff is coming. They're also invading with Russian National Guard, Rosgvardia guys, they're coming as well, and a variety of other kind of units, right? So in the south, Russia's having the most success. So from Crimea, they moved quite quickly to a few different cities. I think they took Berdyansk today. They moved both west and east, and they're closing to Mariupol, the city in the Donbass that is right on the Sea of Azov. If they take that, basically they'll have full control of the southern coastline Ukraine of the Sea of Azov, right between Crimea and the Donbass. So that very well could happen tomorrow. Ukraine, forces there in a kind of tough position because they're being attacked from both ends, and it's a really difficult position. So that's happening in the south. They're having some successes there. Although, we're also seeing videos of Russian equipment getting destroyed and other units getting destroyed. So they're having, they're advancing, but will they be able to hold these cities? That's an open question. In Kyiv, clearly they didn't make it there very quickly. Clearly there's still fighting going on northwest of the city. There's been talk about all these kind of operations in Kyiv the last few nights. It doesn't seem they've really moved in any significant way. And they're still having issues out in this northwestern corner by, I think Bucha is the name of it, where that's one of the videos today of this Russian convoy that got destroyed. That's where it was. And it was a Russian VDV airborne convoy with other units there.
VDV is like the Russian Green Berets?
The airborne forces. So it's a little more like the Marine Corps in that they're elite, different, but they're mechanized infantry. They play a key role in any Russia fight. So they're more elite unit. So they clearly had some significant losses today. And then in the northeast area, remember in Kharkiv, Sumy, there's still fighting going on in those cities. What happened this morning is some Russian forces moved into Kharkiv. It is very possible that this convoy got lost and drove the wrong direction because they went in there with, 5 or 6 kind of light vehicles and they started getting shot at. They didn't know the deal, and they ultimately kind of left, but they lost one vehicle. But it was a very kind of surprising thing. Later on, we saw another group. It looked like Spetsnaz soldiers with again Tiger vehicles.
Those are Russian special forces, right?
Right. So they moved in the city. They moved in with dismounts. So guys were walking with the vehicles. But again, it was a very small force. It was under less than 100 guys, light vehicles. They didn't have armor, right? There were no tanks, EMPs, none of the cannons, all that kind of stuff. So they moved in. They clearly got attacked, and then they basically withdrew. And they left 4 or 5 of their vehicles were destroyed, and they left. They also had some POWs taken, so on. Not clear what they were trying to do. Very strange, and one of the things that's been strange this entire time is the goals we're just trying to achieve. They're going about it in a very weird way in terms of military force, right? And so one of the things they're trying to do is clearly the Russian military is operating in a more restrained way than we expected. So I expect on the first night there's going to be a maximal employment of fires. So artillery, multiple launch rocket systems, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles. I thought they're going to use a lot of that to try and destroy Ukrainian Air Force, air defense, and then all the kind of command and control centers in the eastern part of the country. They obviously launched plenty of missiles, but they didn't achieve that. They didn't knock out the Ukrainian Air Force. They didn't knock out all the air defenses. And it's clear that even in the eastern part, there are a lot of Ukrainian military units that were not destroyed. And I'm so surprised with that. I'm not sure what they're doing.
Might that have been because the Ukrainians either hardened their sites or moved airplanes to highways or something like that?
It is. So it's certainly possible, and it's also possible that U.S. intelligence gave them warning ahead of time, saying an hour ahead or 2 hours ahead of time, saying it's happening tonight. Move all your stuff. That's something. I mean, that's something we'll speculate. We'll have to find out later, but it's certainly possible. But it's at the same time, right? Russia should have been able to prepare for this. They should have been able to find all these targets. And again, it's a priority for the GRU. So finding important strategic targets in Ukraine, including military systems like Toshka-U, ballistic missile systems, that should be a priority for the GRU to always know where these are, and then they can strike them at all times. And they have it, right? And so it's a weird thing. But when we look at Kharkiv, it looks as though they're trying to. It looks as though they are concerned about civilian casualties, right? Obviously, they are hitting cities. They're doing things. They don't have as many precision-guided munitions as the U.S. military does. So they can't fight the same way the U.S. does. But they're clearly trying to limit civilian casualties. And in a lot of interactions with Russian soldiers and Ukrainians, where basically Ukrainians or civilians come up and say, what are you doing here? And the Russians are, they're not trying to be mean. I don't think they know. But in a lot of cases, it seems that they're not sure.
Right. Then that was part of their operational security, right? I mean, the Russians didn't tell a lot of their soldiers they were invading so that the word couldn't leak out.
Right. And I think that's one of the reasons why, Russia's a very capable military, a lot of really important capabilities. They're not employing them very well. And it's very strange to see this. But I think one of the reasons is basically Putin kept this very, close to the vest. He told a few senior officials, but when you fight a conflict, you need guys all the way down to know about this ahead of time, prepare for this, right? And that includes staffs, like division, regimental staff, They need to coordinate with they're next to them. They need to practice certain things. It doesn't seem any of that happen, right? And so basically, that's why we're seeing a kind of not very well coordinated, not very coherent military operation, which is kind of just very kind of strange. But when we looked at Kharkiv today, my interpretation is that basically they're still trying to go with this, minimal civilian casualties approach. So they'll send in light forces, infantry, Spetsnaz, so on, without the tanks, because they know what happens when you bring in tanks. The problem is, if there's resistance in all these cities, the only way you take them, right? If people are going to fight block by block in these cities, the only way you take them is if you level like buildings and you just basically destroy much of the city. And that's always my view from the beginning was I thought Russia would try to stay out of cities, except for maybe Kyiv, because it just wasn't worth it, right? The costs go up, the risks go up. It's just not, it's very problematic.
Because if you take your vehicles and you put them in the middle of cities, you're a target. So then you've got to just like blast all the buildings where the people might hide and shoot you. And so that just destroys the city and then you look bad.
And you look at Kyiv, I mean, there are a lot of very tall residential buildings, right? And you just look at it, it's like, it would be a nightmare to invade that city and to fight in that kind of urban terrain, right? As someone kind of sees it, it would be an absolute nightmare. And so, it's very clear that this mission was underpinned by this optimistic view that if we move in fast enough, Ukrainians will not resist block by block. Well, they're indicating that they will. And if you do that, the only kind of way you take that city is by using a lot of force and killing a lot of people. And,
which they did in Chechnya and some parts of Syria, right?
So in Chechnya and Syria, yes. But, right, are they willing to do that in Ukraine? So in Chechnya, obviously, you had a number of awful terrorist attacks in the 90s, right? I think there's probably much more popular mobilization of support to go into Chechnya to kind of solve that situation, right? To deal with the terrorism and other things that happen there. In Syria, basically, a lot of Russians don't watch that closely. And also, a lot of what's being done, some of it is the Assad regime, some of it is the Russian military, right? But a lot of the kind of like ugly stuff, a lot is Syrian soldiers doing that kind of stuff, the Russian military kind of supporting it. In this case, right, if it's in Ukraine, these are people Russians know, right? Family members, so on. It will be videotaped. They will know these people, and it's going to be every TV channel in the world is going to have this kind of stuff, right? It already is being covered very closely. If you start seeing, there was that one missile strike in Kyiv that hit an apartment building. Still not sure what kind of. It may have been an air defense missile. It's not clear what exactly happened there, but it's very obvious that thing was the lead story on national news, right, in different countries. If they start going in, they start leveling these buildings. That's all we're going to talk about. It's the only thing we're going to talk about in the world. So, I still think there's a problem here between how Russia translates military force into achieving really ambitious political goals. And previously, Putin was pretty smart about saying, I'll use military force to achieve limited goals, right? So, protecting South Ossetia, stopping the Georgian force from taking that, making kind of demonstration, taking Crimea, that made sense, right? Donbass didn't really work as well. Syria still very limited objectives, right? It was protect the Assad regime, protect where their bases are in the northwest part of the corner, and then the rest of Syria, whatever, we'll figure out later. This time, right, he's fallen in the trap of the things that Russian officials and officers used to kind of criticize the U.S. for, right? They looked at the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and said, this is madness. Why would you do this? It's so stupid. Well, they're doing it now, right? And it's remarkable. They looked at our mistakes in these two wars and then thought, you know what, we're going to try the same thing. And
we're going to double down.
Yeah, we're going to try the same thing. We're going to have this optimistic view that Ukrainians will not resist, right? And it's not happening, right?
Right.
And so, and again, of course, Putin, he's been the leader for like 22 years now, right? So he's been a bubble for this long time. He's been in the COVID protocols have been so insane, right? That he's very limited, I think, interaction with people right now the last 2 years. So who knows how much, who knows how much he actually understands what's going on in the real world at this point. I don't know. But clearly, it seems obvious to me this is a strategic blunder, huge mistake. And it's, it already is not working out well. It's already having significant costs for Russia. In reality, he's done enough work to repress kind of like opposition, do other kind of put other kind of mechanisms in place to ensure his rule for long term, right? And before this, I don't think anyone would have said it's likely Putin will leave office anytime soon, right? He's established himself in that position. Now though, he did this war of choice. And now, it is a legit. I have no idea how it's going to end, right? It really is hard to predict. But this is, quite possibly the biggest risk to his position in many, many years. Maybe since 2011. because, right, he didn't mobilize popular support for this war, right? So it's not like Iraq War where Bush administration spent a year or so going on TV, making the case.
Dark Figment, I know you've typed this a million times. Why do you keep typing this? I understand. Yes, it adds damage and range. Why do you? I don't know why you keep spamming this in chat.
Right, trying to mobilize support. He didn't do that, right? This entire year, he said we're just training, we're not doing anything, and then 2 days prior recognizes LNR, DNR, and then says actually no, we are going to war. And so for Russians, they didn't see this coming. The Russian news isn't really covering that heavily. And the stated goals is that it's about the Donbass, and clearly it's not about the Donbass because most of the Russian forces aren't there. So it's a huge question about how will this work? How do Russians feel about it? Clearly, Russians are not as positive about this as they were as the Operation Crimea. And as casualties mount, as civilians get killed, it is a legitimate risk to his position if this doesn't end well. And right now, I don't see a great solution, right? I mean, at best case scenario is he uses a massive amount of force, and I don't think that's going to be popular to achieve his goals. And even if he does, is that a long-term solution, right? Will Ukrainians ever be happy with anyone he's still in office after killing so many people? Probably not. I don't think so. So
So let's talk about what kind of losses the Russians are taking. So of course, on my little curated Twitter list of pundits, everyone's eager to show every destroyed tank or
we do a little trolling.
Vehicle. What
he wins
overall? What kind of are they taking? Like very heavy losses, or
I
just
feel like I've outpaced
heavier than we thought, but still not that big a deal? I mean, what are we talking about?
So it's hard to tell, right? And so first off, I think the last figure Ukraine gave was like 4,500 or something like that with Russian KAs. I probably think that's not true. Right? In general, I follow the Nagorno-Karabakh war closely, and that side, Armenia was giving out figures, but Azerbaijan, we were wrong, right, the entire time. I assume most of these figures are wrong because it's really hard to assess that.
True.
Even in the U.S. military, right, there's always this case where, a platoon gets in a firefight, they say, oh yeah, we killed 4 guys. That gets reported up as though it's a fact, even though it's complete just like, who knows, right? Maybe it probably isn't. But you kind of inflate the most optimistic view of what happened when most times it doesn't happen. So not clear how many they've lost. But, today really started seeing a lot of videos, seeing more Russian bodies, more Russian convoys that are destroyed by either indirect fire or TB2s or something. And that's where you get heavy casualties figures, right? It's not just individual firefights. It's an entire company ran into MLRS fire and was destroyed. That's where you get really significant casualty figures. And we're seeing, we've now seen a few convoys that have been destroyed by something, right? So clearly they're taking casualties. I would say hundreds, right? I don't know if they're in the thousands yet, but it's so difficult to estimate.
Death.
What's that?
Of deaths, of killed, not killed and wounded, but just killed.
Yes, I would say deaths, hundreds, most likely. High or low, I don't know, right? But I think it's still in the hundreds right at this point. But beyond that, it's so hard to estimate basically, and especially we see videos when this happens in population centers. If it happens somewhere else, we won't necessarily see those videos. So we get a snapshot of what's happening. Certainly today, there were a lot of videos and photos showing destroyed Russian tanks, destroyed Russian armored vehicles, other kind of abandoned equipment, other things of that nature. And we're starting to see a lot more POWs too. That tells you that we're probably seeing more casualties. And the first couple of days is really hard to tell, but certainly we're now seeing enough of that kind of evidence that there are taking some losses.
Got it. Okay, so if the Russians decide, okay, screw this light casualty, just ride into cities and they'll surrender approach, and they decide, all right, we're going to paste them like we did in Grozny, like we did in Aleppo, we're just going to level this stuff, and then they just start blasting cities with artillery and tanks. How much power do the Ukrainians have to actually stop them?
It gets tough. I mean, it'll get tougher, but what the Ukrainians are doing right now is they're preventing a fast victory, right? Which is very important because Russia, every day this war continues, the cost and risk go up for Russia. Right? It gets worse. And that's foreign costs, domestic costs, all those things get worse, right? And again, it's really remarkable how much unity we're seeing from NATO, the response from Germany, other kind of countries. Just, really, really impressive and surprising to see how decisive the response has been. Tomorrow we're going to see how the Russian economy goes, right? It looks like these sanctions are going to have a really strong effect, and the ruble is collapsing significantly. cutting off SWIFT is already having an effect on just how people can get, buy food and other things of that nature.
What was that thread by? Was it by Kyle Kalinske where he's like, things that we've learned? Number one, sanctions don't work or whatever. What was that? Was it a Kalinske thread?
Sure, right. There's now going to be an effect on basic Russians, how they live, which is quite unfortunate in my opinion, actually, because it's not their fault.
Oh, it might have been Ben Shapiro.
And there's not much they can do to get Putin out of there. I mean, they could revolt in a bloody revolt, but then that's,
I mean, what's Russia? I've seen some of his comments on Twitter elsewhere about people blaming Russia in general. This decision to invade was made by one man and with a very small group of people, right? And for operational security measures, it looks as though very few people were told ahead of time that this is going on, and so. And especially in beyond that, how much good
to be fair, there's nothing left for Russia to lose, and they're not pulling out. Nothing left for Russia to lose. I don't think the country is completely and autarky out. It seems like they still have something to lose. Like that country could theoretically get so fucked with sanctions and shit, and cut off from so many Western markets so many ways that eventually the people would demand something change. No, I think it seems possible. Oh, how much damage, bro? What are these creatures? They have so much HP. Oh, okay. It's okay. We take a little bit of damage.
Ordinary Russians have to affect Russian foreign policy, right? Not as much as we do, because ultimately, we can vote for people, we can get involved, we can criticize, political leaders without having a professional cost. You can't do that the same way in Russia. And there's already been a number of prominent Russian foreign policy people, journalists who have spoken out against this, and they've had a professional price. They've already had that kind of effect, and so. It's really important, and not to mention, we're seeing, some pretty large protests. Obviously, Russia's done everything they can, the Russian government, to neuter any kind of opposition to Russia. So many of the Navalny people are in jail or in exile. And the fact that you still see, large protests, it tells you, right, there are some people who are not happy with this. I don't want to exaggerate what those numbers mean across Russia in general, but it's clear that, this war is not something that, all Russians support or think is a good idea. But yeah, I mean, we talk about the long game with what Ukraine can do. I'm still not sure Russian soldiers are going to be willing to level Kyiv, right? When you see the interaction between Russian soldiers and Ukrainian civilians, it's very, it's nice, it's positive, right? I mean, there's one anecdote I guess today where some soldiers ran out of fuel, and they stopped at a police station to ask for fuel, and they were immediately taken hostage or captured. But they're going in there not treating Ukrainian civilians as enemies, right? It's very clear in their demeanor and their actions.
I feel like it's more police action, disciplining some locals or something.
I don't think they know what they're doing. I really don't. I think they were told ahead, a day or two ahead of time we're going in there. And is it denazification? Okay, well, where are the Nazis, right? It's not Azov battalion everywhere, right? The most of these civilians are coming out and they're walking in the street and saying we're not letting you come to our town. And ultimately, Russian soldiers are saying we're not willing to kill civilians for no reason, right? And so, I'm not sure Russian soldiers are willing to just level Kyiv for some purpose they don't understand. If it's going to kill civilians, I don't know if they're willing to do that. It's a big question, and that's why in the beginning, I thought Russia was going to go to war. I thought they were going to try and do compellence and really focus on hating the Ukrainian military, but avoid cities, because all of these issues become a problem if you go into cities, right? Civilian casualties become a problem. The risk of insurgency becomes a problem. Russian soldiers getting killed becomes a problem. That's why I thought, it's trying to avoid most cities except for Kyiv. But, at this point, going to Kyiv, I don't know how it's going to work. But one thing, because they've taken time to get there, they've given Ukraine time to develop momentum, right, to kind of band together. And it's given people enough time to, figure out, to make a decision. Actually, yes, I will take up arms and I will fight to defend our city. And not to mention, Zelensky's done a very good job of galvanizing the country behind it, right? Saying, I'm not leaving, we're staying, we're going to fight for our city.
Not bad for an ex-comedian, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's very impressive. I think some of his decisions before the war were very questionable. I think he probably could have mobilized, forces beforehand. He probably could have said, hey, this is actually a very possible event. But, ultimately he's putting his life on the line. And he's saying, I'm not leaving. So I respect him for doing that. And clearly, he's galvanizing the country behind him. He's getting that support. So that's been effective. But yeah, when we talk about how will this go down, I have no idea, because, I don't think, I'm not sure Russian military is willing to do to Kyiv what it did to Aleppo, what it did to Grozny, all those cities. I don't think they're willing to do that. And I really wonder. But again, this is Putin. It's Putin. Is Putin hearing this? Is he seeing this? I don't know. Who is talking to him? I don't know. Will he listen to kind of advice saying, "Hey, we're not doing well here"? No idea. But what it is showing is that right now the Russian military is not looking very impressive, and a lot of this is because I think Putin put them in a very poor position. Right? He didn't tell them what the goal was, gave them unrealistic objectives, sent them in there, and they didn't have time to prepare and get ready.
Wait.
And so right now, right, one of the big aspects of the kind of like the contract
Wait,
Putin had with
for
Russian
this
people
riveting
was-
video, 1 second. Okay, there's a guy that wants to talk to me. I don't even know what we're talking about. Fuck. Do we need to watch the rest of this video?
Was you stay out of politics, essentially. Like, I'm going to do my own thing, but at the same time, we're going to have stability, the economy will be okay, and we'll be respected again, right? Russia will be
Sort of like
powerful.
China. Very similar to China's deal with the people.
And so the last part, right, of Russia will be respected again, will be important, so on. That's absolutely true, right? No doubt about it. But a big part of that was the Russian military will become a source of pride again, right? It will be something you look at. It won't just be cases of hazing. It won't just be cases of corruption and other stuff. It can do effective things. It will be a modern military. Look what it can do. It will be a source of pride. And you can see Russians' perceptions of the military increase dramatically. Well, right now, you're seeing a lot of, embarrassing events, right? There are a lot of things right now, TB2 strikes on Russian air defense systems. They shouldn't be happening. Russian military should be able to destroy those, to neutralize those things. They're not performing that well. A lot of this, I think, is Putin's fault. I think he put them in a bad position, but it's also demonstrating that there are leadership problems, the strategic to kind of tactical level that they're failing to deal with. And ultimately, and this includes, so I follow a lot of good, like, Russian defense social media accounts, right? They were, they're pro-Russian, but they're, obviously they're not so biased. They acknowledge, if the Russian military fails something, right? They're not going to lie about it. So, they're looking at this, and I have no doubt they're looking at these mistakes the Russian military is making, and they're having the same net conclusions that I'm having, where I'm like, I'm surprised if they're looking they're doing this poorly. I'm surprised they're making these mistakes. These are mistakes they made in 2008. They're supposed to be better, and they're making them again. And I'm sure, the problem is a lot of people wrap around their national military with a sense of pride of the country, right? And it becomes hard to kind of, pull those apart, where it's your sense of pride of your military and patriotism is always aligned. And so it is becoming an issue for Putin, where if the Russian military looks as though it's not that effective, it can't do simple things, that it is a paper tiger, right? Which I think is an exaggeration, but, what have you. If that perception starts getting spread, it becomes a real risk to him, because now it's a question of, we're spending all this money in defense. Where is it going to? This is the result. Result isn't good. Why did you do this, right? And ultimately, you can fire generals, but ultimately this is up to Putin. This is Putin's regime. He is set up. He's been in charge of 22 years, and then he embarked
the buck stops there.
To this really, not very smart war. Didn't prepare the military for it, and the military is not doing well. And ultimately, if he says, I want you to go,
does this do bleed damage automatically?
If Russian soldiers don't do it,
it must.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's a goddamn
right? It
saw.
becomes a huge issue. But the signaling today about going to raising alert stats and nuclear weapons, right? It shows that Putin doesn't have many options available. It's basically threaten war, threaten conflict, and hope that NATO, the U.S., the EU are more risk averse than he is, right? Hope that they'll back down. It's like, okay, we're not losing. But ultimately, that's not happening, right? NATO didn't back down to this whole buildup. The EU now is, going well beyond what I thought they would do. And in some ways, the EU is going ahead of what the U.S. and Biden administration is doing, which is
Germany is rearming.
I mean, the speech today was really something significant. And again, he managed to get Hungary on board and all these other kind of countries, Cyprus too. I mean, just again, shocking kind of events. But
Good job,
all
Biden.
that kind of stuff, basically,
Chad.
you know, the events are not going well. It doesn't mean Russia will lose, right? The Russian military is more capable than the Ukrainian military. They've got a lot of forces that aren't committed. They can still do enormous damage. But ultimately, there's a question about what is the end game here, right? What is the exit strategy here? I don't know what it is, but it's an open question for Putin. What can he kind of, how can he end this operation with a face-saving manner, even if it doesn't get him, you know, a maximalist objective? I don't know what it is right now, but you know, it probably would behoove us to kind of figure out what kind of off-ramps we can provide him for face-saving events that, you know, don't lead him to escalate into a, you know, lead us into an escalatory spiral that puts everyone else at more risk.
Right. Let's talk about some of that aid that Ukraine is getting from Europe, from NATO and the EU. I've been reading lots of reports of Stinger and Javelin missiles, basically anti-aircraft and anti-tank missiles being shipped in by the thousands from Sweden, from Denmark, from Poland, from all these places, Lithuania. And then so it looks like they have just a ton of missiles, infinite refills. And then today they said they're giving old sort of Soviet aircraft. They're supplying Ukraine with aircraft, and they said those would be flying in the skies in Ukraine within hours. And Ukraine's Air Force basically wasn't even destroyed on the ground before, you know, it's still flying. Russia hasn't achieved total air superiority, and now Ukrainians will have a lot of these like old jets that Poland was just keeping around or whatever. Will this make a difference?
I think Poland walked back on that, didn't they? Or
I'm not sure about all the things they mentioned today about providing. My view before this started was that a lot of that equipment was not going to be that relevant because ultimately, if the Russian military focused on destroying the Ukrainian military, they can do it with fires, they can do it with artillery, they have better UAVs, they can find these targets. I thought they'd be able to do that, you know, without too much difficulty, right? Unless the Ukrainian military moved in the cities, basically. They're having more difficulty than I expected, right? And so basically, a lot of these weapons that we were providing, I didn't think we're gonna play a significant role. Well, it looks as though they're playing. It might be playing a bigger role than I expected. And ultimately, part of this is just because the Russian military is just acting in a very strange way, right? So they're sending columns ahead without taking precautions, right? So sending up columns,
supply lines or anything,
right into kind of maybe ambushes possibly. You know, there's this big satellite photo today showing a like 3-mile long Russian convoy, vehicles all neatly packed together, right? It's madness, right? I mean, Ukraine still has
how would you blow that up? Artillery?
Artillery, multiple launch rocket systems, but also aviation, right? So typically, when you stop in a position, you move the vehicles into different patterns. So a fighter can't just basically
like
run
a straight
down a line
yeah.
and strafe an entire column.
I played HOI 4, whatever that fucking
really
is. I
puts
don't
them
know.
at all risk,
I don't even know if there are
where
planes in
if
that
you could
game.
have one fighter come in, it could do a tremendous amount of damage to a single convoy because they're not taking basic precautions. And again, they just weren't prepared for this. I don't know why, but it is worked. So because they are they're operating such a strange way, and because I mean, again, they keep abandoning vehicles, right? They keep like you'll see like an individual tank will be by itself, right? Which is madness. You never want to do that normally because that's how you get those taken out. Because they're doing things that are so just incompetent, it means javelins and laws can actually be really effective. And the same thing when they keep flying helicopters and attack aircraft overhead, Stingers can take those out. Again, this is stuff I didn't think this would be as useful as it is, but because the Russian military is operating the way it is, because they failed to maximally inflict heavy casualties on the Ukrainian military right away, they're giving them a chance to respond, and ultimately some of these weapons could be effective. So those things could be so effective. And then look at TB2s, right? I thought the Turkish drones, I thought the first hour of the fight, Russia would knock most of those out because they know where they're located. If you put missiles into those airfields or in the ground control stations, you disable them right away, right? It's not hard. And again, if the GRU is doing its job, it should know where they all are at all times, right? They fail to do that for some reason.
If the what's doing its job to the GRU?
GRU, yeah, the Russian intelligence agency.
Russian intelligence.
Okay, fuck, I was gonna make a meme and I forgot. The bad guy's named Volgan in Metal Gear Solid 3 called him the GRU. Do they call him the GRU or the GRU?
Schizodito here. Just a reminder, Liffa from The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was a cuck. Thank you. LOL.
Good one, Donut.
Military intelligence role, right? Find the location of key targets in Ukrainian military, so whenever the war starts, we know where they are and you can hit them. Well, they didn't hit them for some reason. Again, is it the GRU's fault? Is it the Russian Air Force's fault? I don't know. It's probably a bit of column A and B and whatever.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, all right.
Yeah.
So the drones are actually.
Are you gonna remove their rotation builds bot command? Yeah, my sponsorship were out with them like a few months ago. I thought I'd removed it, but now that they're shitting on affiliates who don't plug their links, they're kind of base. So I might just keep the affiliate link in there no matter what before the company ceases to exist.
Effective. I mean, I've always, sort of believed that drones are the future, and when the Armenia-Azerbaijan war happened, and the drones basically pasted everything the Armenians had, I wasn't that surprised, because I've been following it, reading a lot about these drones' capabilities, and so so many people were saying against a modern, capable military, these drones will just get pasted, they'll be destroyed on the ground, out of the air, they won't be that effective. It looks like they're actually being effective, like they were in the Armenia-Azerbaijan war.
Yeah, so I mean, not the same degree, right? So first, obviously, we only seen a couple of videos. We've seen 2, I think, videos so far, TB2 strikes. So still a big question: how many do they still have in operation? How many have been shot down? When do these strikes happen? Right? Some is maybe a day or 2 ago. So still some big
Why am
questions.
I holding
there.
monies? I want artillery. I'm waiting for mortars.
They showed a video today of a strike on a Buk system. Russian Air Force, again, this is a ground force air defense system designed to escort Russian forces into battle. And Buks shot down number of TB2s in Syria. They've been used. They can do this. It becomes back to a question of what is the Russian military doing? Whose responsibility is to take TB2s out? And if they're not, if they're flying Russian aviation overhead, they have to do deconfliction if you have obviously ground-based air defenses and Russian aviation overhead. But how is the deconfliction happening? Who is working this? I don't know, right? Still, the coordination issues seem like they're a mess right now.
Right.
But ultimately, they are striking columns because for whatever reason, the Russian military is failed to destroy them all and failed to shoot them all down. I also don't know why Russian fighters aren't overhead more because they should be able to shoot down these TB2s too. But ultimately, because the Russian military is failing to do these things,
easy.
If Turkey provided more TB2s to Ukraine, that might be something that could have immediate impact. And because they know how to use them, they have operators, and Turkey has lots of stockpiles of TB2s. So if you provide those, that could be an effective and useful kind of system to equip the Ukrainians with, at least from NATO stockpiles, at least.
2 more questions. Number 1, is there any scenario in which the Ukrainians win an outright military victory in the?
There shouldn't be, unless Russia keeps fucking up this hard.
The issue to me has always been, what does Russia do with cities, right? If there's resistance in cities, what does Russia do about it? Because ultimately, if Ukrainian civilians are willing to arm in the military as well, and they're willing to fight block by block, the only way you root that out is to basically destroy a lot of buildings, right? So I mean, you think Fallujah, you think Aleppo, those kind of really terrible urban kind of combat situations. And so it's always been up to that, right? How much Ukrainian resistance will there be? Well, there's clearly some, right? And clearly, every day this goes on, there will be more because there'll be more momentum behind Ukrainian forces. So my question has always been, Russia can.
The real question that I want to know, and maybe this is more of a military guy, so he won't have as good an answer. What does Putin do if he loses? That's what I'm so curious about. Because I feel like Russia has been steadily building momentum behind its military movements over the past 2 decades, 2.5 decades. For them to just monumentally fail in this conflict, I'm curious how that threatens like Putin's hold on Russia or what. That's what I'm so curious about that.
Maneuver anywhere in Ukraine they want to outside cities, right? They can do that. And they deploy enough forces. They're having issues with logistics, some other issues. That's a big question. But ultimately, they can basically move wherever they want. They free to maneuver in most of eastern Ukraine right now. They want to move anywhere they can get there. And I still don't know the status of Ukrainian military, right? Clearly, they have some guys left. How much artillery they have left, I don't know. MRS, no idea. They're very.
I'd expect some kind of coup at that point. Would there be? Because it feels like Putin's people close to him are pretty close. But maybe they would feel that they doubt him. What's to keep? So I don't know the doctrines around the world, right? Fuck. Wait, I think I might lose here. What happens if Putin decides for a limited nuclear strike of Ukraine? What happens at that point? Do other countries around the world respond in a nuclear way to limited nuclear strike, or is it just like heavily China nukes Russia? Even China. Oh, Destiny, China has a nuclear guarantee to Ukraine. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I have no idea about that, but. He said on camera he will say he loves trans people if he loses.
About OPSEC, so I don't know those capabilities. What's left? So in terms of defeating them, I don't think they can.
I don't know how hot of a take this is, or if any military scholar, or not military, like history scholars ever written on this. One thing that I kind of wonder is if the nuking of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was like a lucky event in the history of the world, such that if the United States wouldn't have nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki, we wouldn't all have those stories to draw back on, and it would have increased the likelihood of some dual, like bilateral nuclear warfare in the future, that two countries would have nuked each other, because nobody just would have seen like what a nuclear attack looks like. I'm kind of curious how that would have played out differently had there not been some nuclear strike first.
They can achieve an outright victory on the battlefield, but right, can they prevent Russia from achieving a nice, easy military victory? Yes, and they are. And then it becomes a question of, okay, how far is Russia willing to go to try and achieve their political objectives, and can they are they even achievable if you kill too many Ukrainians in the first place? I'm not sure they are. And so because they're fighting the cities, because the Russian forces so far have seemed basically kind of seem that they don't know what they're doing in the cities, because the planning has been so kind of just strange and just bizarre. They absolutely have the chances of defending many of these cities, or at least even if Russian forces go in there, right? Can they hold these cities for that long? I don't know, right? You could see an insurgency develop. This could be a long-term problem, and then it becomes an issue of does Russia have the forces to hold all of these cities for months and months? And I'm not sure.
I can't support this. Wait, what am I doing?
So what's bizarre to me is that instead of focusing on destroying the Ukrainian military, Russia is moving into cities. They've tried to. It seems like they've tried to not destroy the Ukrainian military, fully. They tried to kind of hold back a little bit, and it's not working out well at all. It's the worst case scenario for them, because it's enough to get Ukrainians to fight back, and it's giving them momentum and time to do so. And so it's this very weird, plan, or whatever Russia's doing. It's a very strange approach. It's not working very well for them. My fear is that the next step will be, they escalate, and they're bringing the really heavy artillery. So they're bringing the 2S7, 2S4 really heavy mortars, heavy artillery, TOS 1A thermal barrack systems. Those are being brought in. Will they use them? I don't know. I hope not. But that they can do that, and those can devastate cities if they want to.
Got it. And last question: what can normal people sitting around do to help the Ukrainians? Anything? What can we do?
I mean, I think a bunch of NGOs have. I don't know all the information for them, but clearly in Poland, there's already a lot of support helping Ukrainians, housing them who have fled. I'm sure there are NGOs that are working to provide aid.
Change your Instagram profile picture.
I think that's probably the best way of going about it. What kind of NGOs can help out refugees along those lines, but I don't know exactly which places are the best place to go to. Sorry.
Got it. All right, and I'm going to add one more question on the end of this. Is there any chance that this ends in World War III?
Jesus.
There's a better chance this ends in World War III than any other situation that's happened recently or that I can think of, right? Which isn't to say it's likely. I don't think it's likely, but ultimately, Putin is making a strategic blunder right now, and it's a deviation from his behavioral course. What's happening with him? I don't know, right? He is
How you feeling,
structured
Putin?
the Russian government.
You okay, man?
He's the power broker. He embarrassed Sergei Narishkin, the head of the SVR, the other day at the Security Council meeting, which was very bizarre to see, especially because it was a pre-recorded thing. So he decided
that was a
must
decision.
Include me belittling this really important figure, in the Russian government. Again, I don't know what that tells us. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but obviously, if he can't achieve his objectives here, he might need a face-saving off-ramp. I don't know what that is right now, and that's concerning. And if the Russian military says, we're not going to destroy Kyiv and kill these civilians, I don't know what he does. I mean, but there's a greater, I think, risk to his position in Russia than it has at any point in the last 10 years, probably. And it's all of his making. The economy is going to be in a terrible position tomorrow. Russians are going to be in a terrible position tomorrow, and they don't deserve this because they didn't have any role in this war. And at some point, you know, when the TV news people start breaking with the regime, right? When does that kind of stuff happen? When they say, "Look, you're just lying about what's happening here," you know, and ultimately everyone can see this. At what point it just become too, you know, insane? So I don't know, but it's really unpredictable moment, and it's really important, I think, that NATO and US look at kind of not taking escalatory steps. So I think it means still supporting Ukraine, but you know, people are suggesting a no-fly zone. I think that's a terrible idea. I think that, you know,
it's not a terrible idea. It's impossible. It's not even. That's not even on the table. I don't think anybody's even considering a no-fly zone over Ukraine. At that point, you might as well just start sending in your military.
Because basically Russians will fly in there, and it's basically, okay, are we gonna demonstrate credibility, shoot down Russian aircraft? I don't think
no-fly zone is like, let's start a war with Russia.
It comes, yeah, it would likely come. So that kind of, I think, thinking is really, really concerning. In terms of support Ukraine, I absolutely think Ukraine should be supported. But, you know, just keep in mind that if we put, you know, U.S. troops in Ukraine, they start getting killed, then it becomes a escalatory spiral, right? Then there's a domestic issue for Biden. Does he go to war? Like, so all those things have to be considered. I think the Biden administration has been pretty good.
Hassan, the greatest political commentator, disagrees. Wait, what? Do the people in the West keep saying we must do a no-fly zone over Ukraine, have super sweet bunkers or something? What's going on here? Wait, do you not understand what he's saying? Hassan agrees. Hassan is saying that if we enforce a no-fly zone, you're basically saying World War III is going to happen, but I guess you got a sick bunker, so if we get nuked, you're going to be fine.
Good about this, right? Where they haven't directly antagonized Russia throughout this. They haven't kind of incentivized the war, but at the same time they provide support for Ukraine. So I don't know. It's certainly a dangerous situation, and ultimately, you know, I think a lot of people are revising their views of Putin and what he was possible of doing. They didn't suspect, you know, a week ago, and a lot of the best Russian foreign policy people, right, in Moscow, did not think this was possible. They just did not think it was possible. And I think it has been an earth-shattering thing for a lot of them because their entire conception of the Russian government, of what was possible, has changed. And it's, you know, it's a really terrifying moment.
Maybe Putin lost it. Maybe he's had some sort of disease event or, you know, physical event that has really impaired his judgment.
Well, I mean, so I think the paranoia side probably is a rule, right? Because the operational security here, in terms of not telling anyone, you know, the plan, that was a mistake, especially since the U.S. intelligence agency, you know, we were all saying this is going to happen. Everyone saw the planning. It was observable. The military factors were observable. So the fact that he was not telling anyone made very little sense to me, right? I mean, might as well just tell people, again, we're getting so they're ready for the conflict.
I mean, the U.S. delivery was so good that even tankies on the left were calling it propaganda, right?
I think what he's doing, I mean, I think it's still rational. I just think it was just stupid. I think he basically took the wrong lessons from what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan and applied them and thought that, you know, a more optimistic, you know, scenario was possible, which it clearly isn't. So I don't know, but the problem is he's put himself in this position. It's his fault, and now it's a question of, you know, can he find a you know, an off ramp where he doesn't look like he just made a huge mistake that questions, you know, his place in Russia. And I don't know he can. And it's, you know, it's a really unprecedented moment, unfortunately.
I guess we'll see what happens. Well, anyway, thank you so much for talking to me. Keep up the great work.
Whoa, my man. Holy
and good luck with everything.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
Sounds good, man. See you later, man.
We all
love you. Peace out. Stay safe. Wait, if these don't have mana, do they just not shoot? Or... Oh, fuck. I fucked up. I think I fucked up. I think they just don't shoot. Yeah, they stop shooting. Yeah. Okay, that last upgrade was way too intense. Unless I start getting a ton of mana, like right the fuck now. Which we're not getting. Des tiny. Nope. Boom. Hello, hello.
Hello. Hopefully you hear me
Loud and clear.
and see me, hopefully.
Yeah, I can see you. What do you want to introduce yourself? Tell everybody who you are, what we're chatting about.
Yeah, give me a moment. Yeah, so 1 second. My name's Corey Campbell, and like BX Bullet, I have a degree in science.
Okay, that's good.
I'm a politics / science streamer. I have a bachelor's in cell and molecular biology. I'm currently a PhD candidate in biochemistry, and I work for a biotech startup that develops an SPR instrument. And that's essentially my elevator pitch for myself.
Gotcha. And what were we chatting about today? Tell the audience.
Yeah, so I think the broad theme, I guess, would be emotional intelligence. And also, first, thank you so much for agreeing to chat with me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
And also, I put a lot of things on the table in terms of, well, yeah, emotional intelligence, and maybe how that might be affecting kind of university enrollment rates when it comes to men, and a clear gender divide in that's occurring, that I see occurring as someone in academia. And also maybe how that has other, societal effects in terms of suicide rates, mental health rates that appear to be increasing, et cetera, et cetera. I think that would be it in a nutshell of what I put on the table.
Okay, gotcha. Well, where do you want to start?
Yeah, so I would kind of maybe solicit your thoughts in terms of, I'm sure most people know in terms of university enrollment, there's a clear gender divide that's occurring where it appears to be only getting worse, where women and women are getting more and more degrees, both at the bachelor's, master's, PhD level, and more and more men are choosing not to go, and also dropping out at the same time. I'd be curious if you had maybe some thoughts, opinions as to why that might be occurring.
I think we did a really phenomenal job at getting women more involved in education, whether it was through affirmative action programs or cultural messaging or whatever. I think we did a really good job at moving women into that field, the field of education broadly. There's still kind of big disparities in terms of what people choose to major in. But I think that we've probably, I think in more ways than just education, kind of dropped the ball on men in society. And that we're just basically seeing the fallout of that happen, I guess.
Okay, yeah, so I largely agree with you in terms of, I'm old enough to, recall the girl power movement, and the strong encouragement of women, which is great and fantastic, because I think we're very much clearly seeing the effects of that. But then I don't know how that, let's say, maybe fully explains why men are not kind of keeping up. And it seems to be like, so I see them going also, but they're like dropping out. And also of the students that appear to be remaining, even in the STEM fields, which I'm in biochemistry, and maybe this ties into kind of like, even the quote unquote great Jordan Peterson is having trouble explaining why these university enrollment rates are declining, even in the STEM fields, because despite what Jordan Peterson thinks, the gender gap in STEM is not as high as he makes it out to be. He leaves out some very convenient stats, and I would say, I don't know if he's outright explicitly lying, but
I think it depends on how you look at STEM. I think for all of STEM, the gender gap might be closing pretty quickly, but I think within STEM, there's still huge disparities. That's my understanding. I don't have the numbers offhand, but so for instance, for different types of engineering things, those are still in some fields, 80-90% male dominated. But in different types of sciences, especially biologies and stuff, you might be able to find more women going through these. So you mentioned you do chemistry. Maybe in your classes, there might be more women than there would be in a comp sci or computer engineering or mechanical engineering class, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In at least to my understanding, that engineering is still very much male dominated. And Jordan Peterson makes the argument that the discrepancy in STEM, it's largely driven by women interested in people and men interested in things.
Because there's some experiment that he always cites where the difference between the difference between little boys and little girls with how they play with toys or whatever is supposed to be evidence of like men are more focused on gizmos and gadgets and women are focused on like role play and dolls and stuff or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And if it was actually that simplistic, and I find that a pretty one-dimensional take on things, like biology, which is my background, that has virtually always been, well, since women have been allowed to go to university, like heavily dominated by women. Like, depending on the particular field of biology, like 60, 70%. And also, I'm currently in the biochemistry department, and like I can only speak from my experience in my department. Like it is majority women, and I'm like now I no longer TA, but when I did, like I'm kind of TAing classes where it's like 80, sometimes even like as bad as 90%, not as bad, but rather in terms of the discrepancy, like so extreme. That it's like 90% women. And, you know, I think there's some clear patterns emerging that it's not as simple as, you know, it's just women interested in people, men interested in things, because at least to my mind, biology is a very thing-like discipline.
Yeah.
Along with biochemistry. And also one would expect that, you know, women would also now, you know, dominate politics. I think that's a very people-oriented discipline. Would it not be?
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I think we're very much clearly seeing that that's not the case. But in other domains, women have very much clearly made up a lot of ground in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
Women now make up, at least in, I think, the Western world or North America, women make up the majority of medical school. And, like, they close that gap very quickly, which is great. But then it's like, then what's driving men away from university, and they're increasingly falling behind? Like, what are some of the causes of that? Because it's only getting worse to my eye. And some of the, I guess, most simple causes that I've sort of narrowed down, at least into my direct experience, is, you know, the whole concept of, I guess the masculine trait of not asking for help, and how that bleeds into, so I think we know in terms of health-seeking behavior, just generally speaking, men don't go to the doctor, or, you know, only until things are bad do they go. But then I think that bleeds over into other domains of, like, I definitely have the experience, and I don't know if this is just anecdotal, but I have the experience of, like, you know, being in a class with students, and, you know, one of the students, who happens to be male, sharing that they're struggling and finding the course challenging, and I would bring up to them, like, well, I'm not seeing you at my office hours. And then they'll push back saying, well, I don't have time to go to your office hours.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have to PSA real quick, just because you bring that up. This will depend on the class that you go to, but this is just in my personal experience. Professors, if you have a good reason for falling behind or whatever, and you really want to do your best, like, professors will help you so much. Some at least will, in my experience, most have. But they'll help you, like, try to catch up if you can. But you have to actually make the effort to reach out and do something. If you're failing a class and you need all the help in the world, and you don't say shit to your professor, he'll just fail you and you'll fuck off and he'll never know anything. But if you, like, show up at office hours and you say, like, hey, can I either make this up? Can I do this? Blah, blah, blah. Like, a lot of professors will help. I just want to give that shout out because there are so many resources available in college that people just, like, don't know about or don't take advantage of it. It's like, that's your money, dude. But yeah, okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, nothing to apologize for. And I totally agree with you. And, like, I have, like, very much, you know, to the best of my ability, and whatever my skills and time, like, I will almost, like, sometimes go out of my way to remove all barriers where, you know, they'll say, I don't have time to go to your office hours, or your office hours are at inconvenient times. I'll say, hey, let's set up an appointment. Like, contact me. I'll work around your schedule. And now that most things are virtual, like, we can even have virtual office hours, which I think makes it more convenient. And it just, like, doesn't happen. And, like, I see their grades, and so I see the end results. And it's, like, just so puzzling that there's very clearly, like, something very complicated going on, because. And maybe it's just me in my experience, but, like, yeah, the students that I see tend to, you know, excel and reach out and ask for help. and not be afraid to ask for help, like are largely women. And it's like, you know, men will just kind of suffer in silence, and they'll take the poor grade, as opposed to just like reaching out and asking for help. And even when like all barriers are removed, and like, so it's hard for me to understand like what's driving that underlying behavior. Is it just a simple matter of pride? Is it a simple matter of, you know, again, this is where I kind of try to relate it to emotional intelligence, because
something that I know. So I explore this more from like a sexual point of view, because that's most of my engagement with social issues is through fucking people, because that's something I enjoy. Something that I noticed.
I don't think you're the only one.
Sure. Okay. Cool. Something that I noticed highly anecdotally is that, and I think this bleeds over into a lot of our real life, like social issues as well. Is that a lot of people, especially women on the internet, will talk about like how much they want people to embrace more progressive values, how much they want people to kind of move in this more progressive direction in terms of attitude, when I'm talking about masculinity especially. But when it comes to personal romantic relationships or sexual relationships, and I think even in like social dynamics, I think the most progressive woman in the world, generally, these are all generalizations, still wants a very traditionally masculine man. Somebody that is very confident, somebody that is emotionally in tune enough to listen to your problems, but not have problems, somebody that will take charge of situations, take charge in the bedroom, make strong decisions, like take the response. Like, I think people are still largely looking for those types of things. And a feminine man that hits all of the like woman required emotional points is nice and like a good friend, maybe even a romantic partner. But the traditionally strong masculine manly man, not necessarily like big and bulky, but just that has that attitude of that masculinity, I think is still like a highly desirable figure. And I think we get weird messages, societally speaking, sometimes with men where we're like, I do agree that there is a lot of toxic masculinity, and I do like that a lot of that is going to push back on, but I feel like sometimes the pushback is too much. And then we kind of sell messages socially that men need to be a certain way, when in reality, men and women still also prefer kind of the more old school style of man. And there's like, I think there's a lot of weird conflicting messages there, if that makes sense.
Totally. Like, I definitely would agree with you and take your point that is probably a variable in the mix, for sure. Like, it seems like, men more and more have to kind of like thread now like that needle of like, like they're supposed to be stoic but also kind of emotionally available at the same time. And like, as you say, that's a mixed message. But it's almost like, and this is, you know, since I'm in academia, I understandably just surrounded by whatever progressive left-leaning people, so obviously the people around me you know, are coming from a certain lens and bias, including myself. But at least of the women that I know that are in my life, they're, you know, at least they're not professing these things. They tend to be like quite progressive and quite very much against, you know, the traditional, as you say, masculine man. And like, they very much, again, maybe it's just, we could, I guess, have the conversation of like them not knowing what they want, but I really don't think that's the case. Because it seems to me that like some of the best current dating advice would be kind of get a university degree. And that doesn't seem to be enough to persuade men to go. Because I think we're going to find, and I think we're currently finding more and more, that at the very least, I don't think they want a huge, you know, education gap, at least generally speaking, in most monogamous relationships. Like, the education level tends to match to a certain degree. And so if women are getting more and more educated, and men are not, like, I think we're clearly seeing some of that play out in not only just women's, but also men's struggles in dating, finding a partner. Like, it seems like, this is just my perspective of the people that I talk with, that like the women are largely rejecting these types of men.
Who don't have the educational attainment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
or
that's, go ahead.
Or like sort of like that sort of emotional component. Like, maybe it is like they're not stoic enough, but also not emotionally available enough. Or like, you know, they're not strong enough, and also not, you know, they're not walking that super fine line that you said of mixed messaging of like, well, where am I on the masculine feminine divide? have to now be both. It's so that this is why I bring it back to kind of emotional intelligence, because I think this is just my opinion from what I gather in my research. So when it comes to specifically university enrollment and the choice to go, because this appears to be happening, a lot of the explanation, at least in the United States, understandably, is that it's a cost issue. That, you know, why go into debt? Like, the education is just not worth it anymore. And so it makes more sense to go into the trade.
Oh, sure. I might hear that. That might be the perception, and people will act on perceptions always, not reality, but perceptions. The reality of the situation is that I think college degrees are still ubiquitously, like, profitable. Even the lower, I think you have to hit like the 20th percentile of degrees before you're not getting paid back to compensate for it, and then some on top of it. But obviously there are certain degrees. If you get like maybe certain like sociology or some liberal arts degrees, probably not going to pay so much. For the overwhelming amount of college degrees, it's still absolutely worth getting it in terms of a long-term investment.
Yeah, I agree with you. And like, I can see how maybe the cost-benefit analysis is maybe more complicated in the U.S., but we're seeing, you know, university enrollment rates like drop in my country, Canada, where tuition is much cheaper. We're also seeing it in places like Iceland, where education is much cheaper, even here in Canada. And so I don't think that, you know, the degree not being worth it, or like it being so expensive, I don't think it holds true. Obviously, in
it's
those
not
countries.
explanatory, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, again, I sort of bring it back to like this emotional intelligence component, because I think like the drive is just no longer there. At least I find, and again, just my experience, that just they don't know what they want, what to pursue. Like, just the emotional kind of component that motivates people is just not there. Because, you know, I have very interesting experiences of like people around me seemingly have the tools to go to university, like the discipline, to a certain extent, a hard work ethic. And the example that I give is I in a past life I was a personal trainer, and so I have a lot of friends who are personal trainers and who are heavily into fitness. And you know, I've literally had the experience of so this personal trainer friend of mine. As I'm sure you know, it doesn't take all that much to become a certified personal trainer.
Yeah, I've just got into working out like pretty heavily like 7 months ago, and probably the most important lesson I've learned is to ignore every single personal trainer in the United States. But no offense to your profession, but yeah, go ahead. I know what you mean.
No, it's no longer my profession.
Okay, gotcha.
And I agree with you. Like, you have to really do your due diligence to like, because being certified as a personal trainer, like 6 to 8 weeks of like material, take a quiz or a multiple choice test, and you get your piece of paper. And maybe at best they have some, you know, CPR training.
Sure.
Hopefully. And so this person who had this type of sort of, you know, fairly simple certification, they wanted to understandably advance their career and their degree, and they wanted to go to university and get like an athletic therapy degree or exercise science degree. And to get into that degree, you know, you obviously have to have your fundamental science, chemistry, physics, math, which they hadn't had, those prerequisites. And so they were starting to take them. And understandably, they were struggling, and so they asked me to tutor them for chemistry. And it is so interesting, especially like experiencing and observing people in the fitness world trying to make a transition to something else, where like they have all these skills in the gym, where they'll wax poetic about, you know, it's not about motivation, it's about discipline, like that platitude.
Okay.
But when it comes to like the academic side, like I just see someone's like self-esteem break in real time, of like I can't do chemistry, and like the discipline that they espouse, that like they themselves are telling their clients they can't do it themselves when they actually like profess to want this degree.
Sure.
Where it's like the mountain is now too high. Going to the gym easy, but like that doesn't seem to be like a transferable skill. where so I maybe work in the concept of like grit. I think we have a decent amount of psychological research showing that grit or resilience appears to be pretty important thing to have if you want to excel in just about anything.
Yeah, or deal with adverse challenges or anything like that.
Yeah. And I think that's personally part of sort of a component of emotional intelligence. And so like, to my eye, this is just my observation, that like, men have, to some extent, lost grit or resilience. Where like they just no longer have those skills anymore to excel, not only just excel, just like to complete university, setting aside just excelling. And if that's like actually the case, and it seems like you agree that grit and resilience seems to be an important component, then why would it be that men have lost grit or resilience? Would you have any thoughts on that? Or you just don't agree with my assessment?
I don't know if they have, actually. I guess that's a question, because like we probably ask more from men. We probably ask more from people in general in one specific dimension than we ever have in society before, right?
That's true.
We ask people to be smarter today than we've ever asked them to, because like the minimum IQ requirements and the minimum education requirements to engage in a realistic manner with today's economy is higher than it's ever been in the history of mankind. I don't believe this is true, but like one argument one could say is that there might be like an upper threshold to what like a man's IQ can be expected to be, and we're surpassing that with educational requirements for functioning today. So I don't think I would believe that, but there might be like elements of truth to that, where we're getting to points to where the demands that we're making of populations of people might become unrealistic. Like what if we existed in a society in the future where we figured every single thing out automation wise except for nuclear engineering? Would it be realistic to expect that 80% of people could become nuclear engineers? Probably not. So like in a less extreme version of that.
That's fair. But then I would kind of work in like medicine enrollment for men is like clearly dropping, and I think it's fair to say that medicine for the longest time was dominated by men, and I don't think like the discipline has like, I don't know for sure, but I would suspect that the like IQ requirements to get into medicine like haven't like
changed
been
dramatically
elevated
over time.
Yeah, so much. I think the bar is more or less like still set where it is, but just that like women are much easier, have an easier time jumping that bar, and then men are just seem to be no longer, for lack of a better term, kind of like measuring up or like able to like overcome that hurdle.
Well, I mean, it seems like you probably have an idea of why, because I imagine that's what you wanted to come on and present. So what is your idea? What is your guess?
Yeah. So, well, I would maybe work in, that's why I kind of like brought on the overall theme of like emotional intelligence, because I think you've had many conversations before, and I think even with like Dr. K, and I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of like alexithymia and kind of like being emotionally disconnected, or not being able to identify one's emotions.
Sure.
And based off of what I've seen, I'm not sure if you're familiar, if you've heard of the concept of I think it's called normative male alexithymia.
I have not at all. No.
So, from my understanding, from what I've read about it, it was coined by a particular psychological researcher, but I think most people know that extreme alexithymia
is pathological, but this just describes a non-pathological default state of what the male emotional state might be. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Exactly. As in, it's like not pathological, doesn't necessarily lead to any sort of severe dysfunction, but like it's enough. It appears to be enough to like affect multiple aspects of your life, and I think that kind of very much plays a part in it. Of like if you are not, at least from my experience, and I would maybe, this is all from my own personal experience, but I've been able to, at least to some extent, excel academically, excel in the fitness world, and I don't think I'm anybody special, but like to my mind, and I actually had a conversation a couple days ago with not so erudite, where I brought up the fact that I check off a lot of boxes for being at risk of certain mental health issues, for example, anxiety, depression. Like, well, not only am I in academia, where mental health issues are pretty sky high, I also have Crohn's disease, and I've had it for a long time.
You play League of Legends?
I do not,
I think
but I'm a
sometimes people
Dota.
have an aversion of
Was a
engaging
Dota
with
player.
situations that have
Okay, gotcha. That would have been the biggest one. But no, I understand what you're saying.
The biggest component. Well, then, is this you outing yourself as having anxiety and depression?
No, I have very high resiliency. That's why I can grind this game for hours on end and not give a fuck. But
And I'm a product of divorce. And yet, you know, it seems like, and maybe I just have these things, I don't know it. Maybe I'm so severely alexithymic that I don't experience these things, or I just don't know it. But like, I'm checking off a lot of boxes for being at risk of anxiety and depression, and yet I've never like experienced these things to a clinical or pathological degree. And so I've asked myself that question as to why that is, because I generally know the numbers, I know the stats, and how, whatever, risk factors, all that stuff. And so that's why, you know, I bring in this emotional component, because I think it seems to be so important and pivotal to be able to cultivate resilience. Because, well, again, I think you've had the conversation, I believe, with Dr. K about, I think they mentioned to you that you have maybe some low level, or you feel like you're emotionally disconnected to some extent, maybe not some sort of pathological extent.
Yeah, sure.
And do you see, like, do you feel or think there's any effects of that you can notice, or it's just like it's so unnoticeable to you that like it just plays no factor in your life?
I mean, it seems to be an incredible asset for me. I seem to be incredibly shielded in a very lucky sense from a lot of external criticism that I think weighs down on people in this industry. So I would consider it an asset thing.
Yeah, that's fair. But then, so essentially, from what I'm hearing, like it's been an overall like net positive, and
Absolutely, yeah.
And that you've noticed no net negatives.
Well, I guess if you listen to my Dr. K conversation, that's it's difficult because the net negative might be things that I've just never experienced before. Like maybe I have trouble getting close to people in certain emotional or vulnerable senses. So, but I mean, if I don't know what I'm missing, how can I say that like I'm missing that particular thing? Like
True.
I feel very content and happy
fair.
in my day-to-day life. I don't feel like I'm like repressing some deep sadness of loneliness or whatever. I don't have any of those kinds of feelings. So it seems to be just a net negative, or I'm sorry, a net positive for me.
Yeah, and that's fair. Like, again, like if your experience is telling you that, you know, everything's just positive, there's no reason to like whatever address it or even like give it a second thought. But does that mean like, so it seems like you identify as someone who's pretty high in resilience, right? Or at least you maybe consider yourself high in resilience?
I mean, maybe everybody would, but I would personally consider myself to be incredibly resilient. Yeah, of course. Typically, like the worst events of my life, I'm like at most it'll take me a day or two to bounce back. Yeah.
And I think you mentioned before that like when you start your day, you feel, you know, very motivated, and you're kind of like a get up and go type of person. And that it sounds like you have kind of like you know.
Yeah, always 100%. It's a problem
okay.
sometimes, such that like if I ever get interrupted in my sleep and I wake up early, I usually there's so many things I want to go out and do in the day. It's really hard for me to get back to sleep because I usually want to go like stream or go to the gym or get to do something. Yeah. I'm a pretty high, like I'm a high level, like I have a lot of desire to go live my life every day. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. So then you've had like no struggles at all, generally speaking, with like motivations for like anything, even like going to the gym, or, you know, motivated to, you know, stick to a diet, or like you just.
Do I have? What was the first thing you said?
Like you found no struggles of like going to the gym.
Oh no,
or,
I have
you know,
tons of struggles with shit like that. I hate that I've even read anything about this because it probably taints my ability to critically analyze myself. But
if I am an ADHD prone person, I think a lot of the stuff that I've done in my life has been as a result of me able to just autistically hyper focus in on things for 16 hours a day constantly. But I've just found a way to turn that into a way to make money. So being able to play StarCraft 2 for 12 to 16 hours a day for years and years on end was a way that I made a ton of money, and it worked with my lifestyle. But the discipline to do things that I don't want to do is was almost impossible for me. It's taken a great deal of like the past 7 months I've been going to the gym. I've started and stopped going to the gym probably like anywhere from 7 to 10 times in the past, because I'll travel for 2 weeks and then I'll come back and I'll get DOMs and stop or whatever, like stuff like that. So that type of discipline doesn't come easy to me. I have to make very, very, very deliberate efforts to push myself into doing things.
Okay, so it sounds like it takes a lot of like cognitive resources for you to like be disciplined in that aspect of your life, because it's
for sure,
and this is where it's like so interesting to me, like you describe yourself as like a very motivated person when it comes to like those
things I want to do.
Yeah, exactly. But then like I'm sure I don't need to like lay out like a rational argument of like why you should go to the gym, right? Like everyone knows.
Yeah, everybody knows all the rational argument. Yeah, you can read it till you're blue in the face, but until you're actually doing it, it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like.
And I was I was a horrible student too. Like I'm one of those retards. It's like you wake up at like 7 o'clock.
I wouldn't be so hard on yourself.
I was horrible in school. I should have flunked everything. I lucked out because I happened to be obsessed with Japanese RPGs, and I learned to read really well at an early age. That's the only reason I did anything well in school. And I did really well in school just because of that. But like I'm the kind of guy that would like wake up at 7:30 every single day and hate my life because I just went to sleep at like 5:30 a.m. and I'm like, okay, tonight I'm gonna go to sleep early, and then like it'll be 4 a.m. the next night over and over and over and over and over again, and that type of shit. So yeah, and then like doing homework and passing periods before classes, horrible shit. I was a horrible student.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And so then it seems like to me, I think there's something there of something similar there, in terms of like maybe men at large like not having the motivation or the discipline to go to school, and like maybe your struggles in like attending to the gym, because like I think it's easy to be motivated to do the things that you love, right? And like thankfully for you, like you have so many things that you love that you can
that I've turned into a job. I just lucked out. Yeah, basically.
I don't know if lucked out. Like
it is lucked out because people will say things like, "You have the discipline to stream for so many hours a day. Like that's amazing. You do that." And it's like, no, I just really like doing it. Like it's like getting paid 10 hours a day to masturbate. Like nobody would say you have the discipline for that, or 10 hours a day to smoke crack. Nobody's like, "Wow, you're so disciplined. You use drugs so consistent." Like no one said that. But I really enjoy streaming all the things around it, so I just happen to. It is lucky, but yeah, I know what you mean.
So then it's like, how do you like learn the skills to like do something that like is in your interest that you don't want to do? Like how do you learn to like love that process? Because like as you said, and as you just covered, like the rational argument doesn't seem to be like enough.
I've only ever heard two things. Yeah, it's not it's not rationality at all. Humans don't even work that way.
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I think there's two ways that it happens. I think one is, and I think we've discovered this increasingly, how important early development is. And early development doesn't mean like ages 9, 10, or 11. Early development might mean ages like 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like having children on regimented schedules where they are expected to perform things at set hours of the day, where you instill that discipline like early on in life seems to be really important, because my parents, I love them to death, also have no discipline for anything. Like not at all. And I think I picked that up from them probably hardcore. It's either that or getting it hardcore instilled in you in a hardcore environment later. I repeat this a lot. The only people in my life that I've ever heard that have been able to turn around not having discipline are people that went to the military. So you might have a kid that's like kind of a sot, he doesn't do much, blah, blah, blah. But then he goes through basic training. He does like his, I think like 4-year contract or whatever. And then he comes out and he's actually like pretty changed, and that like he can maintain his life. He's like a lot more rigid, a lot more structured, that he gets that from the military. But it requires like a hardcore reset, not like here's a 30-minute class every Friday to teach you how to have discipline, you know?
Yeah, exactly. As in like it's, as you sort of brought up, it seems like there's a window in development early on that like, if you maybe like miss that window,
you're
like
fucked.
It's really hard. I don't know about, hopefully not
You're
fucked.
fucked. You're fucked. It seems like early developmental shit is so unbelievably important when it comes to a person's development in a person's life. Yeah. I shouldn't. I guess it sounds kind of bad when I say it that way. Like you're fucked if you're not already figuring it out. But like you just the amount of work required for you to catch up like becomes exceedingly higher depending on how behind you are. Like I've read surveys.
Like a huge hurdle.
Yeah, I've read surveys about like mental health and even physical health outcomes related to ACEs. Have you ever heard of like adverse childhood experiences?
Yeah,
that, like
absolutely.
if you when you start stacking these on, like your chances of dying of like a heart attack or cancer increase, stuff that almost seems unrelated to mental health. So yeah, I feel like the early developmental stages are incredibly important for humans. But yeah.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you. And actually, so here's where again, bringing in my own experience of mostly trying to understand myself, of like why maybe I'm protected to some extent. Like I think everyone has their breaking point. I just maybe haven't met it yet. But like why I don't have anxiety when I feel like it seems like I should. I don't have depression when it seems like I should. And like why like I've been at least been able to excel to some extent at university and in the fitness world. And so I think everyone knows the 5-factor model of personality, right?
Jordan Peterson cites a lot of the big 5 or whatever. Yeah.
Right, but it seems to me, and that like with that information, there's nothing you can do with that information, or at least there's very little. Like if you want to, it seems like there's like a correlation between conscientiousness and academic success.
It's good for analysis, but like you couldn't take this and be like, okay, well we're going to change one of your 5 factors.
Yeah, like if I want to be more conscientious, like how do I do that? Doesn't seem like there's any way to do that.
Is hold on, I forget. Is conscientious the one that's open to new experiences?
No, that's the one that's generally like kind of like how disciplined you are, or how rules based you are.
Okay. I don't remember what the open to new experiences was, but the only thing I've ever heard to cause a permanent shift in one of those 5 factors is apparently doing a mushroom trip. That when people do psych surveys a year later, they'll see that one factor actually is still changed up to 12 months after. I don't know if they've done any like super long surveys. I thought that was kind of funny or interesting, but yeah.
Yeah, no, totally.
It might just be called openness. Okay, go on.
Yeah, exactly. Openness. Well, it's I think OCEAN is the acronym. Openness, conscientiousness, agreeableness, I guess extroversion and neuroticism. And so like, yeah, it seems like it's more descriptive. And like, aside from like you said, that sort of niche drug experience, like you're kind of like set with that and you can't really like tweak the things. And so it's like, if you want to cultivate skills,
was that Shield Life?
Like the 5-factor model doesn't seem to be like a good way to do that. And that brought me in terms of like trying to explore myself and understand myself. And I'm sure you've heard it before, because I think you've mentioned it before of like, so I think attachment theory is heavily underestimated in its ability to explain certain behaviors and even its ability to cultivate resilience. Like I don't think this just extends to interpersonal relationships, because it seems like interpersonal relationships bleed into so many.
Yeah, interpersonal relationships are downstream probably from a lot of those attachment styles, right?
Yeah, exactly. And just kind of maybe out of curiosity, but if I ask anything you want to answer, feel free to not answer and refuse. But like, were there, from what I understand, like you have a son yourself. Was there like anything that maybe you tried to implement or do to, cultivate any sort of resilience, or I guess?
No, actually. I thought about it a lot, but that was actually like a really complicated question of mine. I feel like in my life, a lot of my resilience came from a lot of early adverse events, but I don't know why some people respond in some ways to those and other people respond in other ways, because I feel like a lot of the adversity that I faced growing up like was super beneficial to me down the line. Like I value those experiences more than any other experience in my life. I super value those. But then when I look at like my own son, I don't really want to like present adversity to him. So that was kind of like a strange thing. So for instance, like
we did a lot early on when I was considering him having either autism or ADHD because he had a lot of trouble focusing in class. And this is when I started doing a lot of research on a little on autism, and then eventually a lot on ADHD because we realized that that's what it was. I tried to I don't know if you would say this was fostering resiliency or like child abuse or whatever, but if we were to do a task, like I'd have him help me a choice. I'd say, okay, we're gonna go in the backyard and we're gonna rake and pick up leaves. And I would like give him one bag and I would tell him like, you're not gonna do anything fun in your life until you fill this one bag with leaves. And it was impossible to get him to do it. Like he might pick up a few and then he'll start playing games like outside. I'm like, okay, you can run around and play if you want, but you're not gonna play your computer, you're not gonna play the toy, you're not doing anything until this bag is full, and we'll go in for as many days as you need. And I tried that style of parenting for like a few weeks and it absolutely didn't work. There was just nothing, because the problem is that very quickly with a child you can run out of punishments and then I have nothing left to take from you and you just live your life in misery, and then I live my life in misery because I can't punish you anymore and we're all like fucking hating each other or whatever. I tried switching to a rewards-based system which seemed marginally better, but I still found it hard and frustrating to deal with them because I feel like I had a high degree of resiliency at a really early age. So like an example that this played out in games, hold on, I don't know if Kyle is in my chat right now. I had a childhood friend called Kyle. Whenever I would play a game growing up as a child,
He's no longer called Kyle?
Well, I didn't know if he was in my chat. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Whenever I played games as a child, I played on autism difficulties always. It had to be the hardest difficulty, the most impossible shit. And I would play things and I would die hundreds of times, sometimes thousands of times finishing a game, because that was super enjoyable to me. Like I remember when I played Final Fantasy IX, I think it took me like days just to get out of the first area because there was a jump rope mini game and you had to jump rope 200 times perfectly in order to like get some stupid item, and I didn't want to leave that area until I beat that jump rope mini game. Like this is just like the way that I approached everything growing up. But I noticed my son that if we go to play games, I'd be like, hey, do you want to play Minecraft? He's like, yeah. He'll never play Minecraft in survival mode. He always had to play creative. And I was like, no, if you want to build and do fun shit, you got to work for it. You got to mine it. You got to do that shit. And then you can do it. And he would just give up. He just wouldn't want to play it. Or if he'd like goof off on the piano, I'd be like, hey, that's cool. You want to play piano? Can I teach you actual things? He'd be like, no, I don't want to do it. I was like, fuck, well, what the fuck? But I never knew, and maybe it's too late. Maybe now his life is fucked up. But I didn't know like what my job as a parent was. Like, I don't know how to make it so that he enjoys the struggle so that he can enjoy the payoff. Because otherwise, I just felt at some point I feel like I'm Hitler. Like I'm just like, I don't want to be this. I never wanted to be an antagonistic figure in my child's life. Like I wanted to be challenging, but I don't want to be.
You don't
want
to be like boot camp.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to. Yeah, and I always wanted to feel like he could come to me if he had a problem or an issue. But if he always views me as like a combative or an adversarial figure, I feel like I would never have it. So I didn't know how to balance that out. I guess I never figured that out now because now he's almost 11 years old. So it's like, well, fuck me, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how to, I don't know what the balance is for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm certainly not a parenting expert or any sort of mental health professional or expert in that regard. Like, I just happen to have read a lot of psychological research. But like, yeah, that's why I kind of like bring in the attachment theory aspect, because like based off of the literature that I've read, like a secure attachment just seems to be so integral to being able to, have resiliency, to overcome kind of adverse events, even just to like cope with like chronic illness, or like even just a cancer diagnosis. There's some like really interesting, even just relating it back to the 5-factor model. Like it seems like even just a secure attachment style, like seems to bleed into just your ability to kind of like explore the world. And like, and also just like the confidence in yourself to like just believing that this is something that is challenging, but I can do it. And it seems like, again, like if you haven't cultivated that from the beginning, it just like sets you up, not necessarily for failure, but like so many challenges later on. And like, there's some interesting correlations between, and like from what I understand and from my conversation with Not So Erudite a couple of days ago, like, yeah, emotional intelligence, it doesn't seem to be very clearly defined. It doesn't seem like we have good ways of like measuring it, or like one standardized way of measuring it. But there does seem to be some correlation between a secure attachment and emotional intelligence. And then from there, it seems like that's kind of like a springboard to so many other things of like just having, the healthy level amount of self-worth, self-efficacy, even just like self-control, because there's a lot of research showing just how integral self-control is in, just your reducing your chances of experiencing mental health issues, your ability to whatever, do things just generally. but like the prescription to like have self-control is not useful for anybody, right? Like just as
like no shit.
Yeah, exactly. Just as like this is why like I hate the platitude again in the fitness world of like, well, it's not about motivation, it's just about discipline. But like everybody knows, like you can't just tell someone be disciplined. If you're not disciplined, there's probably a reason for that. And
I love that platitude, but I think for the same reason that you hate that platitude, because for a long time I heard about how important motivation was, but I quickly realized that motivation doesn't actually mean anything for gym shit, because the hardest part is to go when you're not motivated, which requires discipline. But obviously just telling somebody they need to be disciplined doesn't actually get you any discipline, right? Yeah.
Exactly. It's like exactly like, no duh, I need to be disciplined because like you are correct. That seems to be like an integral component of like consistency at the gym, like going on the days that you don't feel your best and just like showing up. But like, again, cultivating that is understandably not so easy. And just like having that knowledge, that rational knowledge means absolutely nothing. And that's why I kind of like bring in this emotional component of like, if you're not connected with yourself and you're not like connected with your emotions, like it's hard to, at least from my experience and from what I'm observing, like it's hard to cultivate that motivation and like to be disciplined or to like exercise self-efficacy because it's like again, like if you're so hyper rational and it seems to be like you're acting like a computer to a certain extent, like just there's almost like no will to action from my experience. That's why like I think the emotional component is so heavily neglected. And it seems like we have, at least from my experience, like generally speaking, men have like this negative view towards emotion, like just to not even recognize it, especially negative emotions, like don't even acknowledge them. Just again, as you said, the traditional like be stoic and just like power through. But I think like that power through message, I think is clearly not working. And I think we're seeing that, and I would even relate it, whether correctly or not, but this is just my sort of understanding that might be flawed, of like, we know that men's enrollment in university is dropping severely, getting worse, and like men's mental health rates and suicide rates appears like men, as I'm sure you know, completed suicide in men is like way higher than women. And I think those two are kind of like correlated. Like, I think it seems like men can only go for so long with ignoring that emotional component that like it just kind of like comes to not a climax, but like, very severe mental health issues down the road for not everyone, obviously. But like if you reach or like are experiencing severe adversity, like that's when it seems to like come to a halt or come to like a screeching halt of like, oh, okay, like I've never dealt with my emotions before, and I'm like 50 or 40 years old and I don't know how, and then it seems like that just spurns all these severe mental health issues.
Sure.
At least that's my working sort of hypothesis. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, maybe that men's inability to deal with mental issues or emotional stuff because they've never even practiced or haven't had the training might be, the reason why when it kind of comes to a head at a later point in life, you just kind of break, maybe.
Yeah. And again, this is just like my speculation based off of like the reading that I have done. And so it seems to me like based off of your overall positive experience of maybe like just maybe being slightly disconnected from your emotional component, since you had, from what I understand, like no real major deleterious effects, that like there's no reason to, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah.
And so here is where I would try to make the rational argument of why you should be more irrational or more emotional. So this is just my analysis of it, which could be flawed or incorrect. But so the example that I would use is, are you do you enjoy painful experiences?
It depends on the type of experience.
Yeah, exactly. But I think you generally operate under the heuristic of like minimizing pain, but there's good amounts of pain that are enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, like if I'm taking your question to be not fucking stupid, then the answer is obviously like pain tautologically is something we ought to avoid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I didn't know if your next was like, well, then why do you do anything like go to the gym? Isn't that painful? Right. Yeah. But obviously, generally, pain as a definitionally we avoid. Yeah.
But I think it would be, and so here's where I would bring up the like hypothetical, and this might be like kind of like technology somewhere down the line that we can do. Like, what do you think would happen if like we can just, you know, genetically modify ourselves that we no longer feel pain? Would you see that as a good thing or bad thing?
Almost certainly would be a negative thing.
And what would be your analysis of why?
I mean, pain represents a crucial training tool that bodies have to teach them what stimulus to avoid, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we even have some case studies of this.
Because some people are born with a physical condition where they can't feel pain. And I think most of these die very early. Like, I think before like age 2 or 3, because they'll run into shit or bones will be broken and you have no idea. They can't communicate it. They don't understand
Exactly. And they end up like biting off their tongue because, understandably, you don't have that feedback. As if you don't get that feedback from the world, like there's some very, like as you said, like they tend to die early and have, like you said, broken bones, pretty severe outcomes. That's kind of like and this might be flawed, but that's sort of the analogy that I use for emotions, of like it allows you to navigate the world to a certain extent. And if you don't have it, like it's very difficult. And well, it depends on obviously your experiences and what you're exposed to and the context. Like some people are just never put in the context that they don't have to, whatever, I guess, deal or cultivate their emotions. But I think for a great many people, like if they're not cultivating that aspect or they are not getting that feedback through their emotions, like especially with men, in my opinion, like those are the potential ramifications of
I'm definitely aware of that. I try to intellectualize it as much as I can, understanding that like if emotionally I don't feel something, that doesn't, like in my early 20s, I would have said, well, that stuff is stupid and it's for morons. I don't care about it. But now I try to be a little bit more understanding that rather than viewing people as like lesser or worse than me because they have emotional experiences, like, oh, well, this is a different way of perceiving the world. And there might be some added information there that is inaccessible to me if I refuse to access it. If I just act like all of this is meaningless or dumb, then I'm probably going to miss out on, at the very least, how other people are experiencing the world. And by doing that, I'm going to miss out on how to interact with them, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so out of curiosity, like, have there been specific things now that you've maybe reevaluated, like things that you have done to maybe cultivate that, or specific changes that you made? Like, I, would want to get more in touch with my emotions or cultivate more of the emotional component.
I can't do that unless I'm on drugs, so no. But I just try to when I say intellectualize it, what I mean is I just try to like spend a lot of time deliberately thinking about it. So to tie it back into like relationships or sexual stuff, there are certain like behaviors that I would take advantage of, like probably in my early 20s, maybe a little in my mid 20s, where I realized that like if I do certain things, I can get people to like me in a certain way, and it's highly effective. So why not? And then later on in life, I kind of realized like, well, if I act in a certain way, this is maybe a little bit manipulative. Like maybe maybe I can try to understand from other people's perspectives, like what are more appropriate actions to take, like how do other people view things, and incorporating that type of thought into my life has given me a little bit more, I guess, insight into how like the emotional faculty of most people work. So I try to like navigate around that in a way that even if I don't like intuitively understand something the way that somebody else might, at least I can like intellectually understand why they might feel that way, and then I try to work around that, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Like and if that works for you, then by all means, like, who am I to say I'm not a mental health professional? And like, it seems like so. You said that you can't really do that without drugs. I'm assuming like you're taking like very specific drugs, or like it seems like you've probably gone about it.
Oh, like if I'm like on like LSD or mushrooms, I can be way more emotional, or maybe like MDMA, I could be more emotional. I don't know 100% if I'm understanding other people's emotions, but I know that I become more emotional. But it's also drugs.
and maybe that bleeds into sort of the same topic of like drugs. Where do they have their place in sort of the emotional component? Like, is it actually a good thing to use drugs to cultivate your emotions? And also maybe what are the effects of drugs on the emotional component? Because I think we have, decent data that generally speaking, it's largely, more men that experience, substance use disorders than women, and they generally have higher rates of addiction to, pretty much.
Yeah, I think purpose behind taking a drug is probably really important. I don't know if it's more important than the underlying like like biological things that cause addiction, or physiological things that cause addiction.
Like there's definitely like a genetic component for sure. Obviously.
Sure, yeah. But like I would never I don't think I've ever tried to take a drug to escape from something. I think that would be horrible. I only ever take drugs because I think the experiences are super fun and I really enjoy them. And when I do it, I'm happy and I'm hanging out with other people. But my main life is also like really fun and really cool. So I don't need to be on drugs to like enjoy my experience. But I would see like, this is obviously I'm completely just extrapolating because I don't know. But the two scary things that I would imagine for people is that one, if you take a drug to escape something, there's going to be a big drive for you to do that drug over and over again because like, my life sucks, but when I drink, it doesn't suck. Well, as soon as you're sober again, your life is going to suck shit again. So you have to keep doing it. So I imagine that would be one huge problem. One is to escape stuff. Oh, fuck, there was a second thing and I totally forgot it. So never mind.
That's okay. And yeah, that's sort of where I'm coming from in terms, like, I'm no Puritan. At least I don't think so. And like, I'm all for the decriminalization and legalization of like basically all drugs and like whatever you want to put in your body. That's your choice. But I would just want you to be informed of maybe the potential ramifications because it seems like I think this might be sort of one of the reasons why, generally speaking, men tend to experience substance use disorders at a higher rate than women. It's because I think they're kind of like emotionally numbing. Like that, as you said, that is their way to escape. And since they don't have the tools to manage or regulate their emotions, well, the most accessible tool, I guess, would be substance use, where like, and I think that just kind of like, again, if you're consistently, that's like just as we wouldn't want to eliminate pain entirely from a person, like if you're using a substance as like your anesthetic to your emotions, like I think it's almost analogous to the same thing. Like you just come so disconnected from yourself that again, like I think that bleeds into like all the mental health issues, the lack of motivation or drive to even like go to university, get an education, and then like that again comes to like a screeching halt of like suicide rates.
Sure, potentially, yeah. The second thing I was gonna say, I guess I forgot it because it tied in kind of the first one. I'm gonna say the first one is if you're using it to escape something. The second one is that like if your life in general sucks, if a drug elevates it to a good experience, then returning to the baseline is probably that these are two people that I would say should stay away from drugs, but.
Yeah, exactly. If you're like always on a high, like regular life, just kind of seems, I guess, pretty dull.
Yeah, for sure. That's probably not good. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder why women don't abuse drugs as much as men. I know more women that abuse benzos than I know men that use benzo. I don't know if that's a woman's drug or I just don't know enough men that do it, but.
I believe that's the drug that Marilyn Monroe overdosed. I could be mistaken.
Maybe I'm not sure. That's like all the sad rapper drugs. I think like Juice World and shit. I don't remember these guys, but I think they should talk about like Xanax and shit.
And Jordan Peterson didn't die, but he got
had to.
Which is also interesting to me.
The guy, yeah. Obviously, I'm sure he gets a lot of shit for that one.
But yeah, then it's really hard for me to like reconcile, this seemingly great clinical psychologist getting and not to make light of anybody having any sort of addiction, but like he seemed to like market it as he got addicted to it because he didn't know that benzos were addictive.
Is that really what he said?
Pretty much. Like I've listened to the most recent Jordan Peterson Joe Rogan podcast twice. That's 8 hours. And he doesn't explicitly say that, but he's like, oh yeah, it's only recently that we learned that like it's really hard. Like the withdrawal from benzos is exceptionally difficult, and like there's a super addictive substance.
Oh damn! I wonder if he's just more talking that like he didn't have the personal experience for it. That would be my guess. But like I know because he's a psychologist, but like if you haven't personally experienced it, it's hard to know. I've heard a lot about like drugs and heroin and shit. In my mind, I'm always like, oh, I could probably do heroin and like walk away from it and just have a fun experience. But I've done MDMA a number of times now, and the MDMA is a drug that I've done. Have you done any of these things?
So I have zero experience with, let's say, illicit drugs, but I have vast experience with prescribed opioids. I've been on fentanyl, I've been on oxycodone, Percocet, I've been on OxyContin, Dilaudid.
What was how old were you when you first had one of these like opioid drugs?
It was during my first intestinal obstruction at around the age of 18.
Okay, damn. I wonder if it's different then, because I was so much older before I got into drugs. But maybe I've heard opioids described similarly. But I would have always said I could take any drug and walk forever, no problem. But I've done a few MDMA trips now where coming out of an MDMA, there is and I don't know if it's the same with opiates, but there is a profound and deep sadness when your high starts to wear off because you know you're walking away from this absolute peak experience of feeling in your body. And that's a drug where as I'm coming down, it's like it's not so bad because it's just MDMA, it's not an opiate, but I understand as I come down, I was like, man, I totally understand how, like, if I was in a different state of mind and if I had an unlimited supply of this right next to me, I think I would just do this until I OD and die, because it is unbelievable how good your body feels. And I've heard opiates described similar to that, just way more extreme. And I can't imagine like getting that feeling like amped up to like heroin levels, where it's like, yeah, I totally get how people can become hooked on this, because your mind changes. And until you truly experienced a high like that, you don't really have any perspective to say like, nah, I think I could do an opiate and walk from it. Because, bro, if you don't know what that feeling is like, it's just inexplicable. Like you have no idea how you'll respond once you've had it. And more importantly, it's not just having it, it's once you start to slip away from it and you're like, oh no, like I need to get back there again, you know?
Yeah. And I have, like I said, I have extensive experience with opioids, and like, I'm not gonna lie, like, despite its pain-killing properties, like its euphoric effect is strong, and like it's an enjoyable experience. Like part of the enjoyment is, well, I've pretty much always had these experiences when I was in like severe pain. So there's like the aspect of like just tension releasing, extreme tension releasing from your body of no longer being in intense pain. But like, I've been on opioids for prolonged periods of time. And like I can totally see how someone gets obviously not only physically dependent on them, but also psychologically addicted, because like I have been physically dependent on opioids. Like I've gone through withdrawal. It is like no pleasant experience, and I wouldn't wish anyone to go through that. Like I remember the insomnia. I remember the feeling of kind of like ants crawling over your skin, and like the restlessness, the cold sweats, all that stuff. It's a miserable experience. And yet, despite the physical dependence and going through withdrawal, like I never sort of crossed that line into like full-blown psychological addiction, where it's like habitual, and now I'm just taking it for the sake of taking it. Where it's again like it's understandable why a person would, but like what makes that, like what makes the deviation between the two scenarios of like this person gets addicted, this person's able to like pull through the withdrawal and not become psychologically addicted. And like I think to me it is like that resiliency aspect.
I wonder. I don't know. It's hard. It's all like, because it's all kind of like hypothesis, so it's hard to say. But like, I feel like for my guess, if somebody were to ask me, it would have been with that second condition that I said earlier, that like my normal life is really cool and really fun, and I love my life, and I have a really high function every day where I enjoy it. But if my life was kind of shitty, it's not like it's going to make my high shitty. Like I wonder if like I wonder if some level of a chance of you getting addicted can be measured in the difference between your experience while high versus sober, right? Like the experience for me is great, but my normal life is so much fun. But if my normal life sucked, my MDMA and my opioid highs, I imagine they're still going to be really fucking high. And as that chasm grows, then the desire to hit that high over and over again will probably grow as well, maybe. But maybe it also has to do with resiliency too, your ability to walk away from something, even if it feels good. Who knows?
But no, I take your point. That's something that I probably didn't consider enough in terms of like I can totally imagine, because I live in Canada, so a developed country, and I don't come from I come from a pretty much a upper middle income socioeconomic whatever background. But I can totally imagine if like as you said, if my daily life was miserable, like I can see how being tempted to like, again, I would be the one going down that road of being psychologically or becoming psychologically addicted, because again, as you brought in the escape aspect, that's why I sort of context matters for sure, and I can see sort of those two things kind of being the deciding factors of like maybe a little bit of resilience factor, and like obviously the context in which you are in, and that's why I think again like the attachment theory, the secure attachment, I think it's just so heavily underestimated. Would you be opposed to me sharing my screen and some research?
Yeah, go for it. I don't have your screen on stream, but I'll look at it. Go for it.
Okay. You want me to just like 1 second. I will share my screen. I just need to bring up some stuff. Okay, I will share my screen. Second. I'm an amateur streamer, so I'm just fumbling around on my own
Yeah, no
screen.
problem. Do you want to tell me what the name of your stream is again so they can go look too?
I'm Corey Campbell 84. Corey Cory Campbell, like the soup, 84, because that's my IQ.
Gotcha.
So hopefully maybe you're seeing something.
Yep.
So there's this paper here. Actually, I'll bring up more. Okay. So, it seems like even just dealing with a chronic illness. There's this interesting paper here. Hopefully you're able to see it. Like, does a secure attachment style predict high psychological resilience in patients with cancer receiving chemotherapy? And, well, I'm obviously not going to read the entire thing on stream. But, like, that seems to be, like, a factor of, like, patients diagnosed with cancer that have a secure attachment style. They seem to be better able, or sort of protected from the, understandably, mental health adverse outcomes of, like, anxiety, depression. Now, is that resilience? Or is that, as I'm sure most people know, a secure attachment style is also associated with healthier, well, generally speaking, healthier relationships, interpersonal relationships. And so do they just have, like, a better support network? And it seems to me like it's kind of like those two aspects feed into each other in terms of, like, a secure attachment style seems to lead into better emotional regulation strategies. And also you just have, generally speaking, a better social support system around you. And that's why, again, this is why I bring it back to, like, I think the attachment theory aspect is so heavily underestimated because, resiliency seems to play no factor in the 5-factor model, right? But, like, resilience seems to be, like, a very important attribute to have in your life if you just want to, hopefully thrive, not just survive. Same thing here from this paper, personality individual differences of just, like, attachment and well-being, and they pretty much studied sort of the role of emotion regulation. That, again, if you have a secure attachment style or a more, so I should also clarify, it seems to be like a spectrum. It's not like these are, like, distinct categories that are just all or nothing or sort of binary. Like, it's just you can be kind of like a mix, but hopefully, just broadly speaking, you're more on the secure end of the spectrum. And, like, yeah, it seems like, generally speaking, secure people have just 1 second, sorry. I would, again, amateur streamer.
You're fine.
But yeah, it seems like, again, if you're secure, you have just better emotional regulation strategies, and that allows you to navigate these sort of difficult spaces or adverse life events. And, it even bleeds into kind of like your work. There's some very interesting research, at least to me, interesting, that, so again, going back to the 5-factor model, it also doesn't seem to be not only It doesn't really allow you to like change or tweak anything. It doesn't seem to be very good at predicting much, maybe outside of like high conscientiousness predicting academic achievement. But like when it comes to work, like if you want to predict, who's a good employee or who will be a good worker, it doesn't seem like the 5-factor model is really good at doing that. But then when I've looked into attachment theory and that aspect, like that seems to have at least, it's not strong from what I can tell, but it's at least enough that there's a signal there that like, oh, it has a little bit of kind of predictive power of like who's able to like, not be a good worker, but kind of maybe thrive to a certain extent in the workplace. And this is where I sort of kind of relate it to university enrollment.
I feel like I've
and maybe how it affects men. Because there's this interesting study here, at least interesting to me, of like just the roles of attachment and resilience in perceived stress in medical students. And as I brought up before, it seems like, well, I think we have good data that, generally speaking, women have largely overtaken men in medical school, at least in North America. And like, yeah, it seems like if you have a secure attachment style, you're better able to navigate, the stresses of medical school. And that's why I sort of bring it back to like, maybe there's like this lack of grit that's occurring in men. That's related to that emotional component. Because like, I don't know how much you know about attachment theory and all that. Like, well, I don't want to like lecture you or anything, but
no, that's fine. But basically, there's different attachment style patterns that typically relate with how a child is treated early on in their life, and I think a lot of it describes like how does a child function when a caregiver is present, and then when a caregiver isn't present, and then these kind of relate to the behaviors of the child, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And sort of bringing it back to the early developmental window of like, it seems like that. Early developmental window between, I don't know, ages 0 and 1, 0 and 2. I can't really say since I'm not an expert. But like, yeah, it seems like once that attachment style is formed, that sort of like lays the foundation. But at the same time, it seems like based off of certain life events that can happen, like it doesn't seem like it's fixed in stone. From what I understand and what I read, as in it can change. Like, yes, there's part of it gets set in early childhood and it's formed, but it's not fully formed. It's more clay-like than stone-like, and it seems like there is some control, or you have some ability to mold it, which is why like this appeal. I mean, this is my bias coming through. Like, this seems to be like something that's actually useful. Like you can make changes
to
in
a
this
person's
direction.
attachment child or a style, and then get different types of life outcomes. Yeah.
Exactly. As opposed to like with the 5-factor model, like it doesn't seem like can be really any tweaking aside from, like you said, like take some drugs and hope that it works out. And so that's why I sort of bring it back to emotional intelligence, because, well, I'll bring it up, I guess, 1 second. So again, there's this paper here of attachment styles as a predictor of emotional intelligence. Let's see, right. And this paper here, emotional intelligence mediates the relationship between insecure attachment style and subjective health outcomes. Where, like, again, even though we don't have good, perfect working definitions of these things, like, it does seem like just I use the example of consciousness. I don't think we have a good working definition of consciousness. I don't think we have really the greatest tools of studying it. We just seem to know that it's, a byproduct of brains, and it's in there somewhere. And I sort of use that same model like emotional intelligence. Of like, it doesn't seem like we have the greatest ways of defining it. It doesn't seem like we have the greatest ways of even measuring it. It seems like there's kind of discourse going on, I guess, in the psychology realm of like, how do we actually measure this thing in a good way?
Sure.
But it does seem to have like some utility. in being able to kind of promote good outcomes. And that's why I sort of like come at it from the frame of like, it seems like the collective emotional intelligence of men might have dropped, or I don't know if it was ever high to begin with, and that is sort of affecting many other things like the university enrollment factor, substance use disorders, and mental health issues, suicide rates. Like, it just seems like that is kind of like the foundation of it. Do you have any thoughts on that, or do you see any holes in my argument? Is what I'm most concerned about, because you're generally pretty good at poking holes in.
Usually the biggest problem we'll have, but it sounds like we don't disagree, is usually when somebody tries to say like their one particular thing explains everything. But it might be like a big part of it. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine there's huge disagreement. And so, like, with this in mind, this is where I maybe related in terms of like, it seems like you know about it, attachment theory, and it seems like you know about the attachment styles. Like, have you done anything, like maybe within your own life or in the relationship with your child, to like cultivate it in that direction, or have you sort of made any attempt to integrate this information into your own life?
I don't think I read much on how to cultivate a secure attachment style. I hope, or I think a lot of my parenting stuff was maybe a byproduct of it, or hopefully a secure attachment thing becomes a byproduct of it. But I never read specifically like what does somebody need to do to foster a secure attachment child, like, or a secure attachment style, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, and that's the exact question that I've asked myself, because like I want to be able to like use something. That's why like I tend to kind of deviate from the 5-factor model, because it doesn't seem to have a lot of utility. And so if we know that attachment styles are not like truly fixed, that you have some power to change them, that's where let's see if I can yeah, that's led me to this paper. Like, how can I become more secure? Like, it seems like there are ways and methods to move in that direction. And it doesn't seem like it's an easy task, but like it does seem like with work, with effort, it seems like one of the most important factors is getting into therapy. Whether that's actually what results in positive changes in therapy. Is it the techniques like whatever CBT, DBT, or is it just like you now have cultivated a secure attachment with someone else that bleeds into other aspects of your life, or both? And it's like if in fact cultivating a secure attachment to a therapist is part of it, like then how do you seems like men are very hesitant to get into therapy. Has that been your experience? Have you even contemplated therapy? Well, is Dr. K therapy? I'm not going to get into that debate.
I tried it once before, but I guess like I kind of view it as like, do I feel like I have problems in my life related to any of this stuff? And I don't, or I feel like I don't, so I've never really explored it much more. I tried therapy one time and I was like,
that's fair. And this is where I would bring back, again, I use a lot of fitness analogies. Do you feel like going to the gym one time, you would receive benefits from that?
No, but I think I can see the detriments of not going to the gym, whereas I don't see the detriments of not going to therapy.
That's fair. Well, yeah, for you. I'm just more talking broadly, because it seems like most people operate, and I'm not saying this is correct or not, but this is just my perspective. Like, we will only seek help when like things, just start crumbling down around us.
Not to play the like I'm exceptional card, but like I think that the type of lifestyle I lead, if there were problems, I think it would be extremely exposed by now. Streaming is a bit like, if you've ever dived into a very salty ocean, if you have any cuts in your body, you'll know immediately, because you'll feel the salt water will irritate the fuck out of you. I think streaming is similar. If you have insecurities or problems, you will discover it immediately because audiences will bring it out. So I feel like pretty good. Like, I'm pretty happy with my life. I enjoy my personal relationships. Like, I get along well with people. Like, if there are problems, they're lurking very, very, very deep inside, and they haven't come out at all. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm in no way trying to like diagnose you or like
No, yeah, I
get
understand,
you to
yeah.
go.
Mhm.
I'm more just trying to like speak to maybe the audience at large of just like maybe approaching it this way isn't the best way. If it's working for you, great. But like I use the analogy of just like, you know, going to an actual, you know, medical doctor. Like
Mhm.
you don't want to suffer a heart attack as like this is the red flag that I, you know, should start getting regular checkups.
Sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's
There
fair.
might be some preventative aspect
Mhm.
to it, and also at the same time, just as you know, you can survive without going to the gym or, you know, leading an overall healthy lifestyle,
Mhm.
but that doesn't mean that, you know,
It's
you
optimal.
can't make. Yeah, exactly. And also, I think many people's expectations, and I understand there are certain cost issues and mental health resources are severely lacking, pretty much whatever, all over the developed world. But, you know, it seems like most people's expectations is that, you know, they'll try like a half a dozen or a dozen sessions. And it's like, well, I don't really perceive any positive changes. So that's, you know, kind of enough of that.
Mhm.
And I think that's a little bit of faulty thinking, just because, you know, so if someone is, well, I've even had this conversation with, you know, past clients of like, if they're 100 pounds overweight,
Mhm.
and they want to, you know, lose that weight, like what is their expected timeline? Like if they say they want to lose weight, 100 pounds worth of weight in like 2 months,
Mhm.
you would probably agree that that's a very unrealistic timeline.
Yeah, unless
right?
you're willing to chop off a leg, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Mhm.
And so I kind of use the same analogy of like, if your expectation, like, especially like if you start going to therapy at like 30 years, you might have accumulated like decades and decades of, I don't know, emotional baggage or unhealthy patterns that need to be deprogrammed. I don't know why it would be your expectation that, you know, 2 months worth of stuff, just as 2 months at the gym's not going to lead to any sort of dramatic, you know, life-changing weight loss if you're 100 pounds overweight. Like a half dozen worth of sessions of therapy or a dozen is probably not enough to like change deep underlying, maybe unhealthy patterns that have like been ingrained since childhood.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Mhm.
And so like with that in mind, like again, was there a particular reason why you sought out therapy, just as an experiment, or like you
Yeah,
felt
basically as
like
an experiment. I was like, I don't know, maybe I am really cold and it fucks me up somehow and I don't notice it. So I went like, I think for 3 sessions, but I was like, I don't know, I just feel like I don't get anything out of it.
Yeah, no, like again, like as you said, you seem to have like a high with just overall enjoyment of your life. So again, like why fix it if it ain't broke?
Yeah.
And so, given that, would you say that, you know, it's out of the question, or since you don't perceive like, because it seems like you want to lead a more healthy lifestyle, correct? Like you want to start going to the gym.
Yeah.
And like you want to, so like, what have been like your efforts to like overcome that? Because it seems like you're struggling with motivation to like go to
Yeah,
the
I was
gym.
struggling a lot before. I think it was literally just like making myself do it. I have a girlfriend now, well, I guess my wife, actually, that goes to the gym regularly. So when I was living with her in Sweden, it was really easy to go a lot because we could just go together. And I think once you get on the path, for me at least, once you start seeing any results and you start increasing weight and seeing a difference in your body, then it becomes very addictive. So now I feel really bad if I don't go to the gym. I had my first real like deload week this past week, and it's probably been one of the hardest weeks of my life because I feel like shit not lifting a lot of weight. So yeah, I think I'm like, now I've geared my mind towards me really enjoying it. I don't have to worry about the discipline anymore because it fixes itself. But yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it seems like it seems like now you've cultivated sort of like an emotional
enjoyment
positive
or an
experience.
addiction. Yeah, for the gym stuff. So it's really fun to go now. Yeah, and then missing it makes me feel bad. Yeah.
Okay, that's super interesting. And like so, I don't know for sure, but like it seems like this is something different than before.
Yeah,
like, it seems
absolutely.
like,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And it seems like just having a workout partner is like the
to get over that like initial hump, I think. But I don't know, I can't really speak for everybody, but like I think that two things. Once you start adding more and more weight to the bar and you start to hit numbers that you didn't think you could ever lift in your life, and then once you start to see results in your body, I think it becomes really hard to stop. Because you've made progress, and it's like, oh cool, it's like something you can actually do.
Yeah, sure. Once you've built up a certain level of like momentum or I guess inertia, like hopefully there's that snowball effect. And out of curiosity, like you just want an overall like healthy lifestyle, or like,
I want to increase health. I want to increase strength, and then I want to look a little better, in that order. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And is it just for the obvious reasons of like hopefully not suffering heart disease?
I mean, I'm outside of gym, I live one of the most sedentary lifestyles imaginable, right? I'm sitting down for 10 hours a day streaming, so it breaks me from my sedentary habits, and then hopefully I don't ever become obese or overweight. And then like there's like a small like philosophical aside that like you have a whole bunch of like faculty in your body to build muscle and everything, and to be healthy in that way, and to completely and totally ignore all of that, I think it's a little sad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's also the philosophical aspect of like, I think it's fair to say, well, if you enjoy your life, I think it's only natural that you want to hopefully stack the odds that you live as long as, you can, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And also at the same time, like also, well, you're a father. And so hopefully you want to be present as a father for as long as you can. And so it seems like you've made some really positive changes. But then what would happen, I'm curious, like this is just a thought experiment. Like if your wife stopped going to the gym, how would that feed into you?
It wouldn't affect me at all, but I think I might get upset at her, but I wouldn't care at all. Or
okay.
I mean, like it wouldn't like it would. My motivation is very internally driven. It's not like like at this point I do it on my own. I don't care if she does or not.
Oh, okay. So it seems like
because now our gym schedules have diverged. Because now I'm doing more stuff or whatever. Now we're totally different. So we don't even go to the gym together anymore now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So interesting then. That like you were able to like it seems like you needed that external motivation, but then it sort of migrated to like an intrinsic motivation.
Yeah.
Is that okay? And so it seems like again there was like that emotional component that drove it, and that's what I think is sort of like again my hypothesis. Like that's what's happening on the men's side of like that emotional component isn't cultivated, and like they don't know the external motivation of just going to university, especially like in the US where the cost is so high. Like if you're not super intrinsically motivated, like you're not gonna go, even though there's so many external rewards. Well, potentially, obviously, university's not a guarantee of anything. But like even just in terms of potential earning over time, and like I said, it seems like that might be the most optimal dating advice going into the future. Like if you're whatever a heterosexual man looking for a partner, like you probably want to get a university degree. And that's why I don't think these skills are transferable. Especially as I said, I have friends and personal trainers who are heavily into fitness, and like they're exceptionally externally motivated to like go to the gym, but then like when they want to make that move to like something else, like they have the motivation and the self-discipline to go to the gym, but then it just like totally falls apart when they encounter a hurdle. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that, but hopefully are we able to like switch topics a bit?
Yeah, sure, if you want to.
So I also put on the table, it seems like I watched a lot of your content and your debates, and maybe this feeds into maybe the emotional component or the emotional intelligence aspect, that like your debating style or your approach to conversations has like changed a bit, where it seems like you're now making a very concerted effort to like have discourse and not shout or yell or talk over people. Is there a particular reason for that?
Yeah, I mean, my goal is to just be factually correct, and I felt like in the past, when I lay out the like syllogisms or whatever necessary, the premises to establish a conclusion that should be good enough. But now, I mean, I've grown a little bit. I realize people don't necessarily think or argue like that. So now my goal is shifted more into finding common descriptive ground and then building off of different prescriptions from there. Is essentially how I'm like approaching conversations these times.
Oh, okay. But it seems like if I remember correctly, like you made an active, not an active choice, but like were you like, is this now a conscious effort? Like, it's taking like mental resources for you to do this, or like the desire to like yell or talk over someone is like no longer there?
I think that initially anything takes some like deliberate effort, but then after a while you kind of like you learn it, and now it's kind of second nature to me.
Okay, fair enough. So it seems like there was some effort, like the desire was there, but now you've kind of like re-socialized yourself.
Yeah,
like,
basically.
The desire's just no longer there. Okay, that's interesting. And sort of, again, if I ask anything that you don't want to answer, feel free to refuse. In your argumentation style, like how much that is like has been displayed online reflects into like the rest of your life? Like, do you like even like with your past argumentation style, like were you also arguing in the same way with everyone else?
Yes. Oh yeah, absolutely.
And did you find that effective?
No, of course not. Most people think I'm a huge asshole in real life.
And I'm curious, and again, if you don't want to answer, but like, would you, if you got in an argument with your son, would you yell at them?
No. With my kid, it's different because he has an excuse. He's a child. So.
Oh, okay.
But usually with my son, usually the opportunity that I would try to take is like, okay, well, if we believe a certain thing is right or wrong, I try to explain like, well, what is the reason why?
Okay, like you try to, like, it seems like you try to take a very much more diplomatic approach to it.
Yes. No, not diplomatic, but more like a teacher. So like, for instance, like, let's say that he does something inappropriate with another child. Like, say he not spanks, he's like slaps a child or he's like bullying a child or whatever. Rather than just going for like physical correction, usually the idea is like, this is what you're doing, this is why it's bad. How would you feel like if somebody did this to you? And then like, we're not going to do this anymore. And then here's the correction. It's more like I just want him to understand like why I'm saying the things that I'm saying. I don't like, I never, that there's one thing that parents always say. I've grown up and I've realized some things my parents said are okay and other things are wholly unacceptable. And I think that like, because I said so, I think those words should never come out of a parent's mouth. I hate it when people say that. So if my child asks a question.
Well, I'm not a parent, but I agree wholeheartedly.
Or if there's like a correction, like that he should always know the reason why, even if he's dragging his feet or even whatever. Like if I'm giving him a correction, it's because he knows like, okay, yeah, I shouldn't do this because of that, blah, blah, blah. Like he'll always have the answer. Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like you really want to like walk them through it.
Yeah, I think children are really smart, and even if they don't understand the answer
agree.
now, in the future he'll have more basis to build from when I explain something. I noticed this is like if you ask me questions about the world or whatever, my parents had the answer for everything, even if they had no fucking idea what the answer was. So like if my kid asks a question about something, I'll explain to the best of my ability, even if it's a little bit beyond him, because I know that if he asks me the question in the future, then he has like a he has like some foundation of which to understand it. Like if he asks me like, oh, well, how does a car work? My answer to like a 5-year-old, might have been, well, there's like mini explosions in the engine that like propel it forward or whatever. And then when he asks me again when he's a little bit older, like I can be a little bit more detailed, but he's always got like a realistic foundation that the answers are coming from. That's kind of been my approach for him.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me. And whether I'll be a parent or not in the future, I don't know. But that would probably be my approach too. Whether it's good or not, I don't know. But that everything that you said makes sense to me. And it seems like you knew that like yelling or screaming or like using the same debate tactics or argumentation tactics like was not a good strategy for your child.
For sure.
And yet it seems like you didn't transfer over to like the people that you dealt with, whatever, in the debate.
Yeah, I don't have any like empathy is very hard for me emotionally. I have to intellectualize it a lot. And when I'm dealing with an adult, my feeling is that like you're a fucking adult, you should understand this, and if you don't, something's wrong with you. So I'm not going to accommodate you. But now like I try a little bit harder, like okay, different people think of things in different ways. I'm not necessarily like right for using this like logic versus their emotion. Like that's not to make it right. It's just a different way of thinking. So I try to be more accommodating to people with different ways of thinking than me, or more understanding rather than just like viewing somebody as lesser than me or like they're worse, so fuck them.
Okay, so it seems like you have like the maybe not emotional, but the intellectual capacity to like understand that this person's perspective or viewpoint is different.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, for sure. Based on how they explain things to me. Yeah.
And that has like moderated your behavior. To me, yeah, that is super interesting, and that like it seems like because like obviously I'm an observer and I only get to see what's online, but it seems like this was like a behavior that like you had like no control over or like very little control.
No,
over.
I definitely have. Sometimes I get people think that about me, that like, oh, you can't help yourself or do this, but no, I definitely had control over it. It was just really fun for me, and I don't mind like alienating people by being an asshole because I'm a very independent person. So if I have no friends or people like, oh, like you're a jerk, I don't want to blow, it's like, okay, that's cool, I don't give a fuck. So like it was a deliberate thing. It's not like I was like out of control, like shouting at people. It was just really fun for me, and I enjoyed doing it. It's like that's part of my history on the internet. But I also enjoy like being able to argue more effectively about things. So I can also, like argue in a better way that makes me more effective at arguing. You know?
Yeah, no. Like I've watched your content for a long time, not only just in the political space, but also going back to actually the StarCraft 2 days. And like it's, at least for me as an observer, it's been interesting to see like sort of the evolution, where it's like, yeah, like again, it seemed like you had control, but like to the observers, like this is just like your natural reaction. But then like hearing that like you made a deliberate effort to like not use this style with your child, it's like, okay, well then this is clearly like a conscious choice. That is super interesting to me. And now sort of bleeding into debates and politics. So it's been interesting also. I would ask the question, and not to bring up too much whatever drama, but given your circumstances, would you define yourself, because I think you've expressed this before with like Dr. K, if I remember correctly, like how do you get people to change like their materialistic values, or it seems like you've had experience of like people seem to chase materialistic things to a large extent that it seems like you don't. Is that a fair assessment?
I don't believe I do, no.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that like you have like if you had the financial means, like you would not buy?
No, I don't think my life would change that much.
Okay.
I think I go after more like my shopping would be more related to probably experiences than like just things. So like I might do like more trips, or maybe like get a boat so I can like go sail or something would be fun. But
yeah, it seems like it's really to enhance your experience and maybe not like whatever your status or your self-esteem. And so here is where I might bring it full circle. Maybe I'll have an answer. 1 second. Where again, this is why I think attachment theory is so heavily underestimated, because it seems like if you have a secure attachment style, you have less materialistic values, and that if you actually even prime someone to have a secure attachment style, like they espouse less materialistic values, and it seems like if you have a secure attachment style, that seems to bleed into other things like self-esteem, self-worth, and so it seems like if you are secure and you have healthy self-esteem, healthy self-worth, that you no longer have the desire to boost your status with materialistic things, that you are let's say content with who you are, and based off what you've described, that seems like where the space that you are coming from. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I would hope so. I would say so, yeah. I don't know how many other people would just say that, though, and it's not necessarily true, but yeah, I mean, I would hope so. That's the case.
Because, obviously I have no idea of your lifestyle, but it seems like you lead, and I have no idea of your income, but it seems like you live well below
absolutely, yeah. If you compare me to all of my family, I look like I live in poverty, but I make like 5 times more than all of those families, yeah.
Which is super interesting to me, because you know, I'm probably more politically left than you, and yet, you know, you seem to have the ability to like moderate your own spending. Like you're not spending for the sake of spending. And like there's not to like I don't know, psychoanalyze another streamer because I'm not a mental health professional, but like there's Hassan who like I think from my perspective like they seem to be leading a materialistic lifestyle.
Yeah, of course.
And like I'm probably more politically slightly more aligned with them, but that's because like I don't want people to, you know, consume for the sake of consumption, because I think there are very clear detrimental effects in society, as in like you have the ability to moderate your own spending, and I think you described yourself well. I think you are a capitalist, right?
Yeah, but I don't like consumerism, that concept. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you, but but I think that bleeds into like I think sort of capitalism and consumerism. I think they're not inextricably linked, but I think they are very much linked. Would you agree or disagree with that?
That's a big question. Does capitalism necessitate the, you know, rampant consumerism? I don't know what the answer to that is. I would hope probably not. Like you can still have capitalism without rampant consumerism, but yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it definitely like encourages it, right? Because there's more money to be made from a highly consumeristic society.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, if you like, if you dive into like the materialistic values literature, like it seems like those who espouse materialistic values, like they tend to espouse also capitalistic values. It's obviously not like universal and all that stuff, but it does seem like there's a link between the two, which is why it's like you know, I see it like I'm like sort of conflicted in the sense that like I'm more left and sort of anti-capitalist because I see excess spending, and like as you said, I see a problem with consumerism, and yet you're able to moderate your spending, and yet like another streamer who's more politically left, like they are materialistic, and it seems like they can't moderate their spending, and I like you know, don't know how to kind of like reconcile those two. Like, what is your experience of the people in your life of?
I mean, we can probably say that there's like, you can probably etch out like a category for like, this is a person's political beliefs and this is a person's like aesthetic political beliefs, or this is what a person actually believes versus like, it's a little bit different when you talk about like, how does a person present themselves socially versus like, what do they actually believe, you know? Yeah. Like my internal personal beliefs are probably going to synergize pretty highly with a lot of people that are socialists. Like I think there should be a level playing field in society. I don't think you should have people that are completely left behind. I think that things like education and healthcare should be available to everybody. I think that having homeless people in the wealthiest society of the world is like almost a crime. But like I just go about it a different way. I don't think socialism is the right answer. And I'm sure there's a lot of socialist people that internally have that like those same feelings, right? I would hope so. I don't know, like, if your political system will necessarily always align with your internal feelings, because sometimes, like, certain political systems can be victims to, like, this is popular right now, or this isn't popular, so the motivation to have a certain set of political beliefs might be more like social rewards versus just, like, this is, like, my political system because I morally, you know, decided it's the most correct one, you know?
Yeah, I pretty much, I'm on the same page as you, and so from what you've described, it seems like you come from a family that's like very materialistic, and yet you are like the odd one out.
Oh
like, yeah. And so like it seems like you're very much actively rejecting the very thing that it seems like you've been socialized.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's another one of those things where like that's why I say like I'm lucky a lot. I just ended up being a certain way because it seems very hard sometimes that there are certain experiences you go through as children, and like people can do one of two things. You either say like, I will never do that or never put my child through that, or you absolutely become that. But I don't know like what determines like if you do or don't, you know? Like some people get abused by their parents and are like, I'm never going to have that kind of household for my child, and then other people become abusers, you know, so.
Yeah. Well, that actually, again, this is also a personal crusade of mine that might be also a topic you don't have to speak about if you don't want to, but what are your thoughts then on, you know, corporal punishment or, you know,
If my child is
spanking
like
children.
super out of line, like in a public area, there's like little things I'll do. I think the one I used to do most common is like flicking like his ear or whatever. But everything that I've read shows that like positive reinforcement always works better than positive punishment. Just like introducing good things, if they are introducing good things, is just a better way to motivate somebody's behavior than trying to punish them. And then it just seems like the research like just overwhelmingly doesn't support like hitting your kid or corporal punishment. And then the emotional feeling I get is it always seems like parents that do that, it's not really out of a desire to correct the child's behavior. It's usually just out of anger. Like parents are just mad, like, which I understand, I empathize with, obviously, right? Sometimes your kid is a fucking asshole, like fuck you. But like kids are nice because like you can't beat the shit out of an adult that's acting out, but you can beat the shit out of your kid. It's like, oh fuck yeah, you want to act like a piece of shit? I'm gonna treat you like you're gonna beat the shit out of him. So I understand where it comes from emotionally, but I think that it's I don't like it. I think it's really bad. Yeah.
I agree. That's why it's kind of like a personal crusade of mine. Like I have not a lot, but a fair amount of spanking research. Because like this is why again, how it bleeds into attachment theory. Like those early childhood experiences seem to be quite critical in hopefully cultivating resiliency and all that stuff. And like spanking or any sort of corporal punishment to a young child or developing child just seems so detrimental, and it's almost like you are setting up that child for failure somewhere down the line. Like you are almost like priming that child to become emotionally dysregulated, and that just like sort of bleeds into so many other aspects in your life.
Yeah.
But did you do this research like I guess like is this something that you recently learned, or like you knew this as you were raising?
I did a bit of reading when Rachel was pregnant, because I kind of wanted to get a feel for like, oh, like what are the right answers or for doing certain things. So that was just that I overwhelmingly came across that more and more and more. I'm just like, okay.
Oh, okay. So it seems like again you made a conscious effort to like. Were you like the individual espousing like, well, as a last resort type of thing?
As a last resort type of thing?
Well, because like most people who are like say quote unquote, pro spanking, they're like, well, yeah, generally it's bad as a heuristic, but if all else fails, like go for it kind of thing.
Oh no, like I said, the only way I'll do corporal punishment is like if I need like an immediate correction and I don't have time to do any more parenting. So the most common thing is going to be like in a public scenario. Like if we're in a public setting and he's like fucking around and I can't like remove him or remove us, I would like flick his ear, like, hey, stop. But like anytime I have more time, like I don't think I ever hit my kid in my house, because like I have plenty of time to do like a proper discipline. Like we can talk about what you're doing wrong, and I can say like, this is what I need you to do in the future. This is the privilege you're going to lose if you keep doing it, etc. Like we have plenty of time to do real parenting there. The only time corporal punishment is ever used for me personally was just like if I'm in a public area and I don't have time to do like real parenting. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it seems like in like the most niche scenarios.
Yeah.
Where
it's never a last resort. Like let's say I've tried everything else at my house and nothing else works, so I'm just beat the shit out of my kid. Like no. Like a last resort would be like boot camp or something like that. It wouldn't be like I just don't think spanking a kid is an effective way to get him to do what you want. Like because they know you're not gonna kill them, and I mean at some point it's not like like you get spanked, you get whipped, it's whatever. Like I think the biggest problem with that is it's similar to like punishment in the real world, like jail and shit. Mostly, I think generally speaking, when people are breaking the rules, they don't really think they're gonna get caught, or they don't plan on getting caught, so they don't usually factor in the punishment. Like I don't know if criminals will like ever make the decision of like, I was gonna do this, but I get 12 years for that and only 4 years for that, so maybe blah blah. Like I think it's more just like I don't think I'm gonna get caught doing this, so that's typically how people act.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. That's why it's kind of like a personal crusade of mine. Not that I'm going to be the sole responsible one to eliminate that practice, but it seems like so widespread, and like the evidence is so clear that at most there's like mild evidence that it might not have any harm, but like the evidence that it is largely negative is so overwhelming that like the risk that you're just having a neutral effect is like so low that just like eliminate
it's just a really shitty, And if you watch people do it, if you watch people spank their kids, you know that they're not engaging in corrective behavior. They're just really not. It's just an emotional outburst from the parent. That's what it is. If you watch a parent spank their kid, you can see it. Yeah,
Yeah, that is. So I'm not a parent, so I don't have direct experience with these things or these types of feelings. But that has always been kind of like my understanding of like since the parent can't emotionally regulate their own sort of anger, frustration,
You get
they take it
frustrated,
on-
and you finally have somebody that you can legally beat the shit out of without recourse. So, and it's like the best feeling in the world. You're like, yeah, fuck you, yeah. And that's what they do. That's what it looks like to me, at least. So yeah, I think it's disgusting. I have no respect for people that just like beat the shit out of their kids. It's just really, I think it's disgusting.
Yeah, and it seems like it's kind of like this feed forward effect because like by doing that you are setting the child up for their inability to regulate their own emotions and their own anger, and then if they have a child, they will probably as a parent not be in the greatest position to regulate their own anger or own frustration, and thus they will hit their child, and it's just like it's like this snowball effect when like again the overwhelming evidence is just it's there, and like the American Psychological Association says don't do it, the American Academy of Pediatrics says don't do it, it has no place, and yet I think it's like, I don't know, depending on like the study, like 60 to 80% of like North American parents like still say it like has a place. And
yeah, but for a lot of parents, they're just fucking stupid. It's like if it happened to me, it's gonna happen to my kid. It's almost like a hazing thing, right? Like my parents circumcised me, so I circumcised my kid. I got spanked when I grew up, so they're gonna get spanked when they grow up. Have you ever seen anything about like Common Core math or anything?
That I haven't.
Oh, you should do research on that. It's super fascinating. Common Core math is like if you're good at math and you watch the way that people do Common Core math, it looks like stuff that you kind of figured out on your own while you were learning how to do math. You're like, oh yeah, of course you do it like that. Like you would never, like nobody that is good at math thinks about multiplication of like that times that and that times that and that. Like nobody who's good at math does that. Instead, in your head, you always break these things apart into like tens and ones and like that. You like people. I think you just naturally do it, but they try to teach it now in Common Core. But parents that didn't learn math that way, they just say it's horrible. They rebel against it, and it's like, why? It's like, well, I didn't learn math that way. It's like, okay, who the fuck cares? You suck at math. Like, who cares how you learn math? You know?
Yeah, I will definitely have to look into that because I honestly don't know the overall cognitive process that go into math ability, and so like this is where again, as you said, since they've done it or like they've been experienced to it, that they will just practice it as well, and that's where it's like I really want to push back heavily on the argument because most people who are like maybe not on the fence but slightly pro spanking, they're like, well it happened to me and I turned out fine, but like
yeah,
the conception that well, that's exactly like the question I asked, because it's not like if you're spanked or you experience corporal punishment that like you're automatically like you're homeless and you're addicted to drugs.
And the hardest things that humans can't really you don't intuitively understand it, but like just because the result was good doesn't mean it couldn't have been better, right? So maybe you did turn out fine, but maybe you would have turned out even better if that would have happened, you know?
And you don't notice like you're a C student as opposed to a B or A student. You don't notice like your lower paycheck or your lower earnings over time as a result of you not succeeding as much as you might have at university. And so like this notion that like you turned out fine, like I agree with you. Like did you? And it seems like most people like don't ask themselves that question. It's just like well, I don't notice anything severe, and so it's like, well, might as well keep doing it. And I personally don't know, like, so again, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but like, did you experience corporal punishment or any sort of
no, I was never spanked. No.
Oh, okay. And I don't know if you, so it seems like that's also like a practice that's not practiced in your family?
Nope. Or wait.
Okay.
Some of my siblings probably do. I don't know though. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it.
Okay. Interesting. Because
I grew up different from almost all of my siblings though, right? All of my siblings also live in excess. They have bad financial habits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm kind of the odd one out there, so.
So essentially like the black sheep of the family.
Well, damn, that makes it sound really negative, but yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. The odd one out. Okay, and yeah, it's really hard to like explain these things because I very much not empathize, but that's my experience as well in my own family. Of like I'm the only one in science. If in fact I finish my PhD, I'll pretty much be the only one in my family with a PhD. I am I'm the only one that tends to also not pursue materialistic values, or at least I live like in comparison to like my own sister and my own siblings. Like they make 2-3 times the amount of money that I do, and I'm like seen as like whatever. I'm not even seen as pretty much an adult in their eyes, just because like I don't make as much money as them.
Yeah.
And it's like what creates like that difference, or at least like how, because
it seems like the upbringing is kind of similar, so you don't know if you got there was some lucky small environmental thing that changed, or is it just a biological thing, or yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah, and it seems like based off of your descriptions of your own childhood, like it seems like how you framed it is like as a result of like parental neglect, you were able to thrive.
Yeah, because I didn't pick up some of the worst habits, maybe. Yeah, that sounds kind of mean to say, but yeah.
Yeah, and that's again so counter to like not the narrative, but like what you would expect of like a neglected child or like a neglected adolescent doesn't tend to thrive, and yet you did. It seems like you had to cultivate independence at a young age, and it seems like you had the tools to do that.
Yeah.
But you don't. It doesn't seem like you have like an explanation why. And it seems like, again, I guess it's just biology.
Don't know, maybe we're just lucky. I played the right video games to get the right influences to whatever. Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Super interesting. That's I think all I had for now. Do you have any questions for me?
Not that I can think of right now. Are you trying to be like a streamer on Twitch, or why this set of questions? Why me and Eurodidey? Why? Yeah.
Because, like I said, I think you are good at challenging people's arguments, and like I am not a mental health professional. I'm not I'm not qualified in any psychological field whatsoever, but I do read a lot of it, and I just kind of like wanted to make sure that I'm not like coming to false conclusions, and like if you're able to poke holes in my argument, I would want to like correct those things. Or if you're able to see some glaring blind spots, or if not so erudite is able to see some glaring blind spots, I want to be made aware of those.
Sure.
I'm more or less just like streaming on Twitch to like hopefully I don't really have any grand ambitions other than like promote well-being and health, and hopefully as a scientist correct misinformation, because that seems rampant. And actually also one thing that doesn't get mentioned in this whole vaccine stuff, like the large majority of those who are vaccine hesitant like are men. That's just not spoken about.
Interesting. Gotcha. Yeah.
There's maybe I can bring it up. One second. Like, yes, there's a lot of complicated data. 1 second.
Protecting the universe, one bullet at a time.
Yeah, why is there such a gender gap in COVID-19 vaccination rates? Where it's like, and it's interesting how it evolved, because before the vaccine rollout, when they were doing surveys,
women were probably more vaccine hesitant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure.
But then, like, once it actually like rolled out, like, and the evidence was presented, like there was more uptake amongst women, and like men are still very much falling behind.
Sure. Probably because the difference for being vaccine hesitant today is a lot different than why people might have been vaccine hesitant in the past, right? The political beliefs and views it was associated with were a lot different. Like it was probably, I think it was more left-leaning people that tended to be vaccine skeptic and shit before.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why, like, again, I bring it back. Not that these things are probably exclusive to men, but it seems like these things are like very much sort of gravitating towards men. And that's it, I think. That's all I had to talk about. And that, yeah, I am trying to, I guess, be a streamer on Twitch, but I have no grand ambitions.
Sure. Okay.
But I thank you very much for speaking with me. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Yeah, I don't think I do right now, but if there's ever anything that comes up in the future about these or any other topic, you can always shoot me a message. We can chat again, yeah? Or if I say anything and you disagree with it or whatever, yeah?
Cool. Sounds good. Thank you again. I appreciate it. Super grateful. And take care and be well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate the conversation. Jesus.
Have to deal with this many sparkles.
Hello? Oh, sorry. That conversation took way longer than I thought it would. How you
don't
doing?
worry. I actually was listening to some of it.
Oh, shit. I called the wrong fucking person. Wait. I'll call you after this, okay?
No worries, man.
Okay, I love you. Bye. Fuck. Hello?
Yo!
Sorry, that conversation took a lot longer than I thought it would.
Hey man, wanna play? Oh, 3 hours later, it's a SpongeBob thing.
Just chill, okay? Yeah, Jesus.
That's all good.
Okay, are we winning this game? I can't tell.
Of
We need to
course,
get this
bro.
we need to this last Drake, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Surely, we won't lose this Drake. I promise.
Surely.
Just for you, Kuro. I'm fighting for peace and justice and whatever.
It should be pretty easy. We just need to play around Malphite, who kind of needs to come down.
Yeah. If he gets caught up there, we're pretty fucked.
Yeah, but I can already tell the Vigar's gonna get caught. Okay, there's so many fucking words here.
We need bot! Why are you still up there? Hello?
He's TPing. Okay.
Oh no, it's fucking Malphite is not TPing. He's jerking off with fucking Gnar. Alright, it's gonna be the four of us. Good luck.
Woo.
For a round of hide and go shoot.
Kaisa's to the left. We can cut them off. Nope, too late.
Okay, I think he's gonna TP eventually. Yeah, they kind of need to.
Hey, well, what are we doing?
Oh, he's TPing. Nice. Okay, he's on the pit.
Oh my god, he is a pit. Wait, did he just ult?
He's in.
Oh.
Okay, that was. You know what? Perhaps not the ult we needed.
I think we just literally just lost again. Okay. You should get back. You should get back. She'll kill you. She'll nuke the fuck out of you.
There's no way this Gnar flash is letting me. Okay.
Okay, that was a good troll
We have
ball.
super minions. I don't think so. Don't think they can end.
I don't know why. No, never mind. It's just bad. It was just bad play.
Yep.
There's no why. There's no why. It's not even worth it.
There is no why. Only do.
That was so brainless.
Alright, time to flip Baron.
Oh god, I don't know if this is. Oh, okay, they're not doing it actually. All right, coming up.
Honestly, I don't even think we need to do this. If we just grouped as a 5 and just like walk top.
Yeah, we just fight around it at least. We don't want to give it to them. But yeah, push up bot is good.
My guns are getting restless.
You know what? Fuck it.
Oh shit, okay. Vel'Koz is 100% gonna ult over the wall. I don't know. I think I back up here. So Malphite, if you're engaged.
I'm just kind of working on it, you know.
Okay.
How you feeling about this? No coin flip,
Oh,
right?
I feel great, man. Okay. Wait, did Vel'Koz ult already? I think so.
Who died?
We can just
Malphite. Guy
reset,
doesn't matter,
yeah.
so. Yeah, we can totally reset. You want to run it mid and try to end it, or you want to go top or bot?
Hell yeah, bro. Go for the end.
Wait. No, fuck it. Let's go top. Let's play safe.
Okay, fine.
I think top is good because if we take that inhib, it makes it so we have good pressure for a dragon later.
Yeah, actually.
Hate to be ruthless, but oh wait,
I feel like we should be able to end off this push.
I don't trust these guys. I think we have to play safe. Because when we overextend and push, Kaisa can tear into our back rank. Zed has been killing me. The one Vel'Koz dude can ult and fuck us. So I think we just have to play really slow and look for good picks. I don't know who's where right now.
Okay.
Oh my god. If we have this, this is GG. Oh, Kaisa's not even moving. They don't know we're here at all. It's...
Okay.
Actually, so stupid. We just needed our
Careful.
stupid fucking teammates to get here. Yeah, they're coming, they're coming. Just play slow around the minions. We should be good. Yep, we see Vel'Koz and base. Can't get dumpster.
He used that W damage.
Yeah.
I feel like if Malphite just ulted the fucking Vel'Koz again would end.
Maybe. We're gonna get this turret soon. We got it.
Okay. A bit low. No, he did ult.
Oh fuck, but nobody followed up on him. Oh, there, she's Kaisa.
We can kill Kaisa. We can kill Kaisa. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god, if you kill him, we win the game. No pressure. Don't fuck up.
Of course, no pressure, man. Definitely.
At least get the top in here. Don't be a fucking failure. Oh, come on, it's 2v. Never mind, you guys shouldn't.
No,
oh, the int!
So hard, bro.
The int!
Oh my gosh. Nah, man, you're so lucky.
What
that
a
Drake isn't up
clown.
there. This is why you're not the macro guy. Holy. Oh, Malphite has no MR at all. He's just full. Okay, no wonder Malphite keeps dying so quickly. I guess he's just like getting melted by fucking Vel'Koz ult.
Wait, who? What'd you say? Say that again. I didn't listen.
Malphite is no MR. It's just funny.
Oh, that's why he's kind of Vel'Koz. Okay,
Yeah.
that's why he flash ulted, I guess. Yeah.
Fucking dubstep.
Okay, well, this Drake that we've somehow managed to not get like 7 fucking times.
This is the one for sure, man. Okay.
Oh my god, we have set up for it? If our fucking jungler gets here?
Honestly, thinking the fight would just be better, but...
Boom! Get poked out! I don't know why I wasted that.
Well then. Okay.
Do we have a... Oh!
Okay, he jumped out. These guys are just gonna like fucking...
We're good, they're so split right now.
No, they're definitely trying to... Oh. Okay. I'm on Kaisa. I'm going on Kaisa.
I'm trying to come over to you. I got you. You're good.
Why is he so fucking...
Kaisa?
Please, but yeah, let's in. Okay, I'm on the wave.
Bring up the
I'm
wave.
on the wave.
Yeah, I do. I'm ready to die to Vel'Koz somehow.
Yes, I can't wait. I have Omega Lol pre-typed in chat.
Oh yeah? Yo.
Okay. We can in, but if that guy ults you, he might just fucking kill you.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
we absolutely am.
Okay. Oh, he's just killing me.
Oh fuck, we're not gonna end.
Yeah, but... Okay. Oh, there's no way that Zed doesn't die. Are you serious?
Yeah, he's...
Okay, Malphite just fucking TP'd in. I feel like that is
yeah,
a
you should leave. You should
bait.
leave. You should leave. I don't think we end here.
That is a turbo bait. I don't know why that guy just flashed in.
Don't die. Don't die from... Oh, that's Viger. Okay. Oh, Viger's gonna die. Oh, maybe we lose here.
I think I just get out.
Okay.
Okay, we're playing around Malphite's insanity. Let's see. Top and mid inhib gone. We should be able to get this, Baron.
Dude, yeah. Oh, no, Malphite's turn to die.
No! He should have been out! What is he doing? He's gonna die. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Let's go!
Just leave, dude. What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Oh, shit.
Coming up.
Pike, please.
Don't go in. Don't go. Can you spam this with me, please? Can you?
Yep.
Hey, don't go. Don't run up there. Don't run up there
I'm
to
just,
concur.
I'm just hitting the plant. I'm just hitting the plant.
Okay.
Because I think they're on it. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Okay, let's go. Good luck. It's probably already gone, but fuck it.
Can't really. Yeah. It's
Oh
fine,
my
it's
god,
fine.
dude. That's.
Wait, he killed the fucking Zed.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
But we win anyway, I think.
I think so. Hope so. I hope so.
Oh my god.
What is Kaisa damage?
It's fucking
Hello?
Kaisa, dude. Hello.
It's just Yumi.
It's-
Where
okay,
is
good
the
luck.
Yumi? Where is he? Okay.
Good luck, dude.
Bro, I might die to this Yumi. I'm not gonna lie. Like, what if though? Oh shit. The Yumi tech. Fucking cracked. Whew. What can I say, man?
Got that global. You're gonna let her live? Really?
Yes, okay. I'm not gonna risk this game. Alright?
Okay.
So, to you, this might be one game of League. To me, this is my parasocial second audition for the DGG metaverse, okay?
Okay. Alright,
Of course
well,
I'm gonna
we
go
won
for
our
the win.
game, so I'm proud of you. Okay. I love you, buddy. Be careful, alright?
Hi, man. See you next time. Later.
Alright, well. Okay, fuck. I have a business call at like 10 o'clock, so I need to go do that. I love you guys. It's been fun. Go chat with Stardust, I guess.
Is one.
See you tomorrow. Reverend Cappuccino, 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 my Dooners. I will catch you guys next Stream Arena.